Chapter 1. Divorce. Today marks the day of the betrothal of the heir of the Jinyang Marquis, Shen Feng, to his concubine. The marquisate is adorned with festive decorations and hosts a grand banquet amidst the jubilant atmosphere. The Windchaser courtyard, where the noble consort Wei resides, stands. In stark contrast, enveloped in an eerie silence, the few matrons who had just received their wedding gifts passed by the entrance of the courtyard. If you ask me, the fate of our noble consort is truly lamentable. Her biological father is languishing in prison. Her husband has taken another as his concubine, and she remains childless. What a future awaits her! Do refrain from speaking so harshly. The noble consort has always treated us kindly. What is there to fear? In this household, she will no longer hold sway. Despite the bravado, their voices were hushed. Within the tightly shut gates of the courtyard, several maidservants, their faces ashen, cast anxious glances towards the main residence as the sound of footsteps gradually faded away. Since the day the noble consort's father was incarcerated by the emperor 7 days prior, she had implored the marquis and his wife for assistance and subsequently confined herself within her quarters. Not only had the heir Shen Feng failed to visit her even once, but he also chose this very moment to wed another. The noble consort must have wept herself dry, her heart heavy with sorrow. Outside, red silk banners fluttered high, and the sound of drums filled the air. Yet within the serene confines of the Windchaser courtyard, Wei Yunlan was not engulfed in tears of despair as her maidservants feared rather. Her eyes sparkled with relief and excitement. She had returned. She had returned to the very day 11 years ago when Shen Feng wed Xue Linglong as his concubine. Although her father had been embroiled in an old case 5 years prior and imprisoned by the emperor, the decree for confiscation and exile was only to be issued today. At this moment, her family had yet to leave the capital, embarking on the path to exile in the north. Her younger brother had not yet been scattered by the chaos of the populace. Her father had not yet been struck down by falling debris, and her mother had not yet succumbed to despair from this series of calamities, leading to her illness. In her previous life, she had consented to Shen Feng marrying Xue Linglong as a condition for the marquis to assist in rescuing her father from prison. The marquis accepted her bribe of 10,000 taels of silver, yet acted in bad faith, while the marquise seized the opportunity to send her own people back to her family, severing the Windchaser courtyard's connection to the outside world. As for Shen Feng, he extravagantly orchestrated the wedding festivities, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the one he had held dear in his heart. By the time she realized the treachery, news of the confiscation and exile had already spread, and her family was being escorted out of the capital, embarking on the journey to the north. She rushed to confront them, only to find herself confined within the Windchaser courtyard. In the following year, the news of her family's demise trickled back to her, and her health deteriorated. On the last day before her breath departed, the members of the marquisate, long absent, visited her bedside in succession. The marquis said, "Rest easy, for there are many of your kin to accompany you on the road to the afterlife. You shall not be alone." The marquise remarked, "Indeed, the marquisate once relied on the Wei family to preserve its title. Yet now that the Wei family faces misfortune, it is only fair that we have not forsaken you." Shen Feng stated, "Though our fates are entwined yet unfulfilled, I would not mind providing you a corner of peace to grow old in. But alas, your frail constitution is to blame, and I hold no responsibility to at last." The heavily pregnant Xue Linglong addressed her, saying, "The Wei family obstructed the path of the second prince, leading to their ruin, and you hinder my way. You usurp the position of the heir's wife. If you do not perish, my child shall rightfully be deemed a legitimate heir. Hence I must apologize." As she breathed her last breath before Xue Linglong, she did not return to the cycle of reincarnation. Instead, she transformed into a wisp of a ghost, drifting within the estate of the Duke of Jinyang. For a full decade, she witnessed Xue Linglong giving birth to 2 sons and a daughter for Shen Feng, firmly establishing herself as the Duchess of Jinyang. She observed Xue Linglong concocting the popular hot pot and milk tea that captivated the capital, along with innovative items such as soaps and perfumes adored by the ladies of high society. She bore witness to the ever-growing wealth of the Duke of Jinyang's household, which garnered unmatched prestige in the capital. Moreover, she saw them seize her dowry left behind in the Duke's residence, for which they extracted an ancient jade imbued with vast potential. This artifact, referred to by Xue Linglong as a space, later enabled her and Shen Feng to forge a connection with the most promising heir to the throne, the second prince, secretly transporting military supplies for him from various regions. However, in the end, they did not witness the second prince ascend to the throne and receive the glory of the dragon instead. They awaited the invasion of barbarian forces from beyond the borders that time. The crown prince had passed away, and the emperor was gravely ill. The second prince temporarily assumed the regency, but when the barbarian army stormed into the capital, the Duke of Jinyang's household, staunchly aligned with the second prince, became the first target, suffering a brutal massacre as Xue Linglong and Shen Feng fell to the barbarian blades. The long-lost ancient jade slipped from Xue Linglong's grasp. A flash of golden light erupted, banishing the blood-soaked scene from sight. Her spirit returned to 11 years prior, to the day Shen Feng welcomed Xue Linglong into his home. Later, she learned from Shen Feng's complaints that the news of the Wei family's downfall and exile had reached him just as he and Xue Linglong were exchanging vows. Wei Yunlan listened intently outside. The joyous tunes of the Suona heralded the arrival of the bridal sedan, and they had yet to reach the ceremony. In noble families, wedding rituals are intricate, and she still had at least the duration of an incense stick to act. There was still time. With a resolute heart, Wei Yunlan strode directly to the small chamber behind the bed, retrieving a jade box adorned with a design of pine and cranes and spring from the jewelry case. Inside lay a pair of exquisite jade bracelets, but the true treasure was concealed within the bottom compartment. An ancient jade carved with an image of Guanyin on a lotus. Pedestaled in her previous life, Xue Linglong had accidentally dropped the box and discovered the ancient jade. Wei Yunlan intended to replicate this action, yet upon grasping the box, she felt an intuitive understanding of what to do. With a deft motion of her fingernail, she pried at the bottom, and with a crack, the compartment opened, allowing the ancient jade to fall into her hands. A slight pain pierced her brow, and instinctively, she closed her eyes. In her mind, a land shrouded in mist materialized. This was the fabled space. The expanse was eerily vast, yet utterly empty, nearly equivalent to 3 Duke of Jinyang estates. When she reopened her eyes, she discovered that the ancient jade had vanished, replaced by a faint imprint of a lotus flower, no larger than a fingernail, on her palm. Though she did not comprehend why Xue Linglong had received this opportunity through a cut from the shattered jade in her previous life, and she had yet to harm herself in this life, she had already been recognized as the master of the ancient jade. Nonetheless, this ultimately signifies a positive turn of events. With the ancient jade space acknowledging itself as the master, she shall no longer have any ties with Xue Linglong and Shen Feng in this lifetime. With her heart slightly at ease, Wei Yunlan positioned herself before the desk and began to write swiftly. After a moment, she called out towards the entrance, "Ning Shuang, Ting Xue, your servant is here." The 2 maidservants stationed at the door hurried inside, their faces still bearing an indelible trace of worried them. The actions taken by the Jinyang Marquis residence today were nothing short of an affront to the lady of the air. With the Wei family now in decline and Xue's brother having garnered the emperor's favor, it was uncertain how the Marquis household would further undermine their lady in the future. Enough, even if your brows were to furrow further, you could crush a mosquito with them. Alas, Ting Xue exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration. How can you still jest at a time like this? Both were maidservants who accompanied Wei Yunlan in her marriage. Ting Xue was lively and clever, while Ning Shuang was attentive and steady. In her previous life, at the brink of death, Wei Yunlan returned their contracts, granting them freedom from the house, yet none wished to depart. After Wei Yunlan fell gravely ill, Ting Xue desperately ran out to summon a physician, only to be captured by the Marquis residents under the pretext of apprehending an escaped servant and was beaten to death. Ning Shuang, upon Wei Yunlan's demise, pointed accusingly at Shen Feng and Xue Linglong, cursing their venomous hearts and wishing them a wretched end, before tragically taking her own life at the gates of the Marquis residence, attempting to expose the scandal of the Marquis maltreatment of the rightful wife. The vivid red stain upon the gates of the Marquis residence seemed to linger in memory. Observing the 2 living souls standing before her now, Wei Yunlan's tightly knit brows finally relaxed a fraction. Stepping aside from the obstructing desk, she pointed at the still damp ink on the table, her gaze calm, yet resolute. I intend to part ways with the heir today. I shall leave the Jinyang Marquis residence. Chapter 1. The Divorce. Today marks the day when the heir of the Jinyang Marquis, Shen Feng, is to wed his primary wife. The Marquis residence is adorned with vibrant decorations, hosting a grand banquet for guests. Yet, amidst the jubilant atmosphere, the Xue Feng courtyard, where the lady of the heir, Wei, resides, stands in stark contrast, shrouded in an eerie stillness. A few matrons, freshly bestowed with wedding silver, pass by the entrance of the courtyard that I must say, the fate of Our Lady is indeed tragic. Her biological father has been imprisoned, and now her husband marries another as his primary wife, leaving her childless. What a bitter future awaits her. Speak not so harshly, the lady has treated us kindly in the past. What is there to fear? Soon enough, this household will no longer be under her command. Despite the boldness of their words, their voices lowered in hushed tones. Within the tightly shut gates, several maids wore somber expressions, casting anxious glances towards the main hall as the sound of footsteps faded away. Ever since her father was incarcerated by the emperor 7 days prior, the lady of the heir had sought assistance from the Marquis and his wife, only to confine herself to her chambers thereafter. Not only did the heir fail to visit her during this tumultuous time, but he also chose this moment to take another as his primary wife. It is likely that the lady, locked away in her room, has shed countless tears, her heart burdened with profound sorrow. Outside, crimson silk drapes gracefully, and the sounds of drums and gongs fill the air. Yet within the quietude of the Xue Feng courtyard, Wei Yunlan is not weeping or sorrowful as her maids had feared instead. Her eyes shine with gratitude and excitement. She has returned. She has returned to the very day, 11 years ago, when Shen Feng wed Xue Linglong as his primary wife. Though her father had been embroiled in a scandal 5 years prior and imprisoned by the emperor, the decree for confiscation and exile would only be issued today. At this moment, her family has not yet departed the capital, nor begun their journey to the northern borders. Her younger brother has not yet been scattered by the chaos of the populace. Her father has not yet been struck down by falling rocks, and her mother remains unbroken by the series of misfortunes that would lead her to illness. In her previous life, she had consented to Shen Feng's marriage to Xue Linglong under the pretense of securing aid from the Marquis household to rescue her father from prison. The Marquis accepted her bribe of 10,000 taels of silver, yet acted in bad faith. The Marquis' wife, taking advantage of her absence, dispatched the staff from the outer courtyard back to her family, effectively severing Xue Feng courtyard's connection to the outside world. Meanwhile, Shen Feng orchestrated an extravagant wedding celebration, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the woman he held so dear. By the time she realized the gravity of the situation, the news of confiscation and exile had already spread, and her family had been escorted out of the capital, embarking on their journey to the northern borders. When she confronted them, she found herself confined within the Xue Feng courtyard. In the year that followed, news of her family's demise reached her, and her own health deteriorated further. On the final day before her passing, the members of the Marquis household, long absent, visited her bedside in turns. The Marquis said, "Rest assured, you shall not be alone on your journey to the afterlife. Many of your kin will accompany you along the road to the Yellow Springs." The Marquis' wife remarked, "While it is true that the Marquis once relied on the Wei family to preserve its title, the misfortunes that have befallen your family have absolved us of any obligation to you." Shen Feng declared, "Though fate has kept us apart, I would not mind providing you with a modest refuge to see you through to old age. Alas, it is your frail constitution that has led us to this, and I cannot be blamed." Last, the heavily pregnant Xue Linglong spoke to her. The Wei family obstructed the path of the second prince, leading to their downfall, while you have blocked mine. You occupy the position of a young master's wife, and should you survive, my child cannot be born as the legitimate heir. Thus, I must apologize." As she breathed her last before Xue Linglong, she did not enter the cycle of reincarnation, but rather transformed into a wisp of a ghost, drifting within the Jinyang Marquis residence. For a full decade, she witnessed Xue Linglong bear 2 sons and a daughter for Shen Feng, firmly securing her place as the young master's wife. She observed Xue Linglong concocting the trendy hot pot and milk tea that captivated the capital, alongside delightful novelties such as soaps and perfumes that charmed the noble. Ladies, she bore witness to the increasing wealth of the Jinyang Marquis household, which rose to unparalleled prominence in the capital. She also saw them seize her dowry left in the Marquis residence, extracting from it an ancient jade imbued with a world of wonders. This artifact, known by Xue Linglong as space, became the means by which Xue Linglong and Shen Feng allied themselves with the most promising heir to the throne, the second prince, secretly transporting military supplies for him from various regions. However, in the end, they did not witness the second prince ascend the throne and reap the rewards of his endeavors. Instead, they faced an invasion from the barbaric tribes beyond the borders of At that time. The crown prince had passed away, and the emperor was gravely ill, leaving the second prince to govern in his stead. When the barbarian army stormed the capital, the Jinyang Marquis residents, being staunch supporters of the second prince, bore the brunt of the bloodshed. When Xue Linglong and Shen Feng fell beneath the blades of the invaders, the ancient jade, which had disappeared for many years, fell from Xue Linglong. A golden light erupted, and the crimson haze vanished. Her spirit returned to 11 years prior, on the day when Shen Feng took Xue Linglong as his bride. She later learned from Shen Feng's complaints that news of the Wei family's downfall and exile reached them just as he and Xue Linglong were about to wed. Wei Yunlan listened intently, as the joyous tunes of the Swana heralding the bride's arrival filled the air. They had yet to proceed with the wedding rites. The customs of noble families were intricate, affording her at least the time of an incense stick. There was still hope. With her resolve firm, Wei Yunlan strode directly to the small chamber behind the bed, retrieving a jade box inlaid with a motif of pine and cranes and spring from the adornments. Inside lay a pair of exquisite jade bangles. Yet the true treasure was not these, but an ancient jade carved with the image of Avalokiteshvara hidden within a secret compartment at the bottom. In her previous life, Xue Linglong had accidentally dropped the box, discovering the ancient jade within. Wei Yunlan intended to replicate this act, but as she grasped the box, an instinct surged within her, revealing the method to proceed. With a deft maneuver of her fingernail, she pried at the base of the box. A crisp sound echoed as the compartment opened, and the ancient jade fell into her hand. A slight pain surged in her brow, and instinctively closing her eyes, she envisioned a land shrouded in mist. This was the miraculous space. It appeared vast and empty, almost equivalent to 3 Jinyang Marquis residences. When she reopened her eyes, she found the ancient jade had vanished, replaced by a faint lotus imprint the size of a fingernail upon her palm. Though she was unaware of why Xue Linglong had gained this opportunity through a drop of blood from a cut finger, she had, without even acting upon herself, already been recognized as the master of the ancient jade. Nevertheless, this is ultimately a fortuitous turn of events. Now that the ancient jade space has acknowledged its allegiance, she shall forever sever ties with Xue Linglong and Shen Feng. With her heart momentarily at ease, Wei Yunlan positioned herself before the desk and began to write with fervor. Moments later, she called out towards the door, "Ning Shuang, Ting Xue." "Your servant is here," responded the 2 maidservants stationed at the entrance, their faces still shadowed by lingering concern in their eyes. The actions of the Jinyang Marquis residence today amounted to an affront to the Lady of the Air. With the Wei family's decline and Xue's brother gaining the emperor's favor, who could predict how the Marquis household would torment their lady in the future? "Enough. Even with your brow furrowed, you could crush a mosquito," she jested. "Alas!" Ting Xue stamped her foot in exasperation. "How can you still find humor in our plight?" Both were handmaidens of Wei. Yunlan Ting Xue was spirited and clever, while Ning Shuang was meticulous and composed. In her previous life, as Wei Yunlan lay on the brink of death, she returned the contracts to the 2, granting them freedom from the household, yet none wished to depart. After Wei Yunlan fell gravely ill, Ting Xue risked everything to venture out and summon a doctor, only to be seized by the Marquis residents under the pretense of capturing a runaway slave, and was brutally beaten to death. In her despair, after Wei Yunlan's demise, Ning Shuang pointed an accusatory finger at Shen Feng and Xue Linglong, cursing their wicked hearts and wishing them a wretched end. before tragically ending her own life at the gates of the Marquis residence in an attempt to expose the scandal of the Marquis maltreatment of the rightful wife. The vivid crimson stain upon the gates of the residence seemed to linger in her memory. Now, gazing at the two living souls before her, Wei Yunlan's tightly knit brow finally relaxed a fraction. Stepping aside from the obstructive desk, she pointed at the still wet ink on the table, her gaze calm, yet resolute. I intend to part ways with the heir today and shall leave the Jinyang Marquis residence. Chapter 2. The Gift Miss. Ning Shuang was so astonished that she completely forgot to address the young master's wife. Although the Great Yong dynasty was not as harsh on women as the previous dynasty, there had never been any precedent for divorce among noble families. How could the Jinyang Marquis possibly agree to such a thing? They would agree. Wei Yunlan was quite certain. The decree for the Wei family's confiscation and exile was about to be issued. The Jinyang Marquis had once aligned with the wrong faction before the current emperor's ascension, nearly losing their title, and had since been exceedingly cautious, fearful of incurring the emperor's wrath once more. In the past, the Wei family had received the emperor's favor, hastily aligning themselves with him. Now that they had fallen out of favor, they would be even more eager to dissociate themselves. Ting Xue, Ning Shuang, gather my belongings from my room. There is no need to move the larger items. Just secure the silver notes, gold ornaments, and contract for my dowry and land. Change into something more portable. It seems Miss has made up her mind to leave the Marquis today. Ning Shuang inquired. Should we inform the others in the courtyard? Wei Yunlan nodded, asking whether they would be willing to leave with me. If they wish to remain in the Marquis, we shall collectively hand over their contracts to Madame Wang, who is at the side of the Marquis's wife. If they wish to depart, we shall return their contracts after we exit the estate, including yours. Miss, Ting Xue exclaimed urgently. How could we possibly leave your side? Wei Yunlan smiled gently, offering no further explanation, preferring to persuade them once they had left the Marquis's gates and the capital. I will leave the matters of the courtyard to you. I shall return shortly. Seeing Wei Yunlan take the divorce papers, she prepared to step outside, and Ning Shuang hurriedly followed. Miss, Ting Xue can manage the courtyard affairs. Please take me along. With the banquet ongoing, it was uncertain whether she could even meet the Marquis's wife, or the young master alone. Even if she did manage to see them, how could she face the multitude of difficulties posed by the Jinyang Marquis? Wei Yunlan shook her head, insisting, you should remain in the courtyard. Although Ting Xue and Ning Shuang were fiercely loyal, they were as powerless as she was. At such a moment, mere words would not suffice. Her gaze drifted over to several second-tier maidservants waiting for instructions beneath the corridor, and then to a rough maid diligently sweeping in the corner. Sui, come here. The maid, called by name, was taken aback, her eyes widening in astonishment, not expecting the beautiful and kind young master's wife to remember her name. Looking at the girl before her, who appeared both innocent and earnest, Wei Yunlan gently inquired, follow me. If anyone stands in our way, push them aside. Do you understand? The maid understood. Sui's expression grew serious, as if entrusted with a monumental mission, standing tall and responding loudly. Yunlan no longer hesitated, stepping out of the Xue Feng courtyard and heading straight for the front yard where the grand banquet was being held. The two matrons stationed at the middle gate turned pale upon seeing her, desperately trying to dissuade her. Young master's wife, today is a day of great joy. Please do not make it difficult for this old servant. Wei Yunlan ignored them, continuing forward. The two matrons reached out to block her. But before they could even touch the hem of Wei Yunlan's garment, Sui, he had already knocked them both to the ground. Before they could comprehend how this slender maid possessed such strength, Wei Yunlan had led Sui through the middle gate. It is troubling. The young lady of the heir apparent intends to stir up trouble ahead. Quickly, we must stop her. The Wei family has offended the second prince's faction, and Lord Wei has already been imprisoned. It is uncertain when he will be released. The Wei family is preoccupied with their own affairs and cannot support Wei Yunlan. Furthermore, Wei Yunlan herself possesses a strong-willed nature and does not seek to outshine others, which has caught the Marquis's household entirely off guard regarding her potential disruption at the wedding banquet. Upon hearing the matron's call, the guards finally reacted. Several tall and robust figures stood in front, forming an impenetrable barrier. Wei Yunlan quietly inquired of Xue. Are you afraid? The maid responded without fear. Like a hen protecting her chicks, Xue shielded Wei Yunlan behind her, her expression resolute. Her life was saved by the young lady of the heir apparent, and thus, serving her, she felt no fear. Wei Yunlan was touched. Xue was someone she had rescued casually on the path to offer incense, expecting no return. Yet she had remembered the kindness. In her previous life, she had also defended the Shen Feng courtyard fiercely against intruders. A mere girl of barely 10 years, she could fiercely repel 5 or 6 guards. The guards of the Jinyang Marquis's household were nothing but ornamental and of little use. They dared not actually confront Wei Yunlan. After just a few moments, Xue pushed them aside, forging a path through their ranks. This corridor led from the central gate to the front courtyard. Turning the corner would allow one to reach the main hall's entrance. At this moment, the matchmaker and younger relatives were escorting the newlyweds toward the main hall. Wei Yunlan hastened to follow. A distant cousin from the Marquis's side noticed her presence and discreetly tugged at Shen Feng's sleeve. Upon turning and seeing Wei Yunlan, Shen Feng's expression darkened from joy to displeasure as he stepped forward and admonished her in a low voice. What are you doing here? Return to the Shen Feng courtyard at once. The onlooker's eyes darted between Shen Feng and Wei Yunlan, and the atmosphere grew awkward. Gazing at the still remarkably handsome face that she no longer wished to behold, Wei Yunlan replied with a faint smile. I have come to present a wedding gift to the young master. With a smile gracing her lips, she indeed appeared as if she were there to offer a gift. However, Shen Feng did not believe such goodwill, and as the crowd grew larger, his irritation mounted. On this joyous occasion, I do not wish to quarrel with you. Do not overstep your bounds. I have already allowed you to relinquish your place to Linglong, granting you sufficient consideration. If you cause further trouble, I shall issue a divorce decree, sending you back to the Wei family. A divorce decree? Wei Yunlan raised an eyebrow, refusing to lower her voice as Shen Feng had. May I ask on what grounds the young master intends to divorce me? The Daong dynasty adheres to the old laws of the previous dynasty, which stipulates 7 grounds for divorce and 3 reasons for not proceeding. Simply by her voluntary act of mourning for the late lady of the Marquis for 3 years. The Jinyang Marquis's household had no grounds to cast her aside. Shen Feng had indeed considered this point. He averted his gaze from Wei Yunlan's penetrating stare. Meanwhile, Xue Linglong, still adorned with her red veil, could no longer contain herself and aggressively interjected, Do you really think that Shen Lang would hesitate to divorce you? The absence of children is a sufficient reason. The words absence of children elicited a cold laugh from Wei Yunlan. For the past 3 years, the young master has mostly resided in the courtyard of Sheeping Lane, seldom returning to the Marquis's household, and has never once stayed overnight in the Jifeng courtyard. How could I possibly bear the Marquis's heirs alone? Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present turned peculiarly strange. Listening to the words of the lady of the Duke of Jinyang, it appears that she is yet to consummate her marriage with the heir after 3 years of union. Setting aside the dynamics between the heir and his wife, let us focus on the mention of Sheeping Alley by the lady of Jinyang. The bride who was just brought into the household today hails from a residence in Sheeping Alley. It seems the rumors circulating in the streets hold some truth. The lady being married as a secondary wife is indeed a former concubine that the heir had previously favored. To marry a secondary wife amidst the turmoil of familial relations is a blatant affront to the principal wife, and such an act is inherently lacking in decorum. Furthermore, considering the secondary wife's previous status as a concubine, it utterly defies convention, leaving one at a loss for words. With the situation escalating outside, someone has already gone to the main hall to report. Hearing Wei Yunlan publicly strip away this veil of pretense, the Lady Qin could no longer remain seated and stepped forward. Wei, I understand you are aggrieved, yet today is a day of great celebration. As the heir's wife, you must embody the grace befitting your position. Lady Qin earnestly advised, no matter what others may say, they cannot surpass your standing as the principal wife. Let us resolve our matters privately without causing a spectacle for others to mock. Would you not agree? A mockery? The Duke of Jinyang's household marrying a concubine today is indeed a colossal jest. They have allowed all manner of rumors to flourish. Is there any sense in this? Wei Yunlan, unwilling to waste further time entangled in such trivialities, unfurled the divorce document she had prepared and addressed Shen Feng, saying, "This is my gift to the heir. All he needs to do is place his handprint here, and from this moment forth, we shall have no further ties, nor shall the Wei and Shun families remain kin." With that, she shot a pointed glance at the eager Xue Linglong beside her, implying that in the future, the heir may elevate whomever he desires to the status of principal wife. Chapter 3 Departure. Shen Feng felt a stirring within, yet in the capital, there existed no precedent for nobles to dissolve their marriages. Moreover, Shen Feng's father-in-law remained imprisoned. The Ho family had already benefited from the Wei family's generosity. To agree to a divorce now would appear as taking advantage of a misfortune and would be deemed ungrateful, leading to inevitable public censure. He truly dared not risk the reproach of his parents and the clan elders by voicing his consent. Xue Linglong, however, wished to speak. It was firmly restrained by Wang Momo, who held her arm tightly. Wei Yunlan understood that the power to decide did not lie with them. Her gaze traversed the two individuals clad in vibrant red wedding attire, landing on the matriarch, Madame Qin. How absurd! Such a significant matter cannot be recklessly decided by you alone. Even should it come to that, it should be deliberated slowly by the elders of both families. Recently, the Wei family had faced numerous troubles. She was aware of Xue Linglong's fears of losing favor in the Ho residence. "Fear not, as long as I am here. There shall be a place for you within the Ho family. Consider the previous remarks as if they were never made. I shall have someone escort you back to Zhufeng courtyard." Witnessing Qin's hypocritical demeanor made Wei Yunlan feel nauseous. The notion of deliberation seemed unlikely to proceed at a leisurely pace. She had already seen a servant hastily enter through the side gate. In her mind, she began counting down. Upon reaching one, she indeed saw Wang Gue, who served the Marquis, rush in and quietly converse with Madame Qin. Wei Yunlan understood that the matter was, for the most part, settled. Sure enough, she then observed Qin adopt an expression of reluctant acceptance, sighing as she spoke. "Very well. Since you have made up your mind, the Ho family cannot impede you. Although you have no children, you have indeed observed mourning as a grandmother for several years. This divorce decree can be considered a closure of past affections. Mother, a reluctant fruit is not sweet. The Wei family is resolute in departing. Fenger, you should also press your seal here." Before Shen Feng could fully comprehend, Qin had already summoned someone to fetch the red seal, neglecting any prior talk of careful deliberation. The swiftness of her actions leaving everyone taken aback. Yet Wei Yunlan understood the motive behind Qin's behavior. Initially, she hesitated to sever ties at this juncture, fearing future reproaches and considering the possibility of her father's exoneration. Now, agreeing to the divorce merely indicated that the Wei family had lost all value for exploitation, and the consequences of incurring the emperor's wrath were far graver than public criticism. The Marquis and Madame Qin sought to finalize the divorce before the news spread, thus severing all ties with the Wei family and eliminating even the slightest chance of being implicated by them. It was ruthlessly heartless. It aligned perfectly with Wei Yunlan's own desires. As the red seal and the handwritten name were affixed to the document, the divorce decree was officially completed. 2 copies were made, and either one could be filed with the authorities to take effect. Wei Yunlan had no time to dwell on these matters, but she believed that the Jingyang Marquis was even more eager to conclude this affair. Amidst the chaos of the celebratory feast and the murmurs of the guests, none of it concerned her any longer. With a parting remark that she would depart the Ho residence before the hour of Shun, Wei Yunlan took her leave, retreating back through the central gate with Sui He in tow. However, they did not hurry back to the wind-chasing courtyard. Instead, taking advantage of the current chaos and the fact that the Qin family had yet to spare anyone to keep a watchful eye on them, and with most servants still preoccupied with the festivities and receiving rewards, they discreetly evaded the gaze of others and made their way to the treasury of the Marquis. "Sueha, are you able to break this lock?" She recalled having seen Sueha once forcefully break the iron lock on the door of the wind-chasing courtyard in her previous life. "Let me try," the maid replied. Sueha made a determined strike, and though the lock did not break, it loosened significantly. with a pull from both sides. The already fragile lock was easily torn apart, shattering into two halves. "Wait for me outside." Wei Yunlan picked up the broken lock and entered the treasury, shutting the door behind her. The treasury of the marquis was filled to about 70 or 80% capacity, with boxes of fine silks, antiques, calligraphy, paintings, and an array of jewels that dazzled the eyes. The ancestral lineage of the Jingyang marquis was that of military generals, and these treasures were accumulated over the years. In the past, due to a wrong alignment, they nearly faced retribution from the emperor. If it were not for her father, who served as the right assistant grand secretary at that time, petitioning the emperor to reconsider the merits of the Jingyang marquis as ancestors, the marquis's family would have long been expelled from the capital, losing everything they possessed. Given that the Jingyang marquis's household had long displayed ingratitude, Wei Yunlan felt no remorse in collecting the items from the treasury. The broken lock was stored in her spatial pouch, and then her hands glided over each item within the treasury. In no time, aside from a few folding screens piled at the entrance, the room was utterly empty. After exiting the treasury, Wei Yunlan led Xue to the small kitchen behind the main courtyard. Today, all the cooks and assistants were busy in the large kitchen preparing for the banquet, leaving this small kitchen, exclusively for the use of the marquis's qin, completely vacant. Wei Yunlan instructed Xue to keep watch outside while she slipped into the kitchen. She meticulously gathered everything in plain sight: vegetables, meat, seasonings, knives, cutting boards, and iron pots. The fine rice, white flour, and bird's nest that qin consumed daily, hidden in the pantry, were also collected, as were the large water jars by the back door and several bundles of firewood. Compared to gold and silver treasures, these items were far more practical for the journey ahead. Having exhausted her search in the small kitchen, Wei Yunlan closed the door and proceeded to organize the items in her private storehouse. This time, however, she refrained from touching the overt household items and ornaments, instead choosing to discreetly secure only the truly valuable jewels, gemstones, and antiques, neatly packing them away in boxes, unless one were to open each box for inspection. To the untrained eye, her dowry storage appeared as full as ever, showing no signs of change. Upon returning to the main room of the wind-chasing courtyard, she found Ting Xue and Ning Shuang already donned in their fitted short jackets, preparing the bundles they intended to take with them. Among the 24 maids and servants in the wind-chasing courtyard, 7 wished to stay behind, while the rest hoped to leave with their young mistress. Ning Shuang brought over 2 stacks of contracts, frowning slightly as she whispered, "Old Madam's son wishes to remain." "That is of no concern. Simply hand her contract over to the marquis's household," Wei Yunlan replied. She had long known that this accompanying old maid would abandon her to seek refuge with the marquis's family, and the outcome was not surprising. After all, the majority wished to depart with her, proving that she had not utterly failed in her role as their mistress. The lady of the air. With a sudden thud, Granny Sun collapsed at the entrance of the main hall. Given the current state of the Wei family, what good days could she expect upon returning? "Why must you endure this?" Wei Yunlan gazed at Granny Sun, whose face was still filled with concern for her, and a chill crept into her heart. In her previous life, it was Granny Sun who mixed the powder sent by Xue Linglong into her meals, causing her once robust health to deteriorate day by day. There was no need for further discussion. Her resolve to depart was unwavering. "Ning Shuang, please leave the keys to the Zhufeng courtyard and my private treasury with Granny Sunday." Noticing a fleeting glimmer of joy in Granny Sun's eyes, Wei Yunlan could already foresee the latter's future fate. How does one repay kindness with vengeance? Wei Yunlan would not spare those who had wronged her, nor would she feel indebted to those who still harbored goodwill towards her. She handed the contract of the departing maid to Ting Xue, granting them each an additional 6 months of allowance, stating that if they had nowhere to go after leaving they could stay at her dowry estate in the outskirts of the capital. That estate would still serve a purpose in the future. She had no intention of selling it. Calculating the time, it seemed the imperial decree for the Wei family's confiscation and exile had likely already been issued. The household must be in disarray. However, she recalled that before the city gates closed today, the Wei family would be escorted out of the capital by soldiers, leaving her little time. She needed to make adequate preparations before reuniting with her family. From compelling Shen Feng to sign the divorce decree to packing her belongings for departure. Not even half an hour had passed. The banquet was still ongoing, yet Wei Yunlan, accompanied by over 10 maids and servants, exited through the main door, each carrying no more than a small bundle. Guests peering toward the courtyard noticed this and were taken aback, wondering why the urgency, that not even a proper dowry was sent along. Those well-informed quickly hushed their voices, speculating that they were unaware of the situation. The wife of the right assistant censor, Madame Gao, was a descendant of the esteemed Gao Tianshi from the previous emperor's reign. It had recently been discovered that the palace's witchcraft incident from 5 years prior was related to relics from the Tianshi residence. The emperor had just issued a decree to confiscate and exile the entire Wei family. Were it not for the intervention of the virtuous consort in the palace, they might have lost their lives. Though they faced confiscation and exile, at least they had retained their lives. The thought of confiscation and exile. Would the Wei family no longer exist in the capital? No wonder the Xinjiang Marquis' residents agreed to the divorce of the Lady of the Air. That Lady Wei was none other than the legitimate daughter of the right assistant censor Wei Yunlan. Who did not know that the palace's witchcraft incident 5 years ago was a baseless accusation? Wei Yunlan had likely been retaliated against for recently impeaching the second prince's maternal family. In past and present, when has a censor ever faced such accusations? Yet the current emperor had committed many foolish acts, though no one dared to speak of them. The Wei woman, though, displayed loyalty and affection, choosing this critical moment to return home, presumably with the intention of standing with her family in times of adversity, not daring to take even her dowry for fear that it would be impossible to preserve the Xinjiang Marquis' residence. Witnessing the decline of the Wei family, the Xue family had risen to prominence by offering treasures, receiving the title of upper cavalry commandant, swiftly transforming from merchants to new nobility, and thus cast aside the heir's legitimate wife in favor of a concubine. Such sycophantic behavior, akin to that of fence-sitter, is truly contemptible. Departing from the gathering at the noble residence near Xuanwu Gate, only Ting Xue, Ning Shuang, and Sueha remained by Wei Yunlan's side. Earlier, Wei Yunlan had relayed the news of the Wei family's misfortune to them, yet none chose to depart. "Miss, shall we return directly to the Wei residence now?" Ting Xue inquired. Wei Yunlan shook her head. "No, we shall first disperse to procure supplies. The calamity shall not affect the bride-to-be. News of my impending departure has yet to spread. We must seize this opportunity to gather the necessities for our journey into exile. Do not prepare anything too conspicuous. Ning Shuang, take Sueha to acquire a mule cart and procure some easily stored rice, flour, and warm winter garments. Ting Xue, go to Chen's pharmacy in Huaihua Lane and purchase some commonly used medicinal herbs, particularly those for warmth and fever relief, as well as a greater quantity of ointments for treating injuries." These items were merely the essentials to be carried visibly, while she possessed a vast space awaiting to be filled. What lay within that space would serve as the guarantee for their family's safe passage to Baiguan. Chapter 4. Procurement. Within the bustling and chaotic marketplace of the Kong Fong, Feng Ping gently pushed open a concealed door hidden in the attic of a shop, presenting a stack of paper contracts with utmost reverence. "My lord, this is the shop and estate bestowed upon the wife of the heir of the Xinjiang Marquis." The man seated at the desk, meticulously reviewing documents, lifted his gaze at the mention of this information. Beneath his sharp brows, his piercing black eyes momentarily flickered in surprise. "The daughter of Wei Yunlan?" "Indeed," Feng Ping confirmed. "I have discovered that just over half an hour ago, at the banquet of the Xinjiang Marquis, the heir and his wife signed the divorce papers." The revelation that the heir had taken a concubine in the capital was no secret, and a chill swept across the man's handsome features. Was she coerced into this separation? "Not all," Feng Ping clarified. "It is said that the divorce papers were penned by the lady herself." "My lord," Feng Ping continued, gesturing to those waiting below, "they are all prepared for a deal." "What do you suggest?" The man tapped his fingers lightly on the table, quickly responding, "Offer them a price 10% above the market rate, to be exchanged for universally accepted silver notes, along with some loose change for her." "Understood." Feng Ping bowed and departed, soon returning with a substantial stack of silver notes, his expression hinting at astonishment. "What is it?" The man inquired, raising an eyebrow, intrigued by Feng Ping's unusual demeanor. My lord, the wife of the Jinyang heir wishes to exchange half of the silver notes for a suit of impenetrable soft armor, 3 easily concealable weapons, and a contingent of Tian Shu pavilion guards to escort them to the northern pass. Feng Ping stroked his chin thoughtfully. This lady of the Jinyang heir is quite astute. I wonder how she became aware of our Tian Shu pavilion. Astute? The man mused. Such wisdom is likely born of necessity, compelling her to consider matters with great caution. He recalled a visit to the Wei family many years prior, where he encountered a timid figure hiding behind the rocks, and sighed deeply. It was hard to fathom the courage she mustered to declare her decision to return home amidst the throngs at the banquet. She has accepted all conditions. As for the silver notes, let her have them. If we refuse, she may hesitate to involve our people. Very well. Feng Ping prepared to take his leave. Just as he turned, a voice called out from behind him once more. The Wei family is entangled in their own troubles. Ensure that news of the young lady's visit here remains tightly sealed, and send someone to escort her away from Kong Lefang. Additionally, have Yu Qi take 2 small teams to discreetly follow the escorting party, ensuring that the Wei family arrives safely at the northern pass without incident. Matters proceeded more smoothly than anticipated. Wei Yunlan's dowry included 2 estates for thriving shops and a 3-courtyard residence near the Xuanwu Gate, apart from the estate on Phoenix Mountain. She sold the rest today, yielding a total of 50,000 taels in silver notes and 100 taels in loose silver. Before she could even warm the silver notes in her hands, she used half of them to procure a lightweight yet resilient suit of soft armor, 3 daggers that could slice through iron, and a team of exceptionally skilled guards from Tian Shu Pavilion. 25,000 taels of silver is ample for the noble families to sustain themselves for 3 to 5 years. Yet, she perceives this expenditure as profoundly worthwhile. The mere acquisition of the close-fitting armor, capable of withstanding blades, can protect her father from numerous perils on the path of exile. Furthermore, the guards of the Tian Shu Pavilion, even when confronted by fierce northern barbarian soldiers, they can stand against 10 foes single-handedly. In her previous life, when the city gates were breached, it was they who safeguarded the citizens as they fled beyond the city. Although the true master behind Tian Shu Pavilion remains a mystery, their chivalry and benevolence indicate that they are certainly not aligned with the second prince. With a contingent of Tian Shu Pavilion guards accompanying her, at least she could evade assaults from marauding refugees, providing her a measure of comfort. Clutching the remaining silver notes, Wei Yunlan initially intended to procure some weaponry, salt, and grain at the Kanglefang to store in her space. However, she sensed a gaze lingering upon her from behind, prompting her to abandon that thought momentarily and proceed outward. As she ventured forth, passing by a tavern, a drunken man, supported by a servant, caught sight of her veil fluttering in the breeze. His eyes sparkled with intrigue as he exclaimed, "Such delicate skin, allow me to see your face." He reached out to pull away her veil. In an instant, the dagger previously stored in her space materialized in her concealed hand. Yet before she could act, the inebriated man stumbled and fell headlong to the ground. Observing this, Wei Yunlan hastily adjusted her veil and quickened her pace to depart. As she moved away from Kanglefang, she felt a wave of relief wash over her when the scrutinizing gaze finally vanished. Finding the nearest carriage house, she purchased a mule cart equipped with a cabin and set her course towards the northern city gate. Along the way, she paused briefly at some lesser-known shops, acquiring a variety of easily consumable foodstuffs such as buns, steamed cakes, and dried meats. At the last shop selling smoked jerky, she noticed an array of sausages and cured meats hanging from the beams. Producing her silver coins, she addressed the shopkeeper's wife. "I shall take all of it. Please wrap it in oil paper and place it in the cart." The cart was not particularly large. The cabin could accommodate no more than 2 individuals. Although she had already purchased numerous items, aside from a few meant to divert attention, most were hidden within her space, leaving ample room for this batch of cured meats. The shopkeeper's wife, pleased with her generous purchase, waved her hand and gifted her 2 additional smoked chickens and half a pound of roasted beef, saying, "This meat is rare. We have little in stock. If you find it to your liking, do return to our shop." "Thank you," she replied. contemplating when she might return to the capital once more. Just as she was lost in thought, a sudden wail erupted from the back of the shop. An elderly woman, hunched over, emerged holding a baby. Upon waking, the child spotted her and began to cry, demanding to find his mother. The proprietress, with a sense of resignation, took the swaddled infant into her arms and said, "Please hold this for me." She then offered an apologetic smile to Wei Yunlan, saying, "My dear, please wait a moment. I shall have my assistant prepare your items and load them onto the cart." Wei Yunlan nodded, yet her gaze lingered on the bundle containing the baby as she lightly tapped her forehead twice. The days of being a specter had stretched on for far too long, causing her to nearly forget the significance of certain matters. At this time in her previous life, her sister-in-law had only recently completed her confinement and on the road of exile alongside her sister-in-law. There was also her niece who had just turned a month old. She needed to procure additional supplies for women who had recently given birth and for infants. Fortunately, they had not yet left the city, and Wei Yunlan hurriedly purchased some rice flour and goat's milk, storing them in her spatial pouch, while also gathering soft cotton fabric and cotton wool, laying down a thick layer in the cart. With these preparations completed, she hesitated no further and drove the mule cart swiftly toward the city gate. As she passed by the tightly shut gates of the Wei family mansion on Chongping Street, now sealed with official notices, she could not help but glance back several times. One day, she would return here with her family, personally tearing down these seals and lifting the baseless accusations that had been unjustly placed upon the Wei family. Chapter 5. Family. The capital remains as bustling as ever. At the city gate, a throng of people waits in a long line to exit the city. Outside the gate, Ning Shuang and Ting Xue, upon seeing Wei Yunlan seated at the front of the mule cart, now dressed in the guise of an ordinary woman, felt a weight lift from their hearts. In the next moment, tears threatened to spill. How could these young ladies, who had never so much as dipped their fingers in the waters of labor, have ever undertaken the task of driving a cart? As the mule cart came to a halt before them, Ning Shuang suppressed her emotions and stepped forward to report, "Miss, I have learned that the convoy escorting the exiled has already departed the city half an hour ago, heading north." Wei Yunlan's heart tightened until she laid eyes on her family. She could find no peace, noticing that another mule cart behind them was laden with goods. Wei Yunlan pointed to Ning Shuang beside her. "Come, let us hasten to catch up." "Miss, allow me to drive the cart," Ning Shuang offered. "Very well." Recognizing that Ning Shuang was well aware of the direction in which the convoy had departed, Wei Yunlan entrusted the reins to her. Yet, the moment the reins changed hands, the mules became unruly, nearly colliding with the cart driven by Xue He. In a panic, Wei Yunlan yanked the reins back, calming the agitated mules, who then obediently followed the cart ahead. Ning Shuang, her heart racing, patted her chest. "It was my fault. I nearly caused a disaster." "It is hardly your fault. After all, you have never driven a cart before." Both Ning Shuang and Ting Xue were her foremost maids. They had never been tasked with such labor, let alone the mundane chores of washing or mending. This was Wei Yunlan's first attempt at driving a cart, yet she felt a peculiar affinity for it. A gentle flick of the reins set the mules trotting steadily along the official road. Unbeknownst to her, a group of individuals quietly followed them at a respectful distance. Before long, the mule cart came upon a gathering of people halted by the roadside. As Wei Yunlan approached, several horse-drawn carriages were observed returning towards the capital. The lead carriage bore the character for Ginger, and Wei Yunlan surmised it belonged to the Jiang family of the Yong'an Marquis, who had previously arranged a match for her younger brother. In her past life, she had learned of the engagement's dissolution when her family was exiled from the capital, and the news had already spread throughout the city. It seemed that the Jiang family had sent someone to return the betrothal gifts at this time. A shadow crossed her gaze, yet she steeled herself and pressed on to catch up with the departing convoy. The official mounted on a tall steed observed the halted mule cart with a discerning and impatient frown. Ting Xue leaped down from the cart, hastening forward to offer a pouch of silver. Only then did the official's frown relax. He dismounted and resumed his rest, announcing they would set off in a quarter of an hour. The laborers settled in place. The dozens of prisoners being escorted turned their gazes toward the two mule carts, their eyes landing on Wei Yunlan, whose appearance and demeanor seemed strikingly incongruous, revealing expressions of astonishment and inquiry. Among the crowd, Wei Yunlan's family stood frozen in disbelief, especially the middle-aged man wearing a wooden yoke and the beautiful woman beside him, who was just wiping his sweat, revealed deep concern in their eyes as they gazed at the approaching figure. Wei Yunlan removed her veil and, filled with excitement, rushed forward. Father, mother, sister-in-law, Mingxian, eldest sister. Wei Mingxian, who had just been listless, suddenly sprang up from the ground. What brings you here? Laner, did you come specifically to see us off? Cheng Yue, cradling a baby in her arms, asked with a hint of emotion. Earlier, both the Liang and Bai families had sent people to bid farewell, yet the Feng family, with little standing in the capital, had no one to care for them. However, the Wei family did have visitors, yet their intentions were not to send them off, but rather to withdraw the engagement. Wei Maolin and Gao Shi, who had remained silent until now, were far less optimistic than their eldest daughter. Looking at their daughter, dressed in plain attire, with her hair unadorned and a bare face, Gao Shi's eyes reflected unease. Laner, why are you dressed this way? Wei Yunlan understood she could not conceal the truth from her parents and, without hesitation, replied honestly, I intend to leave the capital with you and head to Beiguan. I have already severed ties with Shen Feng. Despite her parents' unvoiced suspicions, Gao Shi was taken aback, gripping Wei Yunlan's hand tightly. Was it the Duke of Jinyang's manner that forced you to leave? Wei Maolin, usually calm and composed, showed anger on his face. How dare they? Our Wei family has done them favors. Now that we are in distress, they abandon Laner. Do they not fear being drowned by their own spittle? Wei Yunlan, however, did not defend the Duke's manner, though they had not actively compelled her to leave. Their actions in her previous life were far more egregious than merely allowing her to depart. Shen Feng has today what his concubine residing in Sheeping Alley, taking her into the manor as his legitimate wife. Remaining there serves no purpose. I would rather leave the capital with you both. Laner, you are being foolish. Gao Shi lamented, although she could not bear to see her daughter humiliated by the Duke's manner. She was even more distressed by the prospect of her enduring hardship in exile. Beiguan is a harsh and frigid place, and who knows how many adversities await on the journey. Staying in the capital would at least provide stability. Mother, stability is not an option. Wei Yunlan resolved to add one more grievance against the Duke's manor to completely extinguish her parents' hopes. After our family fell into misfortune, they took over 10,000 taels of silver notes from me, promising to assist us. Yet they turned around and confined me to the manor, allowing Shen Feng to marry Xue as a legitimate wife. Today, with the decree for confiscation and exile issued, they readily agreed to sever ties with our family. Do you think if I continued to stay in that manor, they might even let me die, so as to clear the way for the recently favored Xue family? Tears finally spilled from Gao Shi's eyes as she embraced Wei Yunlan tightly, sorrowfully saying, My poor Laner. Wei Yunlan reciprocated the embrace, gently patting her mother's back, soothing her. Mother, as long as we are together, I do not suffer. Not only did she not suffer, but her heart brimmed with motivation and hope. The Wei family, amidst cries and reassurances, drew the attention of the two nearby families, who exchanged glances of surprise. Upon receiving the silver, the official dismounted and took a moment to rest, his gaze now tinged with a hint of disdain. Unbeknownst to them, the circumstances surrounding Wei Yunlan's departure from the Jinyang Marquis's residence were shrouded in mystery. They merely recognized the current plight of the Wei family. The Wei son had been rejected in engagement, and the Wei daughter had faced abandonment. Once a family of esteemed lineage, they had now fallen into utter disgrace. Casting a glance at the cart covered with an oiled cloth, concealing a plethora of items, the official suppressed a fleeting surge of greed, raising his whip and striking it sharply onto the ground. Let us depart immediately. Stand up, all of you. For heaven's sake, do not dawdle. However, just as the crowd began to return to the main road at the official's urging, the sound of hoofbeats suddenly echoed from behind. Two carriages approached from the direction of the capital. The foremost carriage, exquisite in design, suggested that it was not merely from a royal household, but likely from a noble estate of considerable stature. As the escorting convoy prepared to advance, A steward-like figure leaned out from the carriage, urgently calling out, "Hold on, just a moment." Chapter 6 Farewell. The carriage came to a halt beside the exile procession. The steward alighted and first clasped his fists in greeting to the officer in charge of the prisoners, stating that he had come on the orders of the Duke of the State to deliver some items and requested the officer's leniency. The officer, a minor official tasked with escorting the prisoners, dared not offend someone sent by the Duke's household, especially with the thin envelopes discreetly passed to him from the steward's sleeve. Could it be 200 taels in silver notes? The officer's smile instantly became far more sincere as he readily agreed, suggesting they rest a moment longer before resuming their journey, as the sun was still high in the sky. The carriage bore no insignia, leading many to speculate its origin. The steward then made his way directly to where the Wei family was situated. It turned out he was from the Duke Xue's household. Given the enormity of the Wei family's predicament, it was surprising that the Duke's household had not severed ties with them. Steward Xue, too, was somewhat taken aback. The fact that they could preserve their lives and face exile to the northern border was a result of the intervention of the honorable consort in the palace. He had thought the Duke's household would no longer send anyone. "You have suffered," he sighed gently, accepting a bundle handed to him by a young servant behind him, which he then presented to Wei Yunlan as companions, Wei Mingxian and the Gao family. The term honorable consort referred to Wei Yunlan's mother, the late Xue, who had been a member of the Duke Xue's household and was a sibling of the current Duke. The honorable consort was the Duke's eldest daughter and Wei Yunlan's cousin, though she had long since fallen out of favor due to her advancing age. She still held some weight with the emperor for having given birth to the grand princess who was married to the northern barbarians. However, her influence must have been limited. Otherwise, how could the emperor have favored the second prince's faction, leading to the confiscation of Wei Yunlan's possessions and his banishment? Regardless of the emperor's actions, they were not in a position to speak of it freely. Did one not notice how softly Steward Xue spoke, even the words "you have suffered"? The north is cold, he continued. Inside the bundle are some medicinal herbs for warmth. The Duke, fearing you would not have enough time to prepare, has also included several warm garments. As he spoke, Steward Xue deliberately glanced at the bundle again. Wei Yunlan nodded in understanding, his eyes brimming with emotion. He requested the steward to convey his gratitude to his uncle and cousin, acknowledging that their family's continued unity was largely thanks to them. "The Duke has instructed you to take care in the northern border, and once the emperor's anger subsides, he will think of a way to assist further," Steward Xue added. "As for young Master Mingyi, the Duke will also send someone to find him. If there is news, they will dispatch a message to the northern border." At a loss for words, Wei Yunlan was overwhelmed with gratitude. Clad in a wooden yoke and gazing towards the capital, he struggled to kneel and bow his head. This bow was not directed towards the emperor, who held supreme authority in the city, but rather to the family that had genuinely supported him. Steward Xue helped him rise and took a slightly smaller bundle from the servant, stating, "This was entrusted to me by Master Tong at the Duke's gate. He asked me to convey that the young lady was also meant to come to bid farewell. However, circumstances prevented her from doing so. Please do not hold it against her. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon me." The bundle exuded a faint fragrance of flowers and the aroma of pastries. Wei Yunlan immediately recognized that it contained the flour cakes personally baked by her gentle and soft-hearted aunt, Lady Tong San. Her aunt, although delicate, was married to a scholarly man, yet the elders of the family were not to be trifled with, and it was likely that Lord Tong and the elder Lady Tong had confined her within the estate at this hour. What Wei Yunlan could comprehend, Wei Yunlan could certainly surmise. She would never hold it against her. As for Jingyi's temperament, after we leave the capital, it is likely that she will face difficulties at the Tong residence. It would be prudent to ask her uncle to keep a watchful eye on her. Naturally, with the Duke of the State overseeing matters here in the capital, there is no need for concern. Steward Xue quietly passed on a few words from Duke Xue, then moved aside to converse with the official. One could vaguely see him discreetly handing over something from his sleeve. At that moment, a veiled lady descended from the second carriage. Her figure was slender, as if a gust of wind could topple her. Two maids accompanied her, one supporting her while the other held a pale yellow cloak embroidered with white plums. It was Yuing. Wei Yunlan recognized her instantly, She was her childhood friend, Xiang Yueying. In her previous life, she had never left the capital, and thus had not experienced this encounter. Yueying had always been frail and seldom ventured out. Yet today she had made the journey to the outskirts of the city to bid farewell. A warmth flowed through Wei Yunlan's heart as she saw Yueying, who was still gasping for breath despite the support of her maid. She hurried to assist her on the other side, saying, "If there is anything you wish to convey, let your maid deliver the message. Why burden yourself with this journey? Without seeing you with my own eyes, I cannot feel at ease." Yueying's complexion was pale, her eyes tinged with red. "Upon hearing that you have parted ways with the young master, I surmised you would leave the city. I was fortunate to encounter Duke Su's carriage at the city gate. Otherwise, I would not have known where to find you. I came in haste and did not prepare anything else. Take this cloak with you, and remember to wear it when it gets cold at the north gate." The maid stepped forward to present the cloak to Wei Yunlan. As soon as she grasped it, she felt its weight, gently squeezing the patterned areas. She indeed found several hard lumps beneath the fabric. "Did you embroider the plum blossoms yourself?" Wei Yunlan looked deeply into Yueying's eyes and earnestly declared, "I will carry this cloak with me and wear it in the north." Seeing that Wei Yunlan understood her intentions, Yueying gradually relaxed and softly said, "Yunlan, I shall not say much more. You must persevere in the north and ensure that Lord Wei holds on as well. Historically, no inspector has ever been demoted or exiled. My father says that his colleagues in the supervisory office are quite agitated over this matter. The timing is not right now, but if an opportunity arises in the future, they will surely find a way to bring Lord Wei back to the capital." Her voice diminished to a whisper until the last few words were barely audible, heard only by Wei Yunlan. Yueying's father, Lord Xiang, was then serving as the left assistant grand secretary. Having worked closely with Wei Yunlan's father for many years and being a close friend in private, once the two had exchanged their words, Steward Su also concluded his conversation with the official, and upon seeing the satisfied expression on the latter's face, it was clear that Su had given due consideration to the matter. As they set forth once more, the two mule carts brought by Wei Yunlan, much like the Liang family's carriage nearby, were tacitly permitted to remain, perhaps due to the lingering presence of the Duke of Su's and the Xiang family's carriages. The official wielded his whip with considerably less vigor, directing his reprimands primarily at the Feng and Bai families, who lacked both carts and mules. When his gaze fell upon the Wei family, it bore a trace of contemplation, lacking the previous disdain. The silver notes in his grasp had yet to warm, and the steward from the Duke of Su's household had delivered a blend of coaxing and admonishment, compelling him to adopt a more cautious stance. Although the Wei family's offspring had been rejected and abandoned, they still maintained ties to the Duke's household, with both the Duke of Su and the virtuous consort in the palace holding them in mind. Who could say that, on a day when the emperor's ire subsided, they might not be welcomed back to the capital once more? Chapter 7. The theft over 20 officers, under the guidance of the official, escorted 4 households exiled to the northern frontier along the official road. Among these families, the Wei family was the second smallest in number, including the young Jia Yan, who was merely 6 years old, and the infant Jia Rong, who had just turned 1 month. They totaled only 7 individuals. Adding to this count were the loyal servants who chose to accompany them, and the 3 maids brought by Wei Yunlan, culminating in a total of 16 souls. This was just one more than the Bai family, which consisted solely of the elderly and children. Leading the procession was the Liang family's cart, followed closely by the Feng and Bai families. The pace of their journey was leisurely. To conserve the mule's strength, Wei Yunlan and Xue, he had refrained from riding, entrusting the mules to Dongda and Lu Quan, both of whom were originally from the Wei family escort. They had been brought from the Tianshi mansion when the Gao family married into the Wei family, possessing exceptional skills that surpassed those of ordinary guards. The mules obeyed their commands well. The wooden cart, covered with oiled cloth, was piled high with belongings, leaving little room for anyone to sit. However, another mule cart remained empty. As Wei Yunlan observed her sister-in-law, Cheng Yu-yi, taking the swaddled infant from Madame Wang, who had been holding the child, she quickly called out, "Sister-in-law, please take Jia Yin and Jia Rong and sit in the cart." Cheng Yu-yi brushed the hair from her forehead to conceal the sweat beading on her brow, then turned to shake her head. "Let mother take Jia Yin and Jia Rong." Before Wei Yunlan could insist further, the matriarch Gao turned her head back and urged, listen to Lanner. Take the 2 children into the cart. I am quite strong and can manage a few more steps. You, having just given birth, should not overexert yourself on this journey. Sister-in-law, this is not the time to be stubborn. You have Jia Rong to care for as well. You must rest so that you can take better care of her. Wei Yunlan implored, her gaze falling upon the delicate face of the infant in the swaddle, a surge of affection swelling within her. In her past life, she had never had the fortune to see her little niece, nor had she ever heard any news about her. Yet, she could only imagine the unfortunate fate that befell the adults in their family on this treacherous journey, let alone a mere month-old infant. Cheng Yu followed Wei Yunlan's gaze toward her daughter, who was not sleeping peacefully. The once plump and round face of the child had grown gaunt in recent days due to the series of upheavals and the departure of the wet nurse. You are right, Yunlan. I must gather my strength. Only by being well can I care for Jia Rong. Otherwise, if I lose my milk, how can I nourish her? Yunlan, I will heed your and mother's advice. Cheng Yu embraced her child and climbed into the cart, surprisingly not feeling much jostling. As she reached down, she discovered several layers of soft cotton cloth and cotton padding beneath her. The chill that had settled in her heart, due to the absence of her family to see her off, gradually began to warm at that moment. Cheng Yu pulled back the cart curtain and expressed her gratitude. Yunlan, thank you so much. There is no need for such formality among family. Wei Yunlan replied with a gentle smile. Sister-in-law, please rest easy. I shall go fetch Jia Yin. She quickened her pace to catch up with little Jia Yin, who was walking beside Wei Mingxian, gesturing toward the mule cart behind them. The small figure at Wei Mingxian's waist straightened up and shook his head. Aunt, like my little uncle, I am a man and must walk on my own. Aunt, you and grandmother can take the carriage. Jia Yin will not ride. Jia Yin truly is a little man. Wei Yunlan ruffled Jia Yin's hair, offering a word of praise. In the current circumstances, it is indeed a good thing for the younger generation to strengthen their physique. The carriage could still accommodate one more person, and she did not press further. Fortunately, those who grew weary could take turns resting. The procession moved northward. The majestic city walls behind them grew smaller until they finally blended into the night, becoming invisible. At that moment, within the Jinyang Marquis, the banquet had just concluded. The Marquis and Lady Qin personally saw off their guests, feeling utterly exhausted due to the unusual expressions observed as everyone departed. Suddenly, 2 housekeepers rushed in, breathless. My lord, my lady, trouble has arisen. The Marquis and Lady Qin, having just relaxed, tensed up once more. Was today not an auspicious day for marriages? Why were misfortunes occurring in succession? Thankfully, the guests had already left. Otherwise, they would have been the subject of ridicule. Flustered, what a disgrace! The Marquis scolded lightly, attempting to maintain composure. Speak, what has happened? The housekeeper, pale-faced, reported. My lord, the storeroom has been robbed. What? The Marquis sprang to his feet. What has transpired? The large storeroom has been emptied. Aside from a few screens near the entrance, everything has been taken. Not a single box remains. The guards only discovered that the lock was missing during their recent shift change. The storeroom held the savings of generations within the Jinyang Marquis. Upon hearing this, the Marquis could no longer maintain his calm demeanor and quickly made his way to the backyard. At that moment, another housekeeper approached Lady Qin with alarming news. My lady, your small kitchen has also lost quite a few items. Lady Qin frowned and waved her hand dismissively. The small kitchen contained only a few bowls of bird's nest, worth some silver, but in comparison to the treasures in the storeroom, it was insignificant. Seeing the Marquis stride away, she hurried to follow. As they gazed upon the empty storeroom, the couple's expressions darkened like the bottom of a pot. Could it be that the despicable Wei woman had orchestrated this? Lady Qin's immediate suspicion fell upon Wei Yunlan, who had left the Marquis just at noon. However, the Marquis shook his head. It was not the Wei family. We all witnessed her leave through the main entrance, accompanied by her maids, carrying only a small bundle. She could not have taken so much. In contrast to the already departed daughter-in-law, the Marquis suspected more than newcomers of the day. My lady, do not forget, nearly half of those bustling about today were sent by the Xue family. Moreover, the Xue family brought along an entourage of over 50, including not only maids, but also mini-guards. It is indeed strange that so many items could be removed without anyone noticing. However, the Xue family, along with its elder brother, has always excelled in these obscure matters. Not long ago, the elder brother of the Xue family presented to His Majesty a remarkable stone that revealed its dragon patterns upon contact with water, which indeed corroborates this claim. The audacity to steal from the family treasury is utterly preposterous. Qin, filled with indignation, found herself incensed even more than when Wei Yunlan had requested a divorce today. "My lord, shall we simply let this matter slide?" "Of course, we cannot allow this to pass unaddressed," the lord replied. The Xinjiang Marquis had faced the emperor's suspicion in recent years, and preserving their wealth had proven to be a considerable challenge. However, in their quest to retrieve their belongings, they found themselves lacking in evidence. They dared not confront the currently prosperous Xue family head-on. Qin's mind whirled with ideas. "My lord, I do have a suggestion. Tomorrow, I shall entrust the family accounts to the Xue family. Since they are the ones who orchestrated the emptying of the treasury, let them be responsible for the attire and provisions of our entire household until the items are returned." Meanwhile, Xue Linglong and Shen Feng, blissfully enjoying their wedding night, remained unaware of the turmoil unfolding at home. Wei Yunlan, already on the path of exile, had anticipated the chaos that would ensue at the Marquis. Yet, she did not foresee that her well-intentioned maneuver would inadvertently sow discord between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, who had previously shared an exceptionally harmonious relationship in her past life. Chapter 8. Committing offenses as the night deepened, a slender crescent moon ascended the sky. The departure from the city had already been delayed, and after lingering outside for quite some time, it became evident that reaching the next post station, Orin, was unattainable that night. The officer instructed the group to halt in a clearing beside a grove of trees for a much-needed respite. The porters ignited a bonfire and set up an iron pot. In a short while, the enticing aroma of meat soup and baked flatbreads wafted through the air. Having journeyed under the sun for half a day, the members of the party were already ravenous, casting furtive glances at the bubbling pot and swallowing their saliva in anticipation. "Do not gaze too long. This is what you shall consume," the officer sneered while unfurling his bundle to reveal a sack brimming with coarse black buns. The hopeful onlookers immediately displayed expressions of dismay. Unfazed, the officer proceeded directly towards the Liang family. Reining in his previous mockery, he adopted a rather amiable tone. "This is the rations allocated to your household. A daily quota is provided. Feel free to set aside what you do not wish to eat." The maid of the Liang family received the buns with courtesy, bowing respectfully and expressing her gratitude to the officer, only to toss the buns aside carelessly as she began to unload the cooking utensils and ingredients from the cart to prepare dinner for her master. The officer then moved on to the Feng and Bai families. Upon receiving the buns, old lady Feng pinched one between her fingers, her lips immediately drooping in disappointment. As the officer turned to leave, she spat in his direction, muttering under her breath, "What a heartless wretch, savoring meat soup and white flatbreads while relegating us to this." Coming from a family of farmers, the Fengs had never encountered such wretched rations, even before Lord Feng had entered public service. Old Lady Feng believed her voice was sufficiently hushed, yet the officer, having taken several steps away, suddenly turned back, glaring sternly, "If you do not wish to eat, then starve. Having something to eat is already a privilege. Do not test my patience." "Please, esteemed officer, temper your wrath," Lord Feng hastily interjected, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. "My mother is advanced in years, prone to whims. I assure you, I shall keep her tongue in check from now on. I kindly ask for your leniency this time." The officer huffed lightly, choosing not to pursue the matter further. Lord Feng assisted the trembling old lady Feng back in her seat, while her second daughter leaned in reproachfully. "Mother, must you speak so indiscreetly? Why provoke trouble for no reason?" "I did not mean to," old lady Feng retorted, shrinking her shoulders. Had she known the officer had such keen hearing, she would have refrained from speaking out, or at the very least, waited until he was much farther away. "Eldest, it's all my fault. I shall be more cautious next time. Please do not be upset." Just as old lady Feng, with a face full of guilt, was explaining herself to Lord Feng. The Wei family received their share of rations. 15 hard, coarse black buns were distributed, aside from the infant Jiarong. Each person received one. Wei Yunlan pinched a bun, finding it dry and almost as hard as the cured meat bought during the day. It seemed unlikely to spoil easily. Best to set it aside for now. I bought a good amount of rice and flour before leaving the city. Let us consume those first. Manager Wang quickly waved his hand. Miss, those fine provisions are meant for you and the master and mistress. We shall manage with the buns. How could that be? Wei Maolin gently shook his neck, rendered somewhat stiff from long wearing the wooden yoke. Wang Fu, we feel quite guilty enough that your family of 3 is willing to endure hardship alongside us, he said. At this moment, distinctions of master and servant seemed trivial. A morsel of food should be shared among all. Father speaks wisely. Wei Yunlan interjected, reassuring everyone, rest assured, we have enough provisions to last for a while. Even if we run short, we can purchase more at the inns or villages we pass. Earlier, during a brief respite while boarding the carriage, she had discreetly unpicked the seams of her cloak, discovering it concealed a wealth of items. Among them were 10 gold leaves, 800 tael silver notes, and 2 exquisitely crafted jade pendants, easily liquidated. Wei Yunlan speculated that this might represent all the funds available to Yu Ying, perhaps supplemented by Aunt Xiang. The Xiang family was not wealthy, and the supervisory office was also modest. To amass such a sum reflected their heartfelt intentions. It is often said that embellishing a beautiful tapestry is easy, yet providing timely assistance in adversity is a rare and precious act. With this sum, combined with the silver stored in her space, Wei Yunlan felt a sense of security. The goods aboard the mule-drawn cart would suffice for half a month, and she could find opportunities along the way at inns or villages for further supplies. As for the 15 steam buns distributed by the officials, she had no intention of wasting them. Seizing the moment, while rummaging for sausages, she discreetly stashed them away in her space, fully aware that her ample storage could one day render the much-derided black buns useful. Feigning to retrieve items from the hidden compartment beneath the carriage seat, she actually took out 5 sausages and a jar of lard from her space. She then instructed Ning Shuang to fetch an iron pot, rice, and green peas from another mule cart covered with oilcloth. Wang Mama, standing beside Gao Shi, immediately understood. The young lady intended to prepare sausage rice. Let this old servant take care of it, she offered, her culinary skills well known throughout the Wei household. Naturally, Wei Yunlan trusted her expertise and handed over the ingredients, grateful for Wang Mama's assistance. As Wang Mama deftly sliced the sausages, the others also sprang into action. Some gathered firewood, while others kindled the flames. Wei Yunlan and Gao Shi led a few maidservants to the stream to wash rice and scrub the pot. Meanwhile, the other families busied themselves. The Liang family's tasks were managed by their servants, while the Feng family, lacking retainers, relied on the capable hands of the matriarch's daughters-in-law, who worked swiftly and efficiently. The Bai family, having brought no provisions, remained seated, encircled by the elderly and children, consuming their black buns with sips of cool water from their water pouch. Our fire is blazing. We will have a meal shortly, Wang Mama proclaimed, as the enticing aroma of sausage rice began wafting from the bubbling pot. The rich scent of the sausages even began to overshadow the previous aroma of meat broth. The Feng family's boys, suddenly unimpressed with their noodle soup, clamored to partake in the sausage rice. Seeing that the adults at home offered no objections, they eagerly flocked towards the Wei family side. With a bowl of sausage rice cradled in his hands, Jian squatted on the ground, spooning morsels into his mouth, when he suddenly felt a shadow loom overhead. Looking up, he saw a boy, considerably taller and more robust than himself, reaching out to snatch his bowl. He quickly shielded his meal and darted towards the fire pit of the Wei family. Noticing this, Dongda and Lu Quan rose to their feet, positioning themselves before the children of the Feng family. Their imposing figures and stern expressions deterred the Feng children from mischief. They could only pout and, with drooping heads, return to their own side. Old Lady Feng could not help but roll her eyes and spat in the direction of the Wei family, insinuating that such small children could hardly eat much. How stingy! Her words were far louder than her earlier complaints about the lackeys. Yet, neither the Wei family nor the other two households cast a glance her way. Old Lady Feng, feeling foolish, awkwardly closed her mouth and picked up a bowl of noodle soup, attempting to appease her little grandson who was fuming over not having secured the sausage rice. The commotion from her family was the loudest in the entire area. In her 2 lifetimes, Wei Yunlan encountered such families for the first time. She furrowed her brows and sat beside Wei Yunlan, inquiring, "Father, what transgressions have those families committed?" Chapter 9. The flames of fate. The Liang and Feng families have become entangled in the court sorcery case from 5 years ago, which is the same case involving Wei Yunlan. With the passage of time, the case itself has lost its significance. It is evident to discerning eyes that Wei Yunlan fell victim to the animosity of the Ling family due to his impeachment of them, leading to the wrath of the noble consort Ling and the second prince, who sought a pretext for retribution. Coincidentally, the recent re-examination of the court's sorcery case has linked Wei Yunlan to the enigmatic Tianshi mansion from the era of the late emperor, providing a convenient basis for his slander. As for the specific misdeeds of Lord Liang, I am unaware. However, it is worth noting that Lord Liang's wife is the niece of the Empress Dowager, and when the virtuous consort interceded on his behalf, the Dowager also advocated for the Liang family. This intervention spared us from execution, relegating us instead to exile in the northern borders. Regarding the Feng family, Lord Feng serves as the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights. It is said that several items involved in the sorcery case were channeled through him, emerging from the grand ancestral temple. Wei Yunlan himself, having been wrongfully implicated, is not in a position to judge the Feng and Liang families. However, when the Bai family is mentioned, a sigh of lament escapes. The matriarch of the Bai family has 2 sons, both of whom serve as guerrilla generals and defenders in the Northwest Army. Recent battle reports indicate a defeat attributed to General Bai's failure to act promptly, resulting in the capture of 3,000 soldiers by the Xiliang forces, with none returning alive. The commander of the Northwest Army is the direct brother of the noble consort Ling, utterly lacking in military acumen, leading many to speculate that General Bai may have been made a scapegoat for the Ling family. Regrettably, both of the Bai brothers have perished in battle, leaving no witnesses to their valor. Such disgraceful accusations have fallen upon the Bai family, compelling the elderly matriarch and her kin, including children, not only to endure the anguish of separation from loved ones, but also to suffer the hardships of exile. Wei Yunlan's gaze traversed the crackling bonfire, settling upon the Bai family in the distance. This group was the least encumbered among the 4 households. With barely 10 souls in total, they carried only 3 bundles, evidently containing mere clothing and bedding. If it were not for their dire lack of provisions, they would not be reduced to gnawing on hard buns while sipping tepid water. Alas, the world is steeped in injustice. Noble generals like General Bai meet their demise shrouded in disgrace, while loyal ministers, like her father, are imprisoned and exiled. Given the fates that have befallen General Bai and her father, who would still dare to charge forth in a battle? Who would risk offering counsel in the court? If this continues, where will the great Yong dynasty find capable individuals to serve its interests? It is no wonder that a decade hence, the northern savages could trample the capital. In her previous life, she had only heard of the Liang family. The other 2 families either perished along the path of exile, like the Wei family, or have languished in the north for a decade, failing to seize a chance for resurgence. As for the Liang family, she had heard of in her past life, when Xue Linglong and Shen Feng were transporting military supplies to the northern borders. It was the Liang family that they rendezvoused with there. Now, Wei Yunlan is filled with doubts regarding the sudden revelation of the Liang family's involvement in the sorcery case from 5 years ago. Is it indeed true? Or is there a greater scheme at play orchestrated by unseen hands? As the night deepened and the moon hung high, the shadows of fate loomed ominously. After a series of upheavals, as the family truly embarked on the path of exile, the hearts of the Wei family found an unexpected tranquility in their togetherness. Even their slumber was deeper than it had been at home. In the humble encampment, the sounds of snoring mingled in a chorus. Wei Mingxian had long succumbed to a profound sleep, while Wei Jiyan, propped up by fatigue, nestled beside Wei Yunlan, listening to her softly narrated tales. As she listened, a yawn escaped her lips. With drowsy eyes, she murmured a wistful thought, wishing her father were present. Wei Yunlan, her gaze infused with gentle warmth, paused momentarily. "Aunt, will father come to find us at Baiguan?" "He will. Now sleep," she reassured, gently patting the thin blanket covering Jiayan. Eventually, exhaustion overcame Jiayan, and she drifted into slumber. However, Wei Yunlan found herself unable to rest. Her elder brother, Wei Mingyi, had been dispatched to oversee the waterways in Tanzhou last year. Last month, during a flood, he was swept away, and his fate remained uncertain, his whereabouts unknown. The Wei family and the Duke of Su's household had tirelessly sought his whereabouts for a month. Yet to no avail. Wei Yunlan understood that not only had a month passed, but in her previous life, 10 entire years had elapsed without any trace of Wei Mingyi being discovered, leading her to fear the worst. Now, thoroughly awake, Wei Yunlan felt for the dagger tied snugly to her forearm within her sleeve and rose to her feet. Miss Xue, who had been resting beside Wei Yunlan, sat up abruptly. "I need to find a place to relieve myself." "Then allow me to accompany you," Xue replied, rubbing her eyes as she stood. "No, do not follow. It will only add to my concerns." Wei Yunlan guided Xue to the edge of the woods. "You stay here and guard this spot. I will proceed a few steps further. Rest assured, if anything arises, I shall call out." Unlike Ning Shuang, who was more astute, Xue assumed her mistress simply needed some privacy without a screen, so she slipped into the thicket for additional concealment. "Miss, I shall keep watch for you. If anyone comes, I will alert you." "Thank you, Xue," Wei Yunlan responded, taking a few steps forward until she found a secluded spot encircled by trees. Ensuring she was out of sight from the camp, she feigned retrieving something from her sleeve, but in truth, she extracted a token inscribed with the characters for Tianshu from her spatial pocket. After waiting a few moments, a rustling sound emerged from the treetops ahead. Wei Yunlan looked up to see a slender figure clad in dark attire appearing among the branches. When their eyes met, the figure nodded solemnly. This was the guard she had hired with the 25,000 taels of silver. Tianshu Pavilion had indeed kept its word and was not deceitful. The ability to scale trees of 4 to 5 zhang with ease and remain undetected behind the exile group for an entire half-day attested to the guard's remarkable skills. Observing the figure closely, she deduced it was a woman. Wei Yunlan speculated that perhaps, having excused herself for a moment, the guard, apprehensive of any unforeseen circumstances, had deliberately sent a female protector to accompany her. With her faith in Tianshu Pavilion restored, she returned to her resting place, and, after a brief while, drifted into a haze of dreams. The weather near the capital remains pleasantly warm, with a gentle breeze caressing the night. Even sleeping under the vast sky is not overly arduous. She slumbered deeply, and when she opened her eyes again, it was to the gentle shaking of another. Ning Shuang had already gathered the bedding beside her and reminded, "Miss, it is time to prepare for departure." The others were nearly awake as well, with Madame Gao and Nurse Wang warming the flatbreads brought from the capital over the remaining warmth of the fire. Upon seeing this, Wei Yunlan rose to join the bustling activity. Just then, Gue Xiang, who had been sent by Madame Gao to attend to Qingwei and Xiao Jiarong, rushed over in a flurry, exclaiming, "Oh no, the eldest lady has caught a chill and is now delirious with fever." Chapter 10. Sustenance what? This desolate wilderness. The greatest fear is falling ill. Wei Yunlan exclaimed in astonishment. "Ning Shuang, please fetch the typhoid medicine we purchased." Just as Wei Yunlan finished speaking, she witnessed the officer brandishing his whip, urging everyone forward. "Get moving, you lot. Do you think you are some esteemed young masters or ladies from the capital? Look around and see where you are. If we miss the hour, we won't reach the next inn tonight. Just wait and see how I deal with you." Each crack of the whip echoed sharply, startling the previously sluggish old lady Feng, who hurriedly lifted her reluctant grandchildren one by one. The others hastily gathered their belongings. "I'll go take a look," Wei Yunlan said, striding towards the mule cart. Inside the cart, Cheng Yue cradled Jiarong, half-closed eyes and an unnatural flush gracing her cheeks. Gue Xiang beside her remarked, "It's all the maid's fault. Last night, the eldest madam's complexion was off, but when she claimed exhaustion from the journey, The maid dismissed it. You cannot blame yourself, Wei Yunlan reassured, placing her hand against Cheng Yui's forehead. Goodness, you're burning up. Cough. Yunlan? Cheng Yui sleepily opened her eyes. As she attempted to sit up, hoping to make space for Wei Yunlan, a wave of dizziness overcame her. And before she could move, her back heavily leaned against the cart's rear wall. Wei Yunlan quickly raised her hand to shield Cheng Yui's head, preventing a bump. Eldest sister-in-law, you are unwell. I know, Cheng Yui replied, her face filled with shame. I usually have a robust constitution. I don't understand what's happened this time. Just less than a day into our journey, and I'm already holding everyone back. Wei Yunlan understood that when one is under extreme mental strain after significant emotional upheaval, a subsequent relaxation can easily lead to illness. Recently, with the disappearance of her elder brother, their father imprisoned, the subsequent confiscation of their home, and leaving the capital without any family members to bid farewell, Cheng Wei, who had only recently emerged from confinement, was particularly vulnerable. The combination of anxiety and the rigors of travel had precipitated her illness. Eldest sister-in-law, you need not feel guilty. Everyone falls ill. It is not a grave matter. Rest well and recover swiftly, Wei Yunlan consoled her, though inwardly she felt a twinge of panic. Before leaving the capital, she had instructed Ting Xue to procure various medicines. Yet this ailment was not merely a simple cold, and she was uncertain which remedy would be effective. Do not worry, Gao Shi, possessing more experience, suggested, Laner, you first carry Jia Rong out. Gui Xiang, fetch a wet cloth. Gao Shi took over from Wei Yunlan, cautiously lifting the side curtain of the cart slightly to allow some air in, then adjusting the seat cushions to help Cheng Yui find a comfortable position to recline. Outside, the officer continued to urge the group onward. Accepting the cloth from Gui Xiang, Gao Shi instructed, I will look after her. You all hurry and join the others. The three families ahead had already set off, and the whip of the constable was about to crack down again, prompting the Wei family to hastily follow suit. Merely relying on a damp cloth is unlikely to lower the temperature. Wei Yunlan, cradling Jiarong, trailed alongside the mule cart, her mind racing with possible solutions. Suddenly, she recalled a memory from her previous life when she had observed a maidservant attending to Xue Linglong, applying alcohol to cool her down. In their hurried departure from the city, they had not procured any alcohol, but perhaps Dongda and Lu Quan might possess some, or at the very least, the errand boys surely would. Wei Yunlan entrusted Jiarong to the care of Wang Momo and Ning Shuang, hastening a few steps to catch up with Dongda and Lu Quan. There's still over half a pouch of wine, Lu Quan said, unfastening the wine pouch from his waist and handing it to Wei Yunlan. The young lady may find it useful. Please take it. Thank you, Uncle Lu, Wei Yunlan replied, returning to the mule cart with the pouch. The cloth had proven ineffective. Cheng Yui was becoming increasingly delirious, and Gao Shi was growing more anxious than before. Wei Yunlan quickly shared both the wine pouch and the method of using the alcohol to cool down. Mother, please let my sister-in-law try this method first, while I ponder other solutions. It would be best to find a doctor to examine her. Finding a doctor would indeed be ideal, but in this desolate wilderness, where might one locate a physician? Gao Shi sighed. Very well, I shall attempt your suggested remedy, hoping it proves somewhat effective. The caravan continued its slow progress, with the officers escorting Wei Maolin, Lord Liang, and Lord Feng leading the way. Wei Yunlan approached Wang Guanshi to inquire further. Upon learning that the nearest inn was 40 miles away and that they would not arrive until nightfall at the earliest, a shadow of worry crossed Wei Yunlan's features. This place was devoid of villages or inns, and not a soul could be seen, let alone a doctor. Changing the official route to detour to the nearest village was out of the question. After much negotiation, the officer reluctantly agreed to find a doctor for them when they rested at the inn that evening. The Wei family had made 2 trips back and forth, drawing some attention. Just as Wei Yunlan finished listening to Wang Guanshi reiterate the officer's words, a robust matron from the Bai family approached them. I am a servant attending to the old matriarch and possess some knowledge of medicine. I heard that someone in your esteemed household is unwell. May I be of assistance? Overjoyed, Wei Yunlan replied, please do come. Inside the cart, only 2 could sit, and Gao Shi had just finished using the alcohol-soaked cloth to wipe Cheng Yui's chest. Upon hearing that a knowledgeable woman was coming to help, she quickly adjusted her daughter-in-law's garments and squeezed out of the cart to make room. The matron from the Bai family was surnamed Liu. After spending some time inside the cart, she finally emerged, her expression grave. You have acted promptly. The fever has not escalated. However, these methods only address the symptoms, not the root cause. The young lady of your esteemed household is severely weakened and has lost much of her vitality. If the fever persists through several more episodes, coupled with a rough journey, it is unlikely she will endure until we reach Liangzhou. Currently, they were in the Zhuozhou region, north of the capital, and the next destination was Liangzhou. At a pace of 50 miles per day, they would reach Liangzhou in about 5 to 6 days. Wei Yunlan felt an increasing urgency. Do you have any remedies, matron? There is indeed a solution. I possess a prescription for a fever-reducing remedy, though the medicinal ingredients. Do not fret about the ingredients. We have some in stock. Ting Xue, Wei Yunlan hastily instructed, bring our list of medicinal materials to Lu Momo. This list was composed by Ting Xue at Wei Yunlan's behest, detailing all the medicinal items they currently possess. Lu Momo scanned the list from top to bottom and, feeling a slight relief, noted that all necessary ingredients were present. I shall now recite the prescription to you. Just as Lu Momo was about to continue, Cheng Wei's weak yet urgent voice suddenly emerged from the carriage. I cannot take the medicine. Elder sister? Yunlan, I cannot take the medicine, you see, Jiarong. Cheng Wei's voice trailed off, as discussing matters pertaining to nursing a child was not suitable for public discourse. However, those gathered near the mule cart, including Wei Yunlan and the Gao family, understood her plight. The wet nurse for Jiarong had left the Wei household before their departure from the capital, and now Jiarong was being cared for solely by Cheng Wei. If she were to take the medicine, she would be unable to nurse the infant, considering the child was barely over a month old. What would happen if she were to wean him? Lu Momo hesitated, unsure whether to continue reciting the prescription. With a soft sigh, she turned to Gao and Wei Yunlan, saying, Madam Wei, Miss Wei, this matter requires your decision. Please continue, Momo, Wei Yunlan decisively replied. She instructed Gao and Ning Shuang to carefully note down Lu Momo's prescription while she stepped back to the side of the mule cart, solemnly assuring, Elder sister, focus on your recovery. I shall find a way to ensure Jiarong is well cared for. Chapter 11. Integrity. Wei Yunlan did not speak lightly. Her space was stocked with a considerable supply of baby-friendly rice flour and goat's milk. While she could not guarantee an abundance, it was sufficient to sustain an infant for 3 to 4 months without issue. According to the court's designated timeline, they were required to reach the northern gate within 2 months. The northern region was abundant in cattle and sheep. Once they arrived, they could purchase 2 milking ewes and cows to provide fresh goat and cow milk daily for little Jiarong. Taking a step back, should her sister-in-law's health deteriorate completely, little Jiarong would inevitably be unable to receive maternal nourishment. Rather than wait until that moment, it was wiser to make a decisive choice now. Moreover, the Wei family had never regarded their daughters-in-law merely as tools for reproduction and child-rearing. When the time came for difficult choices, preserving the adults was of paramount importance. Unbeknownst to them, Wei Mingxian, who had approached quietly, followed closely behind Wei Yunlan and said, Sister-in-law, rest assured my elder sister, father, and mother will take good care of Jiarong. You must recover swiftly. Moments later, the carriage was filled with the weak yet revitalized voice of Cheng Wei. All right. I will do my utmost to regain my health. Yunlan is right. Only when I am well can I care for the child. I must witness Jiarong and Jiayan grow up, and I await news of my husband. I cannot allow my health to fail me at this moment. By the carriage. After Wei Yunlan and Wei Mingxian had reassured their sister-in-law, Gao Shi and Ning Shuang were preparing the medicinal ingredients according to the prescription provided by Granny Lu. Manager Wang had learned from the officer that there was a small river 5 miles ahead, where the convoy could halt and rest. Yui, hold on a little longer, Gao Shi urged as she returned to the mule cart, continuing to wipe Cheng Wei's body to prevent her fever from worsening before the medicine was ready. Seeing that there was little for her to do, Granny Lu said, I shall return to attend to the old lady. If any issues arise while brewing the medicine, please send someone to call for me. Wait a moment, Granny, Wei Yunlan called out, signaling to Ning Shuang beside her. Today, we are grateful for your presence. Please take these items back with you, and do not refuse. Ning Shuang handed over a burlap bag along with a length of cured meat. The burlap bag was bulging and heavy, clearly filled with grain. Be it coarse or fine, it weighed at least 10 to 20 pounds, enough to sustain an entire family for several days. Additionally, there was a long piece of cured meat, marbled with fat and lean, exuding a rich, smoky aroma. Granny Lu's eyes widened in astonishment, yet she restrained her desire and averted her gaze from the meat, shaking her head. Miss Wei, I cannot accept this. If it is convenient, may I request a pot from you? Wei Yunlan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly understood. Compared to the other 3 families, the Bai family was truly destitute. Without even a pot to boil water, they had resorted to eating steamed buns with cold water the previous night. Clearly, a pot was their most pressing need rather than provisions. I had overlooked this. Please wait a moment, Granny. Wei Yunlan circled behind the cart covered with an oilcloth. Earlier, she had collected quite a few pots and pans from the small kitchen of the Jinyang Marquis's residence, including several clay jars used for decocting medicine. The iron pot used for last night's braised sausage rice was among the items she had brought out. Utilizing the concealment of the oilcloth, Wei Yunlan wedged a few small pots and clay jars between the seams of the grain sacks, and subsequently retrieved one of the covered iron pots. Extending it towards Lu Momo, she inquired if the pot would suffice. Lu Momo nodded fervently, expressing her gratitude. Indeed, it would serve their purpose splendidly. With the pot in hand, they could finally boil some hot water to soften the dry buns before consumption. While the adults might endure, the children would suffer greatly, their throats pricked painfully by the dry fare, causing distress to all who witnessed it. Wei Yunlan instructed Ning Shuang to deliver the pot to Lu Momo, not reclaiming any of the items she had brought out, including the pot itself, which she donated to the Bai family. It was not that they had an abundance of supplies to spare, but rather, Wei Yunlan had her own considerations. Fostering a friendship with someone knowledgeable in medicine would undoubtedly benefit them. These items were offered as a gesture of goodwill, establishing a foundation of camaraderie that would facilitate future visits from Lu Momo for medical consultations. Once the items were delivered, Ning Shuang returned to inform Wei Yunlan that the old matriarch of the Bai family had initially adamantly refused the sack of grain and cured meat. However, upon seeing her 2 children gazing longingly, the matriarch reluctantly accepted the offerings. When the convoy halted by the riverbank, the old matriarch personally came to express her thanks, accompanied by Lu Momo, and even retained Lu Momo at the Wei residence to assist in preparing medicine. After consuming a bowl of medicine, Cheng Yue indeed showed signs of her fever subsiding. Madame Gao, having prepared a fresh pot of meat soup, approached the old matriarch to extend her gratitude. This time, the matriarch resolutely declined the offering. Madame Lu merely provided a prescription. We have already received considerable assistance from your family. Please do not burden yourself further with gifts. I'm truly embarrassed. The 2 children from the Bai family, age around 3 or 4, withdrew their gazes at this, though one turned slightly, his nose twitching as he attempted to capture more of the enticing aroma of the meat. Despite being children, these little ones displayed considerably more understanding and decorum than the older youngsters from the Feng family. Upon returning from the Bai household, Madame Gao remarked that the Bai family, being of military lineage, exhibited a commendable spirit and integrity, with the women and children possessing their own dignity and high moral standards. In contrast, the Feng family allowed their children to run amok as soon as the journey commenced, first attempting to cling to Liang family's cart without success, and then meandering near their mule cart in vain hopes of climbing aboard. Only after learning that someone on their cart had caught a chill and that illness might ensue did old Madame Feng finally command the children to return. The convoy rested by the riverbank for over half an hour. During the journey, Cheng Yue consumed a second bowl of medicine, and just as signs of renewed fever began to emerge, they were promptly quelled. Upon Lu Momo's examination, she noted that if the fever did not return that night, they would have successfully weathered this ordeal. However, upon reaching the inn, it would be prudent to consult a physician for some nourishing soup and medicine to restore the health of the eldest young mistress. As twilight descended, the convoy arrived at an inn just before the sun fully set. The official had indeed kept his word, summoning the innkeeper to fetch a doctor. It was merely unfortunate that the sole resident physician at the nearby town's clinic had been summoned just yesterday to attend to the county magistrate's wife, and it seemed unlikely he would return within the next few days. It was not that I was unwilling to assist you. As you have heard, the doctor is absent. Officer Jia shrugged his shoulders and declared that they would remain here for the night and set off at dawn, leaving them to devise their own solutions. After saying this, he produced a piece of broken silver that had been previously arranged for him by the Wei family and placed it upon the table. "Waiter, bring another plate of roasted chicken and 2 taels of fine wine." The innkeeper glanced at Officer Jia, who was already seated at the table enjoying his meal and drink, and then at Wei Yunlan, who was supporting the ailing patient, his expression revealing a hint of reluctance. In a hushed tone, he suggested, "There's indeed a barefoot doctor nearby, who usually practices in several villages. If you are in urgent need, perhaps it would be wise to summon him for a consultation." The tall man assisting Cheng Yui, along with Gui Xiang, displayed hesitation. A barefoot doctor in the village seemed less dependable than a proper clinic, and they had heard tales of local remedies that had led to dire consequences in the past. However, Wei Yunlan appeared to be intrigued, for the innkeeper's mention of this doctor indicated he possessed some merit. In the capital, the gentry typically relied on imperial physicians, followed by reputable clinics. Yet who could say that true skill did not exist among the common folk? Producing a small coin of silver, Wei Yunlan handed it to the innkeeper and respectfully requested, "Might you kindly summon that doctor for us?" Chapter 12. The benefactor Wei Yunlan accompanied the Gao family as they assisted Cheng Wei into the room to rest. "Mother, father, please take a moment to rest. I will look after my sister-in-law here, and I will call for you when the doctor arrives." This was situated beside the official road, serving as a resting place for traveling merchants, with limited rooms available. The 2 most spacious upper rooms had been claimed by the Jia official, while the other was generously given to the Liang family, rather than being allocated to subordinates. Among the remaining 10 middle rooms, the servants shared 4 rooms with the Liang family, while the Wei family occupied only 2. A fortunate arrangement considering there were sick individuals at home. Wei Yunlan had intended for her parents to occupy one of the rooms, but Wei Maolin insisted on relinquishing it to the women, choosing instead to stay with Wei Mingxian and Wang Guanchu's father and son, along with Donda and Lu Quan, in a large dormitory beside the kitchen. The women of the Feng and Bai families resided in another large dormitory, making up nearly 90% of the inn's occupants, all belonging to their exiled group. Barely half an hour had passed when Ning Shuang knocked and entered. "Miss, the doctor has arrived." "Please, come in," Wei Yunlan replied, rising to greet him. Following Ning Shuang into the room was a disheveled old man with a scruffy beard and a slight hunch. His shirt, long since faded beyond recognition, was paired with a tattered white towel. Had Ning Shuang not confirmed that he was indeed the doctor, one might have mistaken him for an elderly farmer from the countryside. A brief flicker of surprise crossed Wei Yunlan's eyes, yet she maintained her courteous demeanor, saying, "Thank you, old sir, for making this trip at such a late hour." The old man waved dismissively. "No need for thanks. You pay me, I do my job. Is this the patient?" He gestured towards Cheng Yui, who lay sleeping on the bed. In that moment, societal niceties took a back seat. They were already exiled from the capital, and Wei Yunlan had little regard for the rules that govern behavior in the city. She promptly offered the chair beside the bed to the doctor. "I would greatly appreciate your assistance with my sister-in-law. She has been feverish since last night, and after taking 2 doses of herbal medicine today, she has improved somewhat." The old man took the prescription from Wei Yunlan, glanced at it, then placed 2 fingers on Cheng Yui's wrist to check her pulse. After a moment, he withdrew his hand, stroking his beard and expressing a hint of regret. "She is quite fortunate, indeed." "What do you mean by that?" Wei Yunlan inquired, her brow arching. "This lady has recently given birth, leaving her vitality diminished and her spirits repressed, which has sown the seeds of illness. Had the malady not entered her body this time, it would have manifested later, resulting in complications far beyond a mere fever." He continued, "The 2 doses of herbal medicine were timely, and the prescription is sound. However, the potency is rather strong. If she continues with it, her body may not withstand it. I will adjust 2 of the medicinal ingredients for you. Prepare the medicine according to the new prescription 3 times a day for another 2 days. After speaking, the old man pulled out his writing materials from his medicine box and made a few alterations to the prescription that Wei Yunlan had presented. Observing the doctor's confident demeanor in both diagnosing and prescribing, Wei Yunlan felt assured of his competence. As he prepared to leave with his medicine box, she quickly stopped him. "Please, sir, wait. What else is there?" "The consultation fee had already been paid upon your arrival," the old man remarked, patting the pouch at his waist. The more Wei Yunlan observed this elderly doctor, the more she sensed a certain ethereal quality about him. "I have a selection of medicinal herbs," she said, "and I would like to request that you formulate a few prescriptions for common ailments based on these herbs. The remuneration can be discussed later. I assure you it will be satisfactory." Initially frowning, the old man's brow suddenly relaxed upon hearing her last two sentences, and he grinned. "Well said. I thought it would be a difficult task. Bring forth the herbs, and I shall prepare them for you." Wei Yunlan instructed Ting Xue to gather all the herbs. The table in the room could barely accommodate them, and the remainder spilled onto the ground, creating a considerable mess. The old man indeed possessed some skill. He was well versed in the properties of each herb. Upon learning that Wei Yunlan and her companions were heading north, he took special care to prepare additional prescriptions to combat typhoid fever. Among the remedies, two were particularly mild, specifically tailored for Cheng Yue and her children. "Do you require any external ointments?" the old man inquired, eagerly producing two coarse porcelain bottles from his medicine chest. "Villagers often come to me for these during the autumn harvest. They can alleviate fatigue when applied to the feet and prevent injuries from farming tools when used on the hands." At this moment, Wei Yunlan thought of her father. This salve would be perfect for applying to where the wooden shackles would touch his skin. "How much of this ointment do you have?" "I will take all." Such a spirited young lady. The old man accepted the silver with great satisfaction and casually retrieved two yellow paper packets from his chest. "This is my own concoction of realgar powder, effective for repelling insects and snakes. Consider it a gift." For 6 taels of silver, she acquired a bundle of well-prepared herbs, 4 bottles of external ointment, and 2 packets of realgar powder. Gazing at the array of items on the table, Wei Yunlan felt her previously tumultuous heart gradually settle. After sending Ning Shuang to escort the old man away, she could not help but ponder that their party truly ought to include a physician. Preparing herbs and prescriptions in advance was merely a temporary measure. Should the opportunity arise, she must ensure to recruit a doctor or a female healer into their ranks. As night fell and silence enveloped the surroundings, Wei Yunlan was just about to coax the simple-minded Jiarong to sleep. Meanwhile, at the Wangyue Tower in the capital, Feng Ping handed a secret letter, just retrieved from the leg of a messenger pigeon, to his master. "Master, this is from Yuqi." The man, with noble brows, lifted his gaze from the desk, took the letter, and scrutinized it closely before handing it back to Feng Ping. "You should take a look as well." The letter detailed the circumstances along the route of exile over the past few days, primarily addressing the Wei family, with a few remarks about the other 3 families. After reading, Feng Ping remarked, "I had not perceived it before, but Miss Wei is indeed a decisive individual. The Wei family is fortunate to have her accompany them during this exile." The letter conveyed that the decisions to wean the Wei family's matriarch and to seek a barefoot doctor were all made at Wei Yunlan's insistence. From the moment they left the Ho residence to her solitary journey to the Tianshu pavilion to pawn goods, hire guards, and all her actions along the road to exile, this young lady Wei truly astonished with every step she took. The man's deep, dark eyes brimmed with admiration. Feng Ping prepared some suitable food for infants and seized the opportunity to sell it to the Wei family along the way. "Also, summon Ing Yi to meet me." Feng Ping acknowledged the command and withdrew. Shortly thereafter, atop the Wangyue Tower, a figure quietly emerged. None other than Ing Yi, the man the gentleman had just requested to see. "You must personally investigate when the Empress Dowager made contact with the second prince." A shadowy figure, partially concealed in darkness, was taken aback by the words. Yet the gentleman's expression remained unfazed. "Go ahead." A gentle breeze swept through, leaving him alone in the chamber. Clutching the recently received confidential letter, a subtle smile crept upon his lips, revealing a cold smirk. "The second prince has been making frequent moves lately. He is likely impatient to claim the position I occupy." His feeble father, I surmise, favors the son born to his beloved woman over me, the legitimate heir nurtured by the late emperor. These were facts he had long been aware of, yet he remained oblivious to the shift of allegiance of his doting grandmother within the Sinang palace, who, at some point, had turned against him. Was it when father bestowed the title of noble consort upon the Ling family? Or perhaps even earlier? Regardless, such matters have become inconsequential. With a slight motion of his slender fingers, the confidential letter ignited in the candlelight. They desire his demise, yet he is determined to thrive. Interestingly, had it not been for Miss Wei's request for the Tian Shu Pavilion guards to escort her, he would not have fortuitously uncovered the issues plaguing the Liang family. This Miss Wei truly is his benefactor. Chapter 13. A night of turmoil after a tranquil night. Cheng Yue, having taken her medicine, broke out in a sweat and no longer suffered from fever. In the darkness, Wei Yunlan rose several times to gently probe, using a cloth to wipe the perspiration from her sister-in-law's brow. The most perilous night had passed, and by dawn, Cheng Yue's spirits had notably improved compared to the previous day. The elderly gentleman who had treated her was indeed remarkable in his craft. Initially, I had judged him too hastily based on appearances. Gao Shi felt a twinge of shame, recalling how she had initially doubted the competence of a barefoot doctor from the countryside. Nevertheless, despite her skepticism, their mother had treated the old gentleman with unwavering respect. The elderly doctor appeared to possess a carefree disposition, seemingly indifferent to the opinions of others. Wei Yunlan cradled little Jiarong, delicately dipping a spoon into the bowl of rice porridge to feed her. Yesterday, she had also given her some goat's milk. However, that was difficult to preserve, and it could still be claimed to have been brought from the capital. In a few days, it would be hard to explain its origin. It would be preferable to find a way to procure fresh cow or goat milk to maintain the facade. If all else failed, she would have to discreetly feed little Jiarong away from prying eyes. Yunlan, let me hold her for a moment. You should finish your breakfast soon, Cheng Wei said, taking Jiarong into her arms. Today, she felt a surge of strength, although she could not assist with other tasks. Holding her child for a while was no trouble at all. Moreover, after a day apart, the longing of a mother for her child was intense. As Wei Yunlan's arms became empty, she accepted the bowl of rice porridge that Ning Shuang had brought, just as she was about to scoop a mouthful to her lips. A loud crash echoed from outside, reminiscent of pots and bowls clattering to the ground. Miss, please eat first. I will see what has happened, Xing Xue said, darting out of the room. The commotion from downstairs soon became audible. There was no need for inquiry, as the words were clear. Who are you calling a thief? A servant dared to insult her master. Oh my heavens, this is sheer lawlessness. The voice was unmistakably that of old Lady Feng. The identity of the other individual was uncertain. Thinking of the Bai family, who resided in the communal quarters with old Lady Feng, Wei Yunlan felt a flicker of concern. After hastily finishing her porridge, she intended to step outside to investigate when she encountered Xing Xue, who had just returned from her inquiry. Miss, can you guess what has transpired? The eyes of several individuals in the room turned expectantly towards Xing Xue. Upon hearing her tone, Wei Yunlan sensed that the incident did not involve the Bai matriarch. I want to guess, you may tell me. Miss, why are you so uncooperative? Xing Xue playfully reproached Wei Yunlan before revealing. Old Lady Feng was cursing the maidservant beside Madame Liang. Wei Yunlan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Did the Feng family's children steal something from Madame Liang? Miss, your intuition is remarkable. It is not so extraordinary. After all, Old Lady Feng had just mentioned the word thief, and considering the dubious character of the Feng children, it was not difficult to deduce what did they steal. Although Wei Yunlan held little interest in the Feng family, she was somewhat concerned about the Liang family. They stole 2 bowls of chicken noodle soup and a bowl of blood swallow. Blood swallow? The chicken noodle soup is one thing, but consuming birds' nest during the journey of exile is truly audacious. The Liang family seems unperturbed by the potential scrutiny of others. At this thought, Wei Yunlan's expression suddenly stiffened. Indeed, why does the Liang family lack fear? In her previous life, was the relationship among the families during exile not similar? Whether the Feng and Bai families could discern the Liang family's anomalies, she could not ascertain. However, Given her mother's keen intuition and her father's years of insightful service in the censorate, they would undoubtedly notice the peculiarities. If that were the case, were the frequent mishaps that transpired during her last exile truly mere accidents? Wei Yunlan dared not dwell on this, feeling that the reality was far more terrifying than the tale she had overheard in the courtyard in her previous life. She had initially believed that stockpiling provisions and hiring a contingent of guards from the Tianshu Pavilion would ensure her safety. However, it now appeared that this vast procession of exiles posed a significant risk in itself. The cacophony of insults outside grew increasingly intense. Initially, it was merely the voice of the elderly Lady Feng, but soon, perhaps out of frustration, the maidservants of the Liang family raised their voices in response. "What are you shouting about, you old hag? Do you think your ruckus can conceal the fact that your grandsons are thieves? Who is the thief?" Lady Feng retorted defiantly. "You impudent wretch, mind your tongue. Your grandson is the thief." The maidservant indignantly replied, "The chicken noodle soup and bird's nest I just prepared were taken by them. Just look, their mouths are still smeared with grease." Indeed, it was as she claimed, under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Lady Feng had no time to wipe her grandsons' mouths or conceal the evidence. After all, it was not just one grandson with greasy lips. Each of her 8 grandsons bore similar traces. Caught in the act, the Feng family found themselves in a rather embarrassing predicament. At that moment, the usually invisible Lord Feng stepped forward. "It is entirely my fault for not managing things properly." He personally apologized to the maidservants of the Liang family, and then ascended to offer his apologies to Lord and Lady Liang. His demeanor was gentle and courteous, rendering it difficult for the maidservants to cling to the earlier incident. They merely shook their heads and sighed behind his back, wondering how such a refined gentleman could have such a coarse and unrefined mother. The farcical scene unfolded swiftly and dissipated just as quickly. No one overheard how Lord Feng apologized to Lord Liang. They merely observed that as they resumed their journey, the Liang family continued to lead the way, disregarding the other 3 families. Meanwhile, Lord Feng's 3 brothers kept a tight rein on the boys of their household, ensuring they did not provoke the Liang family's entourage. Those mischievous children obediently followed behind their elders, allowing those at the back to finally get a clear view. "Their household is indeed flourishing," remarked Granny Wang beside the Gao family. Among the other families in the procession, each was a mix of masters and servants, with some even having more servants than masters. Yet the Feng family, coldly observing their own kin without any attending servants, still boasted a number surpassing that of the Bai and Wei families. "What use is a large family if they're not well raised?" Gao remarked, shaking her head softly. The eldest grandson of the Feng family, though seemingly of a similar age to Ming Xian, exhibited a demeanor and character that were noticeably inferior. This was not merely a subjective opinion, but a consensus that could be discerned by any discerning observer within the group, as he felt restrained by the elders from advancing. The Feng family's eldest grandson glanced back several times, his eyes darting about, evidently concocting some mischievous scheme. Before long, a sudden outburst of wailing erupted from ahead. Wei Yunlan stood on tiptoe to peer forward, only to discover that the source of the tears was none other than the young girl from the Bai family, who was even younger than Jiayan. The situation unfolded unexpectedly. Before the adults could react, a small figure resembling a firecracker darted out from beside the Bai matriarch, brandishing a wooden stick and striking the Feng family's eldest grandson sharply on the leg. "This is for bullying Tong Tong. You deserve it." Chapter 14. The young miss, she was a little girl just over 10 years old, clad in ill-fitting hemp garments, yet exuding no trace of timidity. With one hand on her hip and the other brandishing a wooden stick, she glared fiercely at the eldest grandson of the Feng family, who towered over her by nearly a head. Moments ago, he had stumbled from a blow of her stick, nearly toppling over in a disgraceful manner. Once he regained his composure, he raised his fist in fury. "You dare strike me?" "Indeed, I did," she retorted defiantly. "You insolent brat, you're asking for a beating." Just as Wei Yunlan wondered why no one from the Bai family had come to her aid, she witnessed the girl swing her stick with remarkable vigor, managing to knock down the 3 eldest grandsons of the elderly Madame Feng. The situation, originally one of older boys bullying a younger girl, swiftly transformed. Madame Feng, who had previously turned a blind eye to her grandson's misdeeds, suddenly grew furious. However, before she could voice her indignation, the matriarch of the Bai family, supported by Lu Momo, stepped forward. Your esteemed grandson just tripped my 4-year-old great-granddaughter. Ah Ji has a fiery temper, and she is particularly close to my niece, which is why she rushed out without a second thought. You, Madame Feng began to protest, but the Bai matriarch cut her off, continuing, but in truth, Ah Ji is young and frail, lacking in strength. Surely, your 3 grandsons, robust and brawny, have not sustained any serious injury? Her words effectively silenced Madame Feng's accusations. What could she say? That her taller, stronger grandsons could not best a girl younger than them? Or that they deserved to be punished for tripping a mere 4-year-old? Even Madame Feng, accustomed to being unreasonable, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Having lost face, she turned to her 3 fallen grandsons lying on the ground, exclaiming, "Dachang, get up quickly. Lying there is only making things worse." The 3 of them, groaning in pain, were certainly not reluctant to rise. They were simply incapacitated by the throbbing ache in their legs from the blows of the stick. The officials in charge of the procession paid little heed to the scuffle. But any delay in their march would result in an uncomfortable night spent outdoors, which they were unwilling to tolerate. The Feng family had caused enough trouble in recent days, and the meager funds they had barely sufficed. The officials were already disgruntled. Seeing the 3 young Feng still sprawled on the ground, a whip cracked sharply, urging them to rise. At this, the trio dared not cry out in pain. They scrambled to their feet, knowing that enduring a whipping would be far worse than the mere pain in their legs. Cowards! The young Bai girl made a face at their retreating figures. Hands on her hips, her head held high, resembling a victorious little tiger. She bent down to retrieve her stick, and upon catching a glimpse of the unabashed admiration in Wei Yunlan's eyes, she felt a rush of warmth color her cheeks. After taking a few steps forward, she found herself unable to resist glancing back. This sister had truly enchanting eyes, reminiscent of a shimmering, clear pond. The little girl's reaction was quite amusing, and Wei Yunlan couldn't help but smile. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon the thicket where the girl had been gathering sticks. To her surprise, a rabbit had emerged from the underbrush. Fearless, it was crouched by the roadside, engrossed in nibbling on something. Wei Yunlan, walking at the edge, was closest to the rabbit, and it was only after she spotted it that others began to notice as well. The rabbit, previously engrossed in its meal, suddenly darted away. Wei Mingxian, who had been stealthily approaching, along with Wang Guizhi beside him, lamented the missed opportunity, having thought they might enjoy a little extra meal that day. Who says we can't? Wei Yunlan quickened her pace, rummaging through the thicket to identify what the rabbit had been eating. It was a slender, wild vegetable with trifoliate leaves, emanating a delightful fragrance. While they had dried meat and sausages to rely on, it had indeed been 2 days since they had enjoyed any vegetables. Wei Yunlan was quite pleased with this unexpected find and suggested they look for more along the way, perfectly envisioning a vegetable soup for lunch. The group took note of the wild vegetable's appearance, and as they walked, they gradually gathered a few more. Along the journey, Wei Yunlan spotted several more wild rabbits, unsure if they were the same as the first, and, thanks to these rabbits, she discovered 2 additional varieties of wild vegetables. By the time the officer called for a halt to rest, her bamboo basket was half full. "Oh no, my jerky!" Hearing a child's cries, Wei Yunlan immediately straightened up from the thicket and turned to look back at her family. To her astonishment, the young lad from the Feng family had taken the jerky from Jiayin's hands. The culprits were a few younger children from the Feng family, numbering 6 or 7, both boys and girls. These children were quick to flee. Wei Mingxian and Dongda, along with Lu Quan, managed to catch 3, while the rest intentionally ran in the opposite direction from the Wei family. Wei Yunlan encountered one head-on and only had time to grab one, while 2 others escaped amidst the chaos. Yet before they could get far, a small stick struck one of them on the calf, sending them tumbling down. "You dare to steal? I shall teach you a lesson every time I see you." Wei Yunlan chuckled at the sight of the girl, standing defiantly with her hands on her hips. It was that agile girl from the Bai family. Such skill, young lady. Truly impressive for a descendant of a military family. She couldn't help but give a thumbs up to the girl. Sister Wei, just call me Iji or by C the girl. Blushing, replied softly. It's merely a bit of flashy footwork. I'm nowhere near the level of my father and uncle. The level of skill she exhibited suggested that General Bai and Commander Bai were indeed exceptional. It was a pity that such remarkable figures were lost to the treachery and intrigue of court politics, forever entombed in the Northwest. With a silent sigh, Wei Yunlan expressed her gratitude once again. Iji, thank you so much for your help earlier. I don't have much else to offer, but would you take some of these wild vegetables back to make a soup? However, Bai Si shook her head repeatedly, insisting, no. My grandmother said your family has already given us so much. I cannot take more from you. After a brief pause, she lifted her head and shyly inquired, but, may I learn from you how to identify wild vegetables? Wei Yunlan had anticipated a more elaborate request, but was pleasantly surprised by the simplicity of her words. Of course, she replied, handing the bamboo basket to Ning Shuang. She re-entered the thicket with Xue He and Miss Bai Si. Perhaps sensing that only a few seemingly harmless women were present, a long-absent rabbit suddenly darted out from the woods. As Wei Yunlan reached down to gather wild vegetables, the rabbit even brushed against her fingertips as it scurried by. Miss Bai Si exclaimed in wonder, Sister Wei, it seems this rabbit is utterly unafraid of you. Chapter 15. The Fall of the Ziwei Star. Wei Yunlan paused, following the gaze of Miss Bai Si. There, at a distance of 10 feet, a rabbit stood still, raising its front paws and staring intently at her. This rabbit seemingly harbored no fear of her at all. A wave of inexplicable emotions surged within Wei Yunlan. But before she could examine further, a stone flew from behind, startling the hare into flight. Wei Mingxian and Wang Gui hurried over, but alas, it had escaped once more. Let be. You two have arrived just in time. Lend a hand in digging up this patch of wild vegetables. With the assistance of 2 more hands, Wei Yunlan's bamboo basket quickly filled once again. This time, she divided half and offered it to Miss Bai Si, who accepted without hesitation. The remaining half, Wei Yunlan carried back home, combining it with the remnants from the previous batch used for soup, and discreetly stowed a small portion into her space. Sheltered by the mule cart, she felt a sense of disquiet, as if the items previously placed at the edge of her space had shifted slightly towards the center. Of course, it could also be that after taking out several items over the past few days, some empty space had emerged, creating this illusion. Lania, come and have a bowl of hot soup. Upon hearing the call from Madame Gao, Wei Yunlan cast aside her unease and hurried over. The rest period for the group was brief. Once the sun had passed its zenith, the officer announced it was time to set off again. They journeyed northward, and one would expect the weather to grow increasingly cool. Yet these past few days have been exceptionally dry and scorching, with the ground feeling like a furnace. It wasn't long before everyone was drenched in sweat. At that moment, Wei Yunlan felt immensely grateful for the few bottles of topical ointment she had purchased from the old physician. The cooling balm, applied to her skin, not only alleviated fatigue, but also possessed a remarkable effect of dispelling heat. Wei Maolin and Madame Gao were both natives of the capital, and Wei Yunlan had never strayed far from its borders. However, her companion, Xue He, had fled with her family from the north years prior, as her family originally resided in Suizhou, situated northwest of Liangzhou. The servant recalled that during this time of year, they would typically be putting away summer garments in favor of warmer attire. Yet this year was indeed unusual. Hearing this, Madame Gao sighed, given the state of affairs. This year's harvest may not bode well. I wonder if there will be unrest after the autumn harvest. Wei Yunlan felt a twinge of surprise. Her mother had indeed spoken the truth. She recalled that in her previous life, not long after this period, due to poor harvests and increased taxes, a substantial number of refugees began to appear in Suizhou and Hanzhou. Her younger brother had become separated from the family during their exile, lost without a trace, due to encountering a group of these refugees. This lifetime, the route of exile remained unchanged. Barring unforeseen circumstances, their party would inevitably encounter that very same group. Precautions must be taken. As the sun dipped towards the horizon, they still had quite a distance to cover before reaching the next inn. Catching sight of smoke rising in the distance, the officer dispatched 2 subordinates to investigate, and shortly thereafter, It was decided they would rest for the night at the nearby Liwang village. Upon arriving at the village entrance, they were met with a group of wary old farmers wielding hoes. Only after the officer presented the official documents to the village chief did the villagers disperse. Though they continued to cast furtive glances in their direction, their eyes still betraying a sense of vigilance. The official and the laborers temporarily resided in the village head's home. The remaining individuals preferred to spend a few coins to stay with the villagers or to sleep under the stars in the desolate land behind the village head's house. The official paid little mind, as long as they did not stray far from the village entrance. The Wei family spent 20 copper coins to borrow a room in a household at the village's end, where a widowed mother and her 3 adolescent children lived. The yard was quite spacious, with numerous vacant rooms, suggesting that the previous conditions had been decent. Sisterly mentioned that the villagers initially suspected they were here to recruit laborers, which is why they were so on guard. Xue boiled several pots of hot water in the kitchen and gleaned a wealth of information from the widowed mother. Liwang village was formed by 2 prominent clans, where every household bore either the surname Li or Wang. Sister Li's husband, who was the village's sole carpenter, passed away, leaving her to shoulder all the burdens as her children were still young. Unfortunately, the previous year witnessed 2 consecutive calls for labor, taking both her husband and brother-in-law away. Soon after, news of her husband's demise reached her, and the court failed to provide even a penny of compensation, leading to the family's decline. My lady, at the village entrance, the only ones holding hoes are the elderly farmers. As most of the young and able-bodied have been conscripted, Wei Yunlan exclaimed, slapping his thigh in frustration and wincing at the pain in his neck. Gao Shi adjusted her seat and admonished him, calm down. Apply your medicine quickly to let your wound heal, or you'll suffer even more on the road tomorrow. Though Wei Yunlan remained restless, he could not cease his complaints. The harvest is already poor, and with the young men conscripted, who will tend to the remaining fields? Alas, the emperor truly is misguided. Gao Shi instinctively glanced towards the door, relieved to see only their family in the courtyard. However, she shot him a reproachful look. Perhaps you should speak less. Had it not been for your incessant complaints, we wouldn't be in this predicament. Despite her words, Gao Shi did not genuinely blame her husband. After instructing Xue to close the door, she sighed softly. Isn't the emperor's folly evident in more than just 1 or 2 matters? If only the late emperor had directly passed the throne to the crown prince. This sentiment was far bolder than what Wei Yunlan had expressed. My lady, you just told me to speak, lest do you not harbor the same thoughts? Gao Shi retorted, leaving him speechless. The crown prince Gao Shi referred to was, in fact, the current heir to the throne. The late emperor was a wise ruler, reigning for over 40 years, successfully repelling the northern barbarians, pacifying the western Liang, and vigorously promoting trade to the south, which led to the prosperity and well-being of the populace, alongside a clear and admirable court. Since the age of 2, the crown prince had been personally educated by the late emperor, proving himself adept in both literature and martial skills, even presenting notable policies in the court during his youth. In stark contrast, the current emperor seemed considerably inferior. Had the late emperor not passed away unexpectedly when the crown prince had just reached adolescence, the current ruler would not have ascended to the dragon throne. The late emperor's grandfather had once calculated that the crown prince was a manifestation of the Ziwei star. With him, the Daong dynasty could flourish for another 100 years. Wei Yunlan was aware that her great-grandfather was a renowned celestial master during the reign of the previous emperor. He was adept at divination and stargazing, yet he never sought guidance from the venerated emperor regarding immortality. He accurately foretold calamities on several occasions, earning the emperor's profound trust. Following the emperor's passing and the ascension of the current monarch, her great-grandfather also departed from this world, leaving only her mother, a daughter-in-law, within the celestial master's household. Consequently, few in the capital spoke of his legacy. From a young age, Wei Yunlan had listened to numerous tales of her great-grandfather's remarkable deeds recounted by her mother, understanding that he possessed extraordinary abilities. Yet, it seemed he could not have predicted that the star of Ziwei would unexpectedly fall so soon. Chapter 16. Yuqi, residing in a villager's home, presents a distinct advantage over staying at an inn, particularly in terms of the convenience it offers for gathering supplies. With the autumn harvest yet to arrive, the households are not particularly affluent in grains. However, the fields are abundant with vegetables, and the mountains behind teem with wild fruits. Wei Yunlan intends to seize this opportunity to stockpile some vegetables and fruits in her space, along with essential well water. After enduring the relentless sun for 2 days on the road, she harbors doubts about potentially encountering a scarcity of water sources. Being prepared in advance would afford her considerable peace of mind. Collecting water is not a daunting task, as the family they're staying with has a well in their courtyard, and a clear stream flows from the mountain gorge behind the village. The water is pristine, suitable for drinking straight from the upstream, while the downstream area is a gathering spot for villagers washing their clothes. From the entrance of their temporary residence, she can see Sueha and Guixiang already carrying 2 wooden basins of clothing over. Wei Yunlan decides to join them. Qing Shuang, Ting Xue. You two stay in the courtyard to assist Granny Wang with the fire for cooking. I'll just take a quick stroll, and we'll be back shortly. The 2 maids do not follow her, and as Wei Yunlan passes the washing area, she greets Suha and her companions without lingering, continuing upstream along the stream. When she reaches a spot where the water is clear and the bottom visible, she halts and unfastens the water pouch from her waist, crouching by the stream. With her right hand, she can collect anything she wishes to store in her space merely by touching it. At this moment, it appears as though she is filling her water pouch with stream water, but in truth, she is seizing the opportunity to gather a significant amount of water into her space. The 3 large water jars and various vessels she had taken from the small kitchen in the Ho residence are now filled to the brim. Having reached the edge of the forest, she can faintly discern several fruit trees bearing crimson fruits amidst the trees. It presents a splendid opportunity to gather wild fruits into her space. However, Wei Yunlan refrains from making her way there, as she is accompanied by the guards from Tianshu Pavilion. While they may not have closely monitored her in the courtyard, now that she is alone, they might dispatch someone to follow her. Nonetheless, she indeed has a matter at hand for which she seeks assistance from the guards of Tianshu Pavilion. Taking a few more steps into the woods, Wei Yunlan stands beneath a tree, gazing up to assess her surroundings. Was anyone nearby? Moments later, she hears a rustling sound among the treetops. The female guard she had encountered once at night appears on a branch. Her assumption proves correct. The guards from Tianshu Pavilion have indeed followed her. The guard lightly touches down on the ground, her face revealing only a pair of elongated, willow leaf-like eyes. Is there something you need? Her voice is cool and concise. Wei Yunlan nods slightly, politely inquiring, "May I ask how to address you?" Yuchi. The name carries a distinctive rank. Wei Yunlan has vaguely heard that the core power of Tianshu Pavilion is often associated with such rank names, suggesting that this guard holds considerable strength within their ranks. As she has appeared twice now, it seems that her presence is not solely due to her gender. She is likely the leader among the guards dispatched by Tianshu Pavilion. It is perplexing as to why the Tianshu Pavilion would assign her such a task. Could it be that the generous sum of 25,000 silver notes is truly excessive? The leader of the team, Yu Qi, accepted the title with composure, and Wei Yunlan discerned that her assumption was correct. There is a trivial matter I wish to inquire if the Tianshu Pavilion might assist with, and the remuneration can be negotiated separately. What is it? I seek a milk-producing you. A flicker of surprise crossed Yu Qi's willow-like eyes. Wei Yunlan paused, anticipating a refusal, when unexpectedly, she heard a prompt affirmation, "Very well. Is there anything else?" "None." Just as Wei Yunlan intended to retrieve the silver notes from her sleeve, she witnessed the female guard vanish in an instant. "Very well, it is no matter. I can settle the payment upon the arrival of the sheep." Upon returning to the humble farmhouse, dinner was already prepared, marking the most sumptuous meal since embarking on this journey of exile. Granny Wang had procured 2 chickens from Sister Li's household, crafting a pot of braised chicken and another of chicken soup. Additionally, she had stewed a platter of mushrooms and tofu, and sought at a dish of greens, accompanied by fragrant white rice. Everyone relished the meal with great satisfaction. Even the usually finicky Gao, who filled a large bowl, not to mention Wei Mingxian, who was still growing, and Wei Maolin, who had spent the entire day without resting in the carriage, along with Dongda and Lu Quan. After dinner, Wei Yunlan seized the opportunity to prepare rice noodles for little Jiarong and slipped into the kitchen to boil extra pots of water for storage. It had been a long and tiring day, and as soon as her head touched the pillow, she quickly drifted into a deep slumber. Perhaps it was due to her mother's recent mentions of her great-grandfather that she dreamt of him this night. In her dream, she found herself at her 6th birthday celebration. One of the 2 occasions she had seen her great-grandfather, the other being the day of his burial. He arrived at the celebration, weary from travel, having just emerged from the astrologer's pavilion atop Xiantai Mountain, and he was only able to present her with a birthday gift before hastily returning to the palace to report to the emperor. As a child, she could only remember the ethereal silhouette of her great-grandfather. In the dream, she opened one ornate box after another containing birthday gifts, and the final box revealed an ancient jade carved with the image of Guanyin on a lotus throne. Wei Yunlan jolted awake, glancing at the palm of her right hand, where a faint lotus mark, no larger than a fingernail, lingered. She recalled that this spatial treasure had been her birthday gift from her great-grandfather when she turned 6. No wonder, upon touching the box embedded with the pine and crane motif, she instinctively knew how to unlock its mechanism. It was indeed something she had hidden away in her childhood. Yet, she pondered, why had she forgotten such matters? At that moment, Cheng Yue, cradling Jiao, quietly entered the room. She intended to close the door, but noticed Wei Yunlan awake in bed. Yunlan, you are awake? Through the ajar door, the lively sounds from outside flooded into the room. Wei Yunlan glanced at the sky. It was evidently still early. Could it be that they were to set off earlier today? No, we shall depart at the usual time. Cheng Yue shook her head, a smile of uncontainable joy illuminating her face. Early in the morning, the village chief's son had encountered a merchant caravan coming from the west and seized the opportunity to procure a multitude of goods, including 3 ewes, attracting the attention of many villagers who gathered to witness this fortunate event. Mother and Mingxian had also gone to join the throng. Yunlan, it seems that we may finally have a solution for Jiao's food supply. Wei Yunlan's eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness, how much time has passed? It has barely been 5 hours since I mentioned to Yuqi my desire to acquire a ewe. Is the efficiency of the Tian Shu Pavilion truly this remarkable? Chapter 17. The thank you gift dressed and ready. Wei Yunlan climbed out of bed. Sister-in-law, I shall join you, she announced. A considerable portion of the village had gathered at the entrance of the village chief's home. Upon her arrival, Wei Yunlan observed a servant from the Liang family leading a ewe out of the chief's courtyard. Within the crowd, Gao and Wei Mingxian stood at the back, and Wei Yunlan found it difficult to maneuver through. Instead, she sought out Wang, the steward, who was also positioned on the periphery. It turned out that the village chief's younger son had been working in a nearby town. Hearing of a team of officials visiting Li Wang village, he had taken leave from his foreman at the break of dawn to rush back to the village. However, on his way, he encountered a merchant caravan traveling from the west. In a hurry, they were eager to sell off their fabric and livestock at remarkably low prices. After careful consideration, the chief's son decided to purchase the entire lot, intending to sell the items in the village and town that were not needed for his household. Among the purchases were 3 milking ewes and 3 meat sheep, which were quickly divided among several families preparing for upcoming celebrations. Originally, the ewes were meant to be sold in the town, but upon hearing the news, the Liang family, who had been staying next door to the chief, hastily bought one for 10 taels of silver. Wang, speaking in a low voice, remarked, I overheard their servants say that when Master Liang's son was at home, he would drink a bowl of sheep's milk every day. Having missed it for quite some time, he had even thrown a tantrum. So, upon the chance to acquire fresh sheep's milk, he rushed to buy it. He continued, yet 10 taels is indeed exorbitant. Even in the capital, a ewe would hardly fetch half that price. Fortunately, the chief's family was aware of the inflated price, and barring the possibility of the Liang family purchasing a second ewe, it was unlikely they could sell another at such a rate. Ultimately, the ewe sold to the Wei family was slightly smaller than the one sold to the Liangs and fetched 5 taels of silver. Even so, this price was still 20% higher than what they would have earned by selling it in town. The chief's son had not anticipated that the families of exiled officials would possess such wealth. Observing that 2 families had already procured ewes, he eagerly glanced towards the other 2 families, particularly the Feng family, which had many children. However, Grandma Feng was reluctant to part with her silver. Though her family had several dozen taels at their disposal, purchasing ewe was not a trivial matter. The milking ewe could not be slaughtered or consumed, and the burdens of travel would entail additional complications. In return, they would only receive a few bowls of sheep's milk daily, making it hardly worthwhile. Old Madam Bai considered the health of her young grandson and great-granddaughter, hoping to bolster their vitality. Yet, with the elderly and young in her family struggling to keep pace with the group, they lacked the extra energy to gather fodder or tend to the ewe. Such a burden was beyond their means. As the crowd outside the village chief's home began to disperse, an official emerged from the house. Casting a glance at the Wei family leading the sheep, he spoke in a measured tone, regardless of what you wish to raise. Should you dare to delay the journey and miss the transfer time, be wary of the consequences. We shall depart in half an hour. To ensure the ewe would not go hungry on the journey, the Wei family rallied together to gather forage, and at last, Wei Yunlan found an opportunity to collect some wild fruits and fodder to bring into her space. These wild fruits were discovered by her as she followed the flight of birds through the forest. Upon collecting them into her space, she was astonished to find that the items previously positioned along the edge seemed to have shifted slightly. This time, she believed it was not an illusion. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that the objects had not moved, but rather they were receding further from the confines of her space. This only indicated one thing. Her space had expanded. It became clear that there was already a vast expanse within her space, albeit yet to reveal its complete form. Wei Yunlan was eager to see what her space would look like in its entirety, if given the chance. She even contemplated inquiring at her great-grandfather's grave. Did he know how extraordinary that ancient jade was? Surely he must have, for he would not have presented it as a solemn birthday gift otherwise. Having gathered 2 large baskets of fodder, the group hurried down the mountain before the officials could hasten their departure. As the time to set off approached, Wei Yunlan instructed Sa and Ning Shuang to escort Jian up the mountain, while she lingered a few steps behind, pausing at the edge of the woods, leading the way. Moments later, Yu Qi gracefully descended from the trees. "Miss Wei, are you looking for me?" Wei Yunlan produced a banknote she had prepared in advance, uncertain of the expenses incurred by their efforts. "Please take this for now. If it is insufficient, let me know. If there is any excess, it matters not, as there are still numerous places along the way where we will rely on Tian Shu Pavilion." However, Yu Qi did not accept the banknote. "Miss Wei, there is no need for further payment." Was Tian Shu Pavilion intending to incur a loss? Wei Yunlan appeared puzzled, and then she heard Yu Qi continue. "Miss Wei, this sheep is a gift from our master. Your master, the head of Tian Shu Pavilion?" Wei Yunlan could not recall any prior interaction with such a figure. "May I ask why?" Yu Qi hesitated for a moment, stating, "The master did not instruct me on what I could say, but this is a token of gratitude from him." Wei Yunlan was left bewildered, yet Yu Qi was reluctant to divulge more. With a swift motion, her light figure vanished from Wei Yunlan's sight once more. Wei Yunlan turned to glance back at the woods, utterly unable to discern where Yu Qi and her entourage of guards had concealed themselves. Indeed, the members of Tian Shu Pavilion possessed remarkable skills. One could only wonder about the extraordinary talents of the head of Tian Shu Pavilion, who had cultivated such capable subordinates. In her previous life, Tian Shu Pavilion only emerged into public view 6 years later, when Princess Chongping journeyed to the northern barbarians for a marriage alliance. They opposed the favored consort and the second prince, evading the control of the court, and even the imperial guards could not restrain them. Yet, they were driven by a sense of justice, protecting the common folk as the court abandoned the citizens of the capital. Wei Yunlan felt a modicum of admiration for Tian Shu Pavilion. Had it not been for their conduct, she would not have dared to engage them as her protectors during her exile. However, the origins and allegiances of the enigmatic and powerful Tian Shu Pavilion remained a mystery. In the final 2 years of her previous life, Tian Shu Pavilion gained significant notoriety in the capital, yet no one had ever laid eyes on its master. Occasionally, there were rumors that Tian Shu Pavilion had ties to the Crown Prince. However, by that time, the Crown Prince had already passed away, making it impossible for him to command the Heavenly Pivot Pavilion. Those who heard this rumor merely regarded it as a jest. Departing from Liwang village and resuming her journey northward, the scorching sun bore down upon her, causing beads of sweat to form upon her brow as she walked. Wei Yunlan accepted the handkerchief offered by her sister-in-law, wiping her forehead while her mind lingered on Yu Qi's earlier words. This sheep is a token of gratitude from the master. Could it be that the master of the Heavenly Pivot Pavilion was someone she knew? Yet, she could not recall ever having assisted this individual. Nevertheless, regardless of who this person might be, as long as they harbored goodwill towards her and the Wei family, it could only be a positive development. As noon approached, the heat became increasingly oppressive. Complaints echoed throughout the ranks, and even the official seated upon his horse appeared listless, having anticipated this journey to be a pleasant one, only to be confronted with such wretched weather. Perturbed, the official turned to the scattered company, urging them to muster their spirits and quicken their pace. Wei Yunlan, feeling a bit faint from the heat, swayed slightly, prompting Xue he to support her hastily. Miss, just a little longer. Once we pass Yuang Mountain, it will be cooler in Liangzhou. Really? Hearing this, Ting Xue wiped the sweat from her face. Xue he nodded affirmatively, explaining that she had often heard elders mention that the cold climate north of Liangzhou was due to Yueheng Mountain acting as a barrier. That is splendid. I can already see Yueheng Mountain ahead. In just a couple of days, they would surely be able to enter the mountains. Gazing at the endless stretch of verdant hills in the distance, Wei Yunlan suddenly felt a twitch in her eyelid. Chapter 18. Golden Thread Armor. This was the first time Wei Yunlan had the privilege of witnessing Yuheng Mountain with her own eyes. Although she had long been acquainted with its reputation as the second largest mountain range within the Deyong realm, the Yuheng Mountain Range stretches over 800 miles, commencing in Hanzhou and extending to the boundary between Linzhou and Pingzhou, forming a protective half-encirclement that steadfastly guards the northern and eastern flanks of the capital. It serves as the second line of defense against the incursions of the northern barbarians. It was precisely due to the existence of this mountain range that, in her previous life, the Emperor and the Second Prince had never entertained the notion that the northern barbarians would dare to assault the capital. Wei Yunlan recalled that in her past life, the iron cavalry of the northern barbarians managed to traverse Yuheng Mountain only because they had guides familiar with the terrain, who cunningly evaded the scrutiny of the court, concealing a staggering army of 100,000 within the mountains. Consequently, the court remained utterly unprepared until the barbarian forces burst forth from Yuheng Mountain and invaded Zhuozhou. The ability to orchestrate such a significant feat indicates that a formidable power lurked within the mountains. It remained uncertain whether this force had emerged later or had quietly developed its strength by now. A flicker of concern washed over Wei Yunlan as she seized the opportunity during the midday halt of the caravan to summon her father into the mule cart. Clambering in and out while wearing a wooden yoke was rather inconvenient. Wei Maolin had initially intended to suggest discussing matters below, but a fierce glance from Madame Gao silenced him, compelling him to obediently board the cart. Madame Gao beckoned everyone to partake in the vegetable soup and the pancakes prepared that morning. Lan take a portion to your father, so he can eat in the cart. Wei Yunlan, balancing the soup in one hand and the pancake in the other, followed into the cart. Only then did Wei Maolin express his puzzlement. Lan, is there something you wish to share with your father? Wei Yunlan set the food aside and retrieved the soft armor she had concealed behind the cushion not long ago. It was the very piece she had purchased from Tianshu Pavilion before departing the capital. Golden thread armor? Wei Maolin, hailing from the Duke's residence, certainly recognized its value. Indeed, Wei Yunlan affirmed, passing the armor to him. Father, please wear this close to your body. But I am not going in a battle. What use is this to me? You walk at the forefront of the caravan, too far away from us. Should any unforeseen circumstance arise, I fear we may be unable to assist you. There was only one piece of golden thread armor. Had there been more, Wei Yunlan would have eagerly outfitted the entire family. But with only this single piece, it had to be entrusted to her father alone. Better safe than sorry. If you don this, we shall rest easier. Very well, I shall wear it shortly, Wei Maolin acquiesced, accepting it as a means to soothe his daughter's worries. The golden thread armor was not particularly heavy, and he could easily remove it upon reaching Baiguan, allowing his daughter to treasure it well. After all, it was a precious item that could serve as a dowry. Do not take this lightly. I intend to have mother inspect it later, Wei Yunlan insisted, her concern palpable. Understood. I shall certainly wear it, Wei Maolin chuckled, shaking his head. His daughter had returned from her separation, her spirit seemingly more vivacious than before, and she was clever enough to employ her mother as a means to pressure him, anticipating the cool respite that would come once they enter the mountains. The caravan made remarkable progress over the past 2 days. Instances of friction among the families were scarce, primarily due to the children of the Feng family having settled down considerably. Certainly, the most likely scenario is that they have become utterly exhausted from the heat and lack the energy to continue their commotion. The once distant silhouette of the mountains now looms close at hand. As they make their way to Baiguan, the Yueling Mountain is an unavoidable stop. Detouring to the west or east would be excessively time-consuming. The route mandated by the court traverses a narrow mountain fissure that can barely accommodate 2 carts side by side. This is the swiftest path through Yueling Mountain, primarily following the mountain's base, though there are numerous inclines and declines to navigate. At this juncture, the shortcomings of the horse-drawn carriage become evident. On such mountainous terrain, a mule cart would undoubtedly prove more efficient. After entering the mountains, the caravan has repeatedly slowed due to the delays caused by the Liang family's cart, with their pace reduced to less than half that of when they were on level ground. However, there is a silver lining. At least the cool mountain breeze wafts through the fissures, dispersing the oppressive heat from outside. Having just endured the scorching sun, walking in this environment is particularly pleasant, and no one is inclined to urge the group onward. After all, no one can predict whether they will still feel this coolness once they emerge back into the glaring sun after traversing this stretch of mountain path. The caravan halts once more as they descend. One of the Liang family's carts has overturned, losing a wheel, and the servants are diligently repairing it. The officer in charge decides to pause the caravan for a brief respite of 15 minutes. After this break, they must hasten their pace to exit the Yueling mountain range before darkness fully descends. The Liang family servants are busily occupied, while the masters sit on stools taken from the carts, enjoying sheep's milk cheese chilled by the mountain stream. Not far off, the Feng family's young men watch with longing, their mouths watering, yet restrained by their fathers and uncles from approaching the Liang family for a taste. Observing her grandson's envious expressions, the matriarch of the Feng family feels a pang of sympathy. Turning her back to avoid her son's gaze, she discreetly signals her grandchildren. Father, second uncle, let us fetch some water. Leading the way, Feng Daqiang and several of the older boys dash towards the back with their water bags. As soon as the Feng boys approach, Wei Yunlan becomes wary and whispers a few instructions to Xue He. The Feng boys, indeed, have no good intentions. They head straight for the wooden barrel containing the sheep's milk. Just as Feng Daqiang's right hand grasps the handle of the barrel, a hemp rope shoots out from the side and ensnares his arm. Xue He, holding the other end of the rope, strides forward and swiftly ties up Feng Daqiang. The other Feng boys, witnessing this, attempt to flee, showing no concern for their bound brother. But Wei Yunlan would not grant them the chance to escape. She has already instructed Dongda and Lu Quan to block their path. Not far away, where the Bai family is seated, Bai Si girl raises a stick, eager to join. However, her intervention proves unnecessary, for the mischievous young boys are no match for the agile Dongda, Lu Quan, and the strong Xue He. In no time, all of them are securely bound. You scoundrels, why are you tying up my grandson? The matriarch of the Feng family rushes over in a frenzy, pointing at the Wei family in anger. On what grounds you bind him? Release my grandson at once. With their reckless actions, Wei Yunlan emerged from behind Dongda and Lu Quan, casting a sidelong glance at the official seated upon the large stone, quickly discerning that he had no intention of intervening. In truth, apart from the Liang family, he had never concerned himself with the squabbles among the other factions. He would only intervene with a few scathing remarks when their bickering affected their pace. Wei Yunlan had no intention of showing leniency towards the Feng family. Facing such a clan, it was imperative to subdue them decisively to prevent endless troubles in the future. According to the laws of Daong, thieves were to be punished with flogging, and repeat offenders would have their hands severed. Your despicable acts of thievery have long surpassed mere transgressions. Having once held the title of a lady from the Duke's residence and a wife to a marquis, alongside a decade of experience as a wandering spirit, Wei Yunlan exuded an imposing presence that could instill fear. At that moment, her frost-laden visage bore an uncanny resemblance to the executioner outside the Meridian Gate. What do you intend to do?" The normally fierce Lady Feng trembled, her voice quaking with apprehension. Ignoring her, Wei Yunlan, under the horrified gazes of the Feng family, uttered two words with an air of nonchalance. "Take action." In the next instant, he seized Feng Daqiang's right hand. A sharp crack echoed, and the struggling hand fell limp. Chapter 19. Inconsistency. A piercing scream echoed through the mountains, emanating from the lips of the elderly Mrs. Feng, while her son, Feng Daqiang, lay unconscious, having succumbed to the pain of his shattered right hand. "Murder! They have murdered my grandson!" Mrs. Feng's cries startled the birds from their perches in the woods. "Sir, you must seek justice for us." She clutched at the trousers of the official, but he irritably shook her off. Mrs. Feng stumbled backward and fell to the ground, and before she could raise her voice again, her second son hastily interjected, "Mother, Daqiang is not dead. He has merely fainted." Mrs. Feng scrambled to her feet, still indignant. "But they should not have broken his hand." Wei Yunlan cast a fleeting glance at Mrs. Feng, her gaze drifting to the other young men from the Feng family who were bound. They trembled visibly, like leaves caught in a storm. Ignoring them, Wei Yunlan was about to instruct Xue to take action when the Feng youths, trembling with fear, cried out, "Please, do not break our hands. We acknowledge our mistakes." Wei Yunlan feigned indifference. With a command, Xue, who had just fractured Feng Daqiang's wrist, approached them. The sound of dripping water and a foul odor wafted up from beneath the Feng youths. As Xue prepared to act, they shrieked in desperation, "Grandmother! Grandmother! Save us!" The once arrogant Mrs. Feng felt her last bastion of defiance crumble at their pleas. Weak in the knees, she fell to the ground before Wei Yunlan, exclaiming, "Miss Wei, please spare them." "On what grounds?" Wei Yunlan finally shifted her gaze to Mrs. Feng. "They are still young. They merely acted mischievously. Their crimes are not so grave." Wei Yunlan coldly averted her gaze once more. Mrs. Feng, in a sudden outburst, smacked her thigh and changed her tune. "It was their fault. They should not have stolen. It is all my fault for not educating them properly. They will not do it again. They will not dare. Miss Wei, please grant them this one mercy." The Feng youths echoed her plea. "We swear we won't do it again. We truly won't." Wei Yunlan remained silent until she noticed Feng Darren, adorned with a wooden collar, approaching. Only then did she relent, her gaze shifting past the prostrate Mrs. Feng and the trembling youths to rest on Feng Darren. "This is your only reprieve. I trust you will ensure your family does not provoke the Wei family again. Otherwise, my kin are not as forgiving as I." Feng Darren's expression tightened, his eyes reflecting shame as he clasped his fists in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Miss Wei, for your leniency. I shall take care to discipline them henceforth." With that, he shot a disappointed glance at his fallen relatives and commanded the nearby Feng family members, "Quickly, take them away. Do not let them disgrace us further." Wei Yunlan did not intervene again. In truth, Xue had exercised remarkable control, merely dislocating Feng Daqiang's wrist. If he remained still and sought a competent physician in due course, his bone could be set back in place. However, if one were not so honest, the seeds of illness are destined to take root, and when the time comes, one can only lament their fate. Lord Feng appears to be a man of reason. Yet how can his family be in such a state? Xue murmured softly. Wei Yunlan cast a sidelong glance at Lord Feng's retreating figure, a sense of wariness arising within her. This Lord Feng is no simple character. Compared to others of the Feng family, she found this Lord Feng to be quite formidable. If this man were truly as reasonable, cultured, and modest as he seemed, how could he allow his family to degenerate into their current state? Previously, when the Feng family took advantage of others, he did not intervene. Now, he only steps forward because his family is in the wrong and he must act. By presenting himself in this manner, he can simultaneously extricate himself and use his family's coarseness to highlight his own reasonableness. No matter how she viewed it, Wei Yunlan felt that this man was duplicitous. Even if he subdued the other members of the Feng family this time, one must be cautious of him in the future. With the Liang family already suspicious and this shrewd Lord Feng added to the mix, Wei Yunlan's concerns deepened, and a certain thought she had entertained earlier began to resurface. At this moment, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves in the forest. Among the trees on the mountainside, a group of individuals concealed themselves behind the rocks. The second-in-command reported, "I have confirmed below is a convoy of exiled officials and their families." Looking down from the mountainside, a long line of carriages stretched forth, with carts leading and trailing, initially resembling a merchant convoy. To her surprise, they were actually exiled officials. A burly man with a beard curled his lip in derision, exiled and still carrying such possessions. Could they be nobles from the capital? How many guards accompany the convoy? Fewer than 30. Prepare the weapons, brothers. As soon as darkness falls, we strike. A coarse grin spread beneath his unruly beard. Gold, silver, treasures, and the women in the convoy. Take what you want. Just don't touch those guards or officials. They wouldn't dare pursue us up the mountain. As dusk deepened, the convoy's progress became increasingly arduous. Initially hoping to reach the foot of Yueheng Mountain before nightfall, they found their path obstructed by several boulders 2/3 of the way down. The officials had no choice but to instruct each family to send personnel to clear the road. After nearly half an hour of labor, they had cleared most of the stones blocking the way, but more time was needed to ensure passage remained unobstructed. Amidst the rustling in the mountains, Wei Yunlan had already spotted several small creatures hiding in the forest, fleeing in fright. She could not determine whether they were startled by their convoy or if other reasons were at play. The dim surroundings weighed heavily on her spirits, and as she looked up towards the mountain, her eyelids twitched uncontrollably. "Lana, what is the matter?" Gao was the first to notice her daughter's unease. "Mother, I feel an unsettling premonition, as if something is about to occur," Wei Yunlan candidly replied. Gao followed her daughter's gaze towards the mountain, unable to discern anything unusual, but did not dismiss her daughter's concerns. Gao always remembered her grandfather's words. One must trust their instincts. At this moment, her intuition urged her to have faith in her daughter's instincts. "Yue, keep Jiayin close. Do not let her out of your sight. Mingxian, move a bit closer. The group is about to set off. Stay close, do not wander off. Lana, take care of yourself. Sueha, ensure the safety of your young lady." With a series of commands issued, the group resumed their journey. The Wei family gathered around 2 mule carts, each member markedly more alert. Wei Yunlan tightened the dagger concealed in her sleeve and glanced back. Right beside the road, a particularly dense tree revealed the figure of Yuchi, cloaked in black, suddenly coming into view under her gaze, his expression gravely serious. A sense of dread gripped Wei Yunlan's heart. Something was indeed amiss. Chapter 20. Bloodshed. As they traversed the narrow path nestled between the crevices of the mountains, the oppressive sense brought on by the steep cliffs dissipated. The tone of the official's voice lightened considerably as he encouraged the group to muster their spirits, remarking that there was an inn less than 10 miles from Yueheng Mountain. "If you don't wish to stay in this desolate wilderness, lift your spirits." However, at that very moment, 2 towering trees flanking the road suddenly crashed down into the path. The horse beneath the official reared in fright, its front hooves lifting off the ground, prompting him to cling tightly to the saddle while gently patting the horse's neck. Just as he managed to avert being thrown off, he noticed a swarm of figures emerging from the woods on either side of the road. "This is bad. They are bandits. Prepare to defend yourselves." Over 20 constables were mostly clustered at the front of the line, with only 2 lagging behind. The bandits, seemingly aware of this, charged towards the rear of the procession. Why bother with the mule carts? Just look at those few carriages ahead. They are far wealthier. One of them sneered. "What do you know? Those ladies at the back look like easy prey. Let's capture them first." Their laughter was laced with depravity, clearly dismissing the constables in their midst. The 2 lagging constables, realizing they were outnumbered, hesitated despite drawing their long knives, retreating instead of standing their ground. In mere moments, they yielded the 2 mule carts at the rear, along with the accompanying members of the Wei family. Wei Yunlan had long since recognized the unreliability of these constables, but she hadn't anticipated their cowardice would manifest to such an extent, lacking even the courage to put up a fight. In this critical moment, it became evident that she could only rely on herself. Inside the mule cart, Cheng Yu held tightly onto Jia Rong, with Jia Yin curled up beside her, clutching the dagger that Wei Yunlan had entrusted to her. Outside, the others hastily grasped their weapons, positioning themselves defensively in front of their companions. The leading bandit grinned broadly, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. "What is the panic? We seek only your valuables and those lovely ladies. Comply, and we shall spare you." If their intent was merely to acquire riches, lives need not be endangered. Yet this band of marauders also aimed to abduct the women in their company, casting lecherous glances that turned the faces of the Wei family pale. In your dreams, the grin faded from the bandit leader's face as he snarled. "You chose the wrong path." With a rallying cry, he commanded his men, "Brothers, let us go." A confrontation became unavoidable as Dongda and Lu Quan were the first to draw the long poles concealed beneath the oilcloth, swinging them fiercely to repel the bandits approaching the mule cart. Wei Mingxian and Wang Gui took up the sickle knives they had used for cutting grass, wielding them erratically yet effectively enough to deter the assailants from drawing too close. However, the bandits had no intention of engaging with them. 7 or 8 of them restrained Dongda, Lu Quan, and Wei Mingxian, while the rest surged towards Wei Yunlan and the Gao family. Wei Yunlan tightened her grip on the dagger hidden in her sleeve, positioning herself protectively in front of the Gao family. Among the 3 daggers she had purchased in the capital, one was with her, another given to her sister-in-law, and the third remained in the hands of Xue He. At this moment, Xue He held a dagger, flanked by the formidable Wang Mama wielding a kitchen knife, guarding the sides of Wei Yunlan and the Gao family. The mountain bandits, oblivious to the dagger concealed within Wei Yunlan's sleeve, noticed the glint of the blade in Xue He's hand and jested, "Such a delicate young lady. Be careful not to harm yourself." As one of them reached out to grasp Xue He's chin, she swiftly kicked, sending the burly man flying. "Ah, a hidden gem indeed," he exclaimed. "Damn it, bind this woman." 3 or 5 bandits brandished their weapons and swiftly surrounded Xue He, while the others turned their attention to Wei Yunlan's face. "There's an even prettier one hidden here. No one touches her. We'll take her to the chief." Perhaps sensing the potential in Wei Yunlan's beauty, the leader of the bandits softened his tone, suggesting, "Why not accompany us to the mountain? It would spare you from unnecessary conflict and the risk of damaging that delicate skin." Wei Yunlan pressed her lips tightly, her fingers gripping the knife handle turning pale from strain. "Why resist, dear lady? If the chief takes a liking to you, you can enjoy the treasures of the village, adorn yourself with jewels. Far better than being exiled to the frontier, wouldn't it?" He continued, "If the chief is uninterested, no worries, you'll still enjoy a life of luxury with me." As she gazed at the bandit with a face full of pockmarks and yellowed teeth, Ting Xue, filled with righteous indignation, pointed an accusatory finger and spat. "How dare you covet my lady? You're not worthy." With a sharp slap, the pockmarked bandit silenced her, the very one who had been leering at Wei Yunlan. Yet, instead of backing down, Ting Xue intensified her provocations. Wei Yunlan understood that Ting Xue intended to divert the bandit's attention, hoping to spare her from further harassment. "You foolish girl, be careful." Just then, a large blade swung toward Ting Xue's arm. In a rush, Wei Yunlan drew the dagger hidden in her sleeve. With a clang, the blades clashed, the dagger creating a notch in the bandit's sword. Momentarily stunned, the bandit's gaze toward Wei Yunlan became even more fervent. Such a divine weapon in the hands of a mere girl is a waste. Hand it over. Though Wei Yunlan possessed a formidable weapon, she lacked the skill to wield it effectively, flailing the dagger in a desperate defense. She could fend off one bandit, but if 2 more joined, she would soon find herself at a disadvantage. The surrounding maids and servants were encircled by the bandits, leaving her with no aid. Just as Wei Yunlan feared succumbing to their grasp, Gao Shi suddenly seized the kitchen knife from Wang Mama and fiercely swung it at the bandit before Wei Yunlan. The bandit narrowly avoided losing an ear, the playful demeanor replaced by a deadly seriousness. "You're seeking death," he snarled, raising his weapon with murderous intent. Yet, Gao Shi did not retreat. She stood firm, knife raised, signaling Wei Yunlan to flee. How could Wei Yunlan abandon her at such a moment? Just as the bandit was about to strike with his blade, she swiftly spun around and positioned herself behind him, plunging the dagger deep into his back. With a sickening thud, the sharp blade embedded itself into flesh. Simultaneously, another lethal blade struck the bandit, appearing to penetrate even deeper than Wei Yunlan's dagger. However, Wei Yunlan did not allow herself a moment's respite. She forcefully withdrew her dagger and thrust it into him once more. The glinting edge danced in and out, splattering blood across her face. Only when she was certain the bandit was utterly lifeless did she cease her relentless assault. The vivid crimson of the blood starkly contrasted with Wei Yunlan's porcelain complexion, that splash of red transforming her previously elegant and composed demeanor into something strikingly fierce. In that instant, she resembled not a refined lady nurtured within the confines of a grand estate, but rather a ruthless female warrior, unflinching in her bloodlust. Those who witnessed this scene nearby were momentarily taken aback. The elderly Madame Feng, hiding beneath the carriage, could not suppress a tremor. Goodness! It turned out that the daughter of the Wei family was not merely boasting. She was indeed capable of murder. Chapter 21. The decision. Wei Yunlan raised her hand and forcefully wiped her face, the blood staining the back of her hand still warm to the touch. Gazing at the glaring crimson, a flicker of astonishment crossed her eyes. She had indeed taken a life. Yet, there was no time for distraction. The surrounding bandits, witnessing their comrade's demise, became increasingly frenzied, casting aside any semblance of mercy as they brandished their weapons and joined the fray. Just as one of the bandits was about to plunge his long knife into Wei Yunlan's chest, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his arm, causing his tightly gripped weapon to clatter to the ground. "Damn it! What have you done to me?" he exclaimed. But Wei Yunlan had done nothing. Her gaze transcended the kneeling bandit before her, who was howling in pain, and fell upon several lush trees by the roadside. She surmised that it must be the hidden guards of the Tianshu Pavilion who had intervened, although these protectors preferred to remain out of sight. Their covert assistance could help them evade significant peril. The Wei family, bewildered by the sudden faltering of their attackers, seized the opportunity to counterattack. Dongda and Lu Quan exerted themselves to shove aside the bandit obstructing their path, snatching up the fallen curved blade and swiftly dispatching those who attempted to breach the carriage. Xue delivered a powerful kick, sending the bandit surrounding him sprawling, and returned to Wei Yunlan's side. "Damn, this family is truly formidable. Forget them. Let us seize those carriages ahead." As the Wei family struggled to gain ground, the bandits shifted their focus, surging towards the Liang family instead. The Feng family, previously concealed near the Liang carriages, hastily fled, while the Liang servants were jostled aside by the panicked Fengs. Amidst the chaos, several bandits managed to approach the carriages. Inside, a chorus of startled exclamations erupted. "Help! Someone! Please! Enough of the shouting. No amount of screaming will save you." One bandit sneered, using the tip of his knife to part the curtain, revealing the Liang family's matron and her young son seated within. Though advanced in years, she possessed a certain beauty that her husband disregarded, which now appeared to benefit the likes of them. The bandit chuckled, reaching for the collar of Lady Liang's dress. Lady Liang gasped, her face paling in terror as she cried out, "Stop! I am the niece of the Empress Dowager, the cousin of His Majesty. How dare you harm me?" The bandit paused, momentarily taken aback. Just as Lady Liang thought she had instilled fear in him, laughter erupted from his lips. "Ha ha! The Empress's niece, the Emperor's cousin, by your mere presence? If you were truly so close, would the Emperor allow you to be exiled to the frontier? To fabricate such lies to intimidate me is to court death." As most of the bandits charged towards the rear where the Wei family fought, Jiaguan discerned that this group had no intention of clashing directly with the officials. Thus, there was no need for a life-and-death struggle. Even if they were to lose some possessions or female kin, it would not be deemed a dereliction of duty. However, to his surprise, the Wei family fought with unyielding ferocity, prompting the bandits to redirect their assault towards the Liang family. Others may have been inconsequential, but the Liang family was utterly irreplaceable, especially Lady Liang. As the mountain bandits breached Madame Liang's carriage, the previously half-hearted efforts of Officer Xie and the constables intensified. as they valiantly fought back the marauders and surged towards Madame Liang's vehicle. Along the way, they encountered the disarrayed Feng family members, disregarding their plight and using them as a buffer to alleviate the bandits' assault. A cacophony of anguished cries erupted, plunging the scene into chaos. Amidst the turmoil, the bandits seized a considerable amount of loot, the most conspicuous being 2 chests of gold ingots and a box of jeweled hairpins taken from the Liang family's carriage. The Wei family found their canvas cover ripped aside by the bandits, revealing pots, bowls, and sacks of rice and fodder beneath. The bandits exhibited unmistakable disappointment. They cursed, lamenting the waste of their time on what they deemed a pitiful haul, wishing they had instead followed the third master to raid the preceding carriages. These bandits, lacking in combat skills and relying solely on their numbers, soon lost their morale, exposing vulnerabilities that were swiftly exploited by Dongda, Lu Quan, and Sui He. In an instant, 3 more bandits fell to the blades of the Wei family. The constables had already dispatched a number of bandits, causing the remaining ones to panic. Why hadn't the chief dispatched reinforcements yet? In the distance, the faint sound of galloping hooves approached from the direction of Liangzhou. The bandit leader engaged with Officer Xie, tensed and shouted for a retreat. The surviving bandits dispelled the constables and scattered up the mountainside. With the crisis finally averted, Wei Yunlan returned to the mule cart, covering it with the canvas once more and returning the medicinal herbs she had previously stowed away. The sound of hooves grew closer. It was a contingent of Liangzhou's soldiers. They did not pursue the fleeing bandits, not out of a lack of desire, but because the treacherous terrain of Mount Yueheng made it perilous for their small force to venture in pursuit. Madame Liang's expression darkened, and she refrained from further comment. The Liangzhou soldiers and Officer Xie began to tally the casualties. Most of the bodies on the ground belonged to the bandits. Garnering respect from the Liangzhou soldiers towards this contingent from the capital, astonished by their formidable skills. Officer Xie accepted this praise with a hint of guilt, knowing that the number of bandits slain at their hands was significant, yet the losses within their own ranks were considerable as well. Among the casualties were 3 of old Madame Feng's 8 grandsons, and her only unmarried son also fell victim to the bandits' blades. Old Madame Feng wept inconsolably. Hearing Xue retreat to Wei Yunlan's side, she whispered, "Miss, I witnessed everything." Officer Xie pushed 4th Master Feng aside to save young Master Liang. Otherwise, 4th Master Feng would never have been struck by the bandits. The Feng family was evidently aware of this fact. Though temporarily restrained by old Master Feng's authority, they cast glances filled with veiled resentment towards Officer Xie and the Liang family. A chill gripped Wei Yunlan's heart, awakening her to the stark reality of their situation. In times of peril, they were all expendable, mere pawns to shield the Liang family. How can one elucidate the earlier incident when the mountain bandits charged forth, causing the magistrate and his attendants to evade in haste, only for them to muster their resistance once the bandits altered their course? With the Liang family harboring ulterior motives, the magistrate biased in their favor, compounded by the anxious demeanor of Lord Feng and the ever-provocative Lady Feng. In such a precarious assembly, how could they possibly hope to reach the northern pass unscathed? The thoughts that had once flickered in Wei Yunlan's mind were now resolutely fortified in this moment. Continuation on this path was utterly untenable. Their lives must not be entrusted to such individuals. The journey had yet to reach its midpoint, and the true peril had not yet commenced. They could no longer afford to travel alongside these people. Chapter 22. Dream of prophecy what? Lanner, you say. Your great-grandfather sent you a dream? In a guest room within and outside the peaks of Yueheng Mountain, 4 astonished gazes simultaneously fell upon Wei Yunlan. Indeed, Wei Yunlan replied earnestly, nodding her head. My great-grandfather warned that our journey will be fraught with peril. First, Mingxian went missing. Then, father suffered a head injury. And shortly thereafter, mother fell gravely ill. In short, calamities abound. And before we even reach Baiguan, we risk losing our family. A sharp intake of breath resonated in the room, except for Jiyin and Xiao Jiayong, who remained confused. The expression on Gao's face was especially grave. Lanner, did your great-grandfather offer any guidance on how we should respond? Not explicitly. Wei Yunlan shook her head. As the atmosphere grew heavy within the room, she shifted the conversation. However, his warning surely indicates that he hopes we can alter our fate. I believe the best course of action is to separate from his current group. What? This was an unimaginable possibility for the Wei family. After all, this was no ordinary group. It was the convoy escorting them to the frontier. To depart without permission would be to disregard the law of the land. Such an act could lead to severe punishment, even the annihilation of one's clan. Lania, there's still the Duke's residence and your Aunt's family in the capital. Wei Yunlan had certainly contemplated this, hence the need for a strategy to make their departure appear accidental. Wei Maolin and Gao exchanged thoughtful glances, evidently deliberating the feasibility of such a plan. Seizing the moment, Wei Yunlan added fuel to the fire. Father, mother, you have seen the state of our convoy today. Although we are all exiles, the authorities exhibit a starkly different attitude towards the Liang family compared to the rest of us. In times of crisis, they prioritize the safety of the Liang family, even willing to sacrifice others to protect them. We cannot entrust our lives to such a group. The Feng family faced death this time. Who's to say we won't be next? Upon hearing this, a complex expression crossed Wei Maolin's face. He had initially refrained from voicing such concerns to spare his family additional worry. In truth, I also took a blow for Lord Liang today. What? Gao abruptly stood, her maternal instincts flaring. If not for the children present, she might have instinctively torn at Wei Maolin's clothing. Were you injured? I am unscathed, Wei Maolin quickly clarified. Madam, I was wearing the gold-threaded soft armor that Lanner gifted me. The blade could not penetrate it. I merely sustained a bruise at most. Had it not been for this armor, I fear I would have met a fate similar to that of the fourth Master Feng. I was standing between Lord Feng and Lord Liang at the time. In a moment of desperation, Lord Liang stepped forward, exposing himself to the bandit's blade. I know not who pushed me from behind, but it was that nudge that allowed me to shield Lord Liang. Reflecting on it now, it was likely one of the guards, as all three officials were bound in wooden stocks, rendering them unable to move freely. What crime has the Liang family committed? Gao suddenly inquired of Wei Maolin, her keen intuition detecting something amiss among the various events. It is also related to the palace sorcery case from 5 years ago. Though I am unaware of the specifics, Wei Maolin replied with a furrowed brow. Father, mother, this is my second concern. Wei Yunlan interjected. The Liang family is clearly acting suspiciously. Regardless of their intentions in the northern pass, if we draw too close to them, might they, or those behind them, take action against us to prevent secrets from being revealed? A silence enveloped the room. This concern was even more terrifying than the first. The Liang family maintains a close relationship with the court. No matter for whom they are working, they are undoubtedly entwined with the royal family. Considering the palace's clandestine methods sent a chill down the Wei family's spine. Lanner is right. We cannot remain with this group any longer. Gao turned to Wei Maolin and Cheng Yue, awaiting their agreement. Wei Maolin pondered seriously and eventually nodded in affirmation. Cheng Yue, however, did not dwell on it, stating simply, I will follow Mother's lead. As she spoke, the little boy Jia Yin, whom she held beside her, mimicked, puffing out his chest, I will follow Mother. The younger Jiarong, cradled in her arms, echoed with enthusiastic sounds. Wei Mingxian looked around. Why aren't you asking for my opinion? In truth, no one had thought to inquire, as the decision had already been settled with 4 votes in favor. Wei Mingxian shrugged. Well, I too believe we should heed eldest sister and mother's advice and part ways with the current group, with the family in consensus. The next challenge was to create a plausible scenario for their unexpected departure. Wei Maolin requested Wei Yunlan to recount the details of their great-grandfather's dream once more. We became separated from Mingxian just as we were about to leave Liangzhou. The distance from the north to the south of Liangzhou is merely 300 miles. We have now entered Liangzhou territory and will reach Huizhou in 5 or 6 days at most. This means we will encounter the refugees within 6 days at the latest. Wei Maolin had no doubts about the accuracy of this information, for he was aware of the prowess of the matriarch's grandfather. The ability to disperse people indicated the sheer number of refugees. This was our best opportunity. No one raised any objections. Only one final dilemma remained. We can agree on a rendezvous point in advance. Should we become separated? But how can we ensure the safety of everyone at home? Refugees are not ordinary folk. If this issue remains unresolved, all prior plans would be futile. For Wei Yunlan, however, this was not a challenge. She suddenly spoke. There is something I have yet to share with you. Before leaving the capital, I hired a team of bodyguards. 10 in total, highly skilled. They can discreetly accompany our family members and protect them. Is that so? Wei Yunlan was taken aback. Eldest sister, where are they? How have I never seen them before? Wei Mingxian asked, eyes wide with curiosity. Cheng Yui expressed her admiration. Yunlan truly possesses foresight. Gao cast a worried glance at Wei Yunlan, her brow momentarily furrowing before relaxing. No wonder our defense against the mountain bandits today was so smooth. It turns out we had the hidden assistance of the guards hired by Lanner. The initial framework of the plan was tentatively established. As dusk fell, the Wei family members returned to their respective chambers for rest. In this inn, many guest rooms lay vacant, and tonight, Wei Yunlan found herself alone in one. Just as she prepared to lie down, a gentle knock echoed from the door, and Gao entered, clutching a quilt. Mother? Wei Yunlan inquired, puzzled. Why aren't you with father? What is there to accompany him for? Gao lay down beside her daughter. Lanner, I shall sleep with you tonight. The candlelight flickered out, and in the enveloping darkness, Wei Yunlan began to drift into slumber. Suddenly, she heard her mother's soft inquiry beside her. Lanner, when did you have that dream? Before Wei Yunlan could respond, the voice resumed, laden with a tremor of suppressed emotion. Did you choose to leave thee and accompany us into exile because of that dream? Wei Yunlan was momentarily taken aback, realizing her mother had surmised the truth. Mother! Actually, her words were gently interrupted by Gao. Lanner, you need not share your secret with me, nor with anyone else. Gao's warm embrace enveloped Wei Yunlan tightly, her tone imbued with affection. Just remember, we are a family, and we should face things together. Do not shoulder the burden alone. Even if the sky were to fall, your father and I would take the brunt of it for you. Chapter 23. Contemplations of the Day, Serenity of the Night. In the inn, Wei Yunlan, having shed her burdens, slept soundly beside Gao. In the capital, at the residence of the Jinyang Marquis, within the chiefing courtyard where the heir and his new wife resided, Xue Linglong tossed and turned in bed, unable to find rest. What is keeping me awake? Xue Linglong, filled with grievances, wished to express herself, but just as she began, she heard the rhythmic sound of breathing beside her. This person, upon turning over, fell asleep once more. Now, Xue Linglong could no longer find slumber. She rose from the bed and sat before her dressing table, opening the compartment of the drawer. Gazing at the stack of silver notes she had brought with her upon marriage, she felt increasingly troubled as she noted it had diminished by 20% in just a few days. How could things have come to this? Before marrying into the Marquis's household, both Shen Feng and the Marquis's wife had been exceedingly generous towards her. Why now did they offer excuses of theft from the storeroom, claiming they were unable to provide silver, forcing her, a new bride, to personally cover the household's losses? She had initially thought that managing the household would be a rewarding task. Had she known it would be like this, she would never have accepted the position of steward. Alas, there is no remedy for regret in this world, and her mother-in-law, Qin, was sharper than a monkey, feigning illness to extinguish her hopes of returning the steward's tokens. Whenever she mentioned the insufficiency of funds, Qin would counter with the storeroom theft, insinuating that her family was involved. The only way to relinquish the stewardship was to recover the lost items of the Marquis's household. Nonsense! Where could she possibly find them? Surely all those items could not have been stolen by her family. If her brother had such prowess, he wouldn't need her assistance to earn silver and attain a noble title. The theft from a storeroom of the Marquis's household likely harbored deeper secrets and could very well be a play of their own making. She could not simply sit idly by, becoming an unwitting victim. To increase her revenue and reduce her expenses, she would pursue both avenues. In terms of cutting expenses, she would naturally curtail the provisions for all the servants and masters in the household, aside from her chiefing courtyard. As for increasing revenue, Xue Linglong's eyes darted as she recalled that when Wei Yunlan left the Marquis's household, she took only a small bundle with her. The Zhuefeng courtyard had remained sealed since then, and no one had visited. It was likely that Wei Yunlan's dowry still lay untouched within. It was rumored that it contained many rare treasures from the original Tianshi mansion, seldom seen in the outside world. Now that the Wei family had been implicated and exiled, Wei Yunlan had departed along with them, and this dowry could no longer be reclaimed. It ought to be repurposed for the public good, for her own use. In the desolate palace, Enlu evaded the gaze of patrolling guards and entered the study, kneeling on one knee before a man clad in a four-clawed python robe. "Master, there has been movement from the Jinyang Marquis's residence." "Oh." The man raised an eyebrow. "Is there news regarding the missing items?" "Not yet. Those items remain unaccounted for. Not only has the Jinyang Marquis's household failed to locate them, but our Tianshu Pavilion's Dark Division has also found no trace. However, what I wish to report is not this matter. Master, the new wife of the Jinyang heir, Xue, has just sought out the former maid of honor to Wei Yunlan, requesting the key to Wei's private treasury. There is another matter that is somewhat peculiar. Although the items in Miss Wei's private store seem unremarkable, the boxes are actually devoid of any contents, indicating that they must have been emptied before our people closely monitored the Jinyang Marquis's residence." A flicker of surprise crossed the man's eyes, quickly replaced by a look of realization. He lightly tapped his fingers on the table, as if deep in thought, and after a moment instructed Enlu, "In that case, let us set fire to it before the Xue family arrives. Enlu, you shall personally handle this matter. Ensure no one else interferes." "Yes, master," Enlu replied and took his leave. The night was profound, and Xue Linglong pressed her key beneath her pillow, lying back beside Shen Feng. Just as she began to feel a hint of drowsiness, a series of alarmed shouts erupted from outside. "There's flooding. It's bad. The Zhufeng courtyard is flooding." After Enlu departed, the man, who had changed from his ceremonial robes into plain attire under the cover of darkness, quietly left the palace under the escort of his shadow guards. Upon reaching the top of the Wangyue Tower, he was greeted by his subordinates, who bowed in respect. "Rise," he said warmly, personally assisting the elder among them to his feet. "I assume an E has informed you all of the purpose of today's gathering." Before him, led by the elder, all present wore expressions of concern and nodded gravely. The elder inquired, "Your Highness, have you truly resolved to depart?" The man's countenance grew serious as he nodded affirmatively, responding, "I have made my decision. There is no need for my lords to worry. Sometimes one must break away to establish anew. Leaving now may well herald a brighter future." Though the elder's eyes reflected reluctance, he acknowledged that this was indeed the wisest choice at present. "Since your Highness has made up your mind, I shall refrain from further persuasion. Today, let us toast with tea in honor of your journey." After their exchange, the man instructed Feng Ping to see the others off. Only he remained atop the Wangyue Tower, accompanied by the shadow guards cloaked in darkness. Enlu returned after being dispatched to the Jinyang Marquis's residence. "Master, everything has been taken care of," he reported. The man nodded slightly, leaning against the carved railing while gazing northward. Within the solemn Xuanwu Gate, flickering flames could be seen. Just before leaving the capital, he would eliminate this final remnant of danger. Perhaps having recently endured a life-and-death struggle, Wei Yunlan fell into an unusually deep slumber. In her hazy dreams, she seemed to envision a scene within the realm. In a dream, the land was more expansive than during her daytime collection of supplies. The ground no longer barren, but lush with vegetation. A stream flowed out from the misty distance, nourishing this land, where a sleek black dog, as majestic as a mythical hound, frolicked amidst the verdant grass. Suddenly, the black dog raced toward the mist, its tail wagging joyously. An ethereal elder emerged from the fog, bending down to stroke the dog's glossy fur, which caused its tail to wag even more exuberantly. Witnessing this figure, Wei Yunlan was utterly astonished. Wasn't he this her great-grandfather? Could it be that thoughts of him during the day manifested in her dreams at night, and after contemplating him before sleep, he appeared in her vision? "Laner, awaken. It is time to set forth." Gout gently patted the quilt, and Wei Yunlan stirred awake, her mind still lingering on the dream she had just experienced. After changing her clothes and stepping outside, she decided to delve into her consciousness before setting off. The realm within appeared as it always did, starkly contrasting with her dreamscape, devoid of any greenery. Suddenly, She noticed a swirling mass of white mist at the very center of this desolate land. As she focused her gaze, she discerned that the hazy vapor enveloped what seemed to be a shadowy object. A sudden recollection of her dream surged through her, causing her heart to race. Could it be that the mist concealed the dark dog that had wagged its tail around her great-grandfather in her dream? Chapter 24. An unusual turn of events. Wei Yunlan attempted to disperse the mist, seeking a clearer glimpse of the obscured object. Yet the white fog clung stubbornly around the dark mass, refusing to budge. Should she await the fog's natural dissipation, or perhaps invoke the memory of her great-grandfather during the day, hoping he would return in her dreams to provide clarity? As she pondered, Chang Yue approached, cradling little Jiaro. "Laner, you and mother may take the carriage. The weather is delightful today, and I wish to stroll a while below," she suggested with a meaningful glance. Wei Yunlan immediately understood, realizing there was likely a matter to discuss privately. She nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well, sister-in-law. Should you tire, do let me know, and we shall switch." With that, she made her way to the mule cart, entering the compartment to find her mother producing a hand-drawn, rudimentary map. Lowering her voice, she said, "Laner, this is a sketch your father created overnight. Father is aware of this?" Wei Yunlan regarded her mother with newfound respect. "Your father is well-read and has always had a penchant for travelogues before his official career. This map is derived from several travel accounts he has perused. While not exceedingly detailed, the general locations are reliable," Gao said, pointing to a spot marked near the mountains in the southern part of the map. "We are currently positioned here. To the west of Liangzhou, the south is mountainous, while the east and north are relatively flat. If a significant influx of refugees were to occur from Suizhou and Hanzhou, they would likely circumvent from the northwest, as the western route would be unfeasible." Gao then indicated the northernmost boundary of the map, where several points were specifically marked. These were locations Wei Yunlan had deduced might be encountered by the displaced. Next, Gao directed her finger to the northeastern corner of Suizhou, where Suijiang City is located. "Your father's intention is for us to regroup there, no matter where we may become separated along the way." This map was the fruit of Wei Yunlan's sleepless night, detailing the approximate distances between each point meticulously. They were now only slightly over 200 miles from the nearest location likely to encounter refugees, and at their current pace, they could arrive in just 4 days. Gao entrusted the map to Wei Yunlan, saying, "Laner, please keep this safe. Since the guards of the Tianshu Pavilion are trustworthy, you should take the opportunity over the next few days to share our plans with them, so they are prepared to assist us when the time comes." Gao and Wei Yunlan had thoroughly considered every possible aspect. Wei Yunlan tucked the map close, her spirits lifting further. She was not alone in her quest to amend the tragedies of her previous life. Her mother was right. She was not fighting a solitary battle. The entire family would unite to overcome challenges together. The sorrows of her past would not be repeated in this life. Wei Yunlan lifted the carriage curtain to allow her sister-in-law to join her, walking alongside the mule cart. She noticed several unfamiliar figures among the group today. 10 individuals, all equipped with horses, armor, and long-handled sabers, exuded a more militaristic air than the previous laborers who had departed from the capital. Wei Yunlan speculated that these individuals had likely been hastily dispatched from the military by the commanding officer of Liangzhou after yesterday's encounter with the bandits. The prowess of this group of 10 appeared to rival that of the previous 20 or so lackeys. If the peril faced by the exiled convoy in her past life were indeed comparable, the sheer number of refugees must have been truly terrifying, especially considering the added manpower. Or perhaps there were unforeseen circumstances that she had yet to anticipate. Contemplating these matters, Wei Yunlan felt an increased sense of caution and began to observe her surroundings more intently, quickly noting a subtle shift in the atmosphere. The usually boisterous members of the Feng family were unusually quiet today, almost rendering their presence imperceptible. Meanwhile, the Liang family's servants, gathered around the carriage, frequently glanced back to furtively assess the expressions of the Feng family. As they paused for a midday respite, Old Lady Feng approached the Wei family, carrying a basket. Wei Yunlan furrowed her brow, anticipating yet another of the old woman's antics after a brief respite. However, Old Lady Feng lifted the cloth covering her basket and said politely, "Having crossed Yueheng Mountain, the air is turning chilly. Your family has children, so I brought some medicinal herbs we prepared at home to ward off the cold. You see, my third daughter-in-law's father is the village's healer. These are his remedies, and they work wonders." She gestured toward the women seated nearby, adding, "I offer this basket of herbs in exchange for a bucket of your sheep's milk. What do you say?" Before the Wei family could respond, she sighed, her eyes revealing a plea. "I don't mean to trouble you. It's just that my boys haven't had anything decent to eat in days, and they are quite ravenous. You know, I recently lost 3 grandsons, and I cannot bear to let these remaining ones suffer. Since your family cannot possibly consume all the sheep's milk, why not do me this small favor?" In recent days, the Wei family had received enough sheep's milk to spare an entire bucket, especially after Wei Yunlan discreetly tucked some away for herself when no one was watching. Even though they had crossed Yueheng Mountain and the weather had grown cooler, fresh sheep's milk could only be stored for 2 or 3 days at most before it soured. Offering it to the Feng family was not out of pity, but rather a desire to discern their true intentions. "Suhi, please fetch it," Wei Yunlan instructed, gesturing towards the wooden bucket beside the mule cart. Old Lady Feng set down her basket and moved to retrieve the bucket, but Wei Yunlan shook her head, stating, "We do not require these herbs. If you wish for sheep's milk, you may purchase it directly with silver. 20 copper coins will suffice. This is a fair price, comparable to what you would find outside." Reluctantly, Old Lady Feng gritted her teeth and counted out 20 copper coins, handing them to Suhi. She accepted the wooden bucket, but left the herbs behind. "This shall be a gift to your family. They are merely foraged from the roadside and hold little value. Just return the basket to me later." With that, Old Lady Feng turned and departed with the bucket. Wei Yunlan exchanged a glance with Gao Shi, and in the next moment, their eyes fell upon the basket of herbs. Recently, they had just dealt with Old Lady Feng's grandson. How could she possess such kindness to bestow herbal remedies upon them? There must be something amiss. These are merely common herbs, bitter herb and silver hemp leaves. Some folk remedies utilize these for phlegm relief and cough suppression. Although they lack efficacy, they are also non-toxic and rather unpalatable. While unsuitable for human consumption, should your fodder be insufficient, they may serve as feed for mules or sheep. After examining the basket of herbs, Lu Mama, who stood beside the elderly matriarch, remarked, "Thank you, Mama." Wei Yunlan refrained from touching the basket, instead offering a package of medicinal ingredients previously prepared by the village's esteemed doctor, saying, "I have heard that your 2 little ones have been coughing. This medicine should prove beneficial." After bidding farewell to Lu Mama, Wei Yunlan feigned ignorance of Old Lady Feng's scrutinizing gaze, lifting the bamboo basket and casually pouring the herbs into the feed mint for the livestock. However, as she tipped the basket, those weeds-like herbs had already been swapped with the fodder stored within her spatial realm. Observing the scene from a distance, Old Lady Feng displayed no sign of anger on her countenance. Within her murky old eyes, a glimmer of shrewdness seemed to flicker. Chapter 25. Catastrophe to everyone's astonishment. Aside from exchanging a barrel of goat's milk, the Feng family exhibited no unusual behavior. In fact, after returning the barrel, Old Lady Feng promptly boiled the milk and distributed it among the children of the Feng household before their departure. They even returned the barrel, along with the bamboo basket from their home. "Sister, what do you think the Feng family is up to?" Wei Mingxian inquired in a hushed tone as he approached Wei Yunlan. He had initially anticipated that the Feng family would also deliver a portion of the medicinal herbs to the Liang family, yet this honor was bestowed solely upon their family, leaving him perplexed. Could it be that the herbs were truly unproblematic? Perhaps not. Let us wait and see. Wei Yunlan carefully arranged the medicinal herbs in a separate corner of their storage space, positioned at the farthest diagonal from the other supplies. This way, even if the herbs posed a risk, they would not jeopardize the other items within the space. Mingxian, regardless of the upheaval between the Feng and Liang families, we must remain detached. In no more than 5 days, we shall part ways with them. Have you memorized the locations marked by Father on the map? Yes, I have. Wei Mingxian nodded eagerly. If we become separated, I shall wait for you in Suijiang City to reunite. Noticing the tension on Wei Yunlan's face, he leaned closer to her and reassured, "Sister, worry not. I shan't lose my way like in your dream. If I were to go astray again, it would be a disservice to our great-grandfather, who specially warned us through a dream. With that, he flashed a grin at Wei Yunlan. She shook her head, laughing softly. Indeed, our great-grandfather will watch over us from above. If we were to become separated once more, it would not only be a betrayal of his legacy, but also a squandered opportunity in this life granted to me. Let us depart. The military envoy from Liangzhou appeared particularly solemn, maintaining a quiet demeanor even during rest periods, while the officials also adopted a more dignified posture, cursing far less than usual. At the command, the officials led the 3 adults forward. The Liang family's carriage, which should have followed, remained stationary, seemingly allowing others to proceed first. Then let us go ahead. Wei Yunlan nodded to Dongda, who was leading the mule, and Lu Quan then followed suit. The Wei family transitioned from the last position in the line to the forefront. The sequence behind them remained unchanged, with the Feng and Bai families following in order. The Liang family's 3 carriages now brought up the rear, replacing the Wei family's mule cart. This alteration suited Wei Yunlan perfectly, no matter the rearrangement. As long as they could distance themselves from the Liang family, it sufficed. Being at the front not only placed her closer to her father, but also facilitated easier access to the mule cart in case of any unforeseen events, preventing any chance of becoming lost in the ensuing chaos. The afternoon chill was more pronounced than that of the morning, with the sun dipping low in the west, bringing a hint of coldness. Wei Mingxian rubbed his arms and remarked, "It is astonishing how, just a mountain range away, the difference is so stark. It has never been this cold in previous years." Xue recalled her childhood memories. "I remember that the weather typically only began to cool after the autumn harvest. This year, it has turned cold unusually early." Wei Mingxian continued to lament, "Alas, it was inexplicably hot just a few days ago, and now it is equally inexplicably cold. The weather is capricious, often heralding impending calamities." Gao suddenly recalled this saying, and upon noticing his children gazing in his direction, he softly explained, "This phrase was once uttered by your great-grandfather." Upon hearing this, Wei Yunlan felt a sudden jolt in her heart, as if something had flickered in her mind. Yes, calamity. She realized she had forgotten something crucial. The influx of refugees into Liangzhou was a consequence of a sudden disaster occurring in the west. In her previous life, she had not perished by this time. She had far more freedom of movement as a ghost. The maidservants in her courtyard were similarly bound to Xi Feng courtyard, unaware of the outside circumstances, though each day, a maid from the large kitchen would come to deliver provisions, which grew increasingly meager with each visit. Wei Yunlan recalled overhearing Xue question the kitchen maid, who replied that most of Daong had suffered a disaster, causing grain prices in the capital to soar several times over. Just having something to eat was fortunate, so why be choosy? Wei Yunlan certainly did not believe that the Marquis's residents had fallen to such poverty that only coarse buns were fit for the young master's wife. However, the maid's mention of disaster and skyrocketing grain prices must hold some truth. What calamity could impact such a significant portion of Daong? Suizhou was one matter, but Hanzhou, located in the southwest of Suizhou, was an expansive, flat region, the foremost grain-producing state in the northern half of the Daong dynasty. What calamity could compel the relatively prosperous citizens of Hanzhou to abandon their homeland at such a critical time as the autumn harvest, seeking refuge in the more barren Liangzhou? Were it any other disaster, the populace would surely wait until after the harvest, when they had grain in hand, to migrate. Unless it was a sudden occurrence that caught them off guard, forcing them to flee for their lives. Hanzhou, far from the sea and featuring a flat terrain devoid of significant rivers, could first eliminate tsunamis, landslides, and floods. The only disasters Wei Yunlan could conceive of remaining were earthquakes and dragon-tail events. The destructive power of these two surpasses that of other calamities, whichever occurs. Their previously laid plans would undoubtedly require alteration. The actual dangers they must confront could prove far more severe than the threat of encountering refugees. The forthcoming days are crucial. Wei Yunlan dared not delay even for a moment. After exchanging words with Jian, she settled into the mule cart, closed her eyes, and let her consciousness sink into the space. She organized the existing supplies into 16 portions, each in its own bundle. With the exception of Xiao Jiayong's unique share, Each of the remaining 15 bundles contained enough provisions for one person to last 7 days, a length of rope, a piece of silk for dressing wounds, as well as medicine for wind chill, external injuries, and a flint. All these items were already present in the 2 mule carts. When the convoy halted at an inn for the night, and the items from the carts were moved indoors, Wei Yunlan took the opportunity to retrieve the prepared bundles from the space, distributing them to Ning Shuang and Ting Xue for everyone. On the morrow, as they set forth, each person must carry their bundle with them, ensuring it remains close at hand, even while sleeping. They should strive to place it within easy reach. As for Xiao Jiayong's share, Wei Yunlan personally handed it to Chengli, saying, "Sister-in-law, take care to keep Jiayong with you. For safety's sake, during these next few days on the journey, do not let her disembark and wander." The refugees, will they arrive early? Cheng Yue felt a surge of anxiety, yet more so a sense of bewilderment. The gravest threat she could presently conceive was that of the refugees and the mountain bandits. However, even if they were to encounter bandits, there was no need for them to carry burdens conducive to solitary survival. Wei Yunlan's expression turned grave as she voiced her conjecture. "Elder sister, we may face an upheaval akin to a dragon turning in its lair or a dragon's tail sweeping about." Cheng Yue was taken aback, clutching the swaddled infant in her arms, instinctively tightening her grip. She then pushed open the window, placing a token inscribed with the characters for Tian Shu upon the sill. Moments later, Wei Yunlan heard a sound. The window had been shut, and a shadowy figure quietly entered the room. Truly, a person from the esteemed Tian Shu pavilion could infiltrate without alarming the soldiers outside. "Captain Yu, we intend to depart from this group." Wei Yunlan stated her family's intentions. "Depart?" Yu Qi replied succinctly, as always, yet his eyes flickered with an inexplicable astonishment. Why did one or two of them suddenly harbor thoughts of leaving? Chapter 26. Poisonous weeds. The route was altered. Although the ultimate destination remained the northern pass, the detour would undoubtedly extend the distance significantly. Wei Yunlan produced a stack of silver banknotes that had been prepared in advance and handed them to Yu Qi. Yu Qi merely lifted her eyelids, refraining from extending her hand to accept the offering. "There is no need for excess monetary compensation. Since you are not traveling with our group, it is, in fact, easier for us to ensure your safety." This marked the second time that a monetary gift had been declined. A flicker of doubt surged within Wei Yunlan, prompting her to hesitantly inquire, "Captain Yu, might I ask if I have ever had the pleasure of meeting your esteemed leader?" She did not intend to pry into the identity of the Tian Shu Pavilion's master, but she sensed an unusual level of attentiveness directed toward her. "Miss Wei does not know our master," Yu Qi replied, silently adding in her mind that if merely having heard of the name did not count as knowing someone, then perhaps her statement held validity. "Then why? First the sheep, and now the refusal of silver." Yu Qi replied earnestly, "Our master admires Lord Wei's integrity, loyalty, and straightforward character, and cannot bear to see a loyal minister suffer. So that is the reasoning behind this kindness." Finally comprehending the source of this goodwill, Wei Yunlan felt a sense of relief, which was soon accompanied by a deeper respect for the enigmatic master of the Tian Shu Pavilion. "Your esteemed leader is truly a person of great righteousness. I extend my gratitude on behalf of my father for his care. I will convey Miss Wei's words to our master." Yu Qi responded with a serious demeanor, causing a hint of bashfulness to arise in Wei Yunlan. Just as she was about to express more, Yu Qi's expression shifted sharply. She pivoted back to the window, signaling for silence with a gesture. Wei Yunlan held her breath, feeling a wave of tension wash over her. This guest room was situated at the end of the second floor of the inn, directly opposite the kitchen built on the east side of the back courtyard. Yu Qi opened the window a crack, peering through to observe someone stealthily entering the backyard. Before she could discern the figure clearly, it had already circled to the back of the kitchen. From within the room, the view was entirely obstructed by the kitchen. Yu Qi placed her hand on the window frame, preparing to leap outside when she noticed Wei Yunlan, equally curious, gazing out. "Would you like to see?" she asked eagerly. "Is that permissible?" Yu Qi nodded gently, placing one hand on Wei Yunlan's shoulder and the other on her opposite arm, guiding her as they soared from the room and swiftly ascended to the rooftop. From this vantage point, the entire backyard was laid out before them. The figure that had previously circled behind the kitchen was now seen clutching a wooden basin filled with a considerable amount of dirty laundry, lingering near the stable. Wei Yunlan squinted her eyes for a closer look, and to her astonishment, it was none other than her, Mrs. Feng's third daughter-in-law. The very woman who had lost 2 sons just the day before, rumored to be the daughter-in-law of a local shaman in the village. With no one around, Mrs. Feng deftly extracted a handful of wild grasses from beneath the basin and sprinkled them into the trough designated for the 3 fine steeds and a ewe. Following this, she repeated the action, tossing a small handful into the enclosure where a mule and another ewe were tethered. Having completed her task, Mrs. Feng hurriedly departed. As she stepped out of the stable, a shadow fell upon the very spot where she had just lingered. It first retrieved a handful of wild grass meant for the mule, then extracted a few more stalks from the nearby provisions. In a flash, the figure leaped onto the roof, drawing closer to the positions of Wei Yunlan and Yu Qi. "Who is this?" "One of our own," Yu Qi indicated, pointing to a companion clad in dark attire who had approached. Pei Hu clasped his fists in greeting towards Wei Yunlan, subsequently raising the 2 handfuls of grass in his hands. Before he could utter a word, Wei Yunlan recognized that this wild grass was indeed the same herbal remedy that old Lady Feng had bestowed upon her during the day. So, this grass harbors a secret? She had suspected that the Feng family could not be so benevolent. No, it is not the grass that poses a threat. Pei Hu shook his head, offering a handful to Wei Yunlan. "Miss Wei, do take a closer whiff. Does it not carry a hint of a sweet and sour aroma?" Wei Yunlan brought the grass close to her nose and inhaled deeply. Indeed, a faint sweet and sour fragrance wafted into her senses, almost imperceptible from distance. "This is the scent of the dove fruit. You may not have heard of it, Miss Wei. It is a wild fruit not uncommon in the northern mountainous regions." This was the first time Wei Yunlan had encountered such a fruit. "Is it poisonous?" "Not at all," Pei Hu explained. "The dove fruit itself is not toxic. Many birds and herbivorous animals in the forest consume this fruit regularly, but carnivorous beasts generally avoid it." "Why is that?" Wei Yunlan inquired. Yu Qi frowned and shot Pei Hu a glare. "Could you not be more straightforward?" "Indeed," Pei Hu straightened, promptly divulging all he knew in a stream of words. "The dove fruit is harmless in itself. Excessive consumption may lead to mild diarrhea. However, if consumed in conjunction with meat or dairy from goats and sheep, it can induce fever, difficulty in breathing, and may even result in a rash covering the body." Wei Yunlan's expression tightened upon hearing this. She unfastened the fragrant pouch hanging at her waist and retrieved 2 stalks of herbs, presenting them to Pei Hu. "Do these resemble what you brought back?" They were taken from the basket of herbs gifted by old Lady Feng earlier that afternoon. True to her suspicions, after a brief examination and sniff, Pei Hu nodded, affirming, "They are identical. Both have been smeared with the juice of the dove fruit." In that instant, Wei Yunlan comprehended the scheme the Feng family had devised. 3 grandchildren of the Feng family had perished the previous day, 2 grandsons and a granddaughter. Among the deceased grandsons, 2 were the biological offspring of Madame Feng. It seemed she bore a deep-seated hatred towards the Liang family, whom she believed had indirectly caused the deaths of her 2 sons. Unable to retaliate openly, she resorted to secretly feeding wild grass smeared with dove fruit juice to the mother sheep, ensuring that the Liang family's youngest, who consumed sheep's milk daily, would unwittingly fall victim. It was one thing to seek vengeance against the Liang family, but why drag their Wei family into this? It was well known that the Liang family's sheep was reared for the benefit of their youngest child, while the Wei family's sheep was nurtured for the recently born Xiao Jiao. After consuming the tainted goat milk, whether the 5 or 6-year-old legitimate son of the Liang family would meet with a tragic fate remained uncertain to Wei Yunlan. However, her own little Jiao was undoubtedly doomed. The actions of the Feng family were clearly aimed at causing harm. A fierce anger surged within Wei Yunlan's heart. She could not interject in the long-standing enmity between the Feng and Liang families, but the Wei family had never provoked the Feng family, and Jiao had not offended them in the slightest. The Feng family's actions were utterly intolerable. "Do you require assistance, Miss Wei?" Pei Hu inquired politely. "I would appreciate your vigilance over the livestock at home, to prevent them from inadvertently consuming poisonous plants that could lead to diarrhea and delay our journey ahead." As for the Feng family, Wei Yunlan scoffed coldly. It seems that merely breaking an arm last time did not impart sufficient lessons to them. Chapter 27. Turbid. This morning's goat milk was personally prepared by Wei Yunlan using the provisions from her space. As for the freshly squeezed barrel, she feared there might be a lapse, so she left it untouched on the cart. Just before their departure, Ning Shuang, Wei Yunlan's maid, addressed old lady Feng in front of several families, saying, "Old madam, we still have plenty of freshly squeezed goat milk left. My children can hardly drink it all. Why not purchase it to add some sugar and prepare it for the children at home? This way, we won't have to carry it along on our journey." The younger members of the Feng family, particularly the littlest ones, gazed at the wooden barrel with glistening eyes, almost revealing their cravings. Both the fresh goat milk and that which had been left for nearly 2 days were priced the same at 20 copper coins, evidently making today a sale profitable. However, old lady Feng maintained a stern expression, snorting coldly. "Your family finds it troublesome to carry on the road, but my family does not? We wouldn't even accept it for free. What do you mean by milk?" The plump little grandson of the Feng family was astonished. Refusing such an opportunity was certainly not in his nature. "Milk? Hurry and eat your meal." Old lady Feng gave her grandson a light smack on the head and turned away with her entourage. Yet, Wei Yunlan did not miss the fleeting panic that crossed the old lady's eyes. Panic suits her well. Noticing Lady Liang, who was being assisted by her maid and preparing to board the carriage beside the Liang family escort, Wei Yunlan slightly nodded in greeting before shaking her head at Ning Shuang. "Forget it, since no one wants it. Let us cover it with cloth on the cart and add it to the porridge for lunch." Ning Shuang replied with a bright smile, "Miss, we have a bit of white sugar left. Goat milk porridge with sugar will be both fragrant and rich, not inferior to goat milk curds at all." The Feng children, who were busy organizing their belongings in anticipation of departure, listened intently, nearly drooling. Wei Yunlan understood that her objective had been half achieved and shifted her gaze away from the Feng family. Letting the Feng family stumble upon their own misfortune was merely a side note. What truly mattered in the coming days was the impending calamity. Wei Yunlan had never experienced a dragon's tail flick or the upheaval of the earth. All her knowledge of these disasters stemmed from books she had perused in her leisure. She recalled reading in a natural history tome that a dragon's tail flick typically occurs alongside strong winds, torrential rain, and thunderous lightning. Her father, having read more diverse texts than she, confirmed this notion. Yet at this moment, with the autumn sky clear and the sun shining brightly, there was no sign of impending rain. Suizhou, being adjacent to Liangzhou, would not likely exhibit significant weather differences compared to the dragon's tail flick. Wei Yunlan leaned more towards the belief that the forthcoming disaster would likely be the upheaval of the earth. She communicated this suspicion to Yu Qi. In addition to requiring the protection of the Tianshu Pavilion's guards, Wei Yunlan harbored a personal hope. The Tianshu Pavilion was a remarkably mysterious and powerful organization, with its leader possessing a broad-mindedness and compassion for the common folk. By sharing her foreboding of the impending disaster with Yu Qi, she was indirectly informing the Tianshu Pavilion behind him. Perhaps, with her early warning, even a few words might save more lives before the calamity struck. What is wrong with this water? Not long after setting off, the officer tilted his head back to drink from the water pouch, only to spit it out in the next instant. Wiping his mouth, he turned to glare at the young attendant beside him. "How did you fill this water?" The young attendant, puzzled, replied, "It's just the well water from the inn's backyard. You should try a sip yourself." The officer tossed the water pouch into the young attendant's arms. The attendant uncorked the pouch, took a sip, and immediately began to spit like the officer. With a grimace, he exclaimed, "Why is there so much sand in this water?" "You ask me, and I ask whom?" The officer rolled his eyes in exasperation, noticing the attendant's bewilderment, and waved his hand dismissively. "Never mind, there is a river not far ahead. Let us rest by the riverbank and refill our water." The officer's horse was unusually swift today. A journey that typically took nearly 2 hours was reduced to nearly half that time, causing great distress to the trailing party. Upon hearing the word rest, everyone promptly sat down on the ground, except for the servants of the Liang family, who begrudgingly rallied to serve their masters with water and food. The young attendant took the water pouch to the riverbank, but upon reaching it, he exclaimed in surprise. "Oh? Why is the river water so yellow today?" While the well water from the inn had merely contained some sediment, the river's water had transformed into a murky sludge. It was so turbid that not only was it unfit for drinking, but also too dirty for washing clothes. The officer and the soldiers from Liangzhou dismounted and gathered at the riverbank. Being a man from the capital, this was the first time the officer had encountered such a situation despite having escorted prisoners to the north twice. He inquired of the Liangzhou soldiers, "Do you know the reason for this?" The soldiers were only partially informed. Liangzhou is mountainous, and the murky water resembled that of a river in the aftermath of a mountain flood. Yet the problem was that they had long left the mountainous region, and before them lay a vast plain. How could they possibly encounter a flood now? "Perhaps it is going to rain," one soldier casually speculated. However, another soldier shook his head. "It doesn't seem like it. The weather is quite dry today, not at all humid, so it probably won't rain." Before they could debate further, a shout of alarm arose from the rear of the party. "What is wrong with those horses?" Everyone turned to look in the direction of the commotion. The trouble lay with the 3 horses pulling the Liang family's cart, all of which were inexplicably suffering from continuous diarrhea, exhibiting signs of agitation and unwillingness to let anyone near. A foul odor wafted through the air, causing the Bai and Feng families to distance themselves from the Liang family. Madame Liang covered her nose and demanded, "What's going on? Why are the horses like this?" The stable boy, trembling, replied, "It might be due to the feed given to them at the inn yesterday. But why are the other horses fine?" Madame Liang shot back, her brows furrowed. The horses and mules belonging to the officer and the Wei family showed no signs of distress. Only her family's horses and sheep were affected. What could explain this? Just as Madame Liang was about to press for answers, a nearby maid screamed, "Madam, something is wrong. Look at the young master." Madame Liang followed the terrified gaze of her maid and noticed that her youngest son, who was by her side, had inexplicably developed numerous red spots on his neck, and his breathing had become labored, as if someone were constricting his throat, leaving him gasping for air. Junior, Madame Liang could no longer concern herself with the matter of the horses and sheep. Her heart was entirely focused on her son, the child she had born after the age of 30, whom she had cherished like the apple of her eye and had never encountered such a crisis. In her frantic state, she summoned the family physician and also requested the assistance of Nurse Liu, who served beside the esteemed old Madame Bai. Meanwhile, amidst the chaos by the riverside, while everyone's attention was directed towards the Liang family, a few children stealthily approached the Wei family's side, seizing a pot of steaming sheep's milk porridge and making a dash for the exit. Yet, before they could even bring the porridge to their lips, it was violently knocked from their hands by the hurriedly approaching old lady Feng. The young grandson of the Feng family's eyes blazed with indignation as he shouted, "Grandma, what are you doing?" Not far away, Madame Liang, who had just laid down her son and requested the official to send for a doctor, froze at the sound of the commotion. Her gaze, sharp as a sword, turned towards old lady Feng, as if she were regarding a specter. Chapter 28. The filth Madame Feng trembled ever so slightly. Her legs weakened, and she sank to the ground, grasping her grandson's pant leg, and with a swift motion, delivered a sharp slap to his backside. "You mischievous child! How dare you take things that do not belong to you? Do you not remember how your elder brother lost his hand?" The young Feng was momentarily stunned by the blows, but after receiving several more, he burst into tears. The remaining children of the Feng family gazed at their grandmother in disbelief. Surely, she must have been possessed by a ghost today. How could she bring herself to strike the most cherished of her grandchildren, and for such a trivial matter as stealing from others? The tumult by the river grew even more chaotic, with Madame Feng's scolding and her grandson's wails stirring the tempers of those nearby. Even the horses of the soldiers stationed by the river grew restless, stamping their hooves impatiently. Observing the commotion, the elderly lady Bai restrained her family and moved further away, settling at a considerable distance from the Feng and Liang families. Meanwhile, on the side of the Wei family, who had just had a pot of sheep's milk porridge snatched from them, the maid Ning Shuang hurried over to retrieve the pot that had fallen to the ground. Just as she bent to pick it up, she was intercepted by a maidservant from Lady Liang's side. "Miss Ning, please wait. While we take this pot back first." The maidservant from Lady Liang was relatively courteous, presenting a silver ingot as compensation from her mistress. If your household is lacking in pots and bowls, you are welcome to accompany me to select another. Ning Shuang glanced back at the expression of Wei Yunlan, and upon seeing her nod in agreement, she accepted the silver ingot. Their household had enough pots for the time being. The young lady would return the pot to them once she was finished. Thank you, Miss Ning and Miss Wei, for your understanding, the maidservant from Lady Liang said as she bowed slightly towards the Wei family and picked up the pot that had originally contained the porridge. Although much of the porridge had been spilled by Madame Feng, some remained at the bottom of the pot, enough to fill a couple of small bowls if poured. As Madame Feng continued to scold her grandson, she rose from the ground, mumbling to herself, swaying unsteadily, and was on the verge of colliding with the maid carrying the pot. At that moment, Lady Liang, having just settled her young son, approached with her maid and several strong family retainers. The retainers quickly stepped forward, blocking Madame Feng's path. Before she could reach the pot, she collided headfirst with the solid chest of one of the retainers, causing her to stumble and fall again, pulling her grandson down with her. Lady Liang, surrounded by her attendants, approached Madame Feng, looking down at her with a cold gaze. Do not think that pretending to be mad will allow you to escape responsibility. If anything happens to June, I will ensure that your entire family pays the price. Lady Liang had always maintained an air of superiority, rarely engaging with families outside her own. This was the first time she had spoken to Madame Feng, and as she glared at her with an icy demeanor, Madame Feng could not help but shiver, her words of explanation caught in her throat. At that moment, Lord Feng hurriedly approached, first casting a fierce glance at old Madame Feng and his relatives, before turning to bow respectfully to Madame Liang, saying, "My mother is old and somewhat muddle-headed, often indulging the younger generation's mischief. However, there is no malice intended, Madame Liang. Perhaps there is some misunderstanding here. As for any misunderstanding, time would reveal the truth." Madame Liang paid no heed to Lord Feng's attempts at placation, her heart consumed with concern for her younger son's safety. And without a moment's hesitation, she turned to leave with her attendants. Old Madame Feng attempted to speak again, but was firmly grasped by Lord Feng, who silently urged her to remain silent with a look. After the Liang family departed, Lord Feng hastily pulled old Madame Feng aside, a hint of anger evident on his face. Wei Yunlan quietly observed the family's reactions, and it became clear to her that this malicious and foolish act was likely orchestrated by old Madame Feng and the other women of the Feng household. Keeping Lord Feng in the dark, the servant sent to fetch a doctor returned within the hour, riding swiftly back. The doctor, shaken from the ride, barely steadied himself before being led to the young master of the Liang family, who lay pale and struggling for breath. Upon seeing the young master's flushed complexion and labored breathing, the doctor's expression tightened. He took the boy's pulse and examined his neck for rashes, then stated gravely, "It appears to be a case of improper diet, possibly the ingestion of a toxin. Fortunately, the quantity consumed does not seem too great. Otherwise, he may not have endured this long." Hearing the doctor's alarming assessment of her son's perilous condition, Madame Liang staggered slightly and urgently inquired, "What should we do now?" The doctor, observing the formidable presence of the Liang family despite being escorted by the servants, did not dare to delay. "I shall first administer acupuncture to the young master to see if we can induce vomiting. If he can expel the contents of his stomach, the crisis will be significantly alleviated. I implore you to act swiftly." Madame Liang hastily instructed her attendants to erect a screen around them to shield the doctor's work from prying eyes. This doctor, though merely a local practitioner from the nearby town, possessed a certain level of skill. Moments later, sounds of retching could be heard from within the enclosure. The young master of the Liang family expelled all he had consumed that day, and his previously rapid breaths began to ease, though the fever and rashes on his body remained unabated. The doctor furrowed his brow and remarked, "We must first ascertain what poison the young master ingested to treat him appropriately. Please recount all that Junior has eaten today and bring any leftovers for my examination." Madame Liang commanded. The two maids, dedicated to attending to the young master, hurriedly presented each item of food. Despite their journey into exile, the young master had indeed consumed quite a bit that day. A bowl of milk sweetened with sugar, accompanied by pancakes made with eggs and flour, a few pieces of mung bean cake, and refreshing lotus leaf tea. Just over an hour ago, he had also partaken of 2 bowls of sheep's milk yogurt and a roasted chicken leg. Except for the sheep's milk yogurt, which had been finished, the remaining dishes were brought forth for the doctor's inspection, yet no issues were found. Reflecting on the recent actions of the Feng family, Lady Liang pointed towards the remaining bucket of goat's milk. Do take a closer look. Could there be an issue with this milk? Just as the doctor was about to shake his head, he caught a whiff of a foul odor wafting nearby. It was not the scent of the earlier vomit, but rather that of something distinctly more unsavory. Even the incense that had been lit could not mask this noxious smell. The doctor, who had previously been a loss, suddenly experienced a moment of clarity and hurriedly inquired of the maidservants who had brought the food, "Has there been anything unusual with the milking used today?" Chapter 29. The performance is incessant diarrhea considered unusual? Certainly it is. After observing the condition of the Liang family's ewe and 3 fine steeds, the doctor became increasingly convinced of his hypothesis, which was now clearly articulated. These horses and the sheep must have inadvertently consumed a wild fruit known as the dove fruit. The dove fruit is not uncommon in the mountainous regions of Liangzhou due to its sweet and sour flavor. Many impoverished villagers often gather it for consumption or as a treat for their children. The villagers, lacking in meat, generally do not suffer adverse effects from consuming dove fruit, unless their digestive systems are particularly weak. However, the issue lies in the fact that the young master of the Liang family is not one of these mountain-dwelling villagers. In just half a day, he has consumed considerable amounts of sheep's milk and chicken. The dove fruit is most dangerous when consumed alongside these foods. The symptoms of its ingestion manifest in the young master's rapid breathing and the appearance of numerous red rashes across his body. Upon hearing this, Madame Liang's expression darkened further. It was highly likely that this incident was connected to the Feng family. If it were not for the lingering threat to her younger son, she would have relished the thought of exacting revenge on the detestable Feng family. Suppressing her agitation, Madame Liang politely inquired of the doctor, "In your opinion, how can the poison affecting my son be resolved?" While it is true that a physician from the capital, who specializes in treating the affluent, might find himself at a loss, the local doctors, who routinely care for nearby villagers, have encountered children suffering from ceaseless diarrhea after accidentally consuming dove fruit. Although the young master's symptoms are more severe, the treatment remains the same. This particular poison is not difficult to counteract. A few doses of herbal decoctions to clear heat and detoxify will suffice. However, the most crucial aspect is not the medicine itself, but rather the subsequent care. For the following fortnight, the young master must adhere to a bland diet, avoiding all meat. If this can be accomplished, he will gradually recover. After a pause, the doctor added softly, "It will be best for him to rest quietly, allowing him to recuperate for a day or 2 before enduring the rigors of travel." Madame Liang meticulously noted this information and, after settling the doctor's fee, graciously saw him off. He had arrived on horseback with the aid of a servant, but now he would have to return to town on foot. Fortunately, the distance to the town was not great, and with the silver ingots provided by the Liang family, the doctor's visit could be deemed fruitful. After bidding farewell to the doctor and sending Mr. Liang to negotiate with the official for medicine in the county, Madame Liang finally found the opportunity to turn her attention to the Feng family. Accompanied by a host of servants, she strode forward with an imposing presence. Upon witnessing Madame Liang's fierce demeanor and venomous gaze, old Madame Feng instinctively shivered. She had just endured a lengthy interrogation from her son and was well aware of the consequences. Though she loathed the Liang family, to protect her own kin, she could only follow her son's directive to adamantly deny any wrongdoing on their part. However, before old Madame Feng could utter a defense, she saw Madame Liang wave her hand, commanding a nearby servant to seize her grandson. Immediately, a maid from the Liang family approached with a pot of sheep's milk porridge. Madame Liang coldly ordered, "Force this porridge down his throat." Old Madame Feng's eyes widened in horror as she hastily attempted to rise, but Mr. Feng restrained her, signaling with his gaze for her to remain silent. 2 attendants from the Liang family swiftly restrained the young grandson of the Feng family, prying his mouth open. A maid stepped forward, pouring the remaining sweet sheep's milk porridge from the pot into the boy's mouth. Although the porridge was delightful even when cold, being forcibly fed in such a manner was far from pleasant. The boy nearly choked, coughing several times before he managed to regain his composure. Meanwhile, the other children of the Feng family stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend why their grandmother had previously overturned the porridge, nor why Lady Liang insisted on having the attendants force-feed the little brother. They were paralyzed with fear at the scene before them, standing still even without anyone holding them back. As the last drop of porridge was poured into the boy's mouth, Lady Liang finally commanded the attendants to release him. At that moment, old Lady Feng's legs weakened, and her body trembled uncontrollably. Were it not for Lord Feng's steady grip on her arm, she would have surely collapsed to the ground. What was Lady Liang's intention? A look of confusion mixed with a hint of justified anger crossed Lord Feng's face. Although his nephew had a tendency to be somewhat unruly, he had never offended Lady Liang, had he? After all, it was merely a bowl of porridge. Why should Lord Feng be so anxious? Lady Liang let out a cold laugh, pointing to the now empty pot. Did your little one not wish to drink it earlier? If Lady Liang had something to say, she ought to express it plainly. Lord Feng maintained a serious demeanor, having witnessed the incident involving the young master of the noble house. He had also overheard the doctor's diagnosis. Was Lady Liang suggesting that they suspected the Feng family due to the issues with the sheep's milk? Lady Liang's frosty gaze fell upon Lord Feng. He continued to explain calmly, I admit that due to previous events at Yueheng Mountain, I harbored some grievances. Yet, I am aware that this matter cannot be blamed on your esteemed house, but solely on those vicious mountain bandits. If Lady Liang suspects us of harboring vengeful intentions towards your young master because of this, then we are truly wronged. Wei Yunlan observed the scene with detached interest, marveling at Lord Feng's astute eloquence. It seemed that even the head of the Huangli troop in the capital could not rival his theatrical prowess. The previously furious Lady Liang found her anger dissipating slightly, replaced by a hint of suspicion after Lord Feng's remarks. She could have initiated an investigation. Although her mother had spilled the sheep's milk today, she had also served boiled sheep's milk to the children the day before. To attribute the crime of poisoning the milk solely based on today's mishap would be rather unfair. At this juncture, Lord Feng shifted his tone. Moreover, our Feng family does not raise livestock, nor have we been near your horses or sheep. If someone were truly scheming to poison the young master of the Liang family, directing suspicions towards us would merely allow the actual culprit to evade justice and create further opportunities for them. What a clever diversion. It was evident that only two families had visited the stable the day before. Besides the Liang family, it was the Wei family. Unexpectedly, at this juncture, Lord Feng still intends to shift the blame onto the Wei family. Had it not been for the precautions taken yesterday, today he might have truly succeeded. As Lady Liang's gaze flickered towards her, Wei Yunlan stepped forward. Gongshuang, please fetch the herbs that old Lady Feng sent yesterday. These herbs were personally delivered by you yesterday, were they not? Old Lady Feng warily observed Wei Yunlan as she approached, taking the bamboo basket step by step. Upon glancing inside, she discovered that it was brimming with the very two types of herbs she had exchanged for goat's milk yesterday. The wariness in old Lady Feng's eyes instantly transformed into fear and confusion. Were not these herbs already fed to the mules? Chapter 30. How to find peace despite the turmoil within her heart. Old Lady Feng understood that she could not exhibit any weakness at this moment. With a flick of her eyelids, she disdainfully addressed Wei Yunlan. I kindly offered your family medicinal herbs. How could I possibly have made an error? Indeed, there was no mistake. It was merely that the herbs emitted an unsettling aroma, prompting us to refrain from preparing them, as you suggested for the child. Wei Yunlan seized a handful of herbs from the basket and presented them to the maidservant attending Lady Liang, saying, You may take a whiff of these. Do you not detect a faint sourness? The maid, after sniffing the herbs, nodded in agreement and relayed them to Lady Liang. You might inquire with Lu Mama, who serves old Lady Bai. These two herbs are known as bitter apricot and silver hemp leaf, often utilized in folk remedies for phlegm and cough. However, their efficacy is limited, and they are frequently employed as fodder for livestock. At this juncture, a flicker of anger crossed Wei Yunlan's brow. Yesterday, I detected a sourness in these herbs, but attributed it to old Lady Feng's oversight and did not dwell on it. Upon witnessing the misfortune befalling the young master of the Liang family, I realized that this was no mere oversight. Old Lady Feng harbored intentions of causing harm. Wei miss. Temper your words, cautioned Lord Feng, his expression grave. Yet, Wei Yunlan grew increasingly agitated. Is it not true? To present us with herbs tainted by the juice of the quail fruit, how could there be any good intentions behind it? Had we followed old Lady Feng's advice and brewed these herbs into a medicinal concoction, our household would likely be beset by illness now. Furthermore, we did not prepare these herbs. Instead, we offered them directly to our livestock. Who is unaware that my little niece has only just reached her first month, requiring a daily bowl of goat's milk? If we had administered the bitter apricot and silver hemp leaf to the ewe, would my niece still be alive? Hai and Cheng Wei approached Wei Yunlan from either side, Cheng cradling the sleeping Jiao Rong in her arms, her face a mask of fear as she glared at the Feng family as if they were enemies. You would not even spare a child barely a month old. Your hearts are truly wicked. Hai wore a stern expression and spoke coldly. Our family merely sought to reprimand yours for the earlier transgression of snatching something from our child. It was your family at fault, and yet you retaliate against us. This is utterly absurd. The quarrel had shifted from the Liang and Feng families to the Feng and Wei families, while Lady Liang, holding a few strands of bitter apricot and silver hemp leaf, appeared deep in thought. Wei Yunlan spoke candidly. Lady Liang, we have yet to traverse half the journey to the northern pass, and we will be traveling together for over a month. If this matter is not thoroughly investigated, how can we find peace on this journey? What do you propose we do to investigate this matter, Miss Wei? Lady Liang inquired. To keep a secret, one must not act. Every action leaves traces. Lady Liang might begin by tracing the fodder for the horses and sheep. To ascertain the truth, it will be necessary to dispatch someone back to the inn where we stayed yesterday. While others may find this task daunting, it would pose no challenge for the Liang family. It merely requires sending a few servants and officials back, and I trust the local authorities would be amenable to assisting the Liang family in this matter. Witnessing that Lady Liang seemed to be swayed by Wei Yunlan's words, Lord Feng let out a sigh, his face marred by a palpable sense of humiliation. He clasped his hands together and finally urged, Lady Liang, this matter is rather perplexing. I implore you to send someone to investigate, and not to rely solely on the words of others, for sometimes what one sees may not necessarily be the truth. Lord Feng should manage his own family affairs. As for how I conduct myself, I do not require your counsel, Lady Liang replied, her expression turning frosty. She cast a lingering glance at both Lord Feng and Wei Yunlan before turning away, heading toward Lord Liang and the magistrate. As anticipated, Lord Liang had already persuaded the magistrate to allow the caravan to rest in Qingfeng County for 2 days. The 100 miles that would be lost during this period would be redistributed over the subsequent days, resulting in a few extra miles to travel each day. For the members of the Liang family, who spent their days in a carriage, this was hardly a burden. However, for the other families in the convoy, it was a considerable strain. Upon reaching Wei Yunlan, Bai Si, who had been inquiring about the dispute with the Feng family, could not help but voice her complaint softly. I wonder how many benefits the magistrate has received from the Liang family. He has been speaking on their behalf all along. Say no more. Wei Yunlan gently patted Bai Si's hand resting on her arm. If you believe the magistrate favors the Liang family, it would be wise not to provoke them or draw too close. Bai Si looked surprised. Sister Wei, my grandmother says the same. Wei Yunlan was not taken aback. She knew that old Lady Feng was rather muddled, whereas old Lady Bai was a true sage. With such a wise elder in the family, the Bai family's unity would remain intact. Even if they could not return to the capital and seek justice, their lives would still be bearable. To avoid jostling the young master of the Liang family in the carriage, the caravan proceeded particularly slowly along the road to Qingfeng County. Wei Yunlan observed that Lord Feng was persistently trying to engage Lord Liang in conversation. For reasons unknown, Lord Liang's demeanor towards Lord Feng was not as frosty as that of Lady Liang. However, Wei Yunlan no longer paid heed to such matters. Lord Feng was cunning, and the Liang family was not easily fooled. The more public the discord between the Feng and Liang families became, the better. The more individuals who left the caravan to investigate this affair, the fewer eyes would be monitoring their actions. Once the Feng family was no longer part of the caravan, leaving only the Feng and Liang families, no matter how eloquently Lord Feng might speak to deflect blame, the seeds of suspicion, once sown, would not easily be eradicated. As long as they continued to travel together, further disputes were inevitable. At that point, whether they could safely reach Beiguan remained uncertain. Ahead lay Qingfeng County, and to their surprise, the town was quite substantial. Many in the caravan exhibited a sparkle of excitement in their eyes. They had stopped at inns and taverns along the official roads, but had never entered city, accustomed to the bustling vibrancy of the capital. After enduring such a prolonged period of drudgery, arriving at a place like this felt akin to a fish, long deprived of water, joyously returning to its element, unable to contain its exhilaration. However, before they could approach the city gate, the officer announced, "We shall halt outside the city for the night and rest for 2 days. We will depart at dawn on the day after tomorrow." Having spoken, he instructed his deputy to find a suitable place for their encampment. Meanwhile, he, along with 4 attendants, the esteemed Lord Liang, Lady Liang, their young master, and several servants, made their way directly into Qingfeng County. They had hoped to enter the city today. Enduring the elements was less preferable than staying in those rustic inns of the past few days. After all, having a bed to sleep in is far better than resting upon ground. Listening to the chorus of complaints from the group, Wei Yunlan felt a sense of relief. Remaining outside the city had its advantages. The densely packed houses and bustling population within the city contrasted sharply with the tranquility of the woods outside, where only their party resided. Should any trouble arise, escaping the confines of the city would be far easier from the wilderness. Chapter 31. The dragon turns over aside from those who enter the city and those assigned to investigate the fodder for horses fed yesterday. Only 20 individuals from the guard team remained. Among them, 10 were military officials dispatched from Liangzhou who would not follow the group beyond the Liangzhou boundary. Within the ranks, the most vocal dissent regarding the inability to enter Qingfeng County came from none other than the Liang family themselves. At this moment, it was Liang de Ren's illegitimate brother who, having not yet separated from his elder brother's estate, sought to persuade the guards to allow his family entry into the city. He, along with his wife, concubine, and 2 young children, was also being exiled to the northern border. The guard took the silver coins offered by Liang Yi, weighing them in his hand with a wry smile. "I cannot trouble myself with your request, sir. It is impossible to grant you entry into the city. However, if you wish to purchase something, I could make a special trip for you." The imperial decree stipulated that exiles could only travel 50 miles a day, and stopping in Qingfeng County for 2 days was a violation of these regulations. It was already a challenge to bring a few individuals into the city. Should more be added and reported by someone with ill intentions to the capital, it would lead to significant trouble. The guard patiently explained to Liang Yi, yet he showed no inclination to retrieve any more coins from his pocket, realizing that if he did not make a request soon, his silver would go to waste. Liang Yi reluctantly settled for a compromise. "Very well, then. Please fetch me 2 pots of wine, along with some roasted meat and pastries." Certainly, the guard readily agreed, yet remained rooted in place. Liang Yi gritted his teeth and offered another piece of silver. Only then did the guard smile broadly. "Please wait a moment, sir. I will go into the city to procure these items for you." With 1 guard less in the group, the remaining 9, along with the 10 military officials, formed 2 sides, standing at the front and rear to secure the team. Wei Yunlan was the first to lead her family to halt near the 9 guards. Dongda and Lu Quan parked the mule cart, unloading the utensils needed for cooking. Wang Momo skillfully set up the pot, taking rice and cured meat to begin steaming the rice. As Ning Shuang and Ting Xue were about to unload the bedding rolled up on the cart, Wei Yunlan called out to them, instructing them not to rush with the bedding. "Please help my sister-in-law by boiling a pot of hot water first, so we can prepare some rice flour for Xiao Jiao." In truth, this task could be accomplished by 1 person alone, but the 2 maids had long been accustomed to following their young mistress's orders without question. They immediately released their hold on the bedding and turned to assist Wang Momo. Each family member busied themselves with their respective tasks. Gao Shi was applying ointment to Wei Maolin's neck, while Wei Mingxian and Wang Gui were feeding the family's mule and ewe. Manager Wang was chopping firewood, and Cheng Yui was tending to Jiayin and Xiao Jiarong. For a moment, only Wei Yunlan remained idle, her gaze drifting past the bustling crowd to the nearby forest. The green grass swayed, as though something were darting through the underbrush. Wei Yunlan approached quietly, and upon getting closer, she was surprised to discover that the figure darting from the depths of the woods was a family of over a dozen yellow weasels of varying sizes. They too appeared to have noticed her scrutiny, but neither hid nor flinched, continuing to scurry eastward in their original direction. Wei Yunlan took a step back and inadvertently stepped on a branch, producing a sharp crack. Instinctively, she glanced down at her feet, only to catch a glimpse of a fist-sized hole in the earth nearby, the origin of which was a mystery, likely the work of some creature. The traces indicated that this hole had been recently excavated, still retaining a hint of moisture, suggesting that the inhabitant had only departed in the past couple of days. "Big sister, look." Wei Mingxian, who had inexplicably followed her into the forest, tugged at Wei Yunlan's sleeve, directing her attention to a somewhat withered tree beside them. Delicate webs, intricately woven among its branches, glistened, with a spider diligently spinning silk. "This is the first time I've seen a spider produce so much silk." Wei Yunlan, equally taken aback, was about to respond when a cacophony of cawing echoed from afar. The siblings raised their heads in unison, spotting a flock of crows circling ominously above the trees. In that moment, Wei Yunlan's unease peaked. She averted her gaze and looked behind Wei Mingxian. "Mingxian, where's the package I prepared for you?" "It's at the campsite," Wei Mingxian replied, having carried the bundle closely as instructed until they reached the camp, where he had just set it down. "We must return." Wei Yunlan inhaled deeply, turning back toward the forest's edge. "But sister, I haven't gathered any firewood yet." "Forget about it." Wei Yunlan abruptly seized Wei Mingxian's sleeve. "We're going back. You need to carry your package with you." Her tone was grave, and upon hearing this, Wei Mingxian finally grasped the seriousness of the situation, responding anxiously, "Sister, is something about to happen?" He had overheard their discussions about potential calamities over the past few days. Wei Yunlan nodded. "The behavior of the animals in the forest is peculiar, and our mules and horses have been particularly restless today. We must not stray far from the camp any longer. You should inform Wang Gui and Steward Wang to also keep their packages close at hand and remain vigilant." As they spoke, they encountered Miss Bai Si, who intended to enter the woods to gather firewood. Wei Yunlan discreetly cautioned her with a few words before leading Wei Mingxian back to their own fire pit. Not long after they sat down, they overheard two guards conversing nearby. "Isn't the sky today rather peculiar? What's odd about it?" "It's just a bit redder than usual. Those scholars call it—" "What is it?" "The evening glow." It was indeed twilight, and witnessing the evening glow was not unusual. However, this particular hue was unsettling, resembling a touch of blood. Wei Yunlan felt her heart racing, an overwhelming sense of dread intensifying within her. She approached Cheng Yui and Jiayin, whispering, "Sister-in-law, please keep a close watch on Jiayin and Jiarong. Do not let them out of your sight." "Rest assured, I will," Cheng Yui replied earnestly, nodding her head. "Auntie, I will stay close to mother and keep an eye on my little sister," young Jiayin declared proudly. "Very well, Jiayin is the most sensible." Wei Yunlan gently patted Jiayin's head. A pot of cured meat rice was perfectly cooked at this moment, as the Wei family sat in silence around the fire, consuming the portions served in their bowls. Beside each individual, a bundle was conveniently placed within reach. The rice was impeccably seasoned today, the grains glistening with the rich luster imparted by the cured meat. Yet, Wei Yunlan found herself distracted, her mind elsewhere. She overheard the earlier messenger, who had remarked upon the unusual weather, inquiring of others, "Have you felt the ground shaking?" "What nonsense! Old Lu hasn't returned from the city with the wine yet." "Have you drunk yourself into a stupor?" The question messengers jested. However, in the next instant their smiles froze in place. The ground truly trembled. "This is dire. The Earth Dragon has turned." Chapter 32. Run. As the shouting servant stood up, he staggered and fell back to the ground. Without needing a reminder, everyone felt the tremor that resonated through the air, accompanied by distant cries of terror echoing from the official road outside the woods. In the temporary encampment where the group had halted, the pots suspended over the campfires swayed incessantly, with soup and water spilling over the edges. Yet the flames beneath roared to life, fueled by the chilly gusts sweeping through the trees. Wei Yunlan crouched protectively beside Jiayan, noticing that the flames were beginning to lick at the adjacent grass. She hastily alerted Wang, the steward by the fire, quickly extinguished the flames. Her voice served as a wake-up call to the nearby servants as well. The campfires in the woods were snuffed out, yet the ground continued to tremble beneath them. Their current position was at the edge of the forest, bordered on one side by the official road and on the other by a low hillside. With the ground shaking, a rustling sound emerged from the woods. The elderly matriarch's face tightened with concern as she remarked, "If the earth dragon stirs, any wild beasts lurking in the woods may emerge in droves. It is perilous for us to remain here." Upon hearing this, the slumped Liang Yi sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Quickly, let us make our way to the official road." With that, he took the lead, dragging his enchanting concubine along towards the road. The two servants exchanged resigned glances before hurriedly following. "We must retrieve Liang Yi. You all quickly seek out the townsfolk. What danger could possibly lurk in this forest adjacent to the county town? If peril truly awaited them, it would not be those left outside the city, but rather the officials and Master Liang currently within the town." It was evident that most in the encampment recognized this truth. The tremors beneath their feet lessened, yet the gravity on their faces deepened. The deputy left behind by the official summoned 5 servants and 5 military aides, declaring, "We will head to the city gates to find people. The rest of you gather the supplies and wait at the official road." As the servants pursuing Liang Yi departed along with those seeking assistance in the county, the number of guards at the camp dwindled by half. Just then, the tremors that had barely subsided returned with a vengeance, this time even more ferocious than before. "Stop packing, run!" someone shouted, igniting a frantic response as everyone abandoned their belongings and fled toward the woods. Wei Yunlan's heart raced, yet she knew there was no time for hesitation. She quickly helped Chang Yu to her feet, grasped Jiayan's hand, and urged them towards the mule cart. "Sister-in-law, hurry and get Jiayan and Jiarong on the cart. Mother, you too." Xue drove the cart away from the woods. This was the moment the Wei family had awaited for days. As the first mule cart surged forward, Lu Quan, adhering to Wei Yunlan's earlier instructions, bundled the pots, bowls, and bedding in an oilcloth, tossing them from the cart to clear space. He pulled Wei Mingxian, Wang Gui, and Granny Wang aboard. 2 mule carts surged out of the forest. The mules, seemingly startled, bolted uncontrollably in opposite directions, swiftly disappearing from sight. Only Wei Maolin, his daughter Wei Yunlan, and the steward Wang, along with Dong De and Ting Xue, remained in the forest. "Father, we must leave quickly," Wei Yunlan urged, tugging at her father's sleeve. "No," Wei Maolin shook his head. "Later, you take Ting Xue and Ning Shuang and go find your mother and sister-in-law. I will wait for the right moment to depart." "Father, no one is watching us now," Wei Yunlan began, but was interrupted by Wei Maolin. "We must adhere to the plan. It is unwise for me to stray too early from the watchful eyes of the officials. Do not worry. There will surely be opportunities amidst the chaos in the city." As he spoke, Wei Maolin surveyed his surroundings, identifying a direction opposite to that of the Liang family, and urged, "You all go this way, hurry." Though reluctant to leave her father behind, Wei Yunlan recognized that this was indeed the safest course of action. "Father, you have 2 guards from the Tianshu Pavilion with you. Should the need arise, you can enlist their help." After whispering her final instructions, Wei Yunlan turned and ran into the depths of the forest with Ting Xue and Ning Shuang. The ground trembled, causing the trees to sway as well. However, perhaps because Liangzhou was not the most severely affected area, the shaking merely induced feelings of dizziness and fear, rather than the catastrophic devastation that could claim lives in an instant. After running for a considerable distance, Wei Yunlan paused to catch her breath, leaning against a tree trunk, when she suddenly noticed several small, fiery red figures darting among the branches ahead. It was a group of squirrels. Rather than fleeing upon seeing Wei Yunlan, they lingered on the branches briefly and only when she and the others reached the base of the tree did they scamper up the slope. "Miss, do you think these squirrels are leading us?" Ting Xue exclaimed, gazing at the little creatures that had paused to look back at them. Ning Shuang dismissed the notion, finding it far-fetched. "What nonsense! They are probably just assessing which direction to take." Wei Yunlan looked up at the red figures in the branches, and an inexplicable intuition urged her to follow them. They surely knew the forest better than they did, so they should pursue. Animals possess an innate understanding of danger and safety. These squirrels would not venture forward if they were aware of impending peril. As they ascended the slope, the journey became increasingly arduous, yet the tremors gradually subsided, and they encountered no other animals along the way. After a moment, they reached the top of the slope, but the squirrels had vanished from sight. Ning Shuang, supporting Wei Yunlan, also halted, panting heavily, and then realized the tremors seemed to have ceased. With the ground no longer shaking, they looked down the slope, where fallen trees testified to the recent turmoil. The hill was not particularly high. From the summit, they could vaguely see a corner of the city. As expected, many houses had collapsed, and people were pouring into the streets, creating a scene of utter chaos. The most disorderly area was not within the city itself, but rather near the north and south city gates, where countless citizens were blocking the entrances, waiting to escape. "Miss, should we descend the mountain now?" Listening to the snow, she hunched her shoulders and surveyed her surroundings. Atop the slope, only the three of them remained. As the night gradually descended into a dim, melancholic hue, casting an eerie shadow among the desolate woods, there was no need for haste. Perhaps the Earth Dragon still possessed some lingering power. It would not be untimely to wait a moment before embarking on their journey. Just as Wei Yunlan's voice faded, the ground began to tremble once more, this time with an intensity surpassing the previous tremors. Accompanying the quaking was a droning sound that filled the air. Gazing down the mountainside, they could faintly discern fragments of rock cascading down, along with fallen trees. Caught off guard, listening to the snow, nearly lost her balance and stumbled backward. But Wei Yunlan swiftly caught her, gesturing toward a relatively open area nearby. Once they steadied themselves, she could not help but glance back at the forest, a trace of concern flickering in her eyes. Logically, there should have been guards from the Tian Shu Pavilion accompanying them, yet their absence was disconcerting. What if something unfortunate had transpired? Chapter 33. Folly. As she furrowed her brow and surveyed her surroundings, a shadowy figure descended gracefully from the branches above. Wei Yunlan let out a sigh of relief upon recognizing the leader of the team, Yu Qi, hearing their mistress being addressed. Ting Xue and Ning Xiang curiously turned their gaze towards the enigmatic woman clad in black. Although her physique appeared similar to that of Xue, slender and delicate, her remarkable agility revealed extraordinary prowess, akin to Xue, who, despite her slight frame, possessed strength akin to that of a bull. A true testament to the adage that appearances can be deceiving. This figure was none other than Yu Qi, who had been silently safeguarding us, as Wei Yunlan introduced her to the others. Ning Xiang and Ting Xue politely bowed, expressing their gratitude for Yu Qi's protection during their journey. "No need for thanks," Yu Qi replied, her gaze briefly flickering over them. "Your mistress has already compensated me." Ning Xiang and Ting Xue were momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond to such a statement. Fortunately, Yu Qi did not require a reply. She clasped her fists and offered a slight nod to Wei Yunlan, continuing, "Miss Wei, the master has arranged for 2 fine steeds for you, waiting just behind the mountain." "Fine steeds," Wei Yunlan exclaimed, her expression one of surprise. For this was not a request she had made. It seemed rather implausible to attribute this gesture solely to sympathy for her father. Observing the confusion in Wei Yunlan's eyes, Yu Qi clarified, "The information you provided has greatly assisted the master. Are you referring to the upheaval caused by the Earth Dragon?" A flicker of understanding dawned upon Wei Yunlan. She had initially intended to use Yu Qi as a messenger to inform the Tian Shu Pavilion, perhaps enabling them to prepare in advance and mitigate some of the disaster's impact on the populace. Little did she anticipate that her benevolent warning would, in turn, yield a benefit for herself. The master of Tian Shu Pavilion truly was a compassionate and meticulous individual. As night fell, Wei Yunlan and her 3 companions descended the mountainside. Meanwhile, in the capital, the kind-hearted and attentive figure she had in mind stood by the window, unfastening the letter tube bound to the right claw of a sea eagle. The missive, sent by the secret division of Tianshu Pavilion, detailed the calamity that had occurred in the northwestern region of the Great Yong dynasty that evening. Despite prior warnings and some preparations, the disaster had still affected nearly 10 provinces, leaving hundreds of thousands of citizens in distress. As he meticulously read the contents of the letter, the man pressed his fingers against his furrowed brow, closing his eyes momentarily. After a brief pause, he suddenly opened his eyes, determination flashing within them. "Let us proceed," he commanded. With that order, several figures concealed in the shadows departed simultaneously. The night was tranquil, yet it bore the stillness that precedes a tempest. As dawn broke and the curfew lifted, news of the repercussions from the Earth Dragon's upheaval reached the capital, revealing the extent of the devastation across nearly 10 provinces. Simultaneously, rumors of the current ruler's folly and divine retribution began to circulate throughout the city. The aftermath of the Earth Dragon's upheaval manifested 5 times in total. The initial 3 occurrences were closely spaced and immensely powerful, while the last 2 were separated by a considerable interval and exhibited significantly diminished intensity. Wei Yunlan and her companions made their descent following the conclusion of the 3rd upheaval. They swiftly changed into the garments that had been pre-prepared in their bundles, adopting a male disguise. Yuqi and Wei Yunlan shared steed, while Ting Xue and Ning Shuang rode together on another. They deliberately avoided the more open terrains and chose to navigate along the mountainous periphery of Liangzhou's western region. Departing under the cover of night, they traveled tirelessly for the better part of a day, and as midday approached, they found themselves stalled at the base of Qingya Slope, less than 100 miles from Suijiang. The calamity of the Earth Dragon's upheaval had caused rocks to tumble, blocking the only official road leading north with heaps of debris, rendering it completely impassable. The nearby villages suffered greatly, yet fortunately, there were no casualties. However, the harvest of grains, painstakingly cultivated over the year, had been reduced to a mere 40% of what was expected. With less than half a month remaining before the tax collection deadline, the situation was dire. Wei Yunlan's group halted temporarily in a village named Xie, situated at the foot of Qingya Slope, to fill their water bags from the village well. Standing beside the well, they could hear the villagers lamenting their plight. If the grain tax were to be levied, as in previous years, with 30% due, they would be left with only 10% for themselves. How could they possibly endure until next year, let alone survive the winter? With so many mouths to feed, this meager amount of grain would scarcely suffice. Alas, how are we to live in such times? The village head stepped forward to calm the anxious crowd, urging them to be patient. Perhaps in a few days, there would be an edict regarding tax relief. However, even he seemed somewhat uncertain of his own words, and the listeners were far from convinced. "Village head, please do not lead us to dream in vain," one villager interjected. "A few months ago, Tanzhou suffered from floods and received no relief from taxes. Can our calamity possibly be worse than theirs?" Upon hearing this, the villagers who had clung to a glimmer of hope sighed in resignation. Seated beneath the shade of a large banyan tree by the well, an elderly man, his back hunched and fan swaying gently, lamented how splendid it would be if the late emperor were still with us. When the floods struck Liangzhou, he not only exempted us from taxes for a year, but also sent aid in the form of silver and grain, dispatching officials to help rebuild our homes. Officials to assist in rebuilding homes? That would indeed be wonderful, the old man continued, reflecting on the crown prince, raised personally by the late emperor. If the crown prince ascends the throne, he should surely be as compassionate towards the common folk as his father was. Alas, when will we see the crown prince? His words were abruptly silenced as someone nearby covered his mouth. A few younger villagers cast wary glances at the unfamiliar figures of Wei Yunlan and her companions. Such treasonous sentiments should not be uttered in the presence of outsiders. Understanding the villagers' sentiments, Wei Yunlan pretended not to have heard. After filling their water bags, she graciously thanked the village head and the villagers for their hospitality. The village head politely exchanged a few pleasantries. The elderly man, who had just regained his voice, noticed the dark circles under the eyes of Wei Yunlan and her companions and remarked, "You must not have rested at all last night, have you? The road ahead may remain obstructed for several days, and the detour will be long. If you do not mind, it would be wise to rest here in the village before continuing your journey." Wei Yunlan and her companions exchanged glances. They had already traveled over 100 miles that day. While Yuqi seemed capable, the others, unaccustomed to such exertion, would indeed struggle to endure further jostling atop their mounts. Rather than hastily embarking on their journey, it would be more prudent to rest in the village for half a day and set off at dawn the following day. The household they were staying with belonged to the elderly man who had recently spoken fondly of the late emperor and the crown prince. Situated next to the village head's residence, the courtyard was quite spacious, and the house, constructed from bluestone bricks, consisted of 4 ample rooms, rivaling the village head's abode in every regard. The village head, who had accompanied them, remarked, "Do not be deceived by the modest size of Xue's household. Despite comprising only him and his son Huzi, they are quite prosperous in our village. Both of his sons serve in the Northwest Army, and his eldest is even a centurion." While saying this, the village head's eyes held a hint of caution, and Wei Yunlan understood it as a reminder not to underestimate Xue's family. After all, they were currently disguised as men, and despite their somewhat delicate appearances, they could still inspire wariness in others. However, Xue was far less circumspect than the village head. He welcomed Wei Yunlan and her companions with genuine warmth. Once the village head departed, he opened the vacant west room, saying, "This was once my second son's room. Though it remains unoccupied, it is kept impeccably clean. You may rest assured while you stay here. The bedding is in the cupboard, so feel free to use it as needed." He then called over his grandson Huzi, instructing him, "If you require firewood or hot water, just ask Huzi, and he will show you to the kitchen. Do not hesitate." "Thank you, sir." Wei Yunlan and her companions replied with respectful bows. At Wei Yunlan's suggestion, Ting Xue presented a small piece of silver to Xue, but he repeatedly waved his hands and shook his head, insisting, "In these times, it is not easy for anyone to travel. Please take this silver back." Respecting his wishes, Wei Yunlan did not press the matter further, deciding to leave it behind when they departed the next day. The west room contained a large kong that could comfortably accommodate the 4 of them. After they made the bed, Ning Shuang and Ting Xue followed Huzi to the kitchen, leaving only Wei Yunlan and Yuqi in the room. As silence enveloped the space, Wei Yunlan couldn't help but reflect on Xue's earlier musings about the late emperor and the crown prince. In truth, her knowledge of them was limited. She was still quite young when the emperor passed away, having only known him to be a truly enlightened ruler, beloved by both officials and the common folk. The crown prince, raised under the emperor's careful guidance, had often been praised by her parents, who had lamented privately that had the crown prince ascended the throne immediately after the emperor's demise, the state of the Deyong dynasty would be profoundly different today. Even now, many in the court and among the populace still hoped for the crown prince's swift ascension. Yet, Wei Yunlan recalled that the crown prince had not lived significantly longer than she had. She vaguely remembered the news of the crown prince's death, arriving shortly after Xue Linglong gave birth to her second son. Xue Linglong had discovered her pregnancy just 2 months after entering the estate, with the second son born merely a year after the first. Thus, it had only been 3 years since the crown prince's passing. Chapter 34. A different perspective. Wei Yunlan was unaware that had the crown prince not met an untimely demise, perhaps the subsequent tragedies that befell the Deyong dynasty could have been averted. It was evident that for both the Wei family and the common folk, the existence of the crown prince brought far more benefits than detriments. After all, the crown prince, nurtured personally by the late emperor and renowned for his virtues, was undoubtedly preferable to the second prince, who, in his ambition for the throne, resorted to pilfering weapons and disregarding the lives of the populace. Moreover, should the day come when the crown prince ascended the throne, it would be imperative to re-examine the court's witchcraft incident from 5 years prior, which had led to the queen's tragic demise. At that time, the baseless accusations against the Wei family would undoubtedly be cleared, allowing them to emerge from their unjust plight and return to the capital. Wei Yunlan did not entirely place her hopes upon the crown prince. Yet if such a shortcut existed, why not pursue it? The crown prince's death occurred within the palace, and the cause had not been disclosed. However, Shen Feng and Xue Linglong had privately speculated on the matter, both conjecturing that the crown prince's demise was orchestrated by someone within the palace, be it the consort, the second prince, or perhaps even the current emperor, who had long harbored disdain for the crown prince. Regardless of the perpetrator, the palace was rife with peril, necessitating a means to forewarn the crown prince. Yet, now that she was far removed from the capital, what method could possibly bridge the distance to reach him? Wei Yunlan furrowed her brow in contemplation, unaware that she had inadvertently averted this looming crisis. The notion of a celestial punishment for the current inept ruler spread like wildfire through the capital. Open discussions critiquing the emperor were rare, yet there was an unspoken consensus regarding the rumor. After all, the calamities that had beset Daong in recent years surpassed those of the past several decades combined. This year alone had witnessed the catastrophic floods in Tanzhou, followed by devastating earthquakes, impacting nearly half of the Daong territory. Coupled with the northern barbarians stirring restlessly and the intermittent incursions from Shiliang. The once prosperous Daong had descended into a state of turmoil in just a decade since the previous emperor's passing. It was truly lamentable. Within the court, the atmosphere was even more somber than among the populace, as reports of the disasters from various provinces piled high on the desks of ministers. The officials were beside themselves with worry. To illustrate, in Hangzhou alone, the death toll had far exceeded 10,000, with one particularly afflicted county witnessing half its population buried alive due to the earth's fissures. Despite the mobilization of all military resources from Hangzhou, rescue efforts were futile. The challenge of disaster relief and comforting the afflicted populace loomed large. An even greater dilemma was how to manage the grain supplies destined for the western and northern regions. Hangzhou was renowned as the foremost granary of northern Daong, so it was particularly grievous that such a calamity should strike there. Minister Chao sighed for the umpteenth time that day. Had the disaster occurred post-harvest, the situation would have been substantially better. The citizens of Hangzhou, Suizhou, and Qizhou, those most severely impacted, had nearly all fled to other provinces, rendering this year's grain taxes from these regions a mere fantasy. With the frontier's grain supply already strained, the loss of harvest from these three provinces posed a grave concern. If other afflicted provinces were to further reduce their grain taxes, how could the front lines be sustained? As the question was posed, a heavy silence enveloped the cabinet members. They were all acutely aware that with the harvest from the three provinces lost, it was inconceivable to further alleviate the taxes in other regions. In fact, some areas that had suffered less damage would not only refrain from tax reductions, but might even impose heavier burdens. However, this raised the pressing concern of how to placate the populace. Unless His Majesty was willing to emulate the late emperor and issue an edict of self-reproach. This suggestion came from a certain Lord Liu of the cabinet, who was promptly tugged at by a colleague beside him, whispering urgently, "Have you lost your mind? Do you not recall the fate of Lord Wei from the supervisory office? The emperor has become increasingly prone to anger over the past 2 years. Who would dare advise him to issue a self-reproaching edict at such a time, unless they wish to court death?" Fortunately, the emperor was not present at that moment. Upon being reminded by his colleague, Lord Liu hastily fell silent, for he lacked the safety net that Lord Wei had, namely, a cousin who was a consort in the palace and a daughter married off for peace. If he were to offend the emperor, no one would advocate for him. Despite Lord Liu's fervent internal prayers that his words would not reach the emperor's ears, the Ing emperor soon learned of the cabinet's discussions. A self-reproaching edict? With a dark expression, the Ing emperor coldly remarked that Lord Liu's head might very well be forfeit. "Your Majesty, please calm your anger," implored Consort Ling, as she personally poured a cup of soothing herbal tea and handed it to the emperor. She then moved behind him, gently kneading his shoulders, and softly reassured him. "The blame lies solely with the poor harvest. This natural disaster is not a man-made calamity, so it cannot be laid at your feet." Her words struck a chord with the Ing emperor, significantly alleviating his fury. He lightly patted her hand, resting on his shoulder, and sighed. "If only the courtiers and the common folk possess your level of understanding, my beloved consort. Consort Ling, following the emperor's gesture, paused her hands, yet remained nestled by his side, her voice soft as she continued. It is not entirely surprising that Lord Liu and the others would propose such an idea. After all, the people's anger must be assuaged. The Su-Om-ing emperor instinctively furrowed his brow, only to hear Consort Ling shift her tone. The practice of witchcraft contravenes the harmony of heaven. It is not your majesty who should bear the blame, but why not unveil the truly guilty parties? The emperor's tightly knitted brows suddenly relaxed, and with a resounding clap of his hand against the seat, he burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "My beloved consort has indeed found a solution. Summon the crown prince," he commanded. In the East Palace, Chi Su, already well prepared, felt a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth upon hearing the summons from eunuch Liu, who was personally sent by the emperor. Consort Ling was indeed relentless in seizing every opportunity to undermine him, and his father, as anticipated, remained woefully ignorant. Everything was progressing according to plan. Soon, he would be liberated from this prison that had confined him for a decade and would finally witness the splendid landscapes of the Yong, as described by his grandfather. In the west room of Old Man Xue's house in Chaya village, two maidservants with red-rimmed eyes gently wiped down Wei Yunlan's legs with handkerchiefs. "Miss, does it hurt?" Indeed, it was painful. During her inaugural long ride on horseback, after traversing such a distance, Wei Yunlan's inner thighs were abraded to a fiery red, with some areas even broken skin. Yet she exhibited no signs of discomfort, not once furrowing her brow throughout the ordeal. Had it not been for the removal of her garments, Ning Shuang and Ting Xue would have remained oblivious to the severity of their young mistress's injuries. Sitting nearby, Yu Qi, upon hearing the exclamations of the maids, turned her gaze and caught sight of the wounds on Wei Yunlan's legs, her eyes reflecting a hint of surprise. This young lady Wei truly distinguished herself from the other noble women sequestered in their chambers. Her resilience alone far surpassed that of ordinary women, explaining why her master regarded her with such admiration. Chapter 35. A hardened heart. Wei Yunlan did not regard this pain as significant. In her past life, she had endured far greater suffering. That final cup of poison was a torment that surpassed this mere flesh wound 100-fold. Yet, during the years she drifted as a ghost in the Jinyang Marquis's residence, she occasionally reflected that even the sensation of pain was a blessing. At least if one could feel pain, it meant one was still truly alive. "Miss, this will leave a scar." Ting Xue frowned, concerned for their delicate mistress, who had never borne a mark upon her skin throughout her life. "It's nothing. A little ointment will suffice." Wei Yunlan took the box of salve from Ting Xue's hands. "I can manage this myself. You both have worked hard today. Go lie down and rest." The two maidservants, unable to resist their mistress's insistence, reluctantly set aside the salve and cloth, climbing onto the bed. Wei Yunlan dipped her fingertips into the ointment and applied it to her wound, remaining silent throughout the process, her movements steady even as she touched the injury. Yu Qi observed quietly, feeling a surge of admiration. The noble ladies of highborn families were indeed different from those like her, who had been tempered by hardship. It was a rare strength to bear pain in silence, as Wei Yunlan did. "We shall set out tomorrow. I will slow our pace." "No need, I can endure," Wei Yunlan replied, shaking her head. With merely a day's journey remaining, she was eager to reach Suijiang and reunite with her parents, confident there would be ample time to rest afterward. Yu Qi, upon hearing this, ceased her urging. Were she in Wei Yunlan's position, she too would find it difficult to rest without first ensuring her family's safety, though she had long been bereft of her own kin. Having finished applying the salve, Wei Yunlan noticed that the two maidservants had already drifted into a peaceful slumber. She adjusted her clothing and soon succumbed to sleep as well. Meanwhile, far away, over 100 miles distant, a mule cart that had been halted for nearly 2 hours resumed its journey towards the northwest. This path was not a main road, but rather a narrow trail winding through the mountains. By following this route and traversing the hills ahead, they would reach the borders of Suizhou in 50 miles. The mule cart had scarcely moved a moment when it suddenly slowed again. The driver, Sui He, turned to report to the carriage, "Madam, there is a group of refugees ahead." The road was not wide, flanked by jagged stones. making it unsuitable for a mule cart to navigate. There was no way to divert. Proceeding further would inevitably lead them to confront the refugees directly. Gao Shi parted the curtain of the carriage and peered forward. This group of refugees seemed to have escaped from Suzhou, numbering about 50 or 60, with only a handful of able-bodied men among them. The majority were elderly, women, and children, several of whom were carrying infants. Though Gao Shi's heart eased slightly, she did not relent in her resolve. Drive past them without stopping. If anyone tries to obstruct the cart, take action without hesitation. Yes, madam, Xue replied, tightening the reins. The previously lethargic mule suddenly surged forward, increasing its speed by nearly half. Inside the carriage, Cheng Yue held her little Jia Rong close, nervously lifting the curtain beside her to glance outside. Before she could discern the circumstances outside, the curtain that had just been lifted was promptly pressed down by Gao Shi, urging her not to peek. In their cart, apart from the womenfolk, there were only young children. If exposed to the refugees, they would be akin to a succulent morsel thrown into a den of wolves, destined to be devoured. From this moment forth, remain silent, Gao Shi whispered. Cheng Yue tightened her hold on the swaddled infant, and Jia Yin, resting on her lap, nodded vigorously in agreement. The distance between the mule cart and the refugees was less than a mile. Once in motion, they would soon draw near. The refugees, clad in tattered garments, bore the marks of hasty escape, possessing little more than the barest of belongings. Among them were several injured individuals, their wounds crudely bandaged, faintly seeping crimson. Upon sighting the mule cart, many displayed glimmers of hope in their eyes. However, when they discerned that the driver was merely a frail young woman, the radiance in their gazes intensified manifold. Kind lady, please grant us some food. We have not eaten in a day. We beseech you, show us mercy. The women and elders in the throng pleaded with the cart, while the children nearby erupted into fits of cries, evoking a profound sense of sympathy. Yet the driver, Xue, maintained a stern expression, gripping the reins with an impassive demeanor, offering not a flicker of attention to the desperate refugees beside them. Observing her indifference, the cries grew louder. The dozen or so able-bodied men in the group, simultaneously imploring for sustenance, began to inch closer to the cart from both sides. Realizing the cart showed no signs of halting, they exchanged glances and lunged towards Xue. The foremost robust man grasped her arm, only to be swiftly countered by her, who deftly flipped him into the air and hurled him aside. The remaining refugees, taken aback by the spectacle, stood in stunned silence. It was no wonder this mule cart dared to travel alone. The young woman possessed an extraordinary strength. Seizing the moment of distraction, Xue tightened the reins and urged the mule cart forward. The women attempting to obstruct the cart, fearing injury from the hooves, hastily stepped aside, allowing it to pass through. Concerned that the refugees might pursue, they pressed on for several miles before gradually slowing their pace. Cheng Yue exhaled a sigh of relief, her heart pounding with trepidation. It had been truly frightening. She had distinctly heard one of the men near the cart suggest, with just this one cart and so many of us, we could easily seize it. It was evident that had they lingered even for a moment, they would have inevitably faced a ruthless assault by the refugees. If fortunate, they might have lost only their belongings. If unfortunate, their very lives could have been at stake. Her mother had indeed shown foresight. Were it not for her, Cheng Yue could not guarantee she would not have felt sympathy for the women with children. Times had changed since their days in the capital. They must prioritize their own safety before they could extend compassion to others. Gao Shi, too, harbored sympathy for the afflicted women and children. Yet she understood that being soft-hearted towards others in such dire times would be unforgivingly harsh towards oneself. Only by hardening her heart could she navigate this perilous world and survive. Today, we are immensely grateful for the presence of Xue. Gao Shi recalled sending Xue to safeguard their daughter and murmured anxiously to herself, wondering how Lan Er and the others were faring. As Wei Yunlan awoke from her slumber, she experienced an unusually peaceful rest, and with the crowing of the rooster, she opened her eyes to find the faint aroma of rice wafting through the room. Ning Shuang approached with a bowl of porridge, having exchanged 2 sweet potatoes with old man Xue. This sweet potato porridge was exceptionally delightful, "Miss, you must try it," she urged. The rice porridge was both sweet and glutinous as the morning light streamed into the room, enveloping her in warmth both inside and out. At that moment, a hurried shout from the village shattered the tranquility of the morning. A villager cried out in alarm, "The officials are coming." Chapter 36. The Mischievous Villager Miss. Hearing the commotion, Xue covered her mouth, fearful that her startled exclamation would draw unwanted attention. Ning Shuang returned to Wei Yunlan's side, her voice a hushed whisper. "Miss, do you think they have come to arrest us? Do not panic just yet. Gather our belongings and be prepared to depart at any moment." Wei Yunlan instructed as she gently pushed open the door and stepped into the courtyard. Simultaneously, Yu Qi, who had exited the west room, vanished from sight in an instant. The earlier shouts from the village echoed once more. The officials had arrived at Shanya village. Everyone quickly hide the grain. Wei Yunlan let out a slight sigh of relief, only to be engulfed by confusion. Officials were not bandits. Why would they need to conceal the grain? Old Uncle Xue, who was busy preparing breakfast, heard the shouts from outside and rushed out from the kitchen, halting a villager who was sprinting by. "What is the matter, Uncle?" The government somehow caught wind of the grain smuggling in Shanya village. They have sent officials to each village to tally this year's harvest. Uncle Lijing is worried that once the counting is complete, they might confiscate our grain, so we must hurry and hide some away. The villager replied before hastily making his way to the village's threshing ground. "I cannot chat any longer. I must go help over there. Huzi, keep an eye on the pot. I will go have a look too." Old Uncle Xue instructed Huzi, and upon spotting Wei Yunlan standing in the courtyard, he nodded before swiftly pursuing the direction the villager had taken. His nimble legs belied his age, making him appear far younger than his near 60 years. "Miss, everything is packed. Are we ready to leave?" Ning Shuang inquired softly as she approached. "We shall wait for you to return," Wei Yunlan replied. And as if summoned by her words, Yu Qi's figure reappeared in the courtyard. After surveying the village, she had gathered sufficient information. A detachment of officials had arrived at Qingya Slope and was currently in Shanya village. They would reach their location in no more than half an hour. The path ahead remained obstructed, forcing them to take a detour. Departing now would inevitably lead to an encounter with the officials. Given their current predicament, it would be prudent to avoid the government personnel. Wei Yunlan declared, "We will wait until the officials leave Xiaxia village before we set out." Yu Qi nodded slightly in agreement, sharing the same sentiment. The horses were hidden in the backyard of Uncle Xue's home. Ning Shuang, Xue, remain inside for now. Do not venture out, Wei Yunlan instructed before turning to Yu Qi. "Shall we go to the threshing ground?" "Indeed," Yu Qi affirmed, placing a hand on Wei Yunlan's shoulder. Reminiscent of their previous escapade in the inn, and effortlessly leapt into the air, scaling the wall. In no time, they found themselves perched atop a tree beside the village's threshing ground, overlooking the scene below. Golden wheat lay piled across the open space. As the villagers of Xiaxia hurriedly filled bags with the grain, transporting them to the cellars of nearby households. 2 ox-drawn carts awaited nearby, the only 2 in the village, poised to carry a portion of the grain directly to the village's end, concealing it in the mountains behind. Aside from those stationed at the road to keep watch, nearly all the men, women, and children of the village had joined in the effort. The expansive threshing ground was bustling with activity, creating an atmosphere of slight congestion. Before long, the villagers stationed on the road hurriedly rushed back, quickly. "The officials have already departed from Shanya village. First, drive away the ox cart," the village chief instructed. "Everyone, disperse quickly and return home. Keep the children inside for now." Soon, only the village chief and a few prominent heads of the notable families remained, including the respected Elder Xue. A group of officials on tall horses entered the village without dismounting, heading straight for the grain-drying area. The village chief approached them politely, clasping his hands in greeting. "I was unaware of your esteemed visit today. Forgive my inadequate welcome." The leading official snorted coldly, surveying the scene at the grain-drying area, then sternly inquired, "Is all the grain accounted for? Is this all the harvest for this year from Shanya village?" The village chief, forcing a bitter smile, nodded. "This is all we managed to gather." The official continued, "You arrived at an opportune moment. I intended to report to the county office in the coming days about our village's severe disaster this year and our insufficient harvest. I wonder if we could apply for some relief. Ha! Do not harbor such dreams, the official interrupted, scrutinizing the expressions of the village chief and the others. We've heard this tale often in recent days. Is this truly all the harvest for the year? Are you attempting to deceive us? Search. Go from house to house. I wish to see where this group of cunning villagers has hidden their grain, although the 6 officials were few in number. Their imposing horses and the swords at their waists instilled fear. Upon command from the leader, they all dismounted simultaneously, advancing towards the nearest household to the grain-drying area, and forcefully kicked open the tightly shut courtyard door. From the tree above, Wei Yunlan was taken aback. This was not the behavior of officials, but rather that of bandits. Such occurrences were rampant within the Great Yong territory. She simply had not witnessed them before due to her long residence in the capital. Yu Qi, however, maintained her composure. Though she belonged to the shadow department of the Tianshu Pavilion, she had heard ample reports from various regions regarding the dark dealings. Compared to the situation at the northern pass and the western Liang border, this scene was hardly noteworthy. Wei Yunlan fell into silence. Even though she was aware of the hardships of the world and the struggles of the common people, she had not anticipated that their suffering stemmed not only from their environment or personal circumstances, but also from the very officials of Great Yong, who should have been their trusted protectors. How lamentable, how tragic, how absurd. A look of sorrow washed over Wei Yunlan's face, just as a scream erupted from the courtyard of the household that had had its door kicked open. Big sister, mother. Yu Qi led Wei Yunlan through the branches. Moving closer to the household, the scene unfolded before them. A woman lay on the ground, clutching her abdomen, while the officials seemed oblivious, busy moving the pickled vegetable jars blocking the cellar entrance. A small figure darted out from the house and collided with one of the officials, shouting, "You scoundrels! How dare you harm my mother?" In the courtyard, the adult attending to the woman, along with the village chief and others, turned pale. "Dogsy, come here." The man who was helping the woman to her feet quickly called out to the child in front of the officials. The village chief repeatedly urged, "Please, esteemed officials, temper your anger." The child, Dogsy, was genuinely concerned for his mother. "You must not hold such trivial matters against him." The officer sneered, claiming that the madwoman deserved to be crushed for obstructing our search. With that, he seized the fleeing Dogsy, a mere child of 4 or 5 years, lifting him effortlessly as though he were a defenseless chick. Just as the officer prepared to hurl Dogsy away, his father rushed forward to intervene, and the village headman and others swiftly followed suit to assist. In the ensuing struggle, the officer, still clutching Dogsy, collided violently with a grinding stone in the courtyard. In an instant, blood gushed forth, prompting the officer to draw his blade, declaring boldly, "How dare this audacious peasant attack an officer of the law?" Chapter 37, Ascending the Mountain. A profound silence enveloped the courtyard, as all activity ceased abruptly. The injuries sustained extended beyond the official who collided with the millstone. In the tumult of the scuffle, both the father of Guzi and the son of the village head were wounded, and old Xue, unbeknownst to whom he had been shoved by, now sat on the ground. Yet, the sum of these injuries paled in comparison to the glaring scarlet stain upon the millstone. Beside Wei Yunlan, Yu Qi, who was supporting her among the thickets, suddenly adopted a grave expression and murmured in a low tone, "Something has gone awry." "What?" Wei Yunlan's demeanor shifted with a jolt. Before Yu Qi could respond, 2 officials below hoisted their fallen colleague from the millstone and, upon a quick examination, their faces turned ashen. "Captain, it's bad. Guzi has no breath left." The captain's visage darkened like a soot-covered pot, his grip tightening around his sword, his malevolent gaze sweeping over the villagers of Shaya village in the courtyard. Finally, he pointed the tip of his blade towards the now-open cellar entrance, declaring, "You people of Shaya village possess audacity indeed, murder and hoarding grain." He gestured towards the village head, Huzi's father, and several others who had been involved in the altercation, ordering, "Bind them all and take them back to the county office." The village head, aware of the gravity of the situation, emerged with a face full of forced smiles, pleading with the captain, "Your Excellency, this incident was merely an accident. Please allow me to accompany you to explain to the county magistrate, and let the rest of the villagers remain here, if you would." "Impossible." The captain's face was like thunder, offering no room for negotiation. As they witnessed the village head and the others standing in the courtyard about to be bound with hemp ropes by the officials, several younger villagers hastily urged, "Uncle Village Head, you cannot go. After this incident, how will you survive at the county office?" Not only would those taken to the county office face dire consequences, but the remaining villagers of Xiaya would also surely encounter misfortune. Even if the county magistrate did not impose punishment upon Xiaya village, merely collecting the designated grain tax would leave the villagers unable to survive the winter. Moreover, how could there be no punishment? The village head, who had initially extended his hands in surrender, now recoiled suddenly, pulling back alongside Huzi's father and the others. Retreating a few steps, the captain raised his sword, bellowing furiously, "Do you people of Xiaya village wish to rebel? Your Excellency, please quell your anger. How can we harbor such treasonous thoughts? The year has been harsh, calamities abound, and we villagers merely seek to survive." The village head lamented. As he spoke, numerous villagers gathered at the courtyard entrance, some wielding hoes and shovels. With one official dead and only 5 remaining, the villagers of Xi'an numbered in the hundreds, with strong men exceeding 100. Realizing the futility of taking the village head and others at this moment, the captain instructed his subordinates, "Very well. Let's first take Wuzi's body back." The villagers blocking the courtyard entrance parted to allow passage. The captain, his face grim, strode towards the exit, and as he passed by the village head, he spoke through gritted teeth, "Village head of Xiaya, you had better contemplate how to explain your village's actions today to the county magistrate." "Huh, we shall depart." The officials mounted their horses, the lifeless body secured upon an empty saddle. In the blink of an eye, a group of individuals vanished at the village's entrance. The villagers, watching their departure, wore troubled expressions, and a somber atmosphere enveloped the village of Xiaoya. "What shall we do about this?" An elder, slightly older than the village head, sighed as he inquired. "My son Zhuang just had a confrontation with the officials. Will he also be taken away? Such a grave incident has occurred in our village. What will happen when the officials return to summon reinforcements?" Each villager wore a visage of despair. Yet, the one most distressed was the village head. The concealment of taxes and the slaying of officials are both capital offenses. Once the head officer reports to the county magistrate and brings the county's officials here, our village will be doomed. Just as the village head found himself at a loss, 2 young men, who had just returned to the village 2 days prior, stepped forward and suggested, "Uncle Village Head, why don't we flee?" "What?" The village head's eyes widened in disbelief. "We could take all the grain and escape over the Qingya slope before the officials return." "How can we do that?" "Our fields." "Uncle, the field have been nearly destroyed by this disaster. It would take a great deal of effort to restore them and cultivate anew. If we flee now, at least we won't have to pay for the officials with our lives, and we can still secure this year's grain." This proposal was audacious indeed. Yet many felt a flicker of hope upon hearing it. Other concerns were trivial. Having food and sustaining life was paramount. But where can we escape to? The village head pondered, voicing the most critical question. Where can we not go? Pingzhou, Linzhou, even Lianzhou, each has suffered less than we have. If all else fails, let's flee to Mount Yueheng. Yes, Uncle Village Head, to Mount Yueheng. We would need permits to go elsewhere, but Mount Yueheng requires none. Just south of Qingya Slope lies the vast expanse of the Yueheng mountain range. Nestled against the mountains, the villagers could adapt to life in the hills. The range is so extensive that they could surely find a suitable place for the people of Xiaoya to settle. Do you understand what it means to establish a residence in Mount Yueheng? The village head asked gravely. Who does not know? But in this world, if we do not enter the mountains, where else can we find a way to survive? The first villager to suggest the idea retorted. A moment of silence fell over the group, yet their resolve began to waver. The officials could return at any moment, leaving little time for the village of Qingya. After a brief discussion with the heads of several prominent families, the village head finally made a decisive decision. Very well, we shall leave the village and head for Mount Yueheng. Each family hurried home to gather their belongings, with plans to convene at the village's edge in half an hour. Anything that could not be taken would be hidden in the mountains, to be retrieved later at a safer time. As everyone set about their tasks, Elder Xue remained rooted in place, hesitating before speaking. Village head, I understand that everyone has no other options. We must leave. However, my situation is unique. What if I stay behind and you take Huzi with you? The village head furrowed his brow. That would not do. If you stay, the officials will surely capture you in their rage. But Huzi's father and second uncle are still with the Northwest Army. Elder Xue was concerned that his own flight might jeopardize his two sons still serving in the military. The village head's expression shifted slightly. As he grappled with how to articulate his thoughts, Huzi came running over, having overheard the last few exchanges between the two. Grandfather, let us join everyone else. Do not worry about father and uncle too, he implored. Old man Xue's eyes widened in alarm. Huzi, that is your father. Huzi, equally distraught, retorted. But father and uncle too are already dead. What? Old man Xue's eyes widened in disbelief, his once sturdy frame trembling, teetering on the brink of collapse. Chapter 38. Arrogance. Li Zheng and Huzi hurriedly stepped forward to support old man Xue. With tears brimming in his eyes, Huzi implored Uncle Li Zheng, please tell me the truth about grandfather. Sighing deeply, Li Zheng contemplated the past. He had refrained from revealing the truth to old man Xue, fearing the emotional toll it would take on him. However, as they prepared to leave Qingyao village, it had become imperative to disclose the reality to sever old man Xue's lingering hopes. Old man, the troops under General Bai of the Northwest Army were completely annihilated in a battle over a month ago. 3,000 men perished, with none surviving. How could this happen? Old man Xue stammered, his lips quivering. The officials claimed it was due to General Bai's delay in responding to military orders. Yet rumors circulated that the newly appointed commander of the Northwest Army was utterly incompetent, and that General Bai had unjustly taken the blame for this calamity. In truth, many villagers who had recently visited the town were aware of this tragedy but refrained from discussing it, fearing that old man Xue would be unable to bear the news and might succumb to despair, leaving Huzi orphaned. However, while adults could manage their lips, children struggled to contain their emotions. Huzi had long heard from his playmates about his father and uncle's demise and had secretly wept behind old man Xue's back. Grandfather, father, and uncle will not return. Let us ascend the mountain with everyone. Once we are up there, we will no longer have to serve in the military or toil, nor will we need to surrender our meager rations to others. Huzi's voice carried softly on the breeze, reaching the treetops. Despite his tender age, he possessed an understanding beyond his years. He was acutely aware of what it meant to enter Yueheng Mountain. Wei Yunlan felt a wave of disorientation wash over her. She began to comprehend why the forces within Yueheng Mountain had proliferated so rapidly. There is an adage, oppression breeds rebellion. When the people are truly cornered, who would willingly abandon their homeland to become bandits in the mountains? It is time to return. We must set off, Wei Yunlan murmured gently. Yuqi grasped her arm, guiding her quietly back to old man Xue's courtyard. Shortly thereafter, old man Xue and Huzi also entered the yard. Immersed in the anguish of losing a child and the anxiety of impending exile, old man Xue nearly forgot that there were guests in his home. Upon seeing Wei Yunlan and her companions, he paused momentarily, then expressed his apologies. Esteemed guests, some troubles have arisen in our village, and I fear we can no longer accommodate you. We were just preparing to leave as well. Thank you for your hospitality, old man, Wei Yunlan replied, bowing respectfully to him. Not long after their departure, while packing up to secure the doors of his home, old man Xue suddenly noticed 2 pieces of silver on the Kong in the west room. Ah, those young gentlemen are truly considerate. In this world, it is not easy to travel far. May the Buddha bless them with a safe journey. However, the group led by Wei Yunlan, despite receiving heartfelt blessings, did not find their journey to be so tranquil. Shortly after passing by Shanya village and traversing the mountain path towards the official road, they encountered officials halted midway, those who had recently departed from Xiaoya village. In light of the circumstances, it appears that 2 horses from their party have sustained injuries along the mountain path. The previously anxious head of the officers, upon noticing Wei Yunlan and her companions, suddenly brightened with hope. Halt! Wei Yunlan had no intention of stopping midway, yet the officer obstructed the narrow road, adamantly refusing passage. I have requisitioned your horses. Dismount. On what grounds? Wei Yunlan had no desire to engage with these officials, yet they had come to confront her. The audacity in their tone suggested they were no strangers to usurping the belongings of the common folk. As representatives of the government, you ought to comply, the officer stated impatiently, pressing his hand against the hilt of his blade, his threat palpable. And what if we choose not to comply? Wei Yunlan's brows furrowed slightly. You have no choice. The officer drew his sword, and the other officials, who had been resting and tending to their horses, swiftly followed suit, brandishing their weapons. Using your horses is a privilege. Cease your resistance and dismount at once. Wei Yunlan cast a cold glance at the officer, disregarding him completely. She turned to Yuqi, who was positioned behind her, and inquired softly, "Do you believe you can handle them?" "Child's play," he replied confidently. "Then proceed." With a mere whisper of these words from Wei Yunlan, Yuqi sprang from his steed, landing before the officer. Before the officer could comprehend the situation, the sword in his hand was wrested away by Yuqi. A flicker of steel, and the officer fell backward, lifeless. The remaining 4 officials, stunned by this sudden turn of events, were paralyzed with shock. Before they could raise their weapons in defiance, the elusive figure had circled around them. In a flash of steel, the lifeless form on the ground multiplied into 5. Adding the one already on horseback, they formed a neat cadre of 6. Is this all of them? Ning Shuang and Ting Xue, mounted on another horse, finally regained their composure, gazing with trepidation at the corpses below, unable to voice any accusations regarding their mistress's ruthlessness. These officials had provoked their own demise, and such a fate seemed just. "Miss, could this lead to trouble?" Ning Shuang expressed her concerns. Wei Yunlan shook her head slightly, asserting that eliminating them was indeed more prudent than allowing them to escape. Their current identities were precarious. Despite their male disguises, there remained substantial risk. Those who had witnessed them posed a threat. Only the dead can keep secrets, and in this instance, they were deserving of their fate. "Allow me to handle this, Miss Wei," Yuqi said as he utilized ropes from the officials to securely bind their bodies to the backs of the horses. With a firm slap to the rear of his steed, he sent the 6 horses racing down the mountain path, scattering in different directions. At the same time, Wei Yunlan and her companions galloped forward, riding into the dawn, continuing their journey towards Suijiang. Outside the city gates of Qingfeng County, the officers responsible for escorting the exiled prisoners appeared gaunt and disheveled. Their 2-day halt in Qingfeng County had proven more exhausting than the previous 10 days spent on the road. At the moment when the Earth Dragon turned over, they found themselves outside the city, having emerged promptly from the woods, fortunately unscathed. However, in the ensuing chaos, a considerable number of individuals from their ranks dispersed. Among the 4 families, each experienced a scattering of their members, with the Wei family suffering the most. Now only Wei Maolin and 2 servants remained. The constables, eager to search, found themselves utterly incapable of doing so. More pressing than the lost family members was the fact that the officials, including Lord Liang and Officer Jie, had yet to emerge from the city. Over the past 2 days, they had inquired repeatedly and had only just learned that during the upheaval, Lord Liang and Officer Jie were trapped beneath the collapsed inn, and they had yet to be excavated from within. Chapter 39. Disappearance. The guards responsible for overseeing the team, along with the military officers, had mostly entered the city to assist in the search for the whereabouts of the magistrate and Lord Liang amidst the ruins. It seemed that Lord Liang and his companions were simply unfortunate. In an effort to avoid drawing attention, they had chosen a rather secluded inn. Had they opted for one of the larger inns within the city, they would have likely avoided such a calamity. The guards, muddy and weary from their recent foray into the city, were now rotating with those who remained outside. Young Master Liang hurriedly approached, inquiring about the current state of his elder brother and sister-in-law. Had they been found? Lady Liang and the young master were located yesterday. Their injuries are not severe, and they are currently recuperating at a medical facility in the city. As for Lord Liang, the guard sighed, explaining that at the time of the landslide, Lord Liang and his companions had been enjoying drinks on the first floor of the inn, which was 3 stories high, and they had yet to reach the lowest level in their excavation efforts. Upon hearing this, young Master Liang was at a loss for words. Nearly 20 hours had passed, and it seemed increasingly likely that his brother's fate was grim. Yet amidst his despair, a flicker of relief emerged. Thankfully, his brother had not intended to bring their entire family into the city. Otherwise, he too might now be trapped beneath the rubble. Thank you for your hard work. Esteemed sirs. At that moment, Wei Yunlan stepped forward, bowing politely to the guards, his countenance heavy with worry. My wife has always been in poor health, and my 2 grandsons are still quite young. Their whereabouts remain unknown, and I am deeply troubled. As he spoke, he untied the only pouch from his waist and handed it to the guards, beseeching them, I implore you to assist in searching the nearby area. Regardless of whether you find them, I will forever be grateful for your kindness. Truth be told, a high-ranking official from the court humbling himself to such a degree, coupled with his generous offering of silver, made the guards inclined to assist. However, the pressing matter at hand was the inability to locate the magistrate and Lord Liang, which hindered their ability to proceed. Should the court send someone to investigate and discover that this team had deviated from the original route, none of the guards involved would escape unscathed. Their heads would surely be forfeit. Lord Wei, it is not that we do not wish to help you, but we are currently short-staffed. The Wei family, known for their discretion and generous contributions, could not bear to see Wei Yunlan in such a despondent state. Perhaps you could allow your 2 servants to search the area first? Regardless of the outcome, they need only return before nightfall. Gratefulness washed over Wei Yunlan's face as he repeatedly bowed, expressing his heartfelt thanks. The guards who had been stationed outside resumed their search within the city, while the recently relieved individuals collapsed onto the ground, too exhausted to move. Wei Yunlan led Dong De and Steward Wang a little further away, instructing, You must first bypass Qingfeng County and head north. If I am not back before dark, continue northward to Suijiang and rendezvous with the others. Master, how can I abandon you? Steward Wang exclaimed anxiously. Go ahead. It will be easier for me to extricate myself later. Wei Yunlan cast a glance at the thicket not far away and whispered, Rest assured, I have the hidden guards left by Lanner to assist me. Manager Wang intended to say more, but Wei Yunlan signaled to the 2 men. Dong immediately grasped Manager Wang's arm and said, Enough. With so many people here, there won't be any trouble. Our priority is to locate the madam, the young master, and the little young master. Shall I search to the east while you head west? Agreed. The 2 conferred and decided to split up. Wei Yunlan returned to sit near the constables, and with his peripheral vision, he noticed Lord Feng also returning to sit beside Old Lady Feng. He inquired, Isn't Lord Feng concerned for the safety of your sister and your nieces and nephews? The Feng family had lost the 2nd daughter of Old Lady Feng, who had yet to be married, along with the 2 children of Lord Feng. Of course, I am worried, Lord Feng replied, his face etched with sorrow. However, unlike you, Brother Wei, I have no attendants to accompany me. With this wooden collar around my neck, I cannot leave, and my 2 younger brothers have also been injured. With the elderly and the young remaining, I truly cannot spare anyone to search. Just then, Feng Er, who had twisted his ankle while rushing from the woods, stood up and said, I will go look for them. Can 3rd brother accompany me? Feng San, who had just fallen with Feng Er, shook his head with a pained expression. 2nd brother, my leg still hurts. Walking is quite a struggle. Then let Ernyo and San Zhuang join me in the search. Feng Er named his son and nephew. They approached the constables, who indeed did not object and merely waved their hands, saying, Just return before dark. In the makeshift camp near the city wall, the number of people dwindled. At first glance, those gathered around the fire were mostly elderly, women, and children, while the few men appeared weary and listless. The city gate saw a steady stream of pedestrians, with some glancing over curiously. Most quickly averted their eyes upon spotting the constables and the prisoners wearing wooden collars, while a few lingered, captivated by the steaming pots. As the sun rose high, nearing noon, the crowd outside the city gate grew larger. A servant by Lord Liang's side returned from the gate, reporting, Didn't he the county office recently recruit people to clear the ruins? Offering 10 copper coins and 2 buns a day, many came, but the granary can't keep up with the demand, so they have stopped hiring. Those who came specifically are now gathered at the city gate, seeking answers. Wei Yunlan pointed to the crowd outside the gate and casually asked, "Are those people seeking work in Shen Feng County?" The Liang family's servant nodded. They are from nearby areas that have suffered disasters. I've heard the harvest this year is poor. They probably hope to earn a little extra while they can. Wei Yunlan's eyes brightened, and he turned to the constables. Might I inquire if I could hire some individuals with silver to assist in searching for my family? Since it did not require their own effort, the constables had no reason to refuse and simply nodded, saying, "If you have silver to hire, go ahead." Wei Yunlan handed a piece of silver to the Liang family's servant, instructing him to call for some help. Before long, he had distributed some silver and hired a total of 20 individuals to assist him in searching for his family in the vicinity of Shen Feng County. After the passage of 2 watch periods, not a single member of the Wei family who had gone missing was found. Yet the number of individuals gathering to claim their silver rewards continued to swell. Wei Yunlan's face displayed a profound unease as he attempted to refuse them. But he was soon encircled by the throng. Initially, the constables regarded the situation with indifference, but when they sought to extricate the trapped individuals, they found the crowd had become impenetrable. Amidst the chaos, some opportunistic souls seized the steamed buns left by the Liang family and the meat bones from the constable's pot. "Cease at once. Disperse." The more the constables shouted, the more tumultuous the crowd became. By the time assistance was summoned into the city, nearly half an hour had elapsed before the crowd gradually began to disperse. The ground was littered with scattered debris and torn fabric, indicative of the wooden stocks and the outer robe that had belonged to Wei Yunlan. Moreover, there were numerous bloodstains, yet the whereabouts of Wei Yunlan remained a mystery. Chapter 40. Divergence. The glaring crimson hue caused the countenance of the officers to pale in alarm. Was it possible that Lord Wei had met with misfortune? Yet, before they could prevent the panicking refugees from scattering, news hastily arrived from within the city. Both Lord Liang and the official of reconciliation were still alive. Swiftly, more hands were summoned to assist. This was nothing short of an unexpected boon. Outside the city, only 2 officers remained to handle the aftermath, while the rest surged into the county town, soon rescuing Lord Liang and the official from beneath the rubble. Lord Liang had sustained a fractured rib, and the official a broken arm. Fortunately, their lives were not in peril. Alas, the servants of the Liang family, who had perished in their effort to protect their master, were less fortunate, as none survived. On a forest path, a fleet steed gradually came to a halt. A red-footed falcon, its black wings unfurled, circled in the air before diving towards Wei Yunlan and Yuqi. Wei Yunlan extended her arm, and the falcon settled securely upon her forearm, perhaps fearing to injure her. Its crimson talons were notably gentle, not gripping tightly. Yuqi exclaimed in wonder. This is its first approach to a human. "Is this a bird from the Tianshu Pavilion?" Wei Yunlan inquired. "It is an eagle trained specifically for delivering messages," Yuqi replied. "This particular red-footed falcon belongs to our squad, and the message is from Pei Hu." Yuqi carefully untied the message tube from the bird's talon and retrieved the note within. "Miss Wei, Lord Wei has been rescued." "That's splendid." Wei Yunlan exhaled a sigh of relief. Following the upheaval, her family had split into 4 groups. Her brother Lu Quan was capable and accompanied by several able-bodied men. Her mother was astute and had the protection of the divinely empowered Sui He. Her greatest concern, however, lay with her father, fearing any unforeseen circumstances might prevent his escape. Thankfully, all was proceeding smoothly. On horseback, Yuqi released the red-footed falcon into the sky. Wei Yunlan unfurled a map meticulously crafted by Wei Yunlan, glancing towards a trio of towering peaks to the west, then surveying the surrounding landscape. They were soon approaching the boundary between Liangzhou and Suizhou, entering Suizhou territory. They had less than 50 miles to reach Suijiang City. The 2 horses, gifted by the head of Tianshu Pavilion, were remarkably swift, and even with the bumpy terrain slightly hindering their speed, reaching their destination before nightfall was not an insurmountable task. "Let us hasten. We shall wait for our parents in Suijiang," urged Wei Yunlan. The horses galloped once more along the narrow path, occasionally encountering refugees returning from Suizhou. Before long, Wei Yunlan and her companions arrived at the juncture of Liangzhou and Suizhou, where they could see a contingent of officers stationed on the official road. Every group of refugees attempting to enter Liangzhou from Suizhou was met with obstruction. Some were permitted entry, while others were sternly turned away. Ning Shuang and Ting Xue observed that those granted passage into Liangzhou handed over items to the officers. One must pay a fee to enter Liangzhou. Is this not denying people their chance for survival? Yuqi had grown accustomed to such matters. Casting a casual glance in that direction, she softly advised Wei Yunlan, "Miss Wei, let us take a detour to avoid those officials." "Very well," Wei Yunlan concurred, sharing the same sentiment. Currently, numerous refugees were fleeing from Suizhou to Liangzhou, while there were hardly any traveling in the opposite direction. If they were to pass right under the officials' noses, it would surely draw undue attention. After meandering through the desolate woods adjacent to the official road for the better part of half an hour, Wei Yunlan and her companions finally entered the territory of Suizhou. It was at this moment that she truly realized the extent of the devastation. What she had witnessed in Liangzhou paled in comparison to the calamity here. The scene of shattered stones piled up, reminiscent of Qingyao Slope, was ubiquitous. Fallen trees and collapsed houses had become a common sight. In certain areas, in addition to landslides, the ground itself had caved in. The most severe damage was evident in the first county they traversed upon entering Suizhou, a small town named Suan, where even the city walls had crumbled significantly. Through the remnants of the fallen walls, one could glimpse a massive pit within the city. This was far worse than Wei Yunlan had envisioned. The terrain was uneven, and they occasionally encountered fissures, causing the pace of their horses to slow. Ning Shuang and Ting Xue rode up beside Wei Yunlan, visibly anxious. "Miss, with Suizhou in such disarray, could the situation across the Suijiang be even graver?" "Perhaps," Wei Yunlan replied, uncertain of the current state of Suijiang. However, when they altered their plans, they did not change the rendezvous point, precisely because of the chaos in Suzhou. It was precisely due to the severe devastation and disorder that the local authorities lacked the capacity to manage other affairs, which was why they opted to pass through Suizhou. Thus, it became quite logical for the Wei family to become separated from the exiled group and report to the authorities before proceeding to the North Gate. Just as Wei Yunlan's group had entered the territory of Suizhou, Wei Maolin, with the assistance of Pei Hu, removed the wooden yoke, while the Gao family and Cheng Yue sat steadily in the mule cart heading towards Suijiang. The group that was initially thought to have the smoothest journey, led by Wei Mingxian, had spent half a day turning about near the border of Liangzhou and Lianzhou. As darkness fell, they finally inquired about the route at a nearby village. Lu Quan repeatedly thanked the farmer who had provided directions and returned to the mule cart to inform the others. "We took the wrong turn at the last fork. We should have gone the other way. It will take us another hour to backtrack now." The night wind was chilling, and the further north they traveled, the colder it became. Not to mention whether the travelers could endure the night journey. Even a nearly exhausted mule and a sheep that Wei Mingxian was leading would surely struggle. Wei Mingxian proposed, "Shall we rest in the village for the night and continue our journey at dawn?" To lighten the mule's load, everyone had been walking alongside the cart, with only Wang Momo and Gui Xiang occasionally sitting for a brief moment on the cart when they could no longer walk. After walking over 100 miles, exhaustion had set in for everyone, and Wei Mingxuan's suggestion received unanimous agreement. Lu Quan knocked on the door of the household where they had previously inquired for directions. After a brief discussion, the other party agreed to accommodate them for the night in exchange for 30 copper coins, allowing them to draw water from their well and providing fodder for their mules and sheep. Grateful for the farmer's sincere and warm demeanor, Wei Mingxian and his companions expressed their heartfelt thanks repeatedly. The farmhouse offered little space, with Granny Wang and Gui Xiang sharing a room with the unmarried daughter of the household, while Wei Mingxian, Wang Gui, and Lu Quan were assigned to a small room that had just been vacated for them. Exhausted from their recent endeavors, Wei Mingxian would almost fall asleep upon touching the pillow. In a state of drowsiness, a stone suddenly flew through the window, landing beside his pillow. Startled, Wei Mingxian sprang up from the bed, the remnants of sleep vanishing in an instant. Chapter 41. Peril lying in bed, Wei Mingxian abruptly rolled off, waking the already slumbering Lu Quan and Wang Gui with a swift motion. Lu Quan, startled from a half-formed snore, opened his eyes in alarm. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed Wei Mingxian signaling for silence, lowering his voice to convey that something might be amiss. In a rush, Lu Quan leapt from the bed, seizing the curved dagger that lay by the bedside, one they had stealthily hidden in the carriage. A remnant from their encounter with the bandits in Yueheng Mountain. "Young master, you stay here. I will investigate," he insisted. "Let's go together," Wei Mingxian replied, shaking his head as he retrieved the dagger he had tucked under his pillow before sleep. "If there is trouble, we can escape together. Guizi if things go awry. You must hurry and call your mother and Gui Xiang." Wang Gui nodded, his face etched with anxiety. They quietly pushed open a door, revealing an empty courtyard, though faint sounds could be discerned from behind the houses. Their small dwelling was the foremost room of the eastern wing, once occupied by the family's unmarried youngest son. The elder sons and their wives resided in the adjacent and opposite rooms of the western wing. To accommodate them, the daughter-in-law and children had moved across to the western wing, leaving the three sons next door to Wei Mingxian. Now, the door next door stood ajar, and the bed within was unoccupied. In the corner of the courtyard, the tarpaulin covering the carriage had been pulled aside, revealing that everything beneath it had vanished. Wei Mingxuan's expression hardened, and he drew a sharp breath. How foolish he had been to believe that the farming family was warm-hearted and simple. "Uncle Lu, go harness the mule cart. Guizi, we must call for your mother and Gui Xiang. We need to leave at once." With that, Wei Mingxian gripped his dagger tightly and, treading lightly, approached the main house alongside Wang Gui. Wang Mama and Gui Xiang resided in the eastern ear room adjacent to the main house. As they drew closer, they could faintly hear voices from the backyard. 20 taels of silver. That girl is a virgin. We can sell her for more." Fury surged within Wei Mingxian. Not only had they stolen from the cart, but these unscrupulous individuals also intended to sell them. Had they not been alerted by the stone moments ago, they might have truly fallen into the clutches of this family tonight. Ah, the stone. Wei Mingxian looked around, eventually spotting a figure concealed against the night sky atop the roof of the eastern ear room, clad in garments as dark as ink, with a nimble grace reminiscent of the guards described by his elder sister from the Tianshu Pavilion. The figure was unmistakable. In that instant, Wei Mingxian felt an overwhelming gratitude that his sister had spent 25,000 taels to hire this team of guards. It was truly worth it. His sister possessed remarkable foresight. At that moment, Wang Gui pushed open the door to the eastern ear room, and a startled exclamation within drew the attention of those conversing in the backyard. The sound of hurried footsteps approached, and Wei Mingxian, gripping his dagger, stood tense before the door of the eastern ear room. In the chamber, Madame Wang had already been roused by Wang Gui, while Gui Xiang seemed inexplicably weak, her legs trembling to the point of instability. Gritting her teeth, Madame Wang urged, "Support Gui Xiang onto my back. I shall carry her out." After all, the old woman was accustomed to labor and possessed considerable strength. Wang Gui promptly complied with Madame Wang's directive. However, in this brief moment of delay, individuals from the back courtyard had approached. A group of 4 or 5 robust men accustomed to agricultural toil, far beyond the frail physique of Wei Mingxian. Fortunately, at that moment, a figure descended from the rooftop, positioning itself between Wei Mingxian and the burly farmers. "Young master, you must lead the way. We will hold them off," the figure insisted. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Wei Mingxian nodded, hastily joining Wang Gui to assist Gui Xiang and Madame Wang in their escape from the courtyard. As they passed the kitchen door, Wei Mingxian seized a bag of flour and a bundle of corn. Lu Quan had already secured the mule cart at the entrance, and Madame Wang, gasping for breath, laid Gui Xiang onto the cart's platform. "Madam, you should sit as well." "Uncle Lu, we must depart immediately," Wei Mingxian urged. Madame Wang steadied herself, supporting Gui Xiang as she settled onto the cart. Lu Quan urged the mule into a swift pace toward the village exit, while Wei Mingxian and Wang Gui ran alongside the cart. Suddenly, Madame Wang slapped her forehead, recalling, "Oh dear, I forgot the ewe. Forget the sheep. Our lives are paramount." Wei Mingxian replied without looking back, continuing his flight. While he lamented the loss of the stolen goods and the ewe, his greater concern lay with the villagers. A nest of snakes and rats. If they alarmed the other households, their escape would be thwarted. The tranquil night was shattered by shouts emanating from behind the courtyard. As Wei Mingxian anticipated, flames flickered to life in several nearby courtyards, tightening his heart. "Uncle Lu, we must hasten." "Young master, you two should board the cart," Lu Quan suggested, then slowed his pace, allowing Wei Mingxian and Wang Ge to climb onto the cart before striding vigorously toward the main road leading out of the village. Meanwhile, Wei Yunlan, having entered Suijiang City, was unaware that the very team she trusted the most was facing the gravest of dangers. At that moment, she was lodging with Ting Xue and Ning Shuang at the Yueli Inn, the nearest establishment to the East City Gate. Initially, their plan was to stay at a more renowned inn on the adjacent street. However, upon arriving in Suijiang, they discovered that the entire row of buildings had collapsed, rendering them uninhabitable. This served as a stark reminder that fame does not always equate to quality. The well-known inn, ubiquitous throughout Suizhou, had crumbled entirely, whereas the lesser-known Yueli Inn, also 3 stories high, had only lost a few tiles. The disaster's impact in Suijiang was somewhat less severe than in Sui'an, though the atmosphere in the city remained tense. Many displaced citizens had erected makeshift shelters on the streets, which had become overcrowded, transforming what once were passable thoroughfares into chaotic scenes of disarray. The prices at the inn, where Wei Yunlan and her companions were staying, had not significantly increased, as the ordinary populace had little spare currency to waste during such critical times. The affluent patrons who could afford to stay at the inn had long since employed carriages to depart Suizhou promptly after the incident. Wei Yunlan requested 2 rooms on the 3rd floor, from where she could conveniently observe the comings and goings of the city gates. Ning Shuang and Ting Xue took turns guarding the window, while Wei Yunlan seized the opportunity to tally the cash in her possession. After deducting the remaining 25,000 taels from the Tianshu Pavilion, along with the 800 taels and 10 gold leaves gifted by Yuing, and adding to that her own residual funds, she found herself with nearly 30,000 taels in total. Initially, her intention was to stockpile grain. However, plans often fall victim to unforeseen circumstances. The calamity had led to soaring grain prices in Liangzhou and Suizhou, rendering the act of hoarding grain an imprudent endeavor. Not only would it squander her wealth, but excessive stockpiling would inevitably deprive the common folk of their necessary provisions. Instead of hoarding grain, it would be far wiser to accumulate other valuable commodities, which she could later exchange for food in the subsequent provinces and the destination she yearned to explore. Chapter 42. A Life for a Life, Miss. I have spotted Sui He. At the window, Ting Xue excitedly rose on her toes. Wei Yunlan drew her consciousness back from the vastness of space and swiftly approached the window. Peering towards the city gate, she caught sight of Sui He arriving with a mule cart. The number of people entering the city was not particularly large, but as they advanced along the main street directly facing the gate, the cart was soon ensnared by the throng of pedestrians. "Come, let's go down and greet them." Wei Yunlan led Ting Xue and Ning Shuang downstairs. By the time they reached the ground, the mule cart had only moved a few paces forward. The streets were flanked by numerous stalls, leaving only a narrow passageway for a single cart to pass through. If another vehicle were to approach from the opposite direction, the thoroughfare would become utterly impassable. At that moment, 2 carriages traveling in the wrong direction had blocked the intersection ahead, leaving Sui He and her companion stranded, completely entangled by the 2 vehicles in front of them. Ting Xue, moving ahead, was the first to squeeze closer to the mule cart. As she reached out to tap Sui He's arm, she was unexpectedly seized by Sui He in return. "Ouch!" Ting Xue grimaced in pain. Sui He, taken aback, quickly released her grip. "Ting Xue? Miss!" Inside the cart, Gao Shi and Cheng Wei, hearing the commotion, lifted the curtain to look outside. Upon seeing Wei Yunlan beside the cart, a relieved smile spread across their faces. Wei Yunlan, noticing that the 2 appeared somewhat fatigued but unharmed, let out a sigh of relief. "Mother, sister-in-law, let us return to the inn to converse further. Sui He, turn the cart around and follow me." Seizing the moment while the road was not yet entirely blocked, Wei Yunlan guided Sui He to change direction. In no time, they arrived at the Yueli Inn situated on the adjacent street. Sheng Yue took the two children to rest while Gao Shi entered Wei Yunlan's room. "Lan'er, was your journey smooth? With you leading the way, it was relatively uneventful." Wei Yunlan recounted the events that transpired during their travels. Gao Shi shared her own experiences with the refugees and the near robbery they had encountered. Afterward, she sighed and lamented. How could things have deteriorated so quickly in such a short span? It has barely been 3 days since the disaster. And already we have refugees robbing travelers and villagers taking to the mountains. If the court does not act promptly to soothe the populace, who knows what chaos may ensue as time passes? It is likely that uprisings will arise in the affected regions. Gao Shi mused in this light. Our distance from the capital and our exile to the northern frontier may not be such a misfortune after all. Wei Yunlan felt her mother's foresight was indeed remarkable. Had not various insurrections emerged across the Yong in her past life? The first to suffer the repercussions was Tanzhou, which had just endured a flood. Due to the court's delay in distributing disaster relief funds, public sentiment remained unstable. The local gentry, the Mei family, had rallied 30,000 troops and within 2 months seized Han and Sun provinces. However, before this force could expand further, they were defeated by the court's military. It was precisely because of this conflict between the court and the Mei army that northern forces were reallocated southward, leaving the northern frontier vulnerable, which allowed the northern barbarians to seize 3 cities in rapid succession. Had it not been for Emperor Xiaoming sending his second daughter to the northern barbarians as a political marriage and bestowing a wealth of treasures in exchange for a 3-year truce, it is likely that the formidable forces of the northern barbarians would have overrun half of Dayong's territory. Alas, the tragic events of a decade hence are already foreshadowed in the present. Everything began with the court's inaction. As the grand edifice of the state teeters on the brink of collapse, the power of the individual is woefully limited. Wei Yunlan does not expect to single-handedly alter the fate of Dayong. She merely hopes to safeguard her family amidst the impending chaos. In times of turmoil, one can rely on naught but money, soldiers, and power. While she currently lacks the latter two, she knows that money can forge pathways. Thus, her immediate priority is to amass a sufficient fortune. Fortunately, in such tumultuous times, securing a foundation for survival is paramount. Even if it serves as a ransom, she must ensure the safety of her loved ones. Mother, father, and Mingxian should be arriving soon, she continued. You stay at the inn and rest. While the day is still young, I will venture out to procure some supplies. Wei Yunlan departed the inn with Xue, intentionally not allowing anyone from the Tian Shu pavilion to follow. She maintained her previous scholarly disguise, leading the unremarkable Xue, clad in coarse linen, along the streets, presenting themselves as a minor gentleman accompanied by his maid. Although Suijiang had been severely affected by disaster, leaving it desolate, the streets were more crowded than ever. Many shops remained open for business, yet they were largely deserted, with long stretches of time passing without a single customer entering. The only place bustling with activity was the rice shop, where a line of people had formed. As Wei Yunlan walked past, she slowed her pace to listen. At present, the price of a dough of rough rice had surged to 3 coins, while brown rice and beans were nearing 2 coins, doubling the usual prices found in the capital. Yet, despite these exorbitant rates, many stood in line waiting to purchase, for the price of grain continued to rise daily. If the court failed to distribute relief grain, the prices would likely only increase in the near future. Wei Yunlan intended to buy a small quantity, but that would have to wait until after she procured other items. Following the main street towards the east city gate, Wei Yunlan soon learned there were numerous merchants selling goods at low prices. Upon discovering that a merchant named Luo in the western part of the city had accumulated a large stock of silk, she made her way there directly. Upon her arrival, she encountered a stout, middle-aged man hastily exiting. Manager Wang, please wait. The price is negotiable. I can lower it by another 10%. The man called out. The individual who had just emerged shook his head, explaining, Master Luo, it is not that we at Ruixiangzai are unwilling to assist you, but as you can see, the situation in Suijiang is dire. How many can afford to spend their spare coins on these goods? If we take in this batch of silk, it will only burden us. I suggest you consider other solutions and hire some people to transport this silk elsewhere for sale. Alas, Manager Wang. Master Luo, please wait. Manager Wang quickly departed in a carriage, leaving only the stout middle-aged man and a disheartened attendant beside him. At that moment, Wei Yunlan stepped forward, addressing him. Are you not Luo Feng, the merchant for Danzhou? The middle-aged man paused for a moment, then nodded, acknowledging I am. He then turned his gaze towards the youthful face of Wei Yunlan, perplexed, and inquired, May I ask what brings you to seek me? Wei Yunlan, direct and forthright, responded, It has come to my attention that Master Luo possesses 1,000 exquisite bolts of Danzhou silk, yet he finds himself in search of a buyer. Master Luo, with a slightly pained smile upon his chubby visage, replied, Do not jest at my expense, young master. This matter has been a source of great distress for me. These silks cannot find a market in Suijiang. Furthermore, due to the partial collapse of the warehouse housing them, some of the silk has suffered damage. If I were to hire a team to transport them to another region, they would fetch little value, leading to even greater losses. Just as he was on the verge of despair, the young master before him, whose countenance resembled that of a jade crown, spoke with an ethereal voice. I possess a solution to assist Master Luo in disposing of this batch of silk. Chapter 43. Silk what? Luo Feng exclaimed in astonishment, his mouth agape as he eagerly stepped forward to grasp the young master's hand, only to be intercepted by the maid beside him. With a forced smile and a fidgeting of his hands, he earnestly inquired, Is it true that the young master has a way to resolve the issue with this 1,000 bolts of silk? Indeed, Wei Yunlan replied with unwavering confidence. But I would first ask Mr. Luo to take me to inspect the condition of this batch of silk. That is easily arranged, Luo Feng responded, adopting a mindset of desperation, as if treating a dying horse as though it were alive. He gestured invitingly, Please, young master, follow me. The storeroom where the silk is kept is just behind. Though referred to as a storeroom, it was essentially a separate courtyard facing the back street. Comparable in size to the front courtyard, it belonged to the same merchant from Suijiang, whom Luo Feng rented from for a quarter each year during his business trips. Leading Wei Yunlan into the courtyard, he caught sight of a corner of the main roof that had collapsed and sighed deeply. Had I known the roof was this fragile, I would never have rented this place. Regrettably, there are no remedies for regret. If one could indeed turn back time a month, not only would he have refrained from renting this courtyard, but he would have avoided Suizhou altogether. Young master, please take a look. This batch of silk is all here. The left side contains some that are slightly crushed or marred, while the right side is entirely intact. If you have any concerns, feel free to examine them closely. With the door ajar, light streamed in, and Wei Yunlan noticed that both the door and windows were covered with cotton cloth to block sunlight. Observing her gaze, Luo Feng explained, Some silks are quite precious and must be shielded from the sun. Storing them away from light is preferable. Wei Yunlan nodded and approached the neatly stacked silks, first examining those on the left. The so-called damage was merely minor deformities from being pressed or slight stains, with a few threads snagged. Upon closer inspection, they were indeed unremarkable, but from a distance of 3 to 5 feet, one would hardly notice the imperfections. Such minor flaws, if found on ordinary fabric, would not hinder sales. However, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that this was silk. Wealthy households are known for their discerning standards. They would rather forego a purchase than settle for inferior goods with defects. This batch of problematic silk, regardless of its destination, was destined to be a burden. Luo Feng anxiously regarded Wei Yunlan, questioning whether the young master truly had a solution. I do, Wei Yunlan assured him, already contemplating how to address this batch of flawed goods. Yet, her aspirations extended beyond merely the defective items. She walked towards the right side, where the flawless silk lay, showcasing dozens of colors and patterns. The most striking pieces were those adorned with peony motifs, which would hold their own even in the silk shops of the capital. Wei Yunlan recalled that her dowry storeroom contained several bolts of this exquisite Danzhou silk, all of which were now safely stored in her space. You have an excellent eye, young master. These are the most valuable pieces in this batch. If taken to the capital, they could fetch 70 to 80 taels of silver each. A flicker of hope gleamed in Luo Feng's eyes. This young master appeared knowledgeable. Perhaps he truly possessed a viable solution. Wei Yunlan fell silent for a moment after meticulously inspecting the goods in the room, before addressing Luo Feng. Master Luo, let's speak plainly. I have buyers ready to purchase this entire batch of goods. Luo Feng's eyes brightened as he gestured towards the flawed items on the left, inquiring, including those? Of course. Wei Yunlan replied with a slight nod. However, the price cannot remain as it was before. Indeed, Luo Feng chuckled, vigorously nodding in agreement. The fact that there is interest is already a delightful surprise. I dare not hope for prices to reach pre-disaster heights. Since the young master is willing to assist me with this significant endeavor, I shall not speak in vain. The price I previously offered to Ruixiangzai was already 20% lower than usual for the perfect silk. The flawed items were never even considered by Ruixiangzai. Luo Feng's round face beamed with eagerness as he responded, if the individuals you introduce can purchase this entire batch, I can further reduce the price of the perfect silk by another 5%, and for the damaged goods, I can offer them at half price. Moreover, I shall present you with a red envelope containing 300 taels as a token of my gratitude. This offer was even lower than Wei Yunlan had anticipated, primarily due to the fact that prices in Suijiang were considerably lower than those in the capital. After a brief contemplation, Wei Yunlan inquired, might I ask if Master Luo intends to remain in Suijiang after the silk is sold? Certainly not, Luo Feng replied without hesitation. Once this batch is sold, I shall return to Danzhou. I have not slept well or eaten properly during my stay in Suijiang. I have lost quite a bit of weight. Wei Yunlan glanced at his round belly, momentarily at a loss for words, before saying, then the red envelope may be reconsidered. I shall further reduce the price of the damaged goods by an additional 10%. Additionally, as I facilitate this transaction for you, might I request that you allow me to use the 2 courtyards you have yet to fully lease for the remaining days of the lease? That is certainly no problem. Luo Feng readily agreed. Selling at a lower price was still better than not selling at all. As for the courtyards, they would remain unused, and no one would be seeking to reclaim the rental. The merchant from Suizhou who rented these 2 courtyards had already fled to Pingzhou with his family on the night of the upheaval. I shall return shortly after consulting with my elders at home. Please wait here a moment, Master Luo. I will be back within an hour at most. With that, Wei Yunlan lowered his voice, his expression serious as he added, I kindly ask that you keep this matter discreet from local merchants. Of course, Luo Feng replied with an understanding smile. There is no need for such formality. Anyone can call me Lao Luo or Uncle Luo. Uncle Luo, Wei Yunlan complied readily. And under Luo Feng's earnest gaze, he crafted a new identity for himself, stating that his surname was Yu. Ah, so you're a young master Yu. Luo Feng remarked as he escorted Wei Yunlan to the courtyard entrance. I shall remain here, waiting for your return. After bidding farewell to Luo Feng, Wei Yunlan led Xue through the winding streets of the city until they arrived at a more remote carriage shop, where they purchased a horse-drawn carriage pulled by 2 horses. Subsequently, they visited a butcher's shop to order 2 sheep for pigs and a considerable amount of preserved goods, requesting that they be slaughtered, packaged, and delivered to the designated location the following day. As she passed by a shop adorned with the plaque of Fengji porcelain, Wei Yunlan's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement, prompting her to urgently ask Xue to pull over. How could she have forgotten? Suizhou's most renowned treasure was none other than its exquisite porcelain. The pottery produced by the local kilns held a prestigious reputation throughout the entire Daeong. Had it not been for passing by this Fengji porcelain establishment, she would have nearly missed this precious opportunity. The challenge of transporting porcelain was significant, yet for Wei Yunlan, it posed no issue whatsoever. As long as she could store it within her spatial realm, it would remain entirely unscathed. With silk and porcelain in her possession, how could she possibly worry about earning silver when she arrived at Baiguan? Chapter 44. Disappearance. This establishment is a grand 2-story store. Its faade far more opulent than those of the neighboring shops. Upon entering, one's gaze is immediately drawn to a towering celadon vase on the left side. Its surface is smooth and lustrous, adorned with intricately crafted patterns. Alas, in stark contrast, the space on the right side, just inside the entrance, is left with nothing but a base. The exquisite vase that once graced it is now a mystery. perhaps lost during a tumultuous event or due to some other unfortunate circumstance. As Wei Yunlan lingered in lamentation, a shop assistant approached, sizing her up with an indifferent expression before inquiring, "What may I assist you with today, esteemed guest?" Wei Yunlan's brows furrowed slightly. Naturally, her intention in entering the store was to procure porcelain, and should the price and style align favorably, she wished to purchase a substantial quantity. The assistant's previously lackadaisical demeanor shifted, a hint of a smile appearing on his face. "May I inquire which esteemed household you hail from? Our proprietor is currently attending to distinguished guests upstairs. I shall inform him of your presence. I am not from Suizhou, but I have long heard of the esteemed reputation of Suizhou porcelain, and I happen to be passing through, hoping to acquire some," she replied. Upon hearing this, the assistant's enthusiasm waned, and his smile faded, revealing the difficulty of the situation. "Our Fengji porcelain house is quite renowned throughout Suizhou, typically catering only to the aristocracy. While you may purchase a few pieces individually, a bulk order might prove challenging." Before he could finish, Wei Yunlan understood that engaging in trade with Fengji Porcelain House required a certain level of privilege, not easily accessible to everyone. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in a dark blue robe, gaunt yet imposing, descended the stairs, accompanied by a portly figure who appeared to be in charge. "Lu, I appreciate your diligence with this shipment." "Not at all. Once the goods reach the capital, Master Feng will be awaiting his share," the man replied as they exited the store. Observing that Wei Yunlan remained where she was, the assistant raised an eyebrow. "Did you notice that gentleman, Lu? He is the steward for the brother-in-law of Lord Hong, the commander of Suizhou. Our inventory is primarily destined for him, meant to be sent to the capital for substantial profit." Wei Yunlan merely nodded and turned to leave. She was not particularly fixated on acquiring porcelain from Fengji. In truth, any piece with a fine glaze and decent quality would suffice. Upon exiting the street, she inquired at a nearby tea shop, and soon discovered a store named Yuan Taoju. Though modest in appearance, stepping inside revealed a hidden charm. Behind the small entrance lay a winding corridor, lined with shelves displaying an array of exquisite porcelain, illuminated by sunlight streaming through the center, allowing for a clear view of the delicate wares. However, the spacing between the pieces was somewhat sparse, creating an impression of emptiness. As Wei Yunlan entered, the entrance was devoid of patrons, yet the back courtyard bustled with activity. 5 or 6 individuals moved busily through the corridor, counting and organizing the items on the shelves. Occasionally, heavy sighs echoed through the air. "Oh no, this one is cracked. How could this piece have shattered?" Wei Yunlan took 2 steps inside when a refined-looking man, presumably the shopkeeper, furrowed his brow and spoke to a worker in front of him. "The Wei Yuan escort won't take our order? Then let us inquire with the merchants on East Street. If someone is interested, we can lower the price." The worker hurriedly left to carry out the instruction, and it was at this moment that the shopkeeper noticed an additional presence in the shop. He approached and clasped his hands together, saying, "Esteemed guest, I sincerely apologize. Our establishment is currently closed for inventory." Wei Yunlan pondered the shopkeeper's earlier words and inquired, "Do you have a batch of goods that you're eager to sell?" Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper understood that the guest had overheard him and nodded in acknowledgement. "Indeed, we have a collection of porcelain that we are keen to sell in order to gather funds for repairing the kiln that was damaged in the recent natural disaster. The kiln is the very foundation of a porcelain business." No wonder the shopkeeper appeared so anxious. For Wei Yunlan, this was akin to receiving a pillow just as one begins to doze off, as she had been contemplating acquiring a batch of porcelain to sell in another province. "Might you allow your worker to show me your goods?" she asked. "Of course," the shopkeeper exclaimed with delight, gesturing for her to follow. "Some items are located in the storeroom here. Please come with me. There are also some remaining in our warehouse outside the city. If it's convenient for you, I can take you there at any time." "Let's first examine what is in the shop," Wei Yunlan replied, mindful of the time, as she needed to return to Lord Luo to finalize the transaction for 1,000 bolts of silk. The shopkeeper led Wei Yunlan through the corridor, introducing the porcelain displayed on the shelves as they walked. After a few steps, Wei Yunlan suddenly noticed a familiar vase prominently displayed in the center. She couldn't help but gaze at it for a moment longer. This vase, Is it not identical to the one I saw upon entering Fengji Porcelain House? Detecting her interest, the shopkeeper asked, "Do you recognize this vase?" "I happened to see it in another shop," she replied. The shopkeeper could not help but chuckle at this. And seeing the curiosity in Wei Yunlan's eyes, he began to recount the vase's history. It turned out that Yuan Taoju and Fengji Porcelain House were once the same establishment. This shopkeeper also bore the surname Feng. The current head of Fengji Porcelain House was originally an apprentice at the Feng family kiln, having learned from the grandfather of the present shopkeeper. Just from this intricate relationship, Wei Yunlan could envision an elaborate drama unfolding. However, the shopkeeper refrained from delving into the complexities of their history, stating only that the porcelain from Yuan Taoju was of equal quality to that of Fengji Porcelain House, with a unique technique requiring a specific kiln that only Fengji possessed. Accustomed to fine goods, Wei Yunlan could discern that the porcelain from Yuan Taoju was indeed of the superior quality the shopkeeper had assured. After inquiring about the prices, she arranged to meet with the shopkeeper the following day at the 4th hour at the West City Gate to inspect the remaining stock outside the city. Having exited Yuan Taoju, she hurried back to Lord Luo just in time. With a swift exchange of money and goods, after presenting 9,000 taels in silver notes, a room full of silk was finally hers. Luo Feng handed over the keys to both courtyards with a jovial smile that creased his plump face. "Young master Yu, there are still 2 months left on the lease for these 2 courtyards, and I have already provided the full rental payment. You may use them at your discretion, as I have moved all my belongings." As he spoke, his servant had already prepared their belongings and stood waiting by the carriage. Once the final items were thoroughly handed over, he mounted the carriage and left for the city gate without a moment's hesitation. Having lost nearly half of his fortune on this dilapidated place, he was unlikely to ever return. As he watched Luo Feng's carriage disappear from sight, Wei Yunlan instructed Xue he to take the key to the front courtyard and lock it, while he himself turned back into the courtyard. Upon entering the house and securing the door, he reached out to gently touch the space, intending to bring forth a few horses, only to find the entire room full of silk had vanished without a trace. Chapter 45. A drastic change in expression. Wei Yunlan was startled and quickly immersed her consciousness into the space. Upon seeing the silks lying undisturbed on the white cloth spread across the ground, she let out a heavy sigh of relief. However, a flicker of doubt arose within her. She distinctly remembered that previously she needed to touch the item she wished to store in the space. Back then, she had painstakingly rummaged through boxes in the storeroom. Yet now, with merely a thought, she could effortlessly gather an entire room's worth of items. Could it be that the power of the space had enhanced? Wei Yunlan once more delved into the space, scanning her surroundings. Everything appeared unchanged. The size and soil of the ground were identical to before. Suddenly, her gaze fixed upon the mist in the center of the space. The fog seemed slightly thinner than before, and peering through the hazy white mist, she could discern a black shape enveloped within, an unmistakably familiar black dog. It was the very one she had played with in her dreams alongside her great-grandfather. Wei Yunlan stared intently for a moment. The black dog lay motionless with its eyes shut, leaving its state ambiguous, alive or dead. It was impossible to tell. Instinctively, she felt that the changes in using the space might be connected to this black dog. Perhaps she could return to inquire about her mother's thoughts? Suppressing her curiosity for the moment, Wei Yunlan exited the room and secured the door from the outside. Upon arriving back at the inn with the horse-drawn carriage, she found Gao Shi and Cheng Yue still asleep. Ning Shuang and Ting Xue had taken turns watching by the window for half a day. Yet there was still no sign of Wei Maolin and Wei Mingxuan's 2 groups. "You may go rest. Let me keep watch for a while," Wei Yunlan said as she settled by the window. The sun dipped low in the west, casting a dimming light. A small red-footed falcon darted past the window, only to suddenly circle back and land before her. The bird seemed remarkably familiar, and sure enough, the next moment, Yu Qi's figure tumbled in through the roof. Wei Yunlan's gaze immediately fell upon the small cylinder beside the bird's talon, wondering if there was news from her father or Mingxian. "It is from Lord Wei," Yu Qi explained. "Each team in the Tianshu Pavilion's Eagle Division possesses a hawk. This one is under my command, or rather, Pei Hu's." Pei, who is currently accompanying Wei Yunlan. Glancing at the note, Yu Qi continued, Lord Wei will arrive in Suijiang by sunset tomorrow at the latest. The worry on Wei Yunlan's face instantly transformed into a radiant smile, her previously anxious heart now at ease. Alas, had there been a second red-footed falcon to deliver news, the remaining anxiety might have also dissipated. The following morning, as dawn broke, Wei Yunlan set out with Ting Xue and Sui He. The two maids were dressed in their usual attire, while she continued to disguise herself as a man to avoid raising suspicions with Manager Feng. With time to spare before their scheduled meeting, Wei Yunlan first sent Ting Xue to the yard rented from Old Master Luo to collect the pigs, sheep, and cured goods ordered the previous day. She herself wandered the streets with Sui He, purchasing some fabric, cotton, silk flowers, and embroidery threads that had not seen a price increase. Had it not been for the need to reserve funds for purchasing the exquisite porcelain from Yuan Taoju, she would have indulged in a splendid selection of intricate gold and silver jewelry. These luxuries, unrelated to sustenance and survival, were currently being sold at remarkably lower prices in Suijiang, and reselling them elsewhere could yield an additional profit of 10 to 20%. Nevertheless, one must not be overly greedy. Wei Yunlan gently shook her head, withdrawing her wistful gaze. The 25,000 taels of silver notes exchanged from Tianshu Go, after procuring silk, left her with 16,000 taels, which she ultimately invested entirely in the porcelain from Yuan Taoju. Wei Yunlan did not take advantage of the situation to drive the price down to its lowest. Instead, she made an agreement with Manager Feng during the transaction, stipulating that if he were to return to Suijiang for porcelain purchases in the future, Yuan Taoju would unconditionally prioritize her as a buyer at equivalent prices. Without hesitation, Manager Feng acquiesced, even gifting her an additional set of teacups, which were said to be handcrafted by his grandfather during his lifetime. This batch of porcelain was substantial, packed into wooden crates that filled nearly 100 boxes. The staff from Yuan Taoju made several trips back and forth in the city to completely transfer everything to Wei Yunlan's two small courtyards. Taking advantage of the time while the staff was moving the items, Wei Yunlan exchanged the remaining silver notes and gold leaves in different places for silver coins. This sum of money was not to be touched. She had other plans once she departed from Suijiang. After loading some pork, lamb, and cured meats onto the cart with the help of Ting Xue and Sui He, Wei Yunlan returned to the courtyard. In a matter of moments, she stored all the neatly stacked wooden boxes and other items delivered during the day into her space. The previously somewhat empty space now appeared much more substantial with these provisions. On her way back to the inn, Wei Yunlan delved into her space to rearrange the placement of her goods. Centered around the mist-enshrouded black dog, the left side, closely aligned with the edge of the space, housed 1,000 bolts of silk, wooden boxes filled with ceramics, as well as fabrics, cotton, silk threads, and other items. To the right lay the treasures she had retrieved from the storehouse, along with her original dowry. The upper section served as storage for water and miscellaneous household items, while the remaining food and meats were positioned in the lower section, closer to the black dog. Withdrawing her consciousness from the space, Wei Yunlan mused with a hint of amusement, wondering if the enticing aroma of the meat might coax the black dog to open its eyes. Just as the cart came to a halt, Ning Shuang, waiting at the inn's entrance, hurried forward. "Miss, the master and Manager Wang have returned." "Wonderful," Wei Yunlan exclaimed. Hastily disembarking and striding into the inn, Wei Yunlan and his entourage had arrived just moments before her, gathering in a room on the third floor. Gao Shi was tending to the wound on Wei Yunlan's neck. Feeling the weight of many eyes upon him, Wei Yunlan awkwardly turned his neck, saying, "I'm much better now." No need to stare. Once Pei Hu Wei had removed the wooden collar, his injury had not worsened. Gao Shi, having inspected it firsthand, finally relaxed her grip. At that moment, Wei Yunlan pushed the door open and entered. Lan Wei Yunlan immediately recognized his daughter, who was attired in male clothing. Only 3 days had passed before they were reunited once more, and each individual in the room was overwhelmed with a myriad of emotions. Only they themselves knew the harrowing experiences endured during those few days. Gao cast a glance around the room, pondering the whereabouts of Mingxian. The family was incomplete without him. As soon as this thought crossed her mind, Jen, who had been leaning against the window, suddenly rose from his chair and excitedly pointed towards the city gate, exclaiming, "Mother, Aunt, do you see that over there? Isn't that Granny Wang?" Wei Yunlan followed his gaze. There, in tattered clothing, was Granny Wang, leading a mule into the city alongside Lu Quan. Behind the mule was a cart, upon which lay a figure. As they approached, it became clear that it was Gui Xiang, yet there was no sign of the other two. Instantly, Wei Yunlan's expression changed dramatically. Where are Ming Xian and Wang Gui? Chapter 46. Lost, I will go fetch them. Wei Yunlan declared as she hurried downstairs with Xue, he, and several others. Upon approaching, she noticed that all three, Wang Momo and her companions, were injured. Lu Quan's left arm hung limply, his sleeve stained with a large patch of blood. Gui Xiang lay on the cart, her forehead marred by a wound the size of a pigeon's egg, her eyes closed, seemingly unaware of her circumstances. Among the trio, Wang Momo appeared slightly better off. Yet even she bore scrapes on her cheeks and the backs of her hands, her garments tattered in several places, hinting at the grim experiences of the past few days. Lu Quan was the first to spot the approaching figures, initially recognizing Dongda and Xue He, then shifting his gaze to the delicate young man clad in male attire. Who walked between them? Was that a young lady? With the city gate bustling with people, Wei Yunlan lowered her voice, urging, "Follow me." Dongda stepped forward to lead the mule. As the mule cart turned, Wei Yunlan noticed an inconspicuous man in black trailing behind, his attire resembling that of Yuqi and Pei Hu, albeit with a rather unsightly tear at the hem. Upon meeting Wei Yunlan's gaze, the man nodded slightly, and she understood that he was one of Yuqi's arrangements to follow Ming Xian and his party. Had even the guards of Tian Shu Pavilion failed to keep track of Ming Xian? A sense of foreboding gripped Wei Yunlan's heart. Avoiding the mingled crowd at the city gate, they entered the inn. Wang Momo appeared somewhat dazed, while Gui Xiang lay on Xue He's back, only briefly opening her eyes when shifted. Lu Quan explained, Gui Xiang was drugged a couple of days ago and then suffered a head injury. She has been asleep more than awake these past few days. His voice was noticeably weaker than usual, and when Wei Yunlan glanced over, she noticed fresh blood seeping from his sleeve. Xue, take Gui Xiang to the adjacent room to rest. Xue Ting, please summon a doctor. The third floor of the inn's eastern side had been completely secured by Wei Yunlan, and the remaining individuals entered the spacious room where the Wei family had previously conversed. Dongda, assist Lu Uncle with some hemostatic medicine. As she surveyed the room, recognizing familiar faces after only 3 or 4 days apart, Wang Momo's dazed expression finally shifted to one of clarity. Suddenly, she sank to her knees before Wei Maolin and Madame Gao. Master, Madam, young lady, I am unworthy. Get up and speak, Madame Gao urged, attempting to help Wang Momo to her feet, but she remained firmly kneeling, unwilling to rise. Taking a deep breath, Wei Yunlan finally voiced the questions that had been weighing on her mind. Lu Uncle, Wang Momo, what transpired on your journey? Wang Momo's lips trembled, her eyes glistening with tears. Wang Guanshi, anxious beside her, implored, Old woman, the young lady is asking you a question. Speak quickly. Where is young Master Ming Xian? And why did he not return with you? We lost young Master Ming Xian along the way. Madame Wang knelt on the ground, her eyes filled with remorse as she spoke. Had it not been for young Master Ming Xuan's kindness in offering me a seat on a mule cart due to my frail legs, we would not have been dispersed by the crowd. It turned out that after their group of 5 escaped from the village, they discovered that Gui Xiang had been drugged by a resident of that household, likely through the tea brought to her that evening. Madame Wang, wary of the inconvenience of nighttime disturbances, refrained from drinking, while Gui Xiang, unfortunately, consumed 2 cups under the watchful gaze of the household's young daughter. Thus, when Wang Gui and Wei Mingxian burst into the room, Madame Wang was able to regain her senses, but Gui Xiang remained in a daze, only waking up around noon the following day. Their misfortune did not end there. Believing they had successfully fled the village and would encounter no further danger if they remained vigilant, they were unexpectedly confronted by a band of refugees just as they neared the borders of Suizhou. These refugees, likely from the same village or clan, were unusually united. Seeing that their group consisted of only 5 individuals yet possessed a cart and provisions, They were overcome with a desire to seize their belongings. Did Ming Xian and Wang Gui get separated from you because of that group of refugees? No. At that moment, Lu Quan, having just been restrained by Dong De, grimaced in pain from the administered medicine. Miss, with the assistance of the 3 brave men you hired, the refugees could not have taken our possessions. It was during the scuffle that we sustained some injuries. Our separation occurred later, when the refugees, realizing they could not seize our goods, began to retreat. Suddenly, a group of captors emerged, indiscriminately seizing individuals, mostly the men among the refugees. Sensing the danger, we quickly blended into the crowd and fled. I held onto the mule, while Madame and Guixiang sat on the cart. Young Master Ming Xian and Wang Gui were initially right beside us, but when I turned around, they had vanished. We later returned to search for them, but the kidnappers had already made their swift escape, leaving behind only a throng of elderly, women, and children among the refugees. We searched for half the day without any leads, and thus decided to head to Suijiang to report this to the master and mistress. 2 of the brave men you hired remained behind to seek young Master S' whereabouts. Lu Quan recounted the events in one breath, disregarding his own injuries as he knelt beside Madame Wang, lamenting, "It is our failure for not keeping young Master Mingxian safe." "Rise," Wei Yunlan sighed. "This is not your fault." The sight of Lu Quan's wounds made it clear to her that he had fought with all his might. Yet, no one had anticipated the appearance of a group of kidnappers in addition to the refugees. The captives were solely the male refugees. What was their intent? Though Wei Yunlan maintained a facade of composure, her heart was in disarray. She had clearly altered the course of events from her previous life during their exile. Why had Ming Xian still gone missing? Why him of all people? Was her arduous struggle against fate in vain? A prick of pain from her fingertips digging into her palm brought a moment of clarity to her eyes. She could not simply acquiesce to destiny. At the very least, in this life, they had gained considerable agency. Even if Ming Xian was lost, their family had now escaped the shackles of exile, and with fewer constraints, they could embark on a quest to find Ming Xian once more. "Uncle Lu, could you elaborate on the appearance of that group?" "Allow me to explain." Upon entering the room, the guard who had silently stood beside Yu Qi stepped forward. This group was evidently well-trained, exhibiting remarkable skills, yet they lacked any semblance of a criminal demeanor. They appeared to be military officers or private soldiers employed by certain influential families. Wei Yunlan furrowed her brow, realizing the breadth of this description was far too vast, making it nearly impossible to pinpoint their identity. Are there any other distinguishing features? Perhaps regarding their attire, horses, or the weapons they carried? The guard pondered for a moment, then recalled that among the 2 leaders, one had boots adorned with embroidered auspicious clouds. Additionally, 4 or 5 others in the group bore the same pattern on their boots. Had it not been for his affiliation with the Yubu of the Tianshu Pavilion, he would have overlooked such details. "Are you able to sketch it?" Wei Yunlan instructed Ning Shuang to bring paper and pen. The guard, lacking artistic skill, struggled for some time, but eventually managed to recreate the design he had observed. The more Wei Yunlan examined it, the more it struck her as familiar. Suddenly, an idea came to her, and she took the pen to modify a couple of strokes on the paper. "Is it like this?" Chapter 47. Deposition. The guards widened their eyes as they gazed at the pattern on the paper, nodding vigorously. Gao approached, leaning in to take a closer look. The motifs commonly used among the aristocracy were rather few, and the design depicted here was indeed a cloud pattern, albeit with 2 upward curving arcs that distinguished it from the more conventional versions. Likely an alteration made by the embroidery workshop to set their work apart from others. "Lanner, where did you encounter this pattern?" The presence of an identical design suggested that the garments or boots worn by the individuals in question could originate from the same source. Following this lead might very well lead to the whereabouts of Ming Xian. Wei Yunlan clearly recognized this implication. The scene from the previous day at Fengji Porcelain House flashed before her mind. If her memory served her right, the steward, who had been bent over as the shopkeeper bid him farewell, wore boots adorned with the very same cloud pattern. A steward's boots. Wei Yunlan recalled how the staff at Fengji Porcelain had proudly spoken of that steward, identifying him as Wen Lu, hailing from the household of Lord Hong, the commandant of Suizhou, who was the brother-in-law of the latter. Wei Maolin vaguely remembered that earlier in the year, A colleague from the supervisory court had reported on this Lord Hong, who had been implicated in a scandal involving the dismissal of his wife in favor of a favored concubine, forcing the legitimate wife to take refuge in a convent. Yet, this matter had ultimately come to naught, with Hong Minrong facing no repercussions. Given the plight of the legitimate wife, did the brother-in-law truly have the backing of the brother-in-law's influence? Wei Yunlan pondered, could there be more to this? Let's investigate further. Is a lead worth pursuing? Wei Yunlan glanced around the room and instructed Dong De, Ning Shuang, Sui He, and Steward Wang to head out. They would split into 2 groups and, under the pretense of shopping, glean information from merchants in Suijiang regarding the connections of Lord Hong's brother-in-law. Ning Shuang was meticulous, and Steward Wang, who had been handling affairs outside the Wei residence, was quite adept at navigating such matters. Just as Wei Yunlan had sent away the doctor who had come to treat Gui Xiong, she saw the 2 groups returning. Did you find anything? Miss, the brother-in-law of Lord Hong is indeed surnamed Liu, but he is certainly no respectable brother-in-law. Ning Shuang had effortlessly gathered rumors from the proprietress of a bun stall on the street. The people of Suijiang referred to him as Young Master Liu, and his sister was the concubine involved in the scandal with Lord Hong. There was a hint of righteous indignation in Ning Shuang's voice, clearly resonating with the past sufferings of their own miss, whose suitor disregarded his legitimate wife, residing with his mistress. Was this not a case of favoring the concubine over the wife? No, it was far worse than that. Miss, that young Master Liu is not originally from Suijiang. Steward Wang reported the information he had just acquired. The Liu family was of merchant origin and had only moved to Suizhou a few years prior, establishing a significant business across Suizhou, Lianzhou, and Chongzhou. Young Master Liu was not alone. He had several sisters, all of whom had married into influential families within these 3 regions. As he conveyed this information, Wei Yunlan did not require Ning Shuang and Steward Wang to withhold their findings from those at Tianshu Pavilion. Upon hearing this, Yuqi couldn't help but reveal a hint of astonishment in her eyes. If the Liu family were merely seeking power and wealth, that would be one thing. However, if there were deeper schemes at play, Miss Wei, I wish to report this matter to the pavilion master, Yuqi declared with a serious demeanor. Wei Yunlan was somewhat taken aback, as she would typically inquire about her opinion first, since Ning Shuang and Steward Wang had spoken in Yuqi's presence. It was clear they had no intention of concealing this matter from the Tianshu Pavilion. Moreover, given the capabilities of the Tianshu Pavilion, they would likely uncover even more than they had. Team Leader Yu, please feel free to proceed, Wang said. Wei Yunlan replied with composure. The pavilion master possesses a broad mind and cares for the common people. If there truly are issues with the Liu residents, informing the pavilion master sooner may help avert a calamity for Daeong. Yuqi's astonishment deepened, not at the affairs of the Liu residents, but rather at the high regard Miss Wei held for their master. Over the years, their master had accomplished much for Daeong, mostly in obscurity, with few remembering his contributions. This was the first time someone had so openly praised him. Their master was currently enduring hardships. She must certainly relay these words in her secret message, so that their master might find some joy in them. Steward Wang, please investigate what businesses the Liu family primarily engages in within the city. Common enterprises shouldn't necessitate human trafficking. Wei Yunlan suspected that the Liu family might be involved in the buying and selling of people. However, even if they were purchasing individuals from traffickers, a typical able-bodied young man would only fetch 3 to 5 taels of silver at most. Even at the highest prices, it would not exceed 10 taels. Furthermore, given the calamities across the regions, many victims would sell themselves into servitude for survival, driving prices even lower. At this juncture, abducting refugees to sell would yield minimal profit, perhaps less than 1,000 taels, even if they managed to capture over 100 individuals, considering the challenges and losses faced along the way. According to the information gathered, the Liu family was backed by numerous powerful households. Would they truly risk so much for a mere 1,000 taels? It seemed unlikely. So, what could be the true motive behind their clandestine abductions? Team Leader Yu, I shall also venture out. Wei Yunlan expressed her intention to leverage her recent dealings in silk and porcelain to further investigate along Steward Liu's lead. Miss Wei, Yu Qi remarked, "You may wish to wait for news from the Tianxu Pavilion, since it is known that the Lu residence has suspicious activities. The pavilion master will certainly dispatch someone to investigate. In 3 to 5 days, some results will likely emerge." "I understand," Wei Yunlan acknowledged, fully aware of the Tianxu Pavilion's superior strength compared to her own. Yet, she could not entrust the safety of herself and her family entirely to others. She could not remain idle, awaiting the pavilion's findings in 3 to 5 days. "As long as I am uncertain of Mingxuan's safety, I find it difficult to be at ease. Even if it is but a glimmer of hope, I must make every effort." Upon hearing this, Yu Qi paused, refraining from further words of consolation. Wei Yunlan led Xue into the alley where the Yuan Taoji was located. Manager Feng had just stepped out on business and would not return for another half an hour. After leaving a message from Manager Feng with a staff member, Wei Yunlan proceeded to the neighboring tea house and requested a private room. Pouring myself a cup of fragrant tea, just as the cup reached my lips, I heard a resounding thud as the storyteller struck the table with his board. This time, he spoke of recent events in the capital. Years ago, the Empress engaged in the dark arts, drawing the ire of the heavens, which consequently unleashed divine retribution upon the realm. In recent years, the Great Yong has been beset by calamities. The Crown Prince, feeling a deep sense of shame towards the populace, voluntarily renounced his title in order to safeguard the well-being of the people. Wei Yunlan's hand trembled slightly around the cup, causing tea to spill over. Such a thing had never transpired in my previous life. Chapter 48. The soothing elixir. The tea house was abuzz with astonishment. Wei Yunlan pushed open the small window of the private room and gazed down, observing that the majority of faces mirrored her own shock. After all, it was the extraordinarily wise former emperor who had personally raised the crown prince. Someone in the crowd dared to inquire, did the emperor acquiesce? Initially, the emperor had not consented. However, the crown prince, claiming that his virtues did not match his position, forewarned of impending calamities. As the crown prince of Daong, he understood that such misfortunes would not only befall him, but the entire realm. He voluntarily renounced his title, wishing to offer his assistance in the disaster-stricken areas, hoping to atone for his sins and appease the wrath of heaven. After numerous fruitless attempts to dissuade him, the emperor ultimately acquiesced to the prince's request, issuing an edict to depose him, bestowing upon the deposed crown prince the title of Prince of Yu, and designating the regions of Tan, Qian, and Yi as his fief. The storyteller on the platform paused dramatically at this juncture, exaggerating slightly as he asked, "Isn't it a coincidence? Do you know what that coincidence is?" "What?" As soon as the emperor issued the decree to depose the crown prince, the fury of the earth dragons in the provinces of Sui, Han, and Qi was entirely quelled. Wei Yunlan found this assertion ludicrous. Historically, it was only after natural disasters that emperors issued self-punishing edicts. This unprecedented act of the crown prince voluntarily accepting disgrace was truly a first in history. The notion that the issuance of an edict could quell the earth dragon's wrath seemed more a fig leaf for the ineptitude of the emperor than a genuine resolution. Looking down from the second-floor private room, Wei Yunlan observed the varied expressions on the faces below, though none dared to voice their opinions. Those who remained seated in the tea house, sipping their drinks after the calamity, were largely affluent residents or traveling merchants. Were they not all astute individuals? Given that news from the capital reached the provinces with such swiftness and was permitted to be publicly disseminated in tea houses and bustling markets, it was evident that the court had a hand in this. How could the common folk dare to speak freely? They would believe whatever the court instructed them to believe. In time, this veil of deception would become an accepted truth, forgotten amidst the passage of years. It was clear that the emperor had cast the crown prince as the scapegoat to conceal his own incompetence. Cursing the shamelessness of it all, Wei Yunlan reflected that this scenario had not unfolded in her previous life. In her past existence, the crown prince remained in his position until his untimely demise, never departing the capital. The calamity affecting the provinces of Han, Sui, and Qi had not spread vigorously in the capital. It seemed the court had intentionally suppressed such news. It was difficult to ascertain whether this change was a blessing or a curse, yet at the very least, the crown prince's distance from the capital would spare him from the tragic fate awaiting him 3 years hence. This also suggested that the events of her former life were not immutable. If the fate of the crown prince could shift, then so too could Ming Xuan's. She was determined to find Ming Xian and ensure her family reached the northern pass safely, living peacefully thereafter. The news from the capital acted as a balm for Wei Yunlan's anxious heart, instilling a newfound sense of resolve. At that moment, the proprietor, dressed in a sky-blue long robe, approached, his face brimming with joy, guided by a young servant. Upon encountering Wei Yunlan, one would naturally perform a courteous bow and say, "Young master Yu, thanks to your blessings, our Yuan Taoju's kiln has finally commenced operations. Not only that, but we're also set to establish a new kiln this year. Should you return to Suijiang next year, please do visit us at Yuan Taoju. The porcelain we produce then may surpass this year's in finesse." Wei Yunlan stepped aside slightly and reciprocated the gesture with a nod, extending his congratulations to Master Feng. The two took their seats opposite each other, while the maid and young servant stood guard outside the elegant chamber. Master Feng inquired, "Might I ask, young master Yu, what brings you here today?" "Indeed, there is a matter I wish to discuss with you," replied Wei Yunlan, refilling their teacups and gesturing for him to continue. "I have recently heard that the Liu family in Suizhou possesses considerable connections, potentially enabling one to conduct business in the capital. If one could align with their interests, wealth could flow in abundantly. I wonder, Master Feng, do you have any insight into the Liu family?" Master Feng paused, his hand holding the teacup halted mid-air. "Are you referring to the Liu family whose daughter is wed to Lord Hong's household?" Wei Yunlan nodded. "To be candid, aside from porcelain, I'm also carrying a batch of other goods. If I could connect with the Liu family, my worries would be alleviated. As a local of Suijiang, do you perhaps know of any avenues?" Master Feng's brow furrowed slightly, revealing a hint of discomfort. "If it is inconvenient, consider that I have not mentioned this matter today," Wei Yunlan said politely with a smile. Upon hearing this, Master Feng bit his lip and replied, "Young Master Yu, it is not that I am unwilling to assist you in connecting with the Liu family, but rather that they are rather formidable to negotiate with." As he spoke the latter part, his voice lowered, and he quietly explained, "You are not a local of Suizhou, and thus might not be aware of the Liu family's reputation here, which is somewhat difficult to assess." Observing Wei Yunlan's upright demeanor, coupled with a somewhat delicate appearance, and recalling the substantial sum of over 10,000 taels of silver he had just received, Master Feng felt compelled to elaborate. "Let me put it this way, young Master Yu, while the Liu family is indeed a commercial entity, their methods are not akin to those of ordinary merchants. They have connections to many influential families across Suizhou, Lian, and Qi, enjoying protection from the elite. Their dealings can be quite overbearing. Local merchants may manage, but those from outside who stumble into their traps often find themselves at a total loss, with no recourse for grievance." From Master Feng's words, it seemed the Liu family operated with a certain arrogance, perhaps even engaging in some less than reputable dealings. "I am unaware of that." Master Feng shook his head. "There are those who advised me to ally with the Liu family. I had a brief encounter with their steward in Suizhou, and he approached me with an exorbitant demand, asking for half of our family's assets. If young Master Yu is indeed keen to engage with the Liu family, it is not insurmountable. Their residence in Suizhou is just down Xinliang Street. With sufficient silver, a few dozen taels would suffice to meet the steward. However, I still advise you to think carefully." Having expressed his concerns, Master Feng felt he had fulfilled his duty to caution. If this esteemed young Master Liu truly belongs to the Liu family, one cannot hold it against him. Alas, it is a pity that Yuan Taoju may soon find itself deprived of a valued patron. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Manager Feng for his earnest counsel. Rest assured, the words exchanged here today shall remain between us, with no third party privy to them." Wei Yunlan sincerely thanked Manager Feng for his advice, yet she was fated to disregard this kindness. She was resolute in her intention to visit the Liu residence across the street today. The Wei family had lingered in Suijiang for a sufficient duration, and with their departure scheduled for tomorrow, they had little fear of being targeted by those with ulterior motives. After a little more than half an hour, the carriage came to a halt before the grand entrance of the Liu residence. As Wei Yunlan alighted, clad in identical attire to her maid Suiha, she approached Steward Wang and presented a piece of silver, requesting his assistance in conveying her desire to meet with the steward of this esteemed household. Chapter 49. No escape before the Lu residence. A straight-backed servant cast a fleeting glance downward. Upon noticing the 2 coins of silver in Wei Yunlan's hand, he averted his gaze, feigning ignorance as if he had not heard a thing. Wei Yunlan discreetly rummaged through her sleeve, transforming the 2 coins into 2 taels of silver. Instantly, the servant's ears perked up, and after accepting the silver, he remarked, "Our steward is not easily accessible to everyone. I can relay your presence, but whether you can meet him remains uncertain. Please wait." Wei Yunlan halted the servant, retrieving a brocade box from the carriage. "This is a greeting gift prepared by my master for your esteemed steward." Inside lay a pair of elegantly carved purple sandalwood paperweights. The servant, unable to discern their significance, merely sensed their value, leading to a slight softening in his demeanor. "I shall convey this at once." Before long, the gates of the Lu residence swung open. The servant emerged, inviting them in. "The steward has just concluded his affairs for the day. Please come inside for a discussion." Indeed, the Lu residence proved to be as opportunistic as the proprietor Feng had suggested, where only silver could pave the way. The estate comprised a triad of courtyards, with a modest number of servants, yet the decor was exquisite, surpassing that of typical fifth-rank officials. As Wei Yunlan understood, this was not the Lu family's main residence, but merely a seldom-occupied house in Suijiang City, mostly attended by the steward. Guided by a footman, they reached the front hall, where the steward awaited them. His portly figure and haughty demeanor were unmistakably those of the steward Lu they had encountered at Feng's porcelain shop. Wei Yunlan had deliberately donned a maid's attire and darkened her complexion by 2 shades to avoid recognition. However, he seemed indifferent to the inconspicuous maid, directing his attention towards Steward Wang, who was invited to take a seat. With a hint of scrutiny, he remarked, "You appear to be from another province. You are quite unfamiliar to me." Having served in the outer courtyard for many years and mingled with noble households, Steward Wang maintained his composure and fabricated an elaborate tale. "I hail from Yuezhou, where my family engages in the trade of medicinal herbs, particularly prized items such as mountain ginseng and deer antler. I have heard that your esteemed residence has connections for selling goods to the capital, and I have come today to pay a visit." Upon hearing the mention of mountain ginseng and deer antler, a glimmer of interest flickered in Steward Lu's eyes, and he straightened his posture. This represented a lucrative venture. If successfully executed, it could earn him the master's favor, potentially leading to a promotion to Lianzhou as a steward. Now that would be a truly profitable position. In that instant, Steward Lu's gaze towards Steward Wang grew fervent. Wang embellished a narrative about the non-existent medicinal herbs and fabricated quantities for sale, igniting Lu's eagerness. Both men harbored intentions of camaraderie, and soon their conversation became lively, culminating in mutual terms of brotherhood. Steward Wang declared upon my return, "I shall instruct my servants to send word home to bring the first batch of goods to Suijiang for you to inspect." Steward Lu responded, "Then I shall eagerly await the good news from my brother." "My dear brother, do you have any other arrangements lately? Perhaps I could host you and show you around the Suijiang area." "There is no need for that," Wang, the steward, replied, a hint of hesitation crossing his face. Lu, another steward, smacked his forehead, realizing in his joy of conversing with his brother that he had forgotten the current state of affairs in the city. "However, the influence of our Lu family extends beyond Suizhou. In Chongzhou and Lianzhou, we also have significant standing. If you are interested, once our collaboration is successful, I could introduce you to opportunities in both Chong and Lianzhou." "Oh." Wang's expression shifted to one of timely curiosity, his mind alert. Young Master Ming Xian and his associate Wang Gui had gone missing in Lianzhou. "Pray tell, what kind of business does your family engage in within Chongzhou and Lianzhou?" "Our Lu family is involved in numerous ventures," Lu boasted, regaining some of his initial arrogance, clearly indicating that their dealings were of considerable weight. Yet, while he appeared to divulge much, he remained tight-lipped about the family's primary enterprise, only mentioning trivial matters such as taverns and pawn shops. Wang, wary of probing too deeply and raising Lu's suspicions, shifted the conversation to mundane topics, complimenting Lu on his demeanor and attire, particularly praising the intricate embroidery on Lu's garments and boots. These are the handiwork of the embroiderers in our household. Unfortunately, they do not take commissions from outsiders. Otherwise, I could procure a few pieces for you. Lu seized the opportunity to boast again about the Lu family's wealth, mentioning they employed over 50 embroiderers from the south. Taking advantage of the moment while pouring tea, Wei Yunlan exchanged a discreet glance with Wang. Wang promptly understood. They had nearly exhausted the necessary pleasantries, and it was time to take their leave. After a few final words of empty courtesy, Wang expressed his intentions to depart. Once outside the Lu residence and settled in the carriage, his demeanor transformed entirely. He turned to Wei Yunlan with respect, saying, "Miss, it appears that those individuals encountered by young master and his companions are indeed connected to the Lu family. Let me ponder this." Wei Yunlan leaned against the carriage wall, closing her eyes and rubbing her temples. The information gleaned from Lu had seemed disjointed at first, yet it began to coalesce in her mind. First, the group responsible for abducting the male refugees was either from the Lu family or closely associated with them. Secondly, the Lu family was engaged in dubious but lucrative enterprises in Lianzhou and Chongzhou. If the refugees were not being sold off to other regions, they were likely being taken for some nefarious purpose. Utilizing the refugees had its greatest advantage. They had already fled their homeland, with nowhere to turn. Even if forcibly taken, no one would seek them out, sparing them from governmental scrutiny. What, then, could require a batch of individuals like this? Wei Yunlan sensed a thread in her mind growing clearer. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide. She realized, what do Chongzhou and Lianzhou abundantly produce? As the carriage wound its way through Suijiang City, distancing itself from Lu's lackeys, a loud crack echoed in the mountain hollow more than 100 miles away, startling both Wei Mingxian and Wang Gui. The whip cracked down just a short distance from the two individuals. As the wielder cast a disdainful glance at Wei Mingxian and Wang Gui, wrinkling his brow in contempt. How much strength could such a frail figure possess? Do you not select your targets when capturing people? What are you staring at? Did I engage you in conversation? Move along. With that, another lash was delivered, impatiently urging them onward. Wei Mingxian and Wang Gui shuffled forward with the crowd, picking up pickaxes and slinging baskets over their shoulders as they entered the pitch-black mine. They exchanged bittersweet smiles, realizing that they had evaded the official's whip, only to fall prey to the one wielded by the foreman within this darkened quarry. Chapter 50. A pleasant departure. As dawn broke, the gates of Suijiang City swung open. The three carriages of the Wei family merged with the throng of people exiting through the eastern gate. After traversing over 3 miles along the path to Liangzhou, the carriages veered onto a secluded trail, heading north towards Chongzhou and Lianzhou, perhaps having risen too early. It wasn't long before the young Jian let out a great yawn and nestled against Wei Yunlan, succumbing to slumber. After a prolonged ride in the mule cart, he finally appreciated the comfort of the carriage. Madame Gao remarked, retrieving a thin blanket from a small cupboard beneath the seat to drape over Jian. Had they been in the mule cart earlier, the child would not have found slumber so easily. Indeed, it was a carriage. The 2 mule carts belonging to the Wei family had already been disposed of in Suijiang. Now these 3 carriages, acquired from various locations in the city over the past few days, included one at the forefront drawn by 2 horses, capable of seating 4 individuals, currently occupied by Wei Yunlan, Madame Gao, and Wei Maolin. Following closely behind was another carriage bearing Cheng Yue and Yang Jiayong, attended by Ning Shuang and Ting Xue. Further back were Gui Xiang and Steward Wang, along with the elderly Wang couple. The 2 fine horses previously gifted to Wei Yunlan by the Tianshu Pavilion were temporarily ridden by Dongda and Lu Quan, accompanying the carriages. Initially cautious of being detected by the officials, the guard from Tianshu Pavilion had now closed the distance, with Yuqi and Pei Hu donning the guise of ordinary guards in simple grayish-blue attire, riding alongside the carriages. Within the carriage, a map of geomantic significance, hand-drawn by Wei Maolin, lay spread out on the small table between the seats. Chongzhou is home to 3 major copper mines, and nearly 70% of the copper coins minted by Daong originate from this region. Thus, the name Chongzhou derives from the character for copper. Wei Maolin traced a circle on the map over the northwestern part of Chongzhou, where the copper mines are believed to be concentrated. alongside two significant copper smelting sites heavily guarded by the imperial court. At this juncture, he recalled, if memory serves, the current supervisor of the copper mines in Chongzhou should be Yin La, the heir of the Duke of Yin. The Duke of Yin? Wei Yunlan raised an eyebrow. He is a trusted confidant of Emperor Xiaoming, more so than the Ling family or the Empress Dowager's kin, with a member of the Yin family watching over. It is unlikely that any unscrupulous individual would dare to infringe upon the copper mines. Wei Maolin evidently shared this sentiment, pondering how a merchant who rose by offering concubines to the powerful would dare to disrupt the imperial court's interest in the copper mines. After a moment's reflection, he pointed to another location on the map. Should Mingxian have been apprehended in Chongzhou, there exists another possible site. There are several charcoal kilns here that supply the imperial court and the nobility in the capital with the prized silver frost charcoal, most of which originates from this area. The price of silver frost charcoal is 10 times that of ordinary white charcoal, while ordinary white charcoal itself costs several times more than the black charcoal used by commoners. If the Liu family could indeed gain a foothold in the silver frost charcoal trade, it would elucidate their wealth. Yet, Wei Yunlan felt that, compared to these two locations, Mingxian was more likely to still be in Lianzhou. In contrast to Chongzhou, the imperial court placed relatively less emphasis on Lianzhou, although it possesses iron mines. These have yet to be extensively developed, allowing for greater maneuverability than in Chongzhou. Gao felt a slight confusion. Iron, like salt, is strictly prohibited from private sale, and the court exercises stringent control over this matter, even if the Liu family dared to mine iron or where they sell it. Furthermore, the price of pig iron is merely 1 or 2 taels of silver per 100 jin, and even for refined iron, it does not exceed 5 qian per jin. Compared to the previously mentioned silver frost charcoal, this trade is entirely a laborious and thankless endeavor, unless they are not selling this iron or within Daong. A look of horror arose in the eyes of the Wei family trio. At this moment, they would rather believe Mingxian had been abducted to the charcoal kiln in Chongzhou. If it were indeed the iron mine in Lianzhou, the ensuing ramifications would likely be severe. To the west of the capital, a procession of a magnitude far greater than that of the Wei family traversed the expansive official road. Leading the way were 20 armored cavalrymen clearing the path, followed by over 30 horse-drawn carriages. Most striking was the golden-topped carriage drawn by 5 horses, exuding grandeur and majesty. Just by observing the number of horses, one could infer the elevated status of the individual seated within. As the convoy passed, it stirred up clouds of dust. The common folk murmured quietly, wondering which noble was departing the capital. A noble's departure hardly warranted the escort of the Shun Shu camp. The occupant of that carriage must be the recently appointed Prince of Yu, heading westward towards the territory of Tanzhou bestowed upon him by the emperor, which indeed lies to the west. The convoy advanced against the backdrop of the setting sun, the bustling capital gradually shrinking into insignificance until it ultimately vanished from sight. In the evening twilight, a sea eagle swooped down from the sky with remarkable speed. Feng Ping averted his gaze and untied the message tube bound to the bird's talon. It was from Yu Qi, conveying news regarding Miss Wei's inquiries and the analysis conducted for their master. Upon reading the contents of the letter, Feng Ping could not help but gasp in astonishment. Who could have imagined that, adjacent to the disaster-stricken provinces, the overlooked Chong and Lian states harbored such hidden dangers? Moreover, it was Miss Wei who had uncovered this risk. He had previously lamented her decision to abandon her noble status as a marquis's wife and endure the hardships of exile. Now, reflecting on her insights, it seemed she had made a wise choice. Look at how much Miss Wei had discovered along her journey and how significantly she had aided their master. Calmly observing the myriad expressions flickering across Feng Ping's face, Chi Su spoke, preparing San. We shall make the exchange tonight. A flicker of surprise flashed in Feng Ping's eyes, yet he nodded in agreement. The paper in his hand burned to ashes in the candlelight. Chi Su continued, Let our people in Chong and Lian provinces mobilize. We must ascertain the whereabouts of the young master of the Wei family. The Wei family's carriage reached the border between Suizhou and Chongzhou, but did not proceed further. Instead, it took a detour to Suaning, the area most severely affected by the disaster. The carriage halted outside the city, and Steward Wang, along with Dong De, entered the city with a letter of appeal penned by Wei Yunlan. The remaining individuals stayed outside, awaiting their return. Gazing at the partially collapsed city walls and the desolate scenes visible through the broken structures, Gao sighed deeply. Merely 30 miles apart, the plight of Suining was far more dire than that of Suijiang. The city lay in desolation, while the outskirts were even more tragic, with hundreds of ragged and numb-faced refugees huddled together. As night approached, the guards at the city gates had already barred the refugees from coming closer. Fortunately, some affluent citizens were distributing gruel outside the gates. All the refugees were gathered on one side, forming a line to receive their share. It was not wise to linger here. We must depart swiftly once the steward emerges. Wei Yunlan stood beside the carriage, her gaze fixed intently on the direction of the gates. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of a commotion at the front of the line for gruel. An elderly man, his hair as white as snow, had just received his bowl of gruel when he was shoved, causing his bowl to be snatched away. Yet the old man was undeterred. He steadied himself, placed his hands on his hips, and vociferously berated the thief. Wei Yunlan's eyes fell upon the man's face, and a flicker of recognition stirred within her. After scrutinizing him for a moment longer, she was taken aback. How could it be him? Chapter 51. The elderly Dr. Su H. Please invite that old gentleman over. Wei Yunlan instructed. Cheng Yui was nearby, feeding Xiao Jiarong with sheep's milk porridge. The previous sheep had passed away, and they had recently acquired a new one in Suijiang. Upon hearing Wei Yunlan's words, her gaze instinctively followed. The elderly man appeared disheveled, with unkempt hair, a scruffy beard, and tattered clothing, his wrinkled face looking rather unfamiliar. Who could he be? It dawned on Wei Yunlan that on the day her sister-in-law had been in a daze, she had been asleep when the old man arrived. It turned out to be the doctor who had attended to her illness that day. Cheng Yui exclaimed, "What a coincidence! Who would have thought we'd meet here?" Indeed, it is quite a coincidence. The distance from Zhuozhou to Suizhou, despite the similarity in names, spans over several hundred miles. Not to mention the formidable Yueheng mountain range in between. One wonders how this venerable doctor managed to arrive in Suizhou. While they spoke, Su H had already brought the old man over. Throughout the journey, the elderly gentleman continued to ramble. You best truly have a matter of importance. Otherwise, you are delaying this old man from receiving his porridge. Mid-sentence, he caught sight of Wei Yunlan and Cheng Yi standing beside the cart, his eyes widening in astonishment. It's you two. Wei Yunlan smiled gently and nodded. It has been quite some time, esteemed sir. I never expected to encounter you here. It hasn't been that long, the old man muttered under his breath. Just then, a loud rumble emanated from his stomach, eclipsing even his soft murmurs. His face flushed with embarrassment as he instinctively covered his belly. Qing Shuang, bring a bowl of porridge, Wei Yunlan said, her demeanor unruffled. As it happens, we just made some porridge at home, and if you do not mind, would you care for a bowl? Of course not, he replied eagerly, the enticing aroma of rice wafting through the air intensifying his hunger. He hurriedly accepted the bowl and began to drink heartily. This was genuine rice porridge, not the watery gruel served at city gates. After consuming a bowl, the gnawing hunger subsided significantly. Just as he was about to set the bowl down, another scoop of steaming porridge was poured in. He continued to drink, oblivious to the conversation around him. After finishing the second bowl, he finally felt at ease, letting out a contented sigh, and expressed his gratitude to Wei Yunlan and Cheng Yui. I am deeply indebted to you, young lady and madam. The kindness of a meal can equate to a lifesaver. Alas, my medical kit and money have been stolen, leaving me with nothing to repay you. Otherwise, I would gladly share the formula for that external injury ointment. That is not necessary, esteemed sir. You are being too courteous, Wei Yunlan replied. The ointment was indeed effective. She had used it for a thigh injury, and Wei Yunlan had applied it to his neck, all of which had been given by the old man. However, Wei Yunlan was not one to exploit kindness for personal gain, nor was her interest merely in a recipe. May I inquire as to why you find yourself here? Alas, the old man sighed before he could respond. I have truly fallen upon hard times. Not long ago, after the departure of the exiled group, a young man from the village, who worked as a bodyguard, approached him. He mentioned that a wealthy merchant in Hangzhou had a sole heir afflicted with a peculiar ailment. This merchant, in desperation, had offered substantial rewards for skilled physicians, promising to cover all travel expenses and an additional 50 taels of silver for those who could demonstrate genuine expertise. If someone could indeed cure his son, a reward of 1,000 taels and a deed to a 3-courtyard property in Hangzhou would be granted. At this point, the elder trembled as he produced a thin piece of paper from his bosom. Wei Yunlan, Chang Yue, and the recently dismounted Gao also displayed expressions of astonishment. "You cured the merchant's son?" they exclaimed. "Otherwise, how could you possess the deed?" The elder nodded, though his face bore no trace of joy. "Alas, I should not have succumbed to greed. Why would he venture to Hangzhou when he could have remained content in our village? Do not speak of it. Just as I had successfully treated the merchant's son and received the 1,000 taels in this deed, disaster struck Hangzhou, and the entire city collapsed." The elder shook the deed in his hand. "This estate is now buried beneath the earth. However, at that time, I still had my silver and intended to return to Zhuozhou promptly, but 1,000 taels were stolen?" Xiao Jiayan blinked in disbelief, recalling how the elder had mentioned that both his medicine chest and silver had been taken. Not quite. It was even more tragic than being robbed by refugees. The 1,000 taels of reward were stolen by that young man from our village who accompanied me to Hangzhou. As for my medicine chest and the small silver coins on me, they were taken by refugees during our escape to the east. As the crowd gathered to hear his tale, the elder's narrative flowed forth. "That lad's father is the village head, and his uncle holds a position in the county office. Even if I were to return to confront them, I would likely not find justice. Had I known this would occur, I would have never accompanied him to Hangzhou. No, I should not have remained in that village to practice medicine." From the elder's tone, it seemed he had no intention of returning to Zhuozhou, although it felt somewhat unscrupulous. Wei Yunlan's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope upon hearing this. "If you have no other plans, might you consider traveling with us? We have ample provisions, and the financial matters can be settled separately. Once we reach our destination, you are free to depart as you wish." The elder's eyes reflected a flicker of interest, though he still inquired, "Where are you heading?" "To Baiguan," Wei Yunlan replied candidly, though she felt her hopes were likely to be dashed. The chill of autumn had set in, and most were reluctant to venture northward, especially to such a distant borderland. Just as she anticipated the elder's refusal, a decisive response echoed in her ears. "Agreed." Departing from the disaster-stricken area, they continued their journey northward. The elder, whose surname was Yu, although practicing medicine in the countryside, proved to be more skilled than some renowned physicians Wei Yunlan had encountered in the capital. Shortly after setting out, he successfully treated Gue Xiang's long-standing dizziness with his adept use of silver needles. In just a single day, the scar on Wei Maolin's neck has faded by a third, and Jian's cough has significantly improved. Even the encampment, temporarily established in the wilderness, has seen a remarkable reduction in the number of mosquitoes. The guards accompanying the Wei family, headed north, are left in awe. This place lies at the confluence of the Su, Chong, and Lian provinces within a desolate forest that is part of a lawless region. Whether heading to the coal mines or the mountains, the distance is less than 100 miles. As night falls, Yu Qi quietly approaches Wei Yunlan. This elderly doctor does not appear to be an ordinary barefoot physician from the village. Should Miss Wei consider investigating further? Wei Yunlan has indeed contemplated this notion, but ultimately shakes her head. It is better to trust those we employ than to harbor suspicion. No sooner has she spoken than, amidst the stillness of the night, a sudden roar from deep within the forest breaks the silence. Chapter 52. Shadows having just tended to his wounds. Lu Quan was startled by a sound emanating from the depths of the forest, sitting up in alarm. What was that noise? A wolf's howl. Old Dr. Yu, while organizing the newly acquired medicine box, replied without raising his head, "It is not unusual to hear wolves in the mountains." Their current campsite was near a path, on the edge of the woods, quite a distance from the heart of the forest. In his earlier years, as a traveling physician, he had spent time in several mountain villages, frequently foraging for herbs alongside the locals. Old Doctor Yu possessed a far greater understanding of the wild beasts of the mountains than the Wei family, who had long resided in the capital. Not only wolves, but he had also encountered bears and tigers. Generally, wild animals dwelling deep within the mountains rarely venture out and do not easily provoke humans. The wolf's howl sounded distant, and being on the forest periphery, they had little cause for concern. At some point, Wei Yunlan returned to the campfire and interjected, "But what if this is not a typical situation? Let's not forget that a great disaster recently occurred. Though this area had passed the worst of the calamity, it was still nearby, and it was possible that disturbances in the deep mountains had affected the wildlife." Wei Yunlan's cautious demeanor prompted old Dr. Yu to take her seriously. Acknowledging her point, "Indeed, I still have half a pouch of odor-reducing powder." As he spoke, he stood up, ready to retrieve the powder from his pocket when a rustling sound from the nearby thicket startled him, causing him to instinctively take a step back. Yu Qi and the others tightened their grips on their weapons, while the remaining Wei family members became alert, their gazes directed toward the source of the noise. Suddenly, a small deer leapt from the underbrush, pausing momentarily upon sighting Wei Yunlan's group before swiftly changing direction and fleeing into the distance. Old Dr. Yu's expression grew grave. Something was amiss. With Mingxian still unaccounted for, the Wei family could not afford any further losses. Wei Yunlan decisively called for everyone to awaken, gather their belongings, and leave immediately. During their journey, the group had grown accustomed to relying on Wei Yunlan as their anchor. At her command, there were no objections, and those still awake sprang into action. Lu Quan and old Dr. Yu collected the items around the campfire, while Dong De went to rouse Manager Wang and the others. Wei Yunlan quickly approached Gao Shi and Cheng Yue, urging, "Mother, sister-in-law, wake up." The sudden commotion first roused not the two women, but the children nestled between them, Jia Yin and little Jia Rong. The cherubic little Jia Rong began to wail. The cries startled Gao Shi and Cheng Yue awake, with Cheng Yue hastily scooping up little Jia Rong while Gao Shi anxiously inquired, "Yunlan, what is happening?" Wei Yunlan swiftly explained, "There may be a pack of wolves nearby. We must leave at once." Upon hearing this, Gao Shi and Cheng Yue gasped in alarm. Cheng Yue gently patted the swaddling that enveloped little Jia Rong to quiet her cries, while Gao Shi swiftly rolled up the blanket beneath them, cradling it in one arm and grasping Jia Yan's hand with the other as they hurried toward the cart. Having experienced a previous escape, the Wei family coordinated their efforts with remarkable synergy, swiftly preparing to depart within mere moments. This situation differed significantly from their earlier encounter in Shen Feng County, where they faced the upheaval of the earth. This time, devoid of officials or soldiers, the family could unite without the need for subterfuge. Their sole objective was to remain together, ensuring no one was left behind. As the fire dwindled, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense under the cloak of night. Although the Wei family moved with great alacrity, they were still a step behind. Pairs of eerie green eyes suddenly emerged from the darkness, forming an almost encircling presence that trapped the Wei family in their midst. The numbers were greater than anticipated, at least 70 strong. The guards raised their weapons defensively, as the spectral green gazes shifted from the Wei family to the protectors. The two factions faced off, the wolves hesitating in their advance, seemingly weighing their strengths and awaiting the opportune moment. A direct confrontation was unwise, Wei Yunlan swiftly concluded. Even though the guards from the Tianshu Pavilion could potentially face 5 or even 10 adversaries alone, the sheer number of wolves rendered a full retreat impossible. "Throw the meat from the cart, especially the raw meat," Wei Yunlan urged in a hushed tone. Granny Wang gritted her teeth, unloading 2 large bags of preserved chicken and duck from the cart, untied the ropes, and with a vigorous swing of her arms, scattered them far away. Steward Wang also retrieved the large bones and pork he had procured in Suaning the previous day and tossed them to the wolves. Wei Yunlan fixed her gaze intently on the lead wolf. If the pack had descended from the mountains in search of food, providing sufficient sustenance might deter them from a confrontation. The lamb and pork stored earlier in Suijiang were now fortuitously useful. Concentrating intently, Wei Yunlan envisioned relocating 6 pieces of pork and 2 of lamb to the dense thicket behind the lead wolf. In the next moment, a portion of the space where the meat had been stored was indeed vacated. A subtle disturbance rippled through the wolves behind their leader. Yet, The foremost wolf merely cast a cursory glance before raising its head to emit a long, warning howl, causing those wolves that had begun to crouch and feast on the preserved chicken, duck, and fresh meat to straighten up, their eyes now fixed menacingly on the Wei family and their guards. The wolves' intent was not the food, but the humans. A sudden realization washed over Wei Yunlan, stirring a sense of unease within her. The wolves exhibited such a keen sense of purpose that it led her to question whether they were truly wild, or rather, had been deliberately nurtured in this vicinity. If this were the case, lingering here was even more perilous. Wei Yunlan exchanged a swift glance with Yuqi, nodding in silent agreement, before turning to urge everyone to board the cart and depart. Just as the Gao family raced toward the cart, Gao Shi, straining to move her stiffened legs, stumbled when the child she was holding, Jen, tripped and fell to the ground. This caused Gao Shi to teeter precariously, seemingly twisting her ankle in the process. Upon witnessing the scene, Wei Yunlan hastily urged Xue to assist the Gao matriarch, while she herself swiftly advanced a few paces to lift the fallen Jiayan from the ground. At that very moment, the lurking alpha wolf seized the opportunity and lunged fiercely in their direction. "Miss Wei, be cautious." Both Yuqi and Pei Hu had been on high alert, simultaneously drew their swords to confront the threat. The brilliance of their blades was already unleashed. Yet even swifter than the gleam of their swords was a shadow that suddenly darted in from the side. Chapter 53: The robust and agile alpha wolf was suddenly brought down to the ground by a shadow. Pei Hu extended the torch forward, allowing everyone to see that the creature pinning down the alpha was, in fact, a dog, slightly smaller than the wolf, with sleek and glossy fur. Its two dark paws were firmly pressing down on the alpha wolf. The alpha struggled on the ground, but could not break free. Suddenly, the constraining paws released their hold. The black dog leaped back, and the alpha wolf swiftly flipped itself upright, leading to a fierce scuffle between the wolf and the dog in the clearing created by the Wei family. The surrounding wild wolves watched intently, yet they appeared hesitant, remaining motionless and reluctant to approach. After a moment, the black dog effortlessly emerged victorious, leaving a gash on the alpha wolf, but refraining from delivering a fatal blow. It seemed to emit several low growls, prompting the alpha wolf to let out a long howl, after which the wolf pack gradually retreated into the forest, leaving behind the fallen cured chickens and ducks, and daring not to touch the pork and lamb hidden in the grass. As the wolf pack withdrew, the black dog also turned and approached Wei Yunlan. Noticing its shiny black coat, Wei Yunlan recognized at the moment it appeared. At that moment, she reached into her consciousness, and indeed, the hazy white mist at the center of her space had vanished, revealing that the black dog was no longer concealed by the fog. Wei Yunlan was certain that the black dog before her was the same one from her space. As the black dog approached, she raised her right hand. Yuqi and Pei Hu swiftly positioned themselves nearby, tightening their grips on their swords, their eyes still filled with caution. "Miss Wei, be careful. This dog has bested even the alpha wolf. It is evidently more dangerous." "It's all right." Wei Yunlan gently shook her head, sensing a subtle connection between the black dog and her space, assuring her that it would not cause her harm. Her raised hand remained suspended in the air. As the black dog drew closer, it lowered its head into her palm. Wei Yunlan instinctively began to stroke its glossy fur, which felt as smooth and delightful to the touch as she had imagined. Witnessing this scene, the members of the Wei family and the guards from the Tianshu Pavilion were left in astonishment. This was a creature that even the alpha wolf and its pack could not withstand, yet here it was, docile as a household pet in Wei Yunlan's presence. It was the elder Gao who first regained his composure and limped over, saying, "Your grandfather had an extraordinary ability to befriend animals. Could it be that you have inherited his gift, Lanner?" The guards from Tianshu Pavilion, who had previously found the situation unfathomable, now reflected with understanding. They nearly forgot that the Wei matriarch hailed from the Tianshu mansion, and that Miss Wei bore the bloodline of the renowned Gao Tianshu from the era of the late emperor, possessing abilities not found in ordinary individuals. "Lanner, what about this black dog?" Gao turned his gaze toward the dog squatting before his daughter, recalling how she had inquired about it during their recent visit to Sui. The black dog was likely related to the one her grandfather had kept. With the conversation flowing in this direction, Wei Yunlan took the opportunity to say, "Since it is fond of me, let's take it with us on our journey." The wolf pack in the dense forest no longer posed a threat. However, the Wei family decided to steer clear of the woods. Everyone busied themselves with their carts and belongings, while Wang, the steward, and Dongda retrieved the preserved chicken, duck, bones, and pork that they had previously discarded. Before the two of them approached, Wei Yunlan had already collected the pork and mutton hidden in the grass back into her space. The black dog, which had been crouching facing the thicket, finally rose and turned to wag its tail at Wei Yunlan. Noticing this, Wei Yunlan began to wonder if the dog had awakened from its slumber in her space, because she had moved the meat placed in front of it. The cart resumed its journey. Wei Yunlan, citing her concern that the black dog might inadvertently harm others, took a seat in the last cart, which was filled with provisions and miscellaneous items, accompanied only by the dog. Once aboard, she exchanged glances with the black dog and posed a series of questions. Did you come out from a space? Can you return? Can you speak? Do you have a name? You can understand me, right? The dog's bright eyes fixed on hers, yet it remained unresponsive. Only after the last question did it slightly tilt its head, revealing a hint of confusion. Realizing the absurdity of her inquiries, Wei Yunlan lightly tapped her forehead, feeling somewhat foolish for asking such questions of a dog. If the elderly doctor in the cart ahead were to hear her, he would likely inquire with concern, "Miss Wei, do you have a fever?" Rather than indulging in fanciful thoughts of a talking dog, she decided to attempt something herself. Focusing her thoughts, she tried to draw the black dog into her space, but moments later, she discovered the dog remained firmly in place, still gazing at her with a puzzled expression. After a moment of contemplation, Wei Yunlan randomly retrieved a wooden bucket from her space, then placed it back, pointing at the black dog and then at the lotus mark on her palm. The dog seemed to comprehend her intent, rising from its crouch. In the next moment, it stretched its hind legs, lowered its upper body, and yawned lazily before lying down and exposing its belly to Wei Yunlan. At this point, it would be impolite not to give it a gentle pat. Wei Yunlan tenderly stroked the soft belly of the black dog, her gaze drifting towards the mountains, fading into the distance beyond the partially drawn cart curtain. An intriguing thought suddenly emerged in her mind. With one hand caressing the black dog, she began to rummage through her space with the other, soon producing a thin indigo blanket. This was the very blanket that Ming Xian had used before their exile. Later, amidst the chaos of the Earth Dragon's upheaval, she had salvaged many discarded items, including this quilt. Taking a whiff of its scent, she pondered if it could help locate the others if they were nearby. As night deepened, while ordinary households had long extinguished their candles and succumbed to slumber, a group of individuals toiled away in the dark depths of the remote mountains. Within a makeshift grass hut outside the mine, Wei Mingxian was diligently penning notes. Thanks to his ability to read and write, he distinguished himself among the crowd, securing the task of documentation for himself. Until this moment, he had been standing in the small shed for 6 continuous hours. However, it was certainly preferable to mining, as Wang Gui could accompany him, assisting with the weighing and thereby alleviating the dangers lurking within the mine. This much Wei Mingxian felt genuinely content with. He needed to ensure that both of them were free from mortal peril before he could slowly devise other plans. Suddenly, a commotion arose outside the thatched shed. The two individuals engaged in weighing and recording were so engrossed in their tasks that they could scarcely lift their heads, merely instructing, "Just place it there." No one responded from outside, and when Wei Mingxian looked up, he saw no one at the door. Instead, there was only a black dog, holding a cloth in its mouth. Chapter 54. Divine Revelation on the pristine handkerchief. It appeared as though something was embroidered with silver thread. Before Wei Mingxian could discern the details, the foreman, one hand holding a torch and the other wielding a whip, approached. Upon seeing Wei Mingxian and Wang Gui standing idly, he furrowed his brow and lashed out with his whip, angrily rebuking them. "Are you two slacking off? If it weren't for your lack of strength, you wouldn't even be fit to enter the mine. How could such an easy task fall to you? Don't think that just because you can scribble a few characters. You're impressive. If I catch you loafing around again, I'll toss you to the wolves on the back mountain." After delivering his warning, The foreman turned and stomped away, muttering under his breath. Only then did Wei Mingxian and Wang Gui turn their gazes towards the dark pile of, or within the shed. From behind the pile emerged a coal-black dog, releasing the handkerchief it had been carrying and gently placing it at Wei Mingxuan's feet. Bending down, Wei Mingxian picked up the handkerchief and caught sight of the orchid pattern embroidered in silver thread. His eyes widened in astonishment. Where did this handkerchief come from? Observing his master's intense focus on the dog, Wang Gui sighed. Young master, I cannot respond to your inquiries. This is my sister's handkerchief. In addition to the orchid design on the front, Wei Mingxian felt a character embroidered on the back, tracing it with his fingertips. It was a character for orchid, crafted by Sister Ning Shuang, his sister's attendant. This dog was not from the mine, but rather sent from his sister's side. Possibly even a creation of the enigmatic Tian Shu Pavilion. Have they come to rescue us? Wang Gui exclaimed with joy. This is wonderful. We have hope. In just 2 days, 5 of the refugees taken with them had perished. If not for Wei Mingxian's quick wit and eloquence, they might have found themselves in a dire situation, beaten to death for the meager amount of ore they had mined. Recalling the harrowing sight of the refugees being mercilessly whipped during the day, Wang Gui shuddered, the joy on his face fading into concern. But there are so many people at the mine, and they even keep wolves. How will my sister manage to save us? Let's not be hasty, Wei Mingxian replied, though he too felt a twinge of doubt. Forcing himself to remain calm, he squatted down and tore a strip from his inner garment, dipping the tip of it in ink to write the character for peace. Then he turned to Wang Gui. Do you have something that Wang Mama and the others would recognize? Bring it forth. After a moment of thought, Wang Gui produced a fragrant pouch, its silk already frayed. It was crafted by a young maid in the kitchen with whom he had grown close. Originally intended as a token for when the time came for his family to arrange a marriage. Now, fate had scattered them to distant corners, but he took solace in the fact that the maid's parents worked on the estate of the young lady, and when the Wei family fell into disarray, they had sought refuge there. My mother will recognize this pouch. Let us use it. Wei Mingxian accepted the pouch, and, after a moment's consideration, picked up a small shard of ore from the ground, stuffing it into the pouch along with a strip of fabric. Take these back with you, and my sister will know that you have successfully found us. Could it comprehend? Wang Gui felt a twinge of concern. The black dog, however, cast him a disdainful glance, opened its mouth, and swiftly seized 2 items, holding them firmly with its sharp teeth. Be gentle, dear ancestor, Wang Gui exclaimed hastily. The black dog turned around, presenting its rear to him, loosening its grip slightly, but no longer rubbing the fragrant sachet with force. Wei Mingxuan's doubts were considerably alleviated by the dog's astuteness. He extended his palm, and seeing the black dog did not shy away, he gently patted its head twice. Go on, be cautious, and avoid being discovered by those at the mine. The black dog emitted a low growl from its throat and promptly dashed away, soon disappearing into the night. Several dozen miles away, in an open space far from the mountains, the Wei family prepared their belongings as they gathered around fire, sipping the congee freshly prepared by Granny Wang. The congee contained 2 preserved ducks retrieved the previous day, the unique smoky flavor of the cured meat harmonizing with the earthy aroma of mushrooms and the rich texture of the rice porridge, creating a delightful experience. Yet, the Wei family drank absent-mindedly, frequently glancing eastward at the silhouette of the mountains illuminated by the dawn. Wei Yunlan bore a heavy heart, subtly tinged with regret. Yu Qi vaguely surmised that Wei Yunlan had sent a black dog to track down Wei Mingxian's whereabouts by scent. Although dogs possess a keener sense of smell than humans, relying solely on a dog to locate a person seemed rather implausible. Miss Wei, the nature of beasts is difficult to tame. That black dog may not return swiftly, he remarked. However, my master has dispatched numerous individuals in search of Master Wei's whereabouts, so news should arrive shortly. As fate would have it, just as Yu Qi finished speaking, a dark figure emerged against the dawn from afar. A small black dot grew larger, its swift form exuding remarkable vigor. Who else could it be but the black dog that triumphed over the lead wolf the previous night? Jia Yin, squatting by the fire, suddenly leaped up in excitement. Aunt, the big dog has returned. As the black dog approached, Wei Yunlan noticed that what it carried was no longer the handkerchief she had given it. Upon inspection, she found a torn piece of fabric in a sachet with a broken string. This was cold cloud satin, cool and breathable. Mingxuan's inner garments were traditionally made from this fabric. Although the piece had become soiled to the point of losing its color, Mrs. Gao recognized it with a mere pinch. Beside her, Granny Wang exclaimed with fervor, "This sachet is something your son always carries with him." A moment of silence enveloped the gathering by the fire. As they turned to behold the black dog, now squatting before Wei Yunlan and wagging its tail, astonishment and fervor sparkled in everyone's eyes. Truly, this black dog was extraordinary. In just one night, it had indeed located its master, observing the fabric, with the character and faintly discernible. Wei Yunlan finally felt the weight of her lingering worry lift from her heart. As long as he was safe, it was merely a matter of time before he would be found. Wei Yunlan exhaled a deep breath, reflecting that this life was, after all, different from the last. To the west of the capital city, a company of riders galloped swiftly along the road heading north. At the forefront was a man clad in a flowing black robe, with one hand firmly gripping the reins before him, and the other wielding a sword, nestled within an intricately carved sheath adorned with swirling dragon motifs. Suddenly, he gently squeezed his knees, slowing the steed's pace. With a swift motion, he raised the hand holding the sword, and a pair of sharp claws descended upon the raised scabbard. The man swiftly tore away the message tube bound to the claw, scanning its contents with a glimmer of intrigue flickering in his eyes. What other mysteries does this man possess? Chapter 55. Dismay. The northern pass lies 3,000 miles from the capital. According to the imperial edicts, the convoy escorting the Wei, Liang, Feng, and by families is required to arrive within 2 months. Although the Wei family has separated from the main group, they must still adhere to this deadline. Otherwise, even with a letter of appeal explaining their circumstances, given the temperament of Emperor Xiaoming, it is likely they would not be spared. With half the time already elapsed, less than a month and a half remains. Due to the detour through Suizhou and Chongzhou, bordering Lianzhou, their journey to the northern pass has become even more arduous. Fortunately, having parted ways with a larger contingent, they no longer need to rely solely on foot. If they push forward with determination, they can cover at least 100 miles each day, significantly faster than the 50 miles they managed while part of the exile group. Recent calamities have been frequent, and the northern barbarians eye the Daong Empire with covetous intent. The northern lands are hardly peaceful. Once we retrieve Mingxian, we must hasten our journey. Wei Maolin set down the cartography map, his heart heavy as he gazed at the encroaching mountains and forests outside. Had they known upon departing yesterday that they would return to this region, known for its lurking wolf packs, they might have thought twice. Gao, filled with concern, inquired, "Lan'er, are you truly certain there will be no danger?" "None whatsoever, with Xiaohe by our side. Those wolves cannot harm us," Wei Yunlan replied, though she herself was not entirely convinced. However, this journey was imperative, and there was no need to burden her parents with additional worry. "Once night falls, I will ascend the mountain with Captain Yu and his team, while 6 of us will remain here to guard you. Mother, do not fret. I will merely guide them and will not encounter anyone from the mines. Thus there is no peril." Sighing, Gao could not truly find solace. She resented her own lineage from the heavenly master's house, lamenting that she had not inherited the prowess of her grandfather, Master Gao. If only she had, it would be her responsibility to bear such risks, not her daughter's. The dense trees obscured the dimming light of the evening sun. The Wei family quietly entered the forest, following the path scouted by Yuqi and Pei Hu during daylight, arriving at a cave concealed by foliage at the mountainous base. Just as they secured their horses, sounds rustled through the woods, causing the Wei family to tense with apprehension. 2 agile figures sprang forth from the underbrush, but they were not wolves. Rather, they were 2 fawns, resembling the one they had encountered before the wolf pack the previous night. As Wei Yunlan stepped away from the cave entrance and advanced a few paces, the fawns, initially poised to flee, slowed their steps and turned their heads toward her, displaying no fear. Wei Yunlan approached closer, and rather than retreating, the fawns curiously drew nearer to her. Observing their behavior, a sudden realization washed over Wei Yunlan, as if she had known all along. She should have recognized this peculiarity. From the moment they departed the capital, the mule she had tended to had been exceptionally docile, and during their journey into exile, she had encountered rabbits, squirrels, and the hawks raised by the Tian Shu pavilion. She should have discerned that these creatures treated her with a distinct regard, unlike that of other humans. Could this be the innate affinity for animals inherited from her great-grandfather, as her mother had mentioned? It remains uncertain whether this ability originates from bloodline, spatial dimensions, or perhaps from the black hound that emerged from the void. As these thoughts lingered in her mind, the sound of footsteps crunching on fallen leaves approached. Wei Yunlan turned her head to see the black hound had come to her side. The deer, which had been lingering a short distance away, immediately bolted in fright upon seeing the hound. Observing this, Wei Yunlan swiftly dismissed her last conjecture. She reached out to stroke the hound's sleek, glossy head and mused, "Little Black, if only you could speak. Surely, having been in this realm longer than I, you must possess greater knowledge." In response, the hound emitted a low growl from its throat. It then proceeded to mimic the act of digging in front of Wei Yunlan. "What does this mean? Is there something buried beneath?" Wei Yunlan inquired softly. The hound paused, and after a brief moment, resumed its digging motions without actually disturbing the yellow earth before them. Suddenly, it dawned on her. "Are you suggesting that I dig in this space?" The hound abruptly ceased its actions. Wei Yunlan sensed that her intuition might be correct this time. Upon returning to the cave, she leaned against the stone wall and closed her eyes, allowing her consciousness to sink into the space. Yet with such vastness, where should she begin her excavation? Then, she recalled the location where the hound had previously lain. With no better ideas, she resolved to commence her digging from that spot. Lacking any shovels or spades in this realm, Wei Yunlan attempted to manipulate the soil with her consciousness, but to no avail. Ultimately, she retrieved a spatula from the kitchen utensils she had pilfered from thee and aimed it at the area previously enveloped in white mist, plunging it down. To her delight, she struck something solid. A spark of excitement ignited within her. Could the secrets of this space be on the verge of revelation? Yet, the moment the small hard object was unearthed, it revealed itself to be a small plaque inscribed with the characters Black Cloud. Wei Yunlan quietly extracted the item from the space, opening her palm to examine it closely. Aside from these two characters, there appeared to be no other peculiarities. "Black Cloud," she murmured softly. Suddenly, the hound, which had been resting before her, sat up and barked loudly. "Woof. Little Black? Black Cloud?" Wei Yunlan gazed at the hound. In response, it barked twice more, "Woof woof." At that moment, Wei Yunlan finally grasped the meaning. It seemed that the inscription was the hound's name. Likely displeased by the casualness of Little Black, it had intended to prompt her to unearth this plaque. As night deepened, since the black hound's departure the previous evening, Wei Mingxian began to take note of the situation within the mining site. Currently, nearly 400 individuals were laboring in their vicinity, and according to the foreman, this was not the only mining location. Each day, they, the captives, were permitted only 3 hours of rest, spending the remainder of their time within the mines. Should anyone succumb to exhaustion or illness, they would be unceremoniously discarded to feed the wolves. The ores extracted day and night are meticulously weighed and subsequently amassed in a designated location. Wei Mingxian has observed that these neatly piled ores are typically transported away around the hour of the dog. He diligently notes these observations, anticipating the next opportunity to communicate with his elder sister to relay this vital information. Glancing at the moonlit sky, he surmises that the hour of the dog is imminent. Gui Zi, if anyone arrives, simply inform them that I have gone to the restroom and have yet to return. Emerging from the thatched hut, Wei Mingxian altered his course towards the restroom and concealed himself behind a stack of grass near the ore pile. Before long, the sound of hooves and footsteps echoed down the mountain path, drawing nearer. Wei Mingxian cautiously peered out to observe the approaching figures. Among the foremost individuals, one stood out with a robust build, adorned with a full beard, markedly different from the common folk. Momentarily stunned, Wei Mingxuan's expression shifted to one of shock. This was not a person from Daon. Among those coming to collect the ores, there was indeed a barbarian. Chapter 56. Who is there as night descended? Wei Yunlan followed Yuqi and 3 other guards from the Tianshu Pavilion, departing from the cave. It was not long before they met another team from the Tianshu Pavilion at the foot of the mountain. This group also consisted of 10 individuals, led by a diminutive man whose age was indiscernible. They were merely an advance team dispatched by the Tianshu Pavilion, tasked with investigating the condition of the mine and rescuing Wei Mingxian and Wang Gue first. This is Yu Wu, Yuqi introduced. The ranking within the Tianshu Pavilion is typically correlated with strength. While Yu Wu's close combat abilities were average, his agility and lightness of foot surpassed hers. Particularly remarkable was his mastery of the elusive shrinking bone technique, a skill unmatched within the entire Tianshu Pavilion. Wei Yunlan noted that Yu Wu's demeanor differed slightly from the other guards she had encountered recently, evoking not the essence of a warrior, but rather the air of certain individuals she had observed within the imperial city. Is everyone ready? Shall we ascend the mountain? She inquired. Please lead the way, Miss Wei. Yu Wu replied courteously, his voice notably softer than that of an ordinary man, prompting Wei Yunlan to glance at him again. Could it be that Yu Wu had recently come from the palace? Shaking her head to dispel such fanciful thoughts, she refocused her gaze and patted the head of the dog beside her. Heiyun sprang ahead, dashing forth, followed closely by the other Tianshu Pavilion guards. As they traversed the relatively flat terrain, Wei Yunlan kept pace for a while, but as her stamina began to wane, she fell back with Yuqi, trailing at the rear of the group. Watching the guards nimbly navigate through the forest, a flicker of envy crossed her eyes, and a long-buried thought resurfaced. Yuqi, do you think it is too late for someone my age to begin studying martial arts? Wei Yunlan asked hesitantly. Yuqi paused, surprised. Miss Wei wishes to learn martial arts? Indeed, I do, Wei Yunlan confessed with a nod. With the conversation having reached this point, she decided to directly inquire. Might I request that you teach us a few techniques on our way to the North Pass? We can negotiate a suitable remuneration, as one would with a martial arts master in the capital, ensuring that you are well compensated. It's not merely a matter of compensation. Yuqi hesitated before responding. Miss Wei, this is not something I can decide on my own. I must consult with my master before I can give you an answer. Wei Yunlan understood and acknowledged. That is reasonable. Thank you, Yuqi. As the two lingered at the back of the group, their conversation was abruptly halted when the figures ahead suddenly came to a standstill. Following the dappled shadows of the trees illuminated by the moonlight, they beheld a pack of robust wolves obstructing their path. These wolves bared their sharp teeth, their eyes glinting with a ferocious hunger, exuding an air of bloodthirsty excitement. The scent of blood lingered in the air. Human blood, as Yuqi confirmed with a grim tone, narrowing her eyes towards the front. Wei Yunlan noticed what appeared to be scattered remnants in the grass near the wolf pack. Were those human corpses? A chill ran down her spine as she beheld the glinting fangs reflecting the moonlight, suddenly realizing that these wolves were unlike any creature she had encountered on her journey. They were true beasts of slaughter, having feasted on human flesh. The number of wolves significantly exceeds that of the guards, and their ranks continue to swell. The guards, tense and vigilant, are prepared to spring into action at any moment. Wei Yunlan clutches the dagger concealed within her sleeve, ready for any eventuality. Just when everyone anticipates that a battle is imminent, a dark cloud surges forward, its body taut, as it bows its head and emits a series of menacing growls. The once poised wolves seem to hesitate upon hearing the ominous sounds. Go! Seizing this opportunity, the guards of the Tianshu Pavilion leap onto the branches, swiftly crossing over the pack with the aid of the dark cloud. Wei Yunlan is also guided by Yuqi, soaring through the air above the wolves. As she glances down, she sees the remnants of mangled corpses scattered among the grass, the stench of blood wafting through the forest. Further afield, obscured by the underbrush, appear remnants of white bones, evidence of the wolves' gruesome feasting. A chill runs down her spine, yet she feels a sense of relief. They have at last discovered Ming Xuan's whereabouts. She shudders to think what horrors might have unfolded had they lingered in such a place any longer. The night is tranquil. The refugees, forced to labor in the mines, have already begun their toil, leaving behind only the overseers in charge of managing the operations. The area is eerily silent as Wei Mingxian leans against a haystack, straining to listen intently. The first to speak is the chief overseer, addressing the foreman with an unusual calmness, markedly different from his usual brusque demeanor towards both foremen and refugees. Commander Meng, here is today's inventory and ledger, all accounted for. Please let me know if there are any discrepancies. Why is the shipment so scant these past 2 days? Commander Meng, please do not take offense. The newcomers are inexperienced. Once they are properly trained, the daily output will return to normal. I assure you, within 3 days, we shall meet the previous quantities. That is best. If not, be wary of the consequences for delaying the Khan's affairs. The voice of the man conversing with the chief overseer is coarse, his tone unusually harsh. Hearing the names of Commander Meng and the Khan, Wei Mingxuan's suspicions are confirmed. They are indeed dealing with the northern barbarians. Realizing the gravity of the situation, a cold sweat breaks out upon her brow, and she dares not move, listening intently with heightened awareness. If the barbarians are transporting iron ore from here, the implications are dire. The barbarians are robust and skilled horsemen, and the only advantage De Yong holds over them lies in its superior armaments. De Yong, rich in resources, stands in stark contrast to the northern barbarians, who lack essential minerals, particularly iron, or for crafting weapons. As it stands, the balance of power in the northern front remains stable. However, should the northern barbarians secure sufficient mineral resources from De Yong, they will no longer be deprived of armor and weapons, and that precarious balance will be shattered. The breach of the northern defenses by the barbarians is merely a matter of time. Those trading in or with the barbarians are nothing less than traitors to De Yong. This matter must be swiftly averted. He must urgently inform his elder sister and parents about the situation here, and it would be prudent to find a way to notify the Duke's residence in the capital. In a state of panic, Wei Mingxian covered his mouth, fearful that his breath might attract the attention of the 2 individuals outside. Just then, atop the towering pile of stones tumbled down, one of which rolled behind the haystack and struck the toe of his shoe. The sound was distinctly different from that of a stone landing on the ground. The Commander Meng, who had been conversing with the steward, abruptly fell silent and turned his cold gaze towards the haystack. Who is there? Chapter 57. The contempt of all in an instant. Wei Mingxuan's heart leaped to his throat, just as he felt that he was on the brink of being slain. A figure swooped in, swiftly pulling him away from danger and towards the opposite side of the stone pile. The moment they escaped the haystack, Commander Meng unsheathed his large blade and advanced towards the haystack, exuding an unmistakable aura of menace. However, upon reaching the haystack, he found it devoid of any presence. The overseer of the mine approached, glancing around before speaking. Commander Meng need not be so tense. Aside from the abducted refugees, everyone here is our own. No spies can infiltrate this place. He cast a sidelong glance at the forest behind the mine, a cold smile curling his lips. After all, those 500 wolves we keep in the mountains are not to be trifled with. Let us hope that is indeed the case. Commander Meng, with a cold expression, sheathed his sword and returned to the pile of ore, fixating on the men loading the minerals onto the carts. Meanwhile, behind the empty shed, witnessing Wei Mingxian emerge unscathed, Wei Yunlan felt a surge of dread. Mingxian, you are far too reckless. Wei Mingxian wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, daring not to meet his elder sister's gaze. Reflecting on the perilous moment just past, he felt his knees weaken. He had come perilously close to becoming a victim of that barbarian commander. Sister, thank goodness you arrived in time. It was truly thanks to you Wu's swift movements. Otherwise, by now, your neck and head might have been separated. Wei Yunlan felt immense relief for having brokered a deal with the Tianshu Pavilion. Had she not negotiated with them upon learning of Mingxuan's whereabouts, exchanging guidance to locate the black iron mine for assistance in rescuing him? The consequences could have been unimaginable if they had delayed even half a day longer. After escorting Mingxian, Yu Wu and the rest of his team dispersed in various directions. Now, only 4 familiar faces remained beside Wei Yunlan and her brother. Still reeling from his earlier shock, Wei Mingxian heard the sound of stones being moved from the mountain path. With a pale countenance, he exclaimed, "Sister, The ore extracted from this iron mine is sold to the barbarians. Wei Yunlan, too, had glimpsed that barbarian. The difference between the barbarians and the subjects of Daong was stark. In both stature and complexion, the barbarians appeared as uncultivated savages, possessing a ruggedness tinged with a hint of bestiality, easily discernible at first glance, though they had speculated about the situation with their parents beforehand. Witnessing a barbarian in the heart of Daong still struck them with considerable shock. The Liu family, along with the officials of Lianzhou colluding with them, were indeed conducting trade with the northern barbarians, selling Dayong's iron ore to the northern savages. The silver they earned today would ultimately be the swords and blades that would strike down the soldiers of Daong, the blood of its people flowing as a result. How dare they profit from such nefarious dealings? These traitors, seizing the opportunity while the others were preoccupied with transporting the ore and lacked the means to investigate. It was the perfect time to depart. Yu Qi urged quietly, "Miss Wei, we must hasten." "Mingxian, where is Wang Gui?" "Find him. We are preparing to leave this place." After Wei Yunlan spoke, Wei Mingxian hesitated for a moment, then asked, "Sister, the person who saved me earlier, were they here to investigate this black iron mine?" Wei Yunlan cast a glance at Yu Qi, who nodded slightly, prompting her to conclude that there was nothing untoward in their conversation. She replied to Wei Mingxian, "Those individuals are from the Tianshu Pavilion. After their investigation, they will devise a way to eliminate this place in a few days." The flicker of hesitation in Wei Mingxuan's eyes transformed into determination upon hearing her words. "Elder sister, I cannot leave now." "Mingxian?" Wei Yunlan's heart skipped a beat. Wei Mingxian clenched his teeth and continued, "If I leave now, it would be akin to alarming the snake in the grass, potentially allowing the barbarians and the masterminds behind this black iron mine to escape. Moreover, my presence here could prove beneficial. What do you intend to do?" Wei Yunlan's expression tightened. "I have been assigned a task to record the daily extraction of ore from this site. Among the refugees, a few are familiar with me and Wang Gui. I can ascertain the layout of the mines and, perhaps, devise a way to steal their ledgers." As he spoke, Wei Mingxian grew increasingly convinced of his utility in remaining, asserting, "Elder sister, when trouble arises in the mine, I can stay behind to reassure the abducted refugees, guiding them to safety and preventing any chaos for the heroes of the Tianshu Pavilion." His words swayed even the nearby Yu Qi and others, who began to contemplate the merit of Wei Mingxuan's continued presence, given his familiarity with the local populace. "Have you made up your mind?" Wei Yunlan gazed intently into Wei Mingxuan's eyes. Suppressing all fear, he replied without a hint of hesitation, "I have made up my mind." Such resolve and courage were a first for Wei Yunlan to witness in her brother. Despite the myriad concerns swirling in her heart, she nodded in agreement. "Very well. I consent." With that, she retrieved a whistle from her sleeve and handed it to him. "Exercise utmost caution. If you encounter insurmountable danger, flee to the rear mountain. I shall have people there to guard it in the coming days. Carry this whistle. Should you blow it, we will come to your aid." Wei Mingxian took the whistle, intending to tuck it into his bosom, but suddenly realized what he had just heard, astonished as he pointed towards the rear mountain. "Elder sister, are you referring to that rear mountain?" Wei Yunlan nodded. The shock in Wei Mingxuan's eyes intensified as he struggled to swallow, asking, "Elder sister, you just did not come from that direction, did you?" Wei Yunlan nodded again. "But there are wolves on that mountain," Wei Mingxian exclaimed, his grip on the whistle trembling slightly. Could it be that their luck had spared them from encountering any? They had raised several hundred wolves on that mountain. Just in the past few days, several people had been sent to feed them. Wei Mingxuan's animated demeanor caught the attention of the black cloud lying by Wei Yunlan's feet, prompting it to rise. Wei Yunlan gently patted its head, reassuring him, "Wolves are not to be feared, especially with He Yun by our side. The wolf pack here dares not provoke it." Wei Mingxian gazed at He Yun as if beholding a celestial being descended from the heavens, repeatedly exclaiming, "Divine hound," as if understanding the praise. He Yun shook its ears and puffed out its chest, displaying an air of pride. On the road from Jingxi to Lianzhou, a group of riders spurred their horses onward. They had been traversing the road for quite some time, showing no inclination to pause for rest. On the back of the leading white horse, Chi Su inquired to his companion, How much longer? 2 days. At the latest. We shall arrive by nightfall the day after tomorrow. Very well. Chisu nodded slightly and spoke in a low voice. Then informed the members of the Qinghe gang and the Lianping sect to act together at nightfall the day after tomorrow. His subordinates had already discovered that Pei Jiang, the governor of Lianzhou, had presented a statue forged from 50,000 taels of gold to Consort Ling earlier this year. Upon learning this, he realized that reporting the iron mine issue to the court would likely be futile, with the emperor's favored one providing protection. It was clear why Pei Jiang felt emboldened to act in such a manner. However, what does it matter if the court remains inactive? The matter of Lianzhou's illicit iron mining sold to the northern barbarians must be addressed. He had never placed his hopes on the one seated upon the dragon throne. He was eager to see if revealing the treachery of these traitors from Lianzhou would deter anyone from defending them. Would Emperor Xiaoming dare to do so? Unless he wished to be reviled by the masses and be remembered with infamy for eternity. Chapter 58. The Celestial Pavilion upon returning to the mountains. Wei Yunlan was taken aback to hear two names from Yu Qi, the Qinghe gang and the Lianping sect. Both were factions within the martial world, were they not? The former she had heard of, a formidable gang with considerable influence in the southern regions, particularly in matters of water transport. As for the latter, she had no prior knowledge of it. Perhaps a local faction from Lianzhou? She had not anticipated the Celestial Pavilion's connection to the martial community. Wei Yunlan remarked with a sense of wonder. Yu Qi's eyes glimmered with a mysterious light. What kind of place do you perceive the Celestial Pavilion to be? Miss Wei, is it not a force within the martial realm? Wei Yunlan paused, having never contemplated that question. Throughout, she had not associated the Celestial Pavilion with the martial world, compared to the carefree and unrestrained individuals of the martial realm. The pavilion seemed more like a well-organized entity closely linked with the Daiyong dynasty. Yet, it was not part of the imperial court or the royal family. After all, during her past life, when the city gates were breached, the members of the Celestial Pavilion showed no concern for the emperor, the second prince, or the high-ranking officials. They solely protected the common folk within the capital. What, indeed, was the nature of the Celestial Pavilion? A look of doubt crossed Wei Yunlan's gaze. With a slight smirk, Yu Qi replied, Miss Wei, that question is one I should be asking you. Wei Yunlan prepared to respond earnestly. To me, the Celestial Pavilion embodies righteousness and chivalry, dedicated to serving the nation and its people. Your pavilion master must hold a profound love for this country. Upon hearing such a response, a flicker of surprise passed through Yu Qi's eyes. If there existed anyone in this world who cherished the Daiyong dynasty and the prosperous legacy left by the late emperor, it would undoubtedly be their master. To think that Miss Wei understood them so well. As night fell, it marked the third evening the Wei family would spend in the forest. Listening to the distant howls of wolves echoing through the woods, Mrs. Gao felt her heart churning like boiling water, filled with anxiety. Lanner mentioned that the Celestial Pavilion would take action tonight. With both Lanner and Mingxian over there, could something have gone awry? In the capital, Mrs. Gao had always been composed and unflappable. Even when faced with refugees obstructing their path during their exile, she managed to maintain her poise. Yet this was the first time she displayed such a state of panic. Mother, shall we go and see how things are? Sheng Yue suggested softly. No, Mrs. Gao decisively rejected the idea. Lanner followed them, due to the dark clouds. We are powerless, and going now would only create more chaos for them. However, sitting idly was not a viable option. Mrs. Gao turned her gaze toward the elderly Dr. Yu, who was gnawing on a chicken leg by the fire. Dr. Yu, do you happen to have any remedies for concocting a sedative effective against wild beasts? A sedative, you say? Dr. Yu stroked his graying beard thoughtfully. Typically, physicians would not possess such formulas. He indeed knew a few, but it was challenging to work without the necessary ingredients. With a resigned gesture, he remarked, I have the formulas, but I lack the requisite medicinal materials. He was quite familiar with what supplies the Wei family had on hand. Gao sighed with regret as Elder Yu, clutching a chicken leg, settled back and, catching sight of the flickering flames in the fire pit, suddenly recalled a rustic remedy used by children in mountain villages during their mischief. By grinding charcoal and the herb known as itching grass into a fine powder and mixing them together, one could sprinkle it on the skin to induce an unbearable itch. This method proved effective not only for humans, but also for wild beasts. Itching grass flourished abundantly across the hills, and I shall teach you to recognize it. At the very moment when the entire Wei family, young and old, joined forces to grind the medicinal powder, Wei Yunlan stood at the highest point of the hillside, gazing towards the direction of the mine. Their location afforded them a clear view of the mountain path leading into the mine. As the hour of approaching dusk drew near, so too did the time when the northern barbarian leader would escort his men to transport the ore. The moment to act was fast approaching. Standing atop the mountain, awaiting this unforeseen turn of events, Wei Yunlan felt a surge of anticipation, akin to the sensation of joining armored warriors on the battlefield to vanquish foes. Suddenly, a voice echoed nearby, signaling the arrival. Wei Yunlan looked down to see black dots appearing at the mountain path, drawing nearer, revealing themselves to be the convoy transporting the ore. As before, leading the group was that towering barbarian, 2 heads taller than the overseer. After exchanging a few brief words, the barbarian gestured for his men to begin loading the ore onto the carts. At that moment, the sounds of hooves and flames surged forth from the mountain path once more. 2 groups of men, one clad in green and the other in red, simultaneously stormed in, cornering the barbarian leader's convoy within the mine, leaving no opportunity for escape. The conflict was about to erupt. The burly barbarian was the first to unsheathe his long sword, charging towards the 2 groups. His movements, though not intricate, were imbued with considerable strength, and few could withstand his powerful strikes. However, the 2 groups demonstrated wisdom by not fixating solely on him. They dispatched 3 or 4 individuals to contain him, while the remainder engaged as guards in combat, quickly gaining the upper hand due to their numerical advantage. At this juncture, the mine overseer aimed towards the sky, releasing a signal flare. The 2 groups, clad in green and red, clearly observed this, yet made no attempt to intervene. Seeing this, Wei Yunlan understood that the real battle was only just beginning. The people from Tianshuwan aimed to lure out the masterminds behind the black iron, or, seizing this opportunity, to capture them all in one fell swoop. More and more individuals surged into the valley, transforming the mine into a chaotic scene. The heroes of the Qinghe gang and Lianping sect swiftly dispatched several foremen. And upon witnessing this, the remaining workers were gripped by fear, scattering in all directions while attempting to use the captured refugees as shields. Just then, a well-equipped regiment of soldiers burst forth from outside the mountain path, reigniting hope in the eyes of the foreman. Seizing the moment before the soldiers could draw near, Wei Mingxian shouted, "Everyone, follow me this way." With that, he began to retreat toward the back mountain, closely followed by Wang Gui and several refugees who had befriended them over the past few days. Many others, upon witnessing this, quickly joined in the ascent. Yet, not long after, some halted in their tracks, realizing with alarm, "Wait, this is the direction of the back mountain. The mountains behind are home to wolves. We cannot run in that direction. Yet, should we not flee? Are we to return and serve as mere shields for those individuals? I would rather face death by the jaws of a wolf." Amidst the cacophony of voices, Wei Mingxian stepped forward and declared, "I possess a means to evade the pack." He offered no further elaboration, simply stating, "Esteemed friends, the choice lies before you. Remain here to be slaughtered by the savages and their henchmen, or ascend the mountain in pursuit of a chance for survival. The decision is yours." After a brief moment of hesitation, the group of refugees made their choice. They chose to ascend. Remaining here would mean, even if they did not perish, they would live in servitude. It was far better to climb the mountain and grasp at a thread of hope. Chapter 59. Exceptional skill in the valley. The 300 officials from Lianzhou, having just burst onto the scene, found themselves in a standoff with the members of the Qinghe gang and the Lianping sect. The commanding officer of the officials glared fiercely at the group of martial artists before him, exclaiming, "How audacious you are to assault the officers! Do you, a band of ruffians, dare to rebel? How could we? Your Excellency, please do not cast such an accusation upon us," retorted the leader of the Lianping sect, her eyes shimmering as she elegantly raised her crimson sleeve, gesturing towards the barbarians ensnared by several martial artists nearby. is those in league with the barbarians who seek to rebel. We are merely offering our righteous assistance to subdue this northern barbarian scout. If you do not express gratitude, how can you justly blame us? Could it be that you are in collusion with these northern savages? The officer's expression hardened as he pointed at the leader of the Limping sect, berating, "You androgynous fiend, what nonsense are you spouting?" Seemingly unperturbed by his insult, the Limping sect leader maintained a faint smile. "What vexes you, your excellency? Have I struck a chord within your thoughts?" Realizing he was outmatched in verbal sparring, the officer chose silence, sneering instead, "You're seeking death." No sooner had he spoken than figures clad in official armor appeared on the stone slopes flanking the path, each armed with bows and arrows, aimed squarely at the Qinghe gang and Limping sect members. Upon witnessing this, the leader of the Qinghe gang, the Limping sect leader, and their cohorts ceased their actions, their expressions turning wary as they regarded the commanding officer. With a sinister grin, the officer taunted, "Did you truly think that a modicum of skill could stand against the authority of the government? Since you are so eager for death, I shall oblige. Only the dead can keep secrets." At his command, he wore a triumphant smile, yet not a single arrow flew through the air. The officer's grin faltered as he stared in astonishment at the dark figures that emerged behind the archers. These shadowy figures moved with remarkable agility, swiftly dispatching the 20 archers, leaving them all lifeless on the ground. The leader of the Qinghe gang kicked aside an obstructing officer and mockingly grinned at the commanding officer. "Why the sudden silence in your laughter?" As the leader of the Qinghe gang and the Limping sect leader advanced menacingly, the officer retreated repeatedly, his 300 men splitting into two factions, one group shielding him while the other engaged the martial artists surrounding the northern barbarian commander. Their objective was clear. Once the commander was freed, the martial artists could deny any wrongdoing despite having subdued the others. However, before they could extricate the commander, the agile, dark-clad figures descended from the slopes, charging forward with remarkable speed. Though they numbered fewer than 30, their prowess rivaled that of 100 officials, with most of the officers unable to withstand even 5 strikes against them. The most extraordinary among them was the leader, who effortlessly split apart 2 burly men serving the Mongol commander with a single stroke of his sword. He then boldly confronted the commander himself, remaining composed amidst the latter's grandiose and forceful maneuvers, showing no signs of being overwhelmed by the commander's immense strength. Before long, the man disarmed the commander by knocking the large blade from his grasp and placed his sword against the commander's neck, commanding, "Bind him." 2 cloaked figures stepped forward, securing the commander tightly with iron chains, finishing their work with a fist-sized lock, ensuring that no amount of strength could facilitate an escape. After dealing with the commander, the cloaked figures proceeded to bind the officers, their captains, and the foreman of the mines in a similar fashion, though this time, sturdy ropes sufficed instead of chains and locks. Chief Chow, Master Chun, Chi Su sheathed his sword and offered a respectful gesture to the 2 leaders. "The master of the Celestial Pivot Pavilion, although we have communicated through letters, this marks the first occasion we have laid eyes on the master in person. Unexpectedly, he seems rather unremarkable, as if he could easily be lost in a crowd. Yet his skills are anything but ordinary. It is an honor to finally meet you, master. Your prowess is truly commendable, effortlessly subduing even the naturally powerful barbarians," Chi Su remarked, bowing. "We owe you our gratitude today for enabling us to secure this place." "Your praise is unwarranted," the master replied. At that moment, a figure descended beside Chi Su. It was the team responsible for another mining site, returning with news. "Master, we have taken control of the situation over there. However, Manager Liu and his 2 aides have vanished." Chi Su's expression darkened, a glint of determination gleaming in his eyes. "Pursue them. They cannot have gone far. No one involved in this must escape. Mingxian, over here." As the call rang out, Wei Yunlan hurried over with his men, just in time to see Wei Mingxian leading a group of refugees along a makeshift path up the mountainside. This route had previously been traversed only by the foreman of the mines, while the miners they had brought along had become prey for the wolves. The refugees, following Wei Mingxian up the mountains, were visibly tense, cautiously scanning their surroundings. Only when they confirmed that no wolves were in sight did they collectively exhale in relief. "I can hardly believe it. You truly found a way to evade the wolves," exclaimed one refugee who had grown familiar with Wei Yunlan over the past few days. Finally escaping the predatory mines, many were overwhelmed with emotion, tears of joy welling in their eyes. Wei Yunlan urged the refugees, "This place is still perilous. Now that you have made it out of the mines, you must descend the mountain quickly. Your loved ones may be waiting in the places from which they were taken." Gradually, the exhilaration among the refugees subsided as they recognized the urgency. "Yes, we must hurry while the foremen are still behind us." Before long, most of the refugees who had followed Wei Yunlan reached the mountainside, descending along the route cleared by Wei Yunlan and his team over the past 2 days. Just then, 3 individuals suddenly appeared on the narrow wooden path beside the mountain, dressed similarly to the refugees. However, a closer inspection would reveal their demeanor and stature were entirely distinct from those of the refugees. One of them bore a striking resemblance to the overseer encountered 2 nights prior at the mine. Wei Yunlan exchanged a knowing glance with Yuqi, prompting the several guards from the Tianshu Pavilion station nearby to encircle the trio. Among the 3, a man with an unnaturally pale complexion surveyed the surrounding crowd with a disdainful sneer, remarking, "I wondered why those refugees dared to flee to the mountains. It appears someone is here to assist them." As he spoke, the rustling of leaves echoed through the forest, and the sound of approaching footsteps grew increasingly pronounced. Wei Yunlan's expression hardened. This man had the ability to command a pack of wolves. Chapter 60. Sorcery. The dark cloud, crouching by Wei Yunlan's feet, suddenly rose, leaning forward with its fur bristling, emitting a warning growl from its throat. The man observed with keen interest, flipping his palm to reveal a slender leaf between his fingers. As he brought the leaf closer to his lips, a phrase surged into Wei Yunlan's mind. In the southern frontier, there are sorcerers with skin as pale as snow, skilled in music, able to control myriad spirits. In her previous life, chaos reigned across the Great Yong. The northern lands suffered from invasions by the northern barbarians. The western territories were under the watchful eye of the western Liang, and the southeastern coast was plagued by water bandits. Meanwhile, the southwestern region was rife with sorcery, where hearts were bewitched, and it was said that common folk were incited by sorcerers to perform living sacrifices. Even while drifting in the courtyard of the Marquis residence, she had heard of sacrificial rites in the southwest, where hundreds had been burned alive. Was this man before her a sorcerer from the southern frontier? At this moment, sorcery had yet to flourish in the southern lands, and few were aware of it. Wei Yunlan knew little about sorcery, but her instincts urged her not to allow him to continue blowing on the leaf. Suddenly, a concealed weapon hidden in Pei Hu's sleeve shot towards the man's right hand, which clutched the leaf. The other guards of the Tianshu Pavilion swiftly joined in, launching an attack against the 3 individuals. Among the trio, aside from the pale-skinned man and manager Liu, the remaining individual showcased considerable skill, drawing a whip from his waist to shield the others. However, he could not intercept Pei Hu's 2 concealed weapons, and the leaf that had just emitted a sound was struck down. The pale-skinned man's expression darkened for a moment, but then returned to normal, a strange smile curling his lips. It was too late. Soon, Wei Yunlan and her companions understood the meaning of his words being too late. Agile figures emerged from the forest, surrounding them in a circular formation, their eyes gleaming with bloodlust. The refugees, who had not yet managed to descend the mountain, gasped in alarm. The wolf pack had arrived. They scrambled down the slope, yet surprisingly, the wolves did not pursue them, remaining at the top of the incline. At the foot of the mountain, the Wei family, vigilant of the happenings above, sprang into action upon noticing the fleeing individuals. The Gao family and Cheng Wei stayed in the cave with the 2 children, while Wei Maolin, along with Dongda and Lu Quan, stealthily approached halfway up the mountain. From a distance, they spotted the gathering wolf pack on the slope and could not help but gasp in horror. So many wolves were hidden on the mountain. Even with the guards of the Tianshu Pavilion and the dark cloud present, it would be a formidable challenge to confront them. The supplies they had prepared might not prove particularly useful, but even a slight alleviation of pressure for Lanner and the others would be a blessing. They maintained a cautious distance, ready to act at a moment's notice. If circumstances changed, they would retreat down the mountain immediately, ensuring not to burden those above further, but rather to prompt them to come to their aid. Yes, my lord. The wolf pack encircled Wei Yunlan and her brother, as well as the guards under Yu Qi of the Tianshu Pavilion. In turn, they had enclosed Manager Liu and his 2 companions, who had fled from the mine. The standoff persisted. The guards could sense that if they made a move, the wolves would pounce immediately. Despite their formidable skills, facing hundreds of wolves would leave them with no chance of victory, unless a way can be found to free the wolf pack from the man as control. The only recourse is to buy time while awaiting assistance. The man, aware of their intentions, cast a scornful glance at the group and sneered. How dare you think you can hold me? His cold gaze swept around, eventually landing on the dark cloud beside Wei Yunlan. Let me show you something enlightening. With that, he let slip a golden bell from his sleeve. Its chime was crisp, yet it sent a shiver down the spine. Compared to this bell, the leaves from before seemed inconsequential. It was likely this bell that was his true weapon. He gently shook the bell twice, his eyes fixed on the dark cloud, brimming with confidence. However, moments later, his smug grin faltered. The dark cloud's bright eyes remained unchanged, listening to the bell's sound while maintaining its vigilant stance. The only difference was that, upon the first chime, it let out a resounding sneeze. How could this be? His sorcery could control the wolf pack, yet could not command mere dog? Team Feather, Wei Yunlan whispered, prompting Yu Qi to nod. Seizing the moment while the man was momentarily distracted, several guards from the Tianshu Pavilion at the hilltop sprang into action. 2 restrained the steward Liu and his companion, while the others charged towards the pale-skinned man wielding the sorcery. Their target was not his life, but the bell in his hand. Meanwhile, the outer wolf pack began to stir. Wei Yunlan, Wei Mingxian, and Wang Gui hastily armed themselves, standing resolutely before one another, each exerting their utmost strength. The dark cloud remained close by, occasionally lending its support, allowing the trio to temporarily evade the threat to their lives. Yet, the sheer number of wolves was overwhelming. Even though only a fraction of them surged towards Wei Yunlan and his companions, it became increasingly difficult to withstand the onslaught. At that moment, small orbs the size of eggs flew from the base of the slope, landing on the outermost wolves. These spheres appeared harmless, striking the wolves without inflicting pain, and those struck continued their advance undeterred. However, after a few steps, the wolves hit by the orbs suddenly halted, squatting on the ground and scratching at their bodies. The pressure eased significantly, prompting Wei Yunlan to raise his gaze in confusion. More white orbs soared in, striking the wolves and causing the tightly clustered spheres to burst open, releasing a cloud of powder. It dawned on Wei Yunlan that these orbs were fashioned from cloth, following the trajectory of the thrown spheres. He spotted familiar figures in the distance among the trees, Dongda and Lu Quan. Behind a nearby tree trunk, he could vaguely discern his father, awkwardly wielding a slingshot, continuously launching more of the powder-filled orbs in their direction. Though the powder bore no lethal threat, it effectively dampened the wolves' fighting spirit. The man wielding the sorcery soon realized the unfolding situation, gritting his teeth in frustration. He could no longer delay. They had reinforcements, and it was time to break through. The sounds of footsteps echoed through the forest and against the stone walls. The bell in his hand jingled with increasing fervor, invigorating the wolf pack, which surrounded the man and engaged in combat with Yu Qi and his companions. Yu Qi suffered a bite on his arm from the lead wolf, allowing the man to break free from the encirclement. Amidst the chaos, Wei Yunlan felt a sharp sting as a whip struck his right leg, the barbs tearing through flesh and leaving a deep, crimson gash. The sound of footsteps in the forest grew ever nearer, as a cohort of cloaked figures blocked the path of the 3. Though the tumultuous scene was brought under control, Wei Yunlan felt his vision blurring. In a fleeting moment before he collapsed, he caught a glimpse of a darkly hued garment. Chapter 61. Avert disaster, Mr. Yu. When will my elder sister awaken? As soon as Mr. Yu stepped out of the room, Wei Mingxian hurriedly approached him. Since the dawn of the previous day, upon their arrival at this small courtyard, his sister had been in a deep slumber for nearly 20 hours. In the outer hall, the gazes of the others converged upon Mr. Yu. Under the weight of numerous expectant eyes, Mr. Yu, though reluctant to shatter their hopes, could only shake his head helplessly and reply, "I do not know." The atmosphere within the room instantly grew tense. Mr. Yu then shifted his tone to offer some comfort, stating, "She has been plagued by anxiety and restlessness for quite some time. If this continues, it may lead to complications. This illness, however, could serve as a catalyst to reveal any hidden ailments within her body. If she can endure this trial, it may ultimately prove beneficial." Yet the pressing question remained. Can she endure? Ordinarily, a physician should not express uncertainty, yet Mr. Yu was reluctant to dampen the spirits of the family. After stroking his beard, he adopted a resolute expression and reassured them, "Miss Wei possesses a steadfast spirit. She will surely overcome this ordeal." In a state of confusion, Wei Yunlan seemed to hear a multitude of voices. Initially, it was Ming Xuan's frantic bewilderment, followed by the collective concern and worry of those around her. There was also a deep male voice that resonated in her ears at the moment of her collapse, calling her Miss Wei. Amidst the haze, it felt as though many had approached her side. She heard her mother softly murmuring, inquiring how long she intended to sleep and whether her injuries were painful. She discerned her father's tone filled with self-reproach, lamenting his failure to protect the family and inadvertently burdening her with worries. She also heard Ming Xian asking when she would awaken, alongside the muffled sobs of her sister-in-law. Countless times, as these voices echoed around her, Wei Yunlan yearned to open her eyes, yet her eyelids felt heavy, and no matter how hard she struggled, she could not pry them open. In her final attempt to fight against the darkness, her consciousness suddenly sank into a realm of space. To her surprise, this space did not resemble her usual visions. Instead, it mirrored the scene she had once dreamt of, where her great-grandfather frolicked with dark clouds. Mist swirled around her, verdant grass flourished, and a clear stream flowed, as if life had been infused into this realm. However, this idyllic scene did not last long. Through the fog enveloping the space, Wei Yunlan appeared to glimpse the world beyond. In the vision, her great-grandfather, clad in a flowing white robe, stood atop a high altar, his expression changing drastically after observing the stars and divining omens. He then whispered to a figure outside the altar, garbed in a bright yellow robe, and together they made a momentous decision. She faintly heard her great-grandfather pose a question. "Your Majesty, have you truly made your decision?" To which the man in the yellow robe resolutely replied, "To exchange my lifespan for the well-being of the people. I do not regret." Shortly thereafter, her great-grandfather produced a jade tablet, while the man in the yellow robe pricked his fingertip, allowing 10 drops of blood to fall upon the image of the guanine lotus on the jade tablet. As the mist gradually dissipated, a profound transformation unfolded within the space. The earth trembled and the mountains shook, leading to the disappearance of verdant grass and flowing streams. The once vibrant realm now lay in a state of desolation. The black dog, previously sprinting through this domain, found itself ensconced within a narrow circle, enveloped by the white fog, and succumbed to a deep slumber. At this moment, the environment bore little resemblance to what she was accustomed to, repeatedly recalling the recent cataclysm and the scenes glimpsed through the haze. Wei Yunlan suddenly comprehended the reason for the space's current state. She recollected hearing that the year she was born, the Great Yong had also suffered a natural disaster. However, the late emperor swiftly issued a decree of self-penance and dispatched substantial relief supplies, beseeching heaven above and calming the hearts of the populace below. Under his governance, the calamity did not inflict irreparable suffering upon the citizens. The people believed that it was the late emperor, alongside the celestial master, who appeased the wrath of heaven through their prayers. In hindsight, it was far more than merely that. The figure clad in a bright yellow robe within the vision was indeed the late emperor. The swift resolution of the calamity was clearly due to him and her great-grandfather, who had sacrificed their lifespans in this ancient jade of the space to shield the entirety of the Great Yong from disaster. She had not anticipated that this realm concealed such a monumental secret. In her astonishment, Wei Yunlan's hazy consciousness seemed to awaken considerably. In a moment of clarity, she sensed a dampness beside her, Upon opening her eyes, she discovered that the black dog, Hukuin, was crouched by the bedside, fervently licking her fingers. The dampness was, in fact, its drool. Ning Shuang entered with a wooden basin, and upon seeing her mistress with open eyes, nearly dropped it in surprise. "Miss, you have finally awakened. How long have I been asleep?" Wei Yunlan thought of the whisper she had heard, and felt that it must have been quite a while. 3 whole days. Go quickly and inform the master and mistress. The young lady has awakened. Ning Shuang wrung out her cloth and approached the bedside, wiping the beads of sweat from Wei Yunlan's forehead, while sharing what she presumed the young lady was most eager to know. "Miss, we are still in Lianzhou. The master and mistress have rented a small courtyard in town, intending to leave for Tsangzhou to the west today if you had not awakened, as there is said to be a renowned valley of the Medicine King there." Tsangzhou lay 500 or 600 miles from Lianzhou, and Wei Yunlan thought to herself how fortunate she was to have awakened in time. Otherwise, they would have taken a long detour, potentially missing the appointed time at Baiguan. "What is the situation at the mine?" "The culprits have been apprehended. Miss, you are unaware of the recent upheaval in Lianzhou. Even in this small town, it is rumored that the heroes of the martial world have hung the northern barbarians' commander and the treacherous officials who colluded with them at the city gate. Not only Lianzhou, but the entire northern region was likely aware of the officials' collusion with the northern barbarians in the illegal iron mining operations. Even concubine Ling could not shield them. The governor Pei Jiang had already been sentenced to execution in the coming days." Upon hearing this, Wei Yunlan understood that the news had spread swiftly due to the involvement of the Tianshu Pavilion. The pavilion master's strategy was astute, leveraging public pressure against the court. Even if Emperor Xiaoming did not believe in the treachery of Pei Jiang and others, as long as he still cared about his reputation, he would have no choice but to address this matter with utmost seriousness. "Ning Shuang, assist me in rising." Wei Yunlan felt a surge of strength coursing through her, just as she was about to rise, when she saw the Gao family and others streaming in from outside. The joy and excitement reflected on each face were no less than that of Ning Shuang. The once spacious room was now filled to capacity, and in this moment, the formalities customary in the capital were set aside. Wei Maolin and Wei Mingxian also entered the room. Upon witnessing Wei Yunlan awaken, Wei Mingxian finally breathed a sigh of relief, having felt over the past few days that he bore the burden of his elder sister's misfortune. "Sister, you have finally awakened." Wei Yunlan offered him a reassuring smile before turning to Wei Maolin. "Father, this place is quite far from the northern pass. Should we not prepare to depart?" "No rush. We acquired a map of the northern territories from Guard Shao and have restructured our route. The remaining days are sufficient for us to reach our destination. We shall set out after you rest for a few days." "Guard Shao?" Wei Yunlan could not recall such an individual. Wei Maolin nodded, explaining, "Among those who initially accompanied us, a few sustained injuries while battling a wolf pack, and Tianshu Pavilion has since sent reinforcements. Guard Shao is the one who saved you on the hillside that day." Chapter 62. The guardian Shao Wei Yunlan recalled the dark hem of clothing she had seen before losing consciousness, along with the low, resonant voice that had called her Miss Wei. Was that the guardian Shao her father had spoken of? Once she regained her strength, it would be proper to extend her gratitude in person. But for now, those thoughts could wait. Wei Maolin remarked, "Doctor, you mentioned that your illness stemmed from excessive worry and concern. Now that Mingxian has returned, focus on resting. Your parents will take care of everything else." "Indeed, elder sister, you must prioritize your health," Wei Mingxian added, his voice tinged with fear. "You cannot fathom the dread we experienced these past few days, fearing you might never awaken from this slumber." "Enough of such ominous talk," Gao Shi interjected, uncharacteristically uttering a less refined expression, as she playfully swatted Wei Mingxuan's arm. In times of joy, one often speaks without restraint. Concerned for Wei Yunlan's well-being after her awakening, the Wei family did not linger in the room for long. Only Gao Shi remained, ensuring that Wei Yunlan finished her medicinal soup and lay back down, taking her place on a nearby stool to keep watch. Perhaps owing to the prolonged slumber, Wei Yunlan, despite still feeling fatigued, found herself unable to sleep with her eyes closed. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and called out, "Mother, what is it?" Gao Shi immediately turned with concern. "Are you feeling unwell?" "No, I merely wish to inquire about my great-grandfather, Wei Yunlan replied. Gao Shi paused, handing the empty medicine bowl to Gui Xiang, who stood nearby. Before speaking, asked Wei, my dear, do you know the origins of He Yun? As Wei Yunlan uttered the name, the dark creature resting by her bedside perked up. I recall that during my wedding year, my grandfather kept a black dog, though its name escapes me now. I remember that it vanished after a few years. Gazing at He Yun, Gao Shi fell into contemplation before continuing. Could He Yun be a descendant of that black dog? No wonder it possesses such remarkable abilities and chooses to guard you. Do you recall when you last saw that black dog? Was it around the time of my birth? Wei Yunlan inquired. Gao Shi furrowed her brow in thought, surprise flickering in her eyes. Lianer, how do you know this? Because He Yun is indeed that black dog, Wei Yunlan declared. It seems that around the time of my birth, a significant change occurred, and He Yun fell into slumber. Thus, her earlier speculations were validated. The late emperor was indeed a benevolent ruler, and her great-grandfather was a person of profound altruism, dedicated to the welfare of the people. They had both contributed immensely to Daong. Yet, she pondered the significance of the ancient jade her great-grandfather had bequeathed to her. Was it a prescient gift, offering her a chance to alter her fate? Mother, did my great-grandfather leave behind anything else during his lifetime? Perhaps manuscripts or writings? Wei Yunlan yearned to uncover more about this realm and her great-grandfather's legacy. During the time when your great-grandfather was alive, he resided in Sendai Mountain. The possessions left behind at the Tianshi mansion were few. After your grandfather passed away, the mansion was reclaimed by the emperor. I commanded the relocation of all items from the mansion to our residence, but the Gao family did not finish her sentence, and Wei Yunlan understood what she intended to convey. However, at present, the gates of the Wei family have been sealed, and those items are confined within. Wei Yunlan suppressed her impatience. There is no urgency in this matter. However, when the opportunity arises to return to the capital, she must devise a plan to quietly enter the Wei residence and retrieve all that her mother had hidden away. Has Miss Wei recovered well? Upon seeing Wei Yunlan, her complexion radiant, Yu Qi's previously stern expression softened into a gentle smile. I am well. Aside from a scar from a whip on my leg, I have fully recovered. Wei Yunlan looked at Yu Qi, who still held his bandaged arm, and inquired with concern, How is your injury now? Leader Yu? It did not strike the bone. In a few days, I shall be able to move as usual, Yu Qi replied, dismissing the significance of the superficial wounds, asserting that as long as the tendons and bones remained unharmed, there was no need for special recuperation. Nonetheless, you should take good care of yourself, Wei Yunlan remarked. And then asked, I heard that on that day, it was a guard named Xiao who saved me. I have yet to express my gratitude. May I inquire if Guard Xiao is available? Guard Xiao. At the mention of this title, Yu Qi was momentarily taken aback, recalling that the late empress bore the surname Xiao, and this Guard Xiao was indeed the new alias of their master. Does Miss Wei wish to meet him? Would it be convenient? Wei Yunlan asked politely. I shall inquire within, Yu Qi responded. Their master was indeed present in the courtyard. After a brief moment, Yu Qi returned with two individuals in tow. Both appeared unfamiliar. The taller one had an unremarkable visage, devoid of any distinguishing features, while the shorter one bore a simple, honest expression. This is Guard Xiao and Guard Feng. Yu Qi introduced them to Wei Yunlan. The taller one was Guard Xiao, and as Wei Yunlan's gaze fell upon his face, she instinctively felt the dissonance between this countenance and the voice she had heard that day. This face seemed somewhat unworthy of such a resonant voice. However, she quickly chastised herself for such superficial thoughts, especially considering that this individual had previously rescued her. With a sense of humility, she bowed to the tall Guard Xiao, saying, Mr. Xiao, I am grateful for your timely assistance. Having heard the titles of Guard Xiao and Mr. Xiao repeatedly over the past few days, Chi Su had become accustomed to them. It must be said that the surname Xiao was far more pleasant to the ears than Qi. There is no need for such formality. It was merely a spontaneous act. And besides, Miss Wei is a valued patron of our Tianshu Pavilion. Indeed, 25,000 taels of silver, Wei Yunlan mused, reflecting on how worthily the expenditure had been. For she had not anticipated that Tianshu Pavilion would send new personnel to replace those injured. Then I must thank your pavilion master. It is a pity I cannot convey my thanks in person, so I would appreciate it if you could pass on my gratitude. Certainly, we shall convey your words. Yu Qi and Feng Ping exchanged glances, unable to resist casting furtive glances at Guard Xiao. Wei Gu turned and conveyed the message. By the way, Wei Yunlan recalled her inquiry to Yu Qi a few days ago when ascending the mountain. With a glimmer of anticipation, she inquired regarding the martial arts training. Has your esteemed leader given a response? Yu Qi hesitated for a moment. While she had indeed relayed Miss Wei's request, her master had not provided her with an answer. Indicating her injured arm, Yu Qi explained, I have been recuperating these past 2 days, and it has been Xiao Huwei who has been in contact with my master. Wei Yunlan's hopeful gaze naturally shifted to Qi Su. What was your master's response? The eyes of Yu Qi, Feng Ping, and all the guards of the Tianshu Pavilion turned in unison towards Qi Su. Master, they're inquiring of you. Ignoring the playful glances of those present, Qi Su nodded at Wei Yunlan and said, it is permissible to teach. As Yu Qi is injured and unable to assist, I shall instruct you for the time being. Chapter 63. Hitting the road again, then I must trouble you, Mr. Xiao. Wei Yunlan expressed her gratitude politely. Although this bodyguard, Xiao, did not possess a name that indicated his rank like Yu Wu or Yu Qi, one could infer his status within the Tianshu Pavilion from the demeanor of Yu Qi and the others towards him. It was evident that he held some standing. At the very least, his skills were undoubtedly commendable, more than sufficient to guide her and Ming Xian, who were mere novices. Upon returning to the small courtyard where her family resided, Wei Yunlan noticed the presence of 2 unfamiliar figures. One was chopping firewood, while the other sat on a small stool weaving a bamboo basket. Who are they? Wei Yunlan inquired, calling over Wang Gue, who was feeding the sheep nearby. Miss, they are Yi Song and Yi Bai. A few days ago, they were captured alongside the young master and me and taken to the mines. We shared a bunk in the mining quarters, and on the first day of our labor in the mine, the 2 brothers generously shared a portion of their, or with the young master and me, sparing us from a brutal beating by the foreman. Later, the young master also assisted them on several occasions, Wang Gue explained. They are from Suizhou, and their family perished during the Earth Dragon upheaval, leaving them with nowhere to go. They wish to follow the young master, but he has yet to make a decision. Understanding Wang Gue's words, Wei Yunlan surmised Ming Xuan's thoughts. He likely feared that adding 2 more members to their party would weigh them down. Furthermore, given her recent critical illness, he might have been too preoccupied to consider other matters. Please go and summon Ming Xian. Wei Yunlan instructed Wang Gue, then turned her attention back to the 2 brothers. Upon closer inspection, she realized they bore an uncanny resemblance, the only distinguishing feature being a fresh, crimson scar beneath the eye of the one chopping wood. Likely a recent injury. Noticing Wei Yunlan's gaze, the brothers appeared somewhat bashful, setting aside their tasks and hesitantly approaching her. Mimicking Wang Gue's earlier address, they softly uttered, Mississippi. There is no need for excessive formality, Wei Yunlan replied. At that moment, Wei Mingxian approached, and Wei Yunlan articulated, having 2 more individuals in our ranks is manageable. However, the journey ahead may prove to be arduous, especially in the harsh conditions of the northern pass. Are you certain you wish to accompany us northward? Exchanging glances, the brother with the scar spoke up, we are certain. They exhibited no hesitation, though a hint of trepidation lingered about the prospect of rejection. The world is indeed challenging at present. We possess nothing but our strength, and had it not been for young Master Ming Xuan's timely assistance at the mine, I fear I would have lost my sight. During their days with Wei's entourage, they had come to realize that to remain, they needed an identity, akin to the likes of Dongda, Lu Quan, or Ting Shui and Ning Shuang within their ranks. Miss, young Master Ming Xian, our lives are indebted to your rescue. We are willing to offer ourselves to stay. That will not be necessary, Wei Yunlan replied, her gaze lingering on them for a moment before turning to Wei Mingxian. Mingxian, please explain to them our purpose for traveling to the Northern Pass. If they still wish to accompany us, let us draft 2 labor contracts. Should they choose not to remain after hearing, Wei Yunlan is unperturbed by the prospect of the 2 speaking indiscreetly outside. For the affairs of the Wei household are not meant for outsiders. The only exception was their previous escape from the watchful eyes of the officials, which was a matter of necessity rather than shame. Furthermore, given the brothers' esteemed status, there is little they could divulge to outsiders. After confiding in Wei Mingxian, Wei Yunlan returned to her quarters. The twin brothers had indeed inspired her, with a limited number of servants accompanying them. Once they reached the northern border, they would inevitably encounter a shortage of manpower for any future endeavors. It seems that they must devise a strategy along their journey to establish their own foundation sooner rather than later. Wei Mingxian and the brothers Yisong and Yi Bai did not converse for long. Soon, a maid entered to report that the two had almost immediately decided to stay, and they had already signed a contract with Wei Mingxian. The agreement was for a mere 3 years, and should the brothers wish to reclaim their freedom thereafter, they could leave the Wei household at any time. After the esteemed Dr. Yu confirmed that Wei Yunlan's health was stable enough to withstand the rigors of travel, the Wei family once more set forth on their journey northward. This time, their departure was far more fortuitous than on previous occasions. Without the scrutiny of officials or the burden of wooden yokes, they were liberated from the need to endure the rigors of the road, including the daily grind of covering 50 li while camping under the stars. The caravan, initially comprised of 3 carts, had now expanded to 5, accompanied by several mounted guards whose imposing presence dissuaded any would-be interceptors. Following their newly charted course, they would traverse through Xingzhou and Qingzhou, proceeding to the steep and majestic Yindu Gorge, before passing through Huangzhou and ultimately reaching the northern border, the furthest point of the entire Daong territory. This route would avoid major cities, with only a few stops for replenishment. Wei Maolin calculated that this journey would take approximately 20 days. Due to their relentless pace, the contingent of Tian Shuge guards accompanying the Wei family had also shifted to a more overt approach, presenting themselves as hired escorts of the Wei household. As night fell and the caravan had yet to leave Lianzhou, they paused at an inn along the route, where discussions regarding the recent upheaval in Lianzhou's officialdom could still be heard. Among those implicated were the Governor Pei Jiang and the Inspector Song De, along with 10 or more officials who had all fallen from grace. Some among them had not actively participated in the illicit mining and trading of iron ore, yet inadvertently facilitated these actions. What connected them was remarkably the beautiful concubines from the Liu household. It appears that this Liu family is indeed formidable. Wei Yunlan could not help but exclaim in astonishment, recognizing why the steward from Suijiang City had once been so brazen. This household had, through their so-called diplomatic endeavors within their rear courtyard, firmly established their control over Lianzhou, with even Suizhou and Chongzhou showing signs of their influence. Yet, could a mere merchant family truly wield such power? And did the young master, Liu, truly possess so many sisters to dispatch to various noble households? Could it be that these so-called sisters are merely products of a uniform training? If that is indeed the case, the deliberate cultivation of Liu's familial influence is even more inscrutable. One cannot discern whether the forces at play are from the northern barbarians, the western Liang, or perhaps other factions that covet the vast lands of Daong. Miss Wei, focus. In the courtyard of the inn, Chi Su pressed his sword sheath against the long sword held by Wei Yunlan. Startled for a moment, Wei Yunlan met his gaze, which sparkled like starlight, and quickly regained her composure, a flicker of apology crossing her face. She had momentarily lost her focus, distracted by the louder discussions regarding the Liu family in the front hall. However, since we have arrived at this point, Mr. Xiao, might I ask you to remind your lord? In addition to investigating Pei Jiang, I believe the Liu family merits a more thorough examination. Very well, I shall convey your message. Chapter 64. A lifeline. Chi Su possessed exceptional martial skills, particularly in swordsmanship. However, the majority of the time, the group was on the move, with only brief intervals for rest, thus leaving little opportunity for training. Naturally, Chi Su could not mentor each individual during these limited moments. Due to his prior commitment to Wei Yunlan, he personally instructed her and Wei Mingxian, while the others practiced basic self-defense techniques under Lu Quan's guidance. Feng Ping and Yu Qi occasionally offered their insights as well. Aside from a momentary lapse in concentration earlier, Wei Yunlan was learning quite well. In contrast, Wei Mingxian struggled considerably with the sword, almost injuring himself several times. Eventually, Chi Su fashioned a wooden sword for him, enabling him to continue his training. The leftover wood was also used to craft a smaller sword for young Jiayan. As Wei Yunlan and Wei Mingxian practiced, Jiayan brandished his little wooden sword alongside them, mimicking their movements with surprising finesse. Observing this, Chi Su could not help but praise. This child shows a hint of talent. Wei Yunlan's eyes sparkled with interest. Really? She had previously contemplated inviting a martial arts teacher to their home once they reached Bigwan. If Jiyan exhibited talent for martial arts, such an endeavor would indeed be essential. However, she understood that the path of martial arts was fraught with hardships and depended on Jiayan's own determination. No sooner had Chi Su finished speaking than Jiayan, still wielding his sword, straightened his chest and declared, "Master Xiao, I have the willpower." He then turned to Wei Yunlan, his eyes wide with eagerness, and said, "Aunt, I wish to learn martial arts." The Wei family had not produced a martial general for several generations. Wei Maolin was a purely civil official, and Jiayan, like his father Wei Mingyi, was also destined for a scholarly path. Wei Yunlan had merely considered martial training for the sake of her family's self-defense, never anticipating Jiayan's fervent desire to pursue it. She crouched down, earnestly asking, "Tell me, why do you wish to learn martial arts?" "I want to find my father," Jiayan replied earnestly. "But mother says the world is chaotic, and only a skilled hero can traverse the Jianghu alone." He continued with determination, "I want to become a formidable hero to rescue my father, so our family can be together again." Wei Yunlan felt a pang in her heart. In her previous life, she had never received any news of her brother, and those sent by the Duke's residence to Tanzhou had reported that he had likely perished during the flood. After all, among those swept away by the waters, 9 out of 10 had met their demise, leaving virtually no survivors. Despite having mentally prepared herself to relinquish hope, Wei Yunlan showed no sign of despair on her face. She gently ruffled Jiayan's hair, encouraging him. "Then you must train diligently and grow strong." "Has Jiayan's father gone missing?" "Gisu in Guit?" "Yes," Wei Yunlan replied, avoiding Jiayan's gaze. "My brother disappeared during the Tanzhou flood, and there has been no word since." She then asked, "Master Xiao, may Jiayan train with us in the future?" Of course, Chi Su nodded slightly, affirming, "Jiayan's progress aligns quite well with that of young Master Wei." In the backyard, on the vacant patch before the stable, Wei Maolin had just followed Lu Quan in practicing a set of vigorous exercises to strengthen the body. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he turned to Madame Gao and inquired, "Madam, do you not find that Guard Xiao bears a striking resemblance to someone?" "To whom?" Gao's expression was one of confusion. Following Wei Maolin's gaze, she scrutinized Guard Xiao for quite a while, but could discern no similarity between his unremarkable features and anyone else's. Surely, most faces that are easily forgotten bear a resemblance to one another. "Perhaps I am mistaken," Wei Maolin mused, shaking his head. How could he think that Mr. Zhao's demeanor, while instructing Lan'er in her techniques, bore any similarity to that of the illustrious crown prince of the capital? It must surely be fatigue from their long journey that clouded his vision. As dawn broke, Wei Yunlan sat in the penultimate carriage of 5. Accompanying her were her maids, as well as the Black Cloud, who was eagerly gnawing on a large bone, and Jian, who had been clamoring since early morning to be with the large dog. "Miss, this is the handiwork of the young madam, just completed for you to see. Is it the style you mentioned?" Ning Shuang trotted over from the front carriage, presenting an item to Wei Yunlan. It was a hand warmer, adorned with vibrant Danzhou silk, filled with cotton. When she slipped her hands into it from either side, they sank into a soft embrace, warm and comforting. After trying it, Wei Yunlan handed it to Ning Shuang and the others, saying, "You should all give it a try. While it may not provide the warmth of a traditional hand warmer, it is far more convenient." Having been Wei Yunlan's chief maid since childhood, Ting Xue was accustomed to fine things and had not been unfamiliar with hand warmers during the winter. Thus, this silken hand warmer did not particularly astonish her. However, Xue found it quite endearing. Having suffered from the cold during their escape, her hands and feet would grow icy as winter approached. Although wearing 2 pairs of socks helped her feet, her hands were another matter entirely, as they had more than enough hand warmers. Yet none were designated for a mere maid. Seeing Xue fondness for the hand warmer, Wei Yunlan decided to gift it to her and then asked, If this were taken to the northern regions and sold for 1 or half a coin, do you think anyone would buy it? In unison, the three maids replied, certainly. Half a coin would amount to 51. Even for 1 coin, it would only be 101. Based on the current grain prices, that wouldn't last more than a few days. Purchasing a silken hand warmer for such a price, which would not only provide warmth, but also maintain an air of elegance, would surely appeal to families with women who cherish beauty and possess some spare coin. Wei Yunlan too perceived potential in this venture. Recently, due to the close watch of the Tian Shu Pavilion, she had refrained from readily retrieving items from her space, instead pondering how to utilize the accumulated goods therein. The hand warmer was merely one of her many ideas. Thus, the silk that had suffered wear and tear in her space could finally serve a purpose. The damaged portions could be cut away or stitched within the hand warmer itself. The remaining areas showed no signs of wear, just sufficient to sew the surface of the hand warmer. For now, I shall prepare the design. Once settled in Baiguan, I can hire some embroiderers to expedite the production of the first batch, aiming to commence sales before winter sets in. As I pondered, the carriage suddenly halted abruptly, causing Wei Yunlan to nearly collide with the frame. What has happened? I lifted the curtain and peered outside. To my astonishment, a figure had dashed into the ranks of the Wei family, barely avoiding being struck by the carriage ahead. Upon closer inspection, it was a woman, her attire and makeup disheveled. Upon noticing the halted procession of the Wei family, she fell to her knees, pleading fervently, I beseech you, have mercy and save my life. Chapter 65. Acquaintances. Xue knelt on the ground, her body leaning forward, hands pressed against the earth, her disheveled hair dancing in the wind, revealing a slender and fair neck. Upon hearing the sound of hooves coming to a halt, she slightly lifted her lowered head, cautiously surveying her surroundings. This procession boasted an impressive display, with 5 horse-drawn carriages accompanied by numerous mounted guards. It was reasonable to assume that the occupants of the carriages were not merely common folk, but rather affluent merchants or nobility. Yet, it remained uncertain whether they were traveling as a family or merely accompanied by female relatives. Ideally, there would be no womenfolk, but Xue understood the impracticality of such a wish, for she had already spotted a maid driving one of the carriages. As she heard the sound of someone dismounting and approaching, Xue hastily lowered her head again, refraining from glancing around. Please, miss, rise and make way. A voice called from above, polite in content, yet chillingly indifferent in tone. Xue discerned a complete lack of compassion in the words directed at her. With her heart racing, she mustered her courage to speak. I am but a virtuous woman, wrongfully taken to a vile place, and I could endure it no longer. Thus I fled. I implore you, kind souls, to offer me a brief respite on your journey. All I seek is to evade my pursuers and escape this place. As she spoke, she bent down further, repeatedly knocking her forehead against the ground until it turned a bright shade of red. Having reached this point in her plea, Xue felt confident that her appeal would elicit sympathy. After all, every person possesses a modicum of compassion. Even those who might disdain her alluring appearance would likely feel a twinge of pity upon witnessing her plight. Ultimately, she had not requested refuge, merely a ride for part of the journey. However, the response from above remained cold and unyielding. If you do not rise on your own, we shall assist you in doing so. Xiyun's motions of bowing momentarily halted, and she raised her head in astonishment, first meeting the gaze of an unremarkable face, then noting the ordinary fabric of the long robe the individual wore. Realization dawned upon her. She had implored the wrong person. In a flurry, she turned her head toward a much younger gentleman nearby, inching forward on her knees before collapsing at his feet. I beseech you, young sir, save me. Witnessing the alluring yet evidently disreputable woman tumbling toward him, Wei Mingxian instinctively leaped back, startled. The agility he had practiced just days prior finally found its purpose in that moment. Do not come any closer, he exclaimed, feeling the weight of the situation. Why are these people so impervious to reason? Xue, now truly desperate, succumbed to tears, the moisture that had lingered in her eyes spilling forth, further marring her already disheveled appearance. The charm she once possessed had vanished entirely. Miss, if you are fleeing for your life, you must rise and run swiftly. Lingering here may prove perilous should your pursuers arrive, suggested Dongda, the coachman, earnestly. Siyun was utterly disheartened by the indifference of these individuals. Yet the road was eerily devoid of other travelers, and she knew that the pursuers were drawing near. There was no time left to seek assistance from another source. Gritting her teeth, she withdrew a silver hairpin adorned with gemstones from her bosom, offering it as a reward to the assembled company for their assistance in her journey. As she lifted the carriage curtain, Wei Yunlan, who had been attentively listening to the commotion, was momentarily taken aback by the name she heard. Siyun? Could it be the Siyun she was thinking of? Dismounting from the carriage, Wei Yunlan hurried forward, her gaze falling upon the kneeling woman, whose hair was caught by the wind, revealing her entire visage. Wei Yunlan's pupils constricted as she struggled to suppress her astonishment. It truly was her. Despite the woman's smeared makeup, Wei Yunlan recognized her by the red mole at the corner of her eye and the slightly sunken earlobe of her right ear. After all, the boredom of being a ghost allowed her to remember the appearance of everyone in the courtyard of the Jinyang Marquis residence with clarity. Before her stood the very woman who would be brought back to the Marquis household by Shen Feng 5 years hence. This concubine, as explained by Shen Feng, was a gift from the higher-ups in court, and he dared not refuse. On the day she entered the residence, he even assured Xue Linglong that he would not lay a finger on her, merely keeping her in the household. Yet barely 2 months had passed before. In a drunken stupor, Shen Feng took her to his bed. Subsequently, he visited the most secluded courtyard in the back from time to time. Upon learning of this, Xue Linglong became furious, and the two nearly had the most significant quarrel of their decade-long relationship. Wei Yunlan still vividly recalls floating above as she listened to Xue Linglong lament, questioning what was so special about her, merely a beguiling courtesan. Or was it that he could not forget his former wife, given that both their names contained the character for cloud? Siyun, Siyun, which cloud do you truly long for? Regardless of their bickering, Wei Yunlan found the comparison utterly repugnant. After all, she had been dead for over 5 years, yet they still could not let her rest, comparing her to a seductive concubine, just as Wei Yunlan reminisced about who Siyun was. The distant sound of hooves echoed at the end of the road. 2 carriages approached from afar. Siyun, seated on the ground, felt a flicker of hope. If this group did not comply, she would turn to the approaching carriage for aid. However, at that moment, 2 swift horses galloped forth from a distance. They intercepted the 2 carriages, and the riders proclaimed loudly, "We are servants from the residence of County Magistrate Jiang, here to apprehend the runaway, Lu concubine." Have any of you seen a woman in a green dress pass along this road? The runaway, Lu concubine? The one to be captured and sent away could only be the one recently dispatched by the Lu family, known for sending people to the back courtyards. In a flash, Wei Yunlan felt as though something had exploded in her mind. She had previously suspected that the sisters and daughters of Lu Gongzi, sent into various courtyards, were nurtured by a powerful force from behind. If this force could support the Lu residents and infiltrate the bureaucratic households of Lianzhou, Suizhou, and Chongzhou, it could certainly place individuals within the capital as well. The Jinyang Marquis, at that time, enjoyed considerable favor due to its close association with the second prince, rendering it one of the most sought-after families in the capital. The infiltration of powerful factions within the city was evident, even extending to the Jinyang Marquis itself. This presented a lead that had gone entirely unnoticed in a previous life. Although Siyun might merely be an insignificant pawn in this intricate game, following the clues could undoubtedly yield some insights. As the servant from the Jiang residence, mounted on horseback, completed his inquiries regarding the 2 carriages and approached, Wei Yunlan urgently addressed Qi Su, who was near the lady. "Mr. Xiao, quickly conceal this person." "Dai Jie, miss." Wei Mingxian and the accompanying Ning Shuang exchanged puzzled glances. However, in this moment of desperation, there was no time for lengthy explanations. Fortunately, in a fleeting motion, Qi Su swiftly tore down the oilcloth draped over the carriage, enveloping the individual entirely before unceremoniously tossing them into the compartment. From the moment Wei Yunlan spoke until the sound of a thud echoed within the carriage, merely a couple of breaths had passed, devoid of any hesitation. Chapter 66. Xingzhou. Amidst a whirlwind of confusion, Siyun found herself reeling, her vision clouded with stars. She silently lamented her choice of this path, which had led her to obstruct the carriage of a certain household. Though she had successfully evaded the servants sent by the Jiang family to pursue her, thus escaping the dire fate of being returned to the Liu family, where she would face execution or be consigned to the brothel, it was evident that the household she had intercepted was far from benign. The individuals within displayed a distinct lack of compassion, their skills formidable, rivaling those of the guardians surrounding the saintess. Had she merely escaped from the tiger's den, only to stumble into the wolf's lair? In a matter of moments, the servants from a Jiang County magistrate's residence arrived beside the Wei family's entourage. Observing the crowd gathered around the central carriage, they cautiously scanned for the figure of Wei Yunlan. Upon confirming her absence, they let out a sigh of relief and, adopting a slightly more courteous demeanor, clasped their hands in greeting, inquiring, "Might you have seen a lady clad in a green dress passing along this route?" The Wei family responded with a hint of aloofness, "We have not seen her." The two servants, noticing that the Wei family appeared preoccupied with their own affairs, refrained from insisting on searching the carriage. After all, the Jiang County magistrate was merely a local official, and while he might assert his authority within the county, he dared not offend any noble passers-by outside its borders. "Thank you all. We shall continue our search elsewhere," the Jiang County magistrate's servants declared as they took their leave, allowing the Wei family's caravan to resume its journey. Upon reaching a fork in the road, Xie, concealed within the carriage, struggled to disembark. However, as her head emerged, she was swiftly struck on the nape by Feng Ping, rendering her unconscious. "Miss Wei." Chi Su rode a few paces behind, approaching Wei Yunlan's carriage. Aware of the questions Chi Su harbored, Wei Yunlan understood that discussing her past experiences as a ghost would be inappropriate. Instead, she subtly hinted, "The Liu family is deeply entangled in the iron mine affair. With a member of the Liu family now in our grasp, we have an opportunity to unravel the connections behind this matter." As the carriage curtain parted, Chi Su's penetrating gaze met Wei Yunlan's bright eyes. A flicker of inquiry danced in his eyes, yet he ultimately refrained from pressing further, merely nodding in agreement. "Miss Wei's words are indeed insightful. We shall take this Liu Xiyun back for questioning. Mr. Xiao, please proceed." As the curtain fell, Wei Yunlan leaned against the carriage wall, her brow furrowing slightly. Her initial assumptions seemed flawed. It appeared that the esteemed Xiao Guardian held a position within the Tianshu Pavilion that surpassed those ranked alongside Yu Wu and Yu Qi. Though Xiao Guardian spoke little with others, Wei Yunlan discerned that among the 10 individuals present, he was the one truly capable of making decisions. What rank did he hold in the Tianshu Pavilion? Was he a hall master, a captain, or perhaps a leader of a certain rank? Regardless of his status, as long as he bore no ill will towards the Wei family, she resolved to remain oblivious to all. Upon reaching the border of Lianzhou, Xiyun, hidden within the carriage, was taken away by a contingent from the Tianshu Pavilion. Observing the respect shown to Xiao Guardian by this group, Wei Yunlan felt her suspicions solidify. As the convoy departed Lianzhou and ventured into the territory of Xingzhou, the narrative continued to unfold. As one of the most expansive regions among the 10 provinces of the northern lands, Xingzhou's size is nearly equivalent to the combined areas of Zhuozhou and Linzhou, located near the capital. However, the population residing in Xingzhou pales in comparison, barely exceeding half that of Zhuozhou. This is largely due to the proximity of Xingzhou to Lianzhou, which encompasses a vast stretch of land, cracked and barren for miles, devoid of even the slightest vegetation. The calamity that struck 2 decades ago unfolded in this very region. The name Xingzhou, bestowed by the late emperor, carries the connotation of rejuvenation from desolation. Regrettably, even after 20 years, no flora has taken root in this area. Upon entering this desolate expanse, the most palpable sensation is one of aridity. Lifting the carriage curtain, one might even catch a faint, acrid scent lingering in the air. Wei Yunlan and the several maidservants accompanying her in the carriage hardly noticed the odor, yet Heiyun, sharing the same compartment, repeatedly scratched at the fur around its nose with its hind paw before burying its head into the soft cushion of the seat, effectively shielding its nose. The intensity of Heiyun's reaction instinctively alerted Wei Yunlan to an unsettling feeling. She instructed the caravan to quicken their pace, emphasizing the urgency of their journey that night, urging them not to linger along the way. She dispatched a servant to inform the other carriages ahead. The pace of the carriages hastened somewhat, yet despite their efforts, the speed could not reach its utmost limit. The terrain here was not merely parched and cracked. It was also riddled with deep and shallow pits, the deepest nearly reaching waist height. When confronted with these depressions, the carriages were compelled to navigate around them. Wei Yunlan had already taken the lead in the first carriage with Heiyun. Observing the desolate landscape outside the window, Gao sighed, remarking on the wrath of heaven that had transpired 2 decades prior. Even without witnessing the disaster firsthand, the current state of the land vividly conveyed the terror of that time. It was no wonder the late emperor willingly sacrificed his own lifespan to quell divine wrath. In stark contrast to his predecessor, the current emperor Xiaoming truly seemed unworthy of the throne. How fortunate it would be if the crown prince could ascend. Though one could not help but wonder if the crown prince, far from the capital en route to Tanzhou, had arrived safely. A sudden sneeze broke the silence. Qi Su, atop his steed, had unexpectedly let out a loud sneeze. Feng Ping immediately turned his attention, riding closer and lowering his voice. "My lord, the northern lands are quite chilly, and this place has an especially arid cold. You should wear an extra cloak." "I am not cold," Qi Su replied with a slight shake of his head. His attire was not scant, yet he did not dismiss his subordinate's concern and draped the cloak over his shoulders. The sky dimmed to a yellowish hue. The thundering hooves stirred up clouds of dust, rendering the view ahead increasingly obscured. As they approached another deep pit, Wei Yunlan squinted to peer outside, suddenly noticing several conspicuous dark spots on the yellowed earth across the pit. Just as she perceived the situation, many in the caravan also took notice. The driver, Lu Quan, turned back to report, "Sir, Madam, Miss, it seems there are several people lying over there." As they drew near, the shapes became discernible. They were figures covered in sand, alongside 2 toppled carriages and scattered belongings, while it remained a mystery where the horses that had originally drawn the carts had fled. Wei Maolin path. Let's explore to see if there are still signs of life. Wang Gui, seated at the front of the cart, leapt down after Lu Quan and hurried over to crouch down. After examining each one, he reported back, "My lord, among the 6 individuals, 3 still show signs of breath." Qi Su dismounted swiftly, lightly tapping the edge of the pit before soaring to the opposite side. With a flourish of his sleeve, he brushed away the sand that covered the toppled cart, revealing the markings above. The cart belonged to merchants from either Yuezhou or Baizhou, laden with medicinal herbs from those regions. Chapter 67. Master Dong, with a frail breath, opened his eyes to the dim light and swirling dust, slowly realizing that he remained in this desolate land. He could hear voices nearby and saw several figures fling by. However, before he could comprehend their words or discern their faces, a wave of acrid bitterness surged in his throat, prompting an uncontrollable fit of coughing. "Cough, cough, cough. Gulme, let me assist you," said the esteemed Dr. Yu, alongside Steward Wang, each supporting an arm, helping him sit up from the ground. In the next moment, Master Dong retched violently, expelling a pool of bile onto the earth. Fortunately, Dr. Yu managed to step back just in time. Otherwise, he would have surely been splattered. These were the newly sewn cloth shoes gifted by the maidservant from the Wei family, with a soft, layered sole that brought comfort. After a few more heaves, Master Dong finally felt that the obstruction in his throat had been cleared and his vision stabilized, allowing him to recognize the figures beside him. He discerned that it was Dr. Yu who had helped him rise and reassured him to let it out. Gratefully, he grasped Dr. Yu's hand, asking, "Did you save my life?" "Not quite." Dr. Yu gestured toward the halted caravan nearby. "I am a physician for this household. It is the kindness of the master and mistress that compelled them to rescue you, seeing that you still had breath in you. They could not bear to leave you to perish in the wilderness." Upon hearing this, Master Dong immediately bowed toward the direction of the carriage. A young man and woman approached. The younger gentleman, a dashing youth, helped him to his feet, while Dr. Yu advised him to rest, urging him not to be overly courteous given his fragile state. The slightly older, striking young lady inquired, "May I ask where you intend to go?" "Our family is about to depart, and if your path aligns with ours, We could offer you passage. Where to go? Given his current condition, it seemed unlikely to follow the original plan. Yet, to have salvaged his life was already a blessing. Observing that the two surviving companions were still alive, he resolutely stated, "Young lady, might I borrow a carriage?" "No, merely a horse will suffice. I shall transport these two companions, along with the three deceased, and follow closely behind your caravan." The young gentleman and lady were none other than Wei Mingxian and Wei Yunlan. Master Dong realized he had yet to introduce himself, and, smacking his forehead, hurriedly said, "Esteemed ones, I am surnamed Dong, hailing from Yuezhu, where my family engages in the trade of medicinal herbs. I was en route to Chongzhou to deliver a shipment. However, given the recent events, it is clear I cannot proceed to Chongzhou for the time being. I must first attend to the funerals of my three departed companions, contact my family to dispatch another caravan to Chongzhou, and further investigate the circumstances surrounding this unfortunate incident. If memory served him right, all had been well when they set out, but somewhere along the way, everyone had begun to feel faint, compounded by the horses losing control and breaking free, nearly resulting in total disaster for their party of 6. Had they not fortuitously encountered this kind-hearted family, the consequences would have been dire. The surrounding individuals listened intently to Master Dong's account, momentarily taken aback, especially as Wei Yunlan and Manager Wang exchanged glances. Both recalled the fabrications they had concocted earlier in Suijiang City to meet the steward of the Liu family. What a remarkable coincidence! Little did they anticipate that the ruse of having Manager Wang pose as a merchant of medicinal herbs from Yuezhou would lead them to a genuine herbal trader from that very region. Wei Yunlan discerned that Manager Dong was not the sort of person lacking in discernment. The mere fact that he borrowed horses without requesting a cart revealed much. "Uncle Liu, please fetch a horse." "Thank you, miss." Manager Dong expressed his gratitude profusely as he led the horse, with the assistance of Liu Quan and others, to harness it to the cart. The scattered herbs on the ground were neatly arranged once more, yet Manager Dong did not return them to the cart. Instead, he delivered them directly to the Wei family. Such a great kindness. These herbs are far from sufficient to repay you. This is but a small token of my appreciation, and I implore you not to refuse it. The Wei family had rescued Manager Dong and his companions not out of a desire for recompense, but rather to extend goodwill to those truly in need in such a desolate wilderness. They merely wished that, should they find themselves in dire straits one day, others would similarly extend their benevolence. In the end, the Wei family accepted only a portion of the herbs that were difficult to procure elsewhere. After repeated persuasion yielded no result, Manager Dong extended an invitation to the Wei family, assuring them that if they ever found themselves in Yuezhou, they must visit the Dong family as honored guests, allowing him the opportunity to play the gracious host. Upon hearing this, Wei Yunlan cast a sidelong glance at him. The hospitality of a host was of little consequence. What mattered was that she indeed intended to travel to Yuezhou in the future. From what she understood, the mountain ginseng native to Yuezhou was not only highly sought after within the borders of Daong, but also fervently pursued by the barbarian tribes beyond the northern pass, and even in more distant lands, with the goodwill of the Dong family. Procuring supplies in Yuezhou would undoubtedly be more convenient henceforth. This serendipitous encounter had borne unexpected fruits. While Manager Dong continued to converse, Liu Quan suddenly approached, exclaiming, "Manager Dong, you should take a look. There's a gap in the harness of your cart." Manager Dong, unfamiliar with such matters, approached to examine it. With the guidance of Liu Quan and Manager Wang, he soon realized that a gap in the harness could easily allow the horses to break free. Both of the overturned carts bore this issue. Manager Dong's complexion shifted dramatically. The horses had not been startled and escaped due to an accident, but rather, it was a deliberate act. Moreover, the fatigue that had beset their party shortly after setting out was also the result of human interference. Behind them trailed a cart carrying 2 patients and 3 corpses, yet the pace of their procession remained unimpeded. After nearly a day and a night, they finally departed from the area. The inexplicable odor instilled a sense of trepidation in Wei Yunlan. The group refrained from pausing too long to rest until they had exited that region, though the Wei family was utterly exhausted. They soon sought refuge in a nearby inn. At the entrance, Manager Dong bid them farewell, stating, "Such a great kindness cannot be expressed in words. I, Dong, must take my leave here. Once I have attended to my family matters, I shall head to the Northern Pass." Just as Manager Dong began to finish his sentence, a startling exclamation echoed from the inn's entrance. "Uncle? Inbo, weren't you supposed to deliver goods to Qingzhou?" Manager Dong was somewhat taken aback, yet he could not help but furrow his brow. At that moment, he suddenly recalled that he had initially intended to take the official road as a detour. It was only after he heeded his nephew Dong Enbo's advice that he chose to take the shortcut, traversing the area that had once been the site of divine wrath. Just a day before his departure, he had dined with Dong Enbo at an inn in Qingzhou. If there were indeed someone with motive and opportunity to harm his party, Dong Enbo would be the most likely candidate. Chapter 68. A life too long for a fleeting moment. Dong Enbo's countenance appeared unnatural, but he quickly regained his composure. With a hint of distress etched between his brows, he explained, "I was indeed supposed to go, but unfortunately, my companion, Steward Tong, has fallen ill from something he ate and is suffering from severe diarrhea. He requires a few days of recuperation in the city before we can set off. Thus, I found the opportunity to meander privately, hoping to facilitate a few business transactions for my family in Qingzhou. Alas, it is fortunate that the shipment from Qingzhou is not urgent. Otherwise, it could have jeopardized our plans." At first glance, his words seemed innocuous, yet to Dong Zhonggui's ears, they sounded particularly forced. Dong Enbo feigned nonchalance, sighed softly, and inquired with concern, "Uncle, what brings you here? Is there something amiss? Why do I see you alone? Where are Wenju and Wenemo?" Wenju and Wenemo had been loyal servants to Dong Zhonggui since childhood, later trained by him to handle various business dealings, serving not just as servants, but as his most capable assistants. Regrettably, one had already succumbed, while the other clung to life by a thread. The mere thought of them filled Dong Zhonggui's heart with anguish, and he harbored deep resentment towards whoever had wronged them. Suspecting Dong Enbo to be the one responsible for their plight, he refrained from elaborating, offering only a curt response about an incident on the road before departing from the inn to seek out the physician and arrange for the two bodies. Along with the third, Dong Enbo was residing in the very inn where the Wei family had taken lodgings. The recent conversation between Dong Zhonggui and Dong Enbo had not escaped the ears of those from the Wei family. It was not difficult to discern the underlying tension in their exchange, yet these matters bore no relevance to the Wei family. Their benevolent intervention during the journey was merely an act of kindness. However, should other complications arise, it would be deemed an unwarranted meddling. The Wei family had always conducted themselves with decorum, and the members of Tianshu Pavilion accompanying them were not inclined to involve themselves in matters that did not concern them. After unloading the goods from the carriage, they hastened into the inn to settle in. Merely a floor apart, in their guest room, Dong Enbo inquired of the young servant beside him, seeking to confirm whether they had truly emerged from that cursed place. "Indeed, young master, the second master left with them," came a reply. "Very well, you may leave," Dong Enbo said, his brow furrowing slightly as he toyed with the paper parcel in his hand, a cold, merciless smile gracing his lips. "Ah, what a fortunate fate they have." As evening fell, Dong Zhonggui returned to the inn with the two remaining assistants after properly arranging the bodies in the carriage. Both men had regained consciousness but remained frail, needing several more days in bed. Dong Zhonggui had no intention of hastening their departure. He sent several letters home detailing the incidents encountered on the road and commenced his investigation. The Wei family did not pry further into Dong Zhonggui's domestic affairs. Yet little did they know that trouble would find them, even as they sought to avoid it. Ning Shuang entered the room, carrying a freshly prepared dinner. "Miss, these dishes were made by Gue Xiang and old Madame Wang, straight from the inn's kitchen, just out of the pot and still steaming. You must try them. It's a rare delight to have a good meal on the journey," she said, her voice laced with cheer. Wei Yunlan, too, was uplifted, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she gestured to the round stool across the table. "Please, sit down and enjoy the meal together." Through trials and tribulations, their bond transcended the ordinary master-servant relationship. Ning Frost, unhesitant, took her place at the table after arranging the dishes. The fare was indeed delightful. Glistening black bean chicken, aromatic wine-steamed lamb, and 2 vegetarian dishes of stewed wood ear mushrooms and fermented yellow sprouts. The enticing aroma even roused the black cloud, who lay by the bed, causing it to open its eyes and approach. "I'll serve you some lamb and chicken," Wei Yunlan said as she reached for her chopsticks, only to see the black cloud suddenly widen its eyes, elevate its front legs onto the table, and with a vigorous push, overturn the entire table. Woof woof! The broth splattered everywhere as the black cloud bared its teeth at the scattered dishes, wearing a fierce expression. Ning Frost and Ting Xue were startled. "Black Cloud, what are you doing?" The food was so painstakingly prepared, what a pity. They dared not scold the creature, merely expressing their regret in hushed tones. However, after a brief moment of shock, Wei Yunlan's demeanor shifted to alarm. She dashed outside, urgently instructing, "There's a problem with the food. Quickly, you all go find Ming Xian and the others, and ensure nobody touches tonight's dinner." With that, she burst out of the room, forcefully pushing open the door to the adjacent chamber. Wei Maolin, Gao Shi, Cheng Yue, and Xiao Jiayan were just about to dine. Gao Shi had just helped Jiayan pick up a piece of black bean chicken when Jiayan thanked his grandmother and prepared to take a bite. Wei Yunlan, her heart in her throat, shouted, "Don't eat." Jin's hand trembled, causing a piece of chicken to fall onto the table. Gao Shi quickly asked, "What's wrong? What happened?" Noticing that aside from that one piece of chicken, the others had not yet begun to eat, Wei Yunlan felt a slight relief. The food might be poisoned, and the black cloud had revealed it. What? Both Gao Shi and Wei Maolin were taken aback. They had encountered numerous dangers on their journey, but being poisoned in their food was a first. Who would wish to harm them? "Miss Wei." Chi Su and Feng Ping appeared at the doorway. "Mr. Xiao, please come in." Wei Yunlan gestured for them to enter. The members of Tianshu Pavilion entered the room, followed closely by Wei Ming Xian, who hurriedly arrived with Wang Gui. They had been dining with Grandma Wang, Lu Quan, and others when they were halted by Ting Xue's shout. Only Dong had managed to shove a piece of lamb into his mouth and was now retching. The members of Tianshu Pavilion had not partaken in the same dinner as the Wei family, but the commotion caused by Ting Xue and Ning Frost's rush to alert others had drawn their attention. "I have dispatched people to investigate who handled these dishes. Results will emerge shortly," Chi Su stated confidently, showing no hesitation, clearly trusting in the capabilities of his subordinates. Indeed, mere moments later, 2 guards from Tianshu Pavilion arrived, escorting Dong Enbo and his attendant. When we arrived to investigate, they were preparing to flee with something concealed. The guard holding Dong Enbo reached into his collar and produced a paper package, presenting it to Wei Yunlan and the others. "This is what they put in the food." "What are you doing? I am not acquainted with any of you. Why would I add anything to the dishes? I merely reside in this inn, and I come and go as I please. There is no need for me to flee. Do not unjustly accuse us. Release us at once." Naturally, Wei Yunlan and the others did not believe a single word he uttered. Upon unwrapping the paper package on the table, they discovered it contained a finely ground powder. "What is this?" they inquired. "How would I know?" he retorted defiantly. Yet, to lie before the people of Tianshu Pavilion is akin to the old man of longevity hanging himself. One must truly wish for a longer life to engage in such folly. Chapter 69. The Holy Moon sect. Though Dong Enbo vociferously protested, a sense of trepidation gnawed at him internally. He had learned only that this family was heading north, accompanied by their protectors, who were hired escorts. Observing that the household consisted primarily of women and children, dressed in what could be deemed respectable attire with few servants and attendants, Dong Enbo initially presumed them to be merely affluent commoners or the kin of a local official. Yet, whether one or the other, in this unfamiliar territory, should misfortune befall him, there would be no avenue for investigation, nor would he be implicated in any way. Little did he anticipate the astuteness of this family and the formidable skill of their hired escorts. They were far from an ordinary wealthy family and their protectors. Surely the imperial city, Jinui, would not conduct investigations with such swiftness. Had he known this, he would have refrained from taking action against them, but alas, it was too late for regret. However, as long as he maintained that he knew nothing, he speculated that this family would have no means to hold him accountable. For the powder he had surreptitiously added to their food was not the poison they presumed it to be. "You're truly a stubborn fool," Feng Ping scoffed. Su spoke in a calm tone. "Take him away for interrogation." Feng Ping, along with another guard from the Tianshu Pavilion, escorted Dong Enbo and his servant out. Dong Enbo continued to shout, "You are abusing your power and disregarding the law." But soon, a cloth was stuffed into his mouth. It was no jest. The personnel from Tianshu Pavilion were exceedingly skilled in the art of interrogation, with ample methods to ensure he would emerge from the process too intimidated to speak recklessly. As Dong Enbo was taken away, the innkeeper, Dong, rushed toward them in a flurry. He caught a glimpse of Dong Enbo being silenced and led away, but uttered not a word, only cast a fierce glare before continuing into the building. "Benefactors, it is I, Dong, who has wronged you." He had just heard of Dong Enbo's nefarious deed of poisoning the Wei family's evening meal, which horrified him to the point that he could not continue his own dinner. Every morsel he had consumed was promptly expelled. Wiping his mouth clean, he hurried toward the Wei family's quarters. Dong Enbo had no connection to the Wei family, and it was clear to him that the intent to poison them must be related to his own affairs. Should the Wei family truly suffer due to Dong Enbo's actions, how would that differ from repaying kindness with malice? With a thud, the innkeeper knelt before the Wei family. "Innkeeper Dong, there is no need for such humility. The matter has yet to be clarified." Wei Yunlan gestured subtly, prompting Steward Wang to step forward and assist the innkeeper to his feet. The innkeeper wore an expression of deep remorse. Though he had not wished to air his family's grievances, he could no longer hold back. "This Dong Enbo is the child of my elder brother. Recently, my father privately suggested transferring the stewardship of the family business to me. My nephew must have learned of this and sought to eliminate me to pave the way for my brother to take over the family affairs. It turned out that although both the innkeeper and his brother were the legitimate sons of the family, they were not born of the same mother. The innkeeper's mother was the second wife of the elder Dong, married 3 years after the death of his first wife. Traditionally, family wealth is typically entrusted to the eldest legitimate son. However, the circumstances of the Dong family diverge from this norm. The bulk of their fortune was amassed only after the arrival of the stepmother, largely supported by her family's resources, including 2 medicinal mountains that were part of her dowry. In such a context, if Dong, the steward, were to consider his elder brother as a potential heir, it would be met with opposition from the maternal side, unless Dong himself were to perish. With no sons and only a daughter to inherit, the family estate would naturally fall to his brother's lineage. I have shown my nephew such kindness in the past, yet he harbors intentions against my very life." Dong lamented with a heavy heart. The Wei family members listened with a sense of somber empathy. It is often said that every family faces its own challenges, and amidst the intrigues of noble families in the capital, it was surprising to uncover such complexities within a merchant household. At that moment, Feng Ping returned after questioning Dong Enbo. "All has been confessed. The powder was indeed sprinkled by him into the dishes, though it is not lethal. Rather, it induces drowsiness and hallucinations, effective only if the individual has lingered in the land of divine retribution for an extended period within 3 days." "The land of divine retribution?" Wei Mingxian inquired. "It is the barren land we passed through, notorious for having provoked the wrath of heaven 2 decades ago," Feng Ping elaborated. "While the powder he administered to the Wei family is harmless, the one given to Steward Dong is a deadly poison. It may not cause immediate bloodshed, but within 3 days, it will lead to death through organ failure." "What?" Dong's eyes widened in horror. A wave of dread washed over him. Fortunately, the commotion caused by the Wei family had interrupted his dinner, and in his fright, he had expelled the few bites he had taken. Had he not been so fortunate, his life could very well have been forfeit. "Benefactors, you have saved my life once more," Dong exclaimed, tears of gratitude welling up in his eyes, wishing he could offer his life in return for their twice-bestowed mercy. "Steward Dong, please hold on," Feng Ping continued, his expression growing more serious. "There is one more matter. This powder was procured by Dong Enbo from a place called the Holy Moon Sect." "The Holy Moon Sect?" Su raised an eyebrow. This was an entirely unfamiliar name, and even the intelligence network of the Tianshu Pavilion had not caught wind of it. Their alternate route to the northern pass had proven to be unexpectedly fruitful. yielding numerous discoveries. Wei Yunlan silently pondered the name Holy Moon Sect. In her previous life, various sects had indeed emerged in different regions, particularly in areas severely affected by southern sorcery. However, she had never heard of the Holy Moon Sect. Perhaps it was a newly arisen, small sect that failed to flourish. Truly, after calamities, all manner of strange entities seemed to emerge. What a nefarious sect the Holy Moon Sect is. Fortunately, dear benefactors, your timely intervention spared us from those tainted dishes. Even if it does not threaten our lives, it would surely have adverse effects on our health. Dong remarked, "My dinner remains on the table, and the poison should be traceable. I shall report this to the authorities, urging them to apprehend Dong Enbo and investigate this Holy Moon Sect. This matter is, in fact, only tangentially related to the Wei family, as they did not hinder Master Dong from reporting to the authorities. Moreover, they did not place much significance on the Holy Moon Sect. After all, there are countless small cults in the region that specialize in malevolent dealings." Surprisingly, just after one night, as dawn broke the following day, the Wei family had barely set out on their journey when a raven from the Tianshu Pavilion delivered a secret missive. Feng Ping perused the contents of the letter, and his expression shifted dramatically. He approached Qi Su and declared, "Master, we have extracted a confession. That Xi Yun has revealed everything. She is an intelligence operative specifically trained by a sect known as the Holy Moon Sect." Yet again, the Holy Moon Sect. Chapter 70. The cult the Holy Moon Sect was dismissed as a mere minor cult, clandestinely peddling poisons and illicit substances unworthy of significant attention. A few individuals could be dispatched to gather evidence against them, and with a little pressure applied to the local authorities, the dissolution of such a sect would be a matter of mere days. Yet the Holy Moon Sect had entangled itself with the Liu family. Feng Ping's expression turned grave. "My lord, according to Xi Yun's account, the young master Liu has sent numerous sisters and daughters of influential families across various prefectures, all of whom have been trained by the Holy Moon Sect. During the previous investigation into the iron mine, the Tianshu Pavilion had already scrutinized the Liu residents. Their rise to prominence has been remarkably swift, first appearing in Sui, Lian, and Chong, three prefectures merely 4 years ago. In this brief span, the young master Liu has dispatched nearly 20 women, involving officials ranging from the governor overseeing both civil and military affairs to county magistrates. The establishment of a Liu family by the Holy Moon Sect certainly indicates that their foundation is not recent. While the precise motives of this sect remain elusive, Qi Su keenly sensed the ominous undertones. If the Holy Moon Sect could elevate one Liu family today, they could easily foster another Li or Wang family tomorrow, insidiously encroaching upon local powers. The ambitions of the Holy Moon Sect are not trivial. The personnel previously dispatched to support the iron mine in Lianzhou are fortuitously still stationed in Suizhou and can be assigned to investigate the Holy Moon Sect. As Qi Su pondered this, he heard Wei Yunlan's voice from within the carriage. Was there trouble? When Feng Ping reported on Xi Yun's matter, he had deliberately lowered his voice to avoid drawing attention. It was inconceivable that a third party had overheard. How did Miss Wei become aware of the situation? Turning his head in curiosity, Qi Su caught sight of a delicate, pale hand peeking through the parted curtains, and beside it stood the hawk, Hai Dongqing, a messenger specifically sent by the Tianshu Pavilion. What an unusual occurrence. Even Hai Dongqing had begun to approach humans. Miss Wei truly is an extraordinary individual. Suppressing his surprise, Qi Su rode up to the carriage. It was only due to Miss Wei's earlier suggestion that he had prompted an investigation into Xi Yun's affairs, so informing her was no burden. The connection between the Holy Moon Sect and Xi Yun? Upon hearing this, Wei Yunlan was initially taken aback, but her expression soon turned serious. "Mr. Xiao, you must conduct a thorough investigation into the Holy Moon Sect." Qi Su raised his gaze, his profound eyes locking onto Wei Yunlan's. Noticing the earnestness in her eyes, he responded solemnly, "Very well. Thank you for the warning, Miss Wei." As the procession continued, Feng Ping, puzzled, inquired, "My lord, why do I feel that Miss Wei has been relaying all her concerns to you lately? Are they not ostensibly under the protection of Yuqi?" Qi Su cast a sidelong glance at the carriage, recognizing that Miss Wei was perceptive and had already discerned the underlying dynamics. It was merely a matter of her choosing not to voice it. Xingzhou was not as prosperous as the previous prefectures they had traversed. Even the recently afflicted Liangzhou paled in comparison. Upon entering Xingzhou, the entourage could no longer find inns for lodging on a daily basis, and at times had to camp in the wilderness. Fortunately, as the weather grows colder, the presence of mosquitoes, snakes, and ants in the wilderness has diminished significantly, coupled with the medicinal powder provided by the esteemed Dr. Yu. Even sleeping outdoors has become more bearable at night. This marks the third day since their departure from the land of divine retribution. It has been over 2 days since they interrogated Dong Enbo and left the county town adjacent to that cursed place. Throughout the journey, Dr. Yu has been examining the medicinal powder acquired from Dong Enbo. He has nearly deciphered the poison intended for Manager Dong. Yet he remains perplexed by the powder meant for the Wei family, which is said to induce hallucinations and fainting. Do you smell that? Isn't this powder somewhat pungent? Dr. Yu inquired as he approached Wei Yunlan and the others with the powder. Wei Mingxian jumped back in surprise and quickly pushed the wrapped powder away. Please don't get too close. What if you end up affected? Not so easily, Dr. Yu replied, stroking his graying beard. I have identified 5 of the ingredients, but I cannot discern the principal one. Yet, I feel as though the scent is vaguely familiar. Perhaps my age has dulled my senses. Would you assist me in identifying it? I shall give it a try, Wei Yunlan said, taking the package and bringing it closer to her nose. It emitted a scent reminiscent of something burning, a faint, charred odor. It was somewhat acrid and foul, akin to overcooked, decaying vegetable leaves. Previously, she had not known the smell of rotten vegetables until her journey through the refugee areas of Suizhou. This scent indeed felt somewhat familiar. Could it be from the decaying leaves she had encountered earlier? As she pondered this, Wei Yun suddenly leaned in to sniff, then squatted down, vigorously scratching his nose with his hind leg before burying his head into the bedding that Wei Mingxian had yet to unroll. Observing this, Wei Yunlan exclaimed, I recognize that smell now. It is the scent we encountered while passing through the land of divine retribution. So that's it. Dr. Yu surmised a crucial detail. The ingredient he could not identify must originate from that cursed land. If that were the case, perhaps the headquarters of the Holy Moon cult is located near the land of divine retribution. No wonder their initial targets were the 3 nearby states of Suizhou, Lian, and Chong. Just as Wei Yunlan suggested the possibility of searching for the whereabouts of the Holy Moon cult along the path of the land of divine retribution. The mention of the cult resonated in their ears once more. I've heard that the saintess has been praying in Shiqi village these past days. If we act swiftly, perhaps Xiao Yuan can still be saved, urged a woman sitting on the cart, cradling the girl in her arms and urging the driver. We're already going as fast as we can. This ox cart cannot compete with their horse-drawn carriages. The driver replied, glancing back at the several carts passing by. Noticing the woman's anxious expression, he softened his tone and inquired, Sister Wang, is the saintess of the Holy Moon cult truly so miraculous? Slow down, Suihe, she urged. Having heard the name of the sacred moon sect repeatedly, Wei Yunlan has grown particularly sensitive to these 3 words. Accompanying the slowing carriage were several horses trotting alongside. Wei Yunlan lifted a corner of the curtain to gaze outside, where a woman was intently watching the little girl in her arms, her lips moving incessantly, utterly absorbed. Regardless of the ailment or calamity, as long as one received the blessings of the Holy Maiden, all afflictions would vanish. It was said that those of meager fortune might not withstand such immense blessings and could suffer a backlash. However, our little Yuan, with her striking beauty, undoubtedly possessed great fortune, making her more than capable of enduring the Holy Maiden's grace. It was even possible that she might be chosen as a celestial child under the Holy Maiden's tutelage. Following the curtain's parting, Wei Yunlan exchanged a glance with Chi Su. Almost simultaneously, they both exclaimed, Heretical sect. Chapter 71. Virtue. The woman continued to eloquently speak of the miraculous qualities of the Holy Maiden. An-Elda Liman, stricken with crimson spots and struggling for breath, was on the brink of death when, after receiving the Holy Maiden's blessings, he inexplicably recovered and regained vitality. A villager, whose organs were failing and whose vital energy was depleted, soon regained a healthy complexion and consciousness through the Holy Maiden's intercession. Additionally, some ailing children, afflicted at birth, also began to show signs of improvement under her blessings. However, many of these children, whose fortunes were meager, could not withstand the immense fortune bestowed upon them by the Holy Maiden, leading to even greater ailments thereafter. The parents of these children accepted this fate, acknowledging their children's thin fortune. Yet, those blessed with profound fortune, able to endure the Holy Maiden's gifts, were destined for great destinies. At the very least, they would be taken in by the Holy Moon sect to become young acolytes. The most fortunate among them might even be personally nurtured by the Holy Maiden herself, groomed as candidates for the next Holy Maiden or Holy Son. Regardless of the outcome, the Holy Moon sect would generously reward the children's parents with substantial wealth. No less than 50 taels of silver. Some said it could amount to several hundred taels. 50 taels of silver were sufficient to build a brick house in Xingzhou, while several hundred taels represented unimaginable wealth. With this thought, the woman's worries diminished significantly as she envisioned the wealth within reach, giddily expressing that even if Little Yuan were not chosen by the Holy Moon sect, having received the Holy Maiden's blessings alone would mark them as fortunate. When the time came for courtship, suitors would be eager to cross their threshold. Is she truly that miraculous? The coachman questioned, intrigued. Then I must pay my respects to the Holy Maiden as well, praying for a bride in the coming year. Such trivial matters do not require the Holy Maiden's attention. The woman retorted with a roll of her eyes. Haven't you earned some silver these past 2 years? If Little Yuan is well, when you return to the village, my sister-in-law can assist you. The latter part of her remarks went unheard by Wei Yunlan and the others. From the conversation between the woman and the coachman, they had already gleaned that Shichi village lay just a few miles ahead. Wei Yunlan took the initiative to address Chi Su. Xiao Hui, the Wei family prefers to avoid further entanglements on this journey. However, since Shichi village is nearby, if your people wish to investigate, you may proceed at your discretion. A few of us can provide sufficient protection for the group. Tianshu Pavilion had already afforded the Wei family considerable convenience, and Wei Yunlan deemed it unnecessary to be overly meticulous about such matters. As the saying goes, one should respond to courtesy with courtesy. Thank you, Miss Wei. Chi Su replied with a respectful gesture, then signaled to Feng Ping and Pei Hu to accompany him into Shichi village. The trio soon galloped off into the distance. The 5 carriages of the Wei family continued along the road, escorted by the remaining guards. Before long, a melody floated through the air, reminiscent of the ethereal chants from a temple, yet imbued with an additional celestial quality. Accompanying the music were wisps of white smoke. Had it not been for the words Shichi village carved onto a large stone by the roadside, one might have easily mistaken this scene for a temple or Taoist shrine. The spectacle was quite grand, as Hushu amused from within the carriage. Upon hearing this, Ning Shuang peered outside, then rubbed her arms and leaned closer to Wei Yunlan. Miss, let us hasten past this place. It appears quite alarming. Wei Yunlan also caught sight of the billowing white smoke and instinctively sensed impending danger. Her understanding of cults was limited to the sorcery of the southern frontier from her previous life, which proclaimed rituals and blessings, practices that could indeed be classified as acts of a sinister nature. The current Holy Moon sect seemed to her akin to the sorcery of the southern frontier from her past. Anything that involved human life was a malevolent endeavor. Inform the front to quicken our pace. The caravan surged forward at an accelerated speed, and the last cart of the convoy was nearing the narrow path at the entrance of Shichi village. Just as everyone was about to breathe a sigh of relief, a throng of villagers suddenly emerged from the village entrance. There were hundreds of them, brandishing tools such as hoes and axes as makeshift weapons. All gazes were fixed upon the Wei family's convoy with palpable hostility. Quick, block their way. They have disrupted our blessing ceremony. They must pay for it. The villagers clamored loudly. Inside the cart, the Wei family exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed. What did it mean that they had disrupted the blessing ceremony? They were merely passing by the edge of the village. How was this their concern? Defend yourselves. The villagers who rushed to the cart were about to test the results of their martial training from the past few days. Surrounded, Wei Yunlan wielded her sword, repelling a villager attempting to leap onto the cart. On the other side, Xue kicked away another villager who tried to seize the reins from her grasp. Simultaneously, the guards of the Tian Shuo pavilion, positioned alongside the convoy, engaged the villagers and the robed figures, valiantly defending against overwhelming numbers. Cease at once. A crisp and ethereal female voice suddenly resonated in everyone's ears. Wei Yunlan followed the sound and beheld a figure clad in flowing white gauze, exuding an otherworldly grace, approaching from a village entrance amidst a throng of robed individuals. Her identity was easily deduced at such a critical moment, adorned like a celestial being. Who else could it be but the holy maiden of the Holy Moon sect? If she were correct, the villagers' fury was incited by her when the blessing was interrupted. What purpose did her intervention serve now? Wei Yunlan tightened her grip on her sword, remaining vigilant by the cart's side. Upon hearing the command to halt, the villagers ceased their advance, directing their attention towards the white-clad woman, addressing her with reverence as Holy Maiden. Indeed, her conjecture was accurate. This was the Holy Maiden of the Holy Moon sect. As she approached, the villagers who had surrounded the cart parted to create a pathway. Stopping 10 paces away from the Wei family, the Holy Maiden bowed apologetically towards them. I sincerely apologize for the delay in your journey. It was truly a coincidence. I, Xue, wish to extend my apologies to you all. The villagers were taken aback, gazing at the Holy Maiden in disbelief, seemingly unable to comprehend why the exalted Holy Maiden would apologize to those who had interrupted the blessing. After bowing, she straightened and addressed the villagers, explaining, "Everything happens for a reason. Though the blessing was interrupted, it is not to be blamed on others. Moreover, this esteemed individual is a person of great virtue. Although the reasons for their current dimming fate remain unknown, merely having the opportunity to behold such a paragon of virtue is indeed a stroke of fortune for us today. You must not act with any further disrespect." Upon hearing these words, the villagers no longer regarded the Wei family with the previous hostility. Hearing this, Xue leaned closer to Wei Yunlan, whispering softly, "Miss, why do I feel that this saintly maiden is attempting to ingratiate herself with our family?" "Your intuition is not amiss," Wei Yunlan replied, her gaze fixed upon the saintess, observing her display amidst the throng of admirers. Chapter 72. Miracles. The villagers ceased their clamoring demands for the Wei family to compensate them for the interruption of their blessing ceremony, and the roads at the village entrance fell into a hush. At the center of the crowd, surrounded like stars encircling the moon, the saintly maiden, Xue Linglong, suddenly closed her eyes. With her thumbs and forefingers pressed together in a distinctive gesture, she began to mutter incantations under her breath. What would she be doing? Members of the Wei family exchanged puzzled glances. In an instant, the villagers' reactions provided clarity. The saintess was attuning herself to the will of the heavens. Quickly, now is the time to pay homage. It is said that prayers uttered at this moment are most potent. Within mere moments, the entrance of the village was filled with kneeling figures, their gazes toward the saintess suffused with fervor and reverence. Only the Wei family and the guards of the Tian Shu pavilion remained standing at the crossroads. At this juncture, the saintess opened her eyes, her luminous gaze fixed intently upon Wei Yunlan. "My lord," she proclaimed, "Xue Linglong has discerned from the celestial signs that you are destined to face a calamity. This trial not only threatens your life, but also endangers your family. However, it is not insurmountable." With one hand, she held her thumb and forefinger at her chest, the remaining 3 fingers poised elegantly, emulating the posture associated with the Bodhisattva. Combined with her pure and unadorned attire, her demeanor radiated an ethereal aura. Having witnessed the divinations of the esteemed Master Gao in the past, Wei Yunlan found this celestial aura somewhat contrived. While he held no belief in her words, he maintained an expression of concern. What had he done? The saintess had declared it was not without resolution, implying there was still a chance for redemption. The villagers urged the Wei family to beseech the saintess, suggesting that perhaps she might bestow upon them a modicum of good fortune to avert the impending disaster. The villagers regarded the Wei family with expressions akin to bemusement, their eyes clearly conveying the sentiment. How could they fail to pay their respects to the saintess in her presence, and still question what could be done? It was a matter of decorum. The saintess once more admonished the villagers, her gaze toward the Wei family imbued with a sense of reverence. Xue Linglong had discerned that this gentleman had contributed greatly to the nation and its people, yet he now found himself ensnared by treachery, leading him to this dire predicament. Their gathering was indeed a matter of fate, and perhaps the interruption of today's blessing ceremony was intended to await the arrival of these distinguished guests. As she spoke, the saintess gestured toward the Wei family, inviting them to enter the village and partake in the blessing ceremony alongside the villagers. Through the balance of fortune and misfortune, she believed that sufficient blessings could naturally avert calamity. Xue Linglong appeared genuinely respectful of Wei Yunlan's character, unwilling to witness him face impending disaster. Thus, she sought to recommence the blessing ceremony to pray for their good fortune and avert misfortune. Her words moved even the villagers, who could not help but feel touched. Truly, she was the compassionate saintess. Had they not been aware of the Saint Moon's sect's dealings in poison and espionage, they might have been easily swayed by her present performance. Alas, the Wei family had long been privy to the true nature of the Saint Moon sect. Before her stood the saintess, whose pretenses could not obscure her undeniable affiliation with the Holy Moon sect. The gazes of Wei Yunlan and his daughter Wei Yunlan met in the air, exchanging an unspoken understanding. Wei Yunlan then addressed her. I apologize, but we are in a hurry and cannot linger here. We must decline your generous offer. The saintess's expression momentarily stiffened, clearly taken aback by their unexpected defiance. Surely, they must be curious about how she had foretold these events. Did they not yearn to avert calamity and return to the bustling capital? The play had been set, yet some chose to deviate from the script. You people truly are ungrateful, a villager exclaimed, pointing at the Wei family. The saintess not only forgives your interruption of the blessing, but also permits you to partake in it. How can you express disdain for the delay? Saintess, such individuals are unworthy of your blessings, another villager added. Do not concern yourself with them. No merit can surpass that of the saintess. The saintess raised her hand to silence the villagers, then offered an apologetic smile to the Wei family. Since you are in haste, I shall not detain you further. Let today's blessing ceremony conclude here. Should fate allow, I shall bless you on another occasion. The villagers, realizing the implications, understood that the saintess had initially promised only one blessing ceremony for their village, and with the disruption, a repeat was unlikely. As the saintess had stated, all was contingent upon fate. A second ceremony could only occur if those in the carriage remained to participate. Although reluctant to accept that these passers-by were favored by the saintess, they recognized that any blessing was better than none. After all, it was no small feat to have the saintess visit their village. With this understanding, the villagers raised their shovels and hoes, declaring, "You cannot leave. Stay until the blessing ceremony concludes, or you shall compensate our village with 500 taels of silver for interrupting the ceremony." The Holy Moon sect truly excelled at inciting emotions. These villagers had unwittingly become instruments of the saintess, who manipulated them to fulfill her desires. Yet, the Wei family remained resolute, unmoved by her tactics. Wei Yunlan firmly believed that the best way to break the impasse was to avoid engaging in it entirely. Regardless of the schemes the Holy Moon sect and the saintess might employ during the blessing ceremony, if they did not take the bait or participate, all tactics would be rendered ineffective. Calculating the time, Wei Yunlan felt it was nearly time to depart. Uncle Lu returned to the carriage. Once the people from the Tianshu pavilion make their move, we shall prepare to advance directly. Lu Quan, responsible for the carriage, along with Sui He and others, returned to their vehicle, while the rest gradually gathered near the carriage. Wei Yunlan's gaze traversed the surrounding villagers, landing on the individuals from the Holy Moon sect positioned at the village entrance. Xiao the Guardian and his companions had been inside for quite some time. Surely, the moment was drawing near. As these thoughts crossed her mind, she noticed wisps of white mist beginning to rise above the village, followed by a streak of crimson clouds appearing in the sky. What is that? Wei Yunlan inquired. The villagers gathered around the cart, following her gaze, their eyes widening in astonishment. A miracle! It was a divine manifestation of blessings descending from the heavens after the successful completion of the prayer ceremony. But hadn't the prayer ceremony already been interrupted? How could such a miracle still occur? Listening to the gasps of disbelief and observing the flustered expression of the saintess in the distance, Wei Yunlan's lips curled into a cold smile. It was evident that this so-called miracle was merely a deceptive trick. Chapter 73. The Deceiver. Is this the miracle you spoke of? Pei Hu clutched a tightly wrapped cylinder, meticulously encased in oiled paper. He twisted the slender thread at the top and struck a flint to ignite it. A dull thud resonated, and the sky above the village square was suddenly awash in crimson hues, blending seamlessly with the lingering red of the village below. The villagers gazed up in bewilderment, their minds momentarily adrift. If they desired more, they could witness it again. Pei Hu, grinning widely, produced 2 more paper tubes, declaring there were ample supplies. They had unearthed over a dozen. The villagers, however dull-witted, could discern that the so-called miracles were merely contrived illusions. Yet, the relentless indoctrination had solidified their unwavering faith in the goddess. After all, while the miracles might be fabricated, the tangible aid the goddess provided was undeniable. She had, right before their eyes, revived a person. With this thought, any lingering doubts evaporated, and their gazes towards the Wei family and Pei Hu turned hostile. Who are you? You have concocted these tricks to tarnish the goddess's reputation, haven't you? How ungrateful, when the goddess had intended to bestow blessings upon you. Pei Hu rolled his eyes in exasperation. The goddess is not someone you can slander. Our village's elder Huang was covered in rashes and nearly on the brink of death this morning. It was the goddess's divine abilities that saved him. You have no comprehension of her power. Old Doctor Yu stroked his white beard, regarding the goddess with newfound curiosity. The goddess possesses medical skills as well. I, though not particularly skilled, have practiced medicine for over 40 years, particularly adept at treating rare and complex ailments. Might I inquire about Elder Huang's whereabouts? Perhaps I could diagnose him. Dr. Yu, no need for that. Pei Hu interjected, discarding the paper tubes and seizing a white-robed Taoist beside the goddess. The Taoist attempted to resist, but Pei Hu firmly grasped his chin, forcing his mouth open. Feng Ping withdrew a paper pouch from his sleeve, opened it, and poured half of its contents into the Taoist's mouth. Once they released their grip, the white-robed Taoist immediately clutched his throat, gagging desperately, as if trying to expel the powder. Unfortunately, Pei Hu had applied just enough pressure to ensure the powder had already slid down his throat, making it nearly impossible to regurgitate. Seeing the futility of his efforts, the white-robed Taoist fell to his knees before the goddess, exclaiming, "Goddess, save me!" The villagers were utterly confounded. At first glance, it seemed these outsiders had deliberately poisoned the guardian next to the goddess, who was now pleading for her aid. This appeared quite reasonable, given the goddess's reputed miraculous powers. Yet instinctively, the goddess took a half-step back. Wei Yunlan then inquired, "Why does the goddess not save him?" The saintess averted her gaze, unable to meet Wei Yunlan's penetrating stare that seemed to perceive everything, and inwardly lamented her predicament. Wasn't the Wei family merely a modest household of officials? How was it that so many formidable figures surrounded them? Had she known, had she foreseen this, they would never have dared to target the Wei family. How could this situation be resolved? The circumstances had far exceeded Xue Linglong's control. In just a moment, observers noted that the neck of the white-robed Taoist began to sprout patches of crimson rashes, soon followed by similar marks appearing on his face. Simultaneously, those nearby seemed to hear his breathing quickening markedly. Look, those rashes resemble those on Old Man Huang. Indeed, Old Man Huang had exhibited the same symptoms earlier that morning, struggling for breath, his face turning red and his neck thickening. As the crowd murmured, the white-robed Taoist was on the brink of collapse, wildly waving off several white-robed individuals who attempted to assist him. He lunged forward, clutching the saintess's shoe, pleading, "Saintess, please save me. Quickly, bring forth the antidote. I do not wish to perish. Please, the antidote." Antidote? What antidote? The villagers, who had been extolling the saintess's virtues just moments before, began to grasp the gravity of the situation. If the poison had indeed been administered solely by these outsiders, why would they seek the antidote from a saintess? Shouldn't they demand it from these intruders instead? The identical symptoms could only be remedied by the saintess. A series of revelations connected in their minds, and some villagers, whose faith was not yet deeply rooted, suddenly realized. Old Man Huang was not merely ill. He had been poisoned, and the poison had been administered by the saintess. She possessed no miraculous powers of resurrection. The so-called miracles were a sham, and her claims of salvation were false. Oh, how deceitful you are! While Old Man Huang had been saved, many children from nearby villages had perished after the blessings due to their insufficient fortune. The villagers, consumed by rage, who had previously directed their ire towards the Wei family, swiftly turned their anger upon the saintess. Quickly, shield the saintess and help her escape. The members of the Holy Moon sect hastily encircled the saintess, striving to protect her from the throng. Yet was there still time? The number of villagers far exceeded 100. Earlier, it had only been the strong men of the village who had surrounded the Wei family's carriage, preventing their departure. Now, upon learning that the saintess and the Holy Moon sect were the true culprits behind the children's deaths, even the women had emerged, and the crowd closed in, encircling them in layers. It was not merely a challenge to flee. Even moving a step was arduous. Moreover, the martial prowess of the white-robed Taoists from the Holy Moon sect paled in comparison to that of the Tianshu Pavilion's members. And even Dongda and Luquan were inferior. For them to rescue the saintess amidst such a multitude was indeed an arduous task. On the periphery of the crowd, Chisu had returned near the carriage and instructed, "Once the villagers have vented their fury, take the people away, but do not let them truly harm anyone." Understood. The villagers continued to assault the encircled members of the Holy Moon sect. Amidst the crowd, the village head of Shichi approached the Wei family, his face flushed with shame, and offered a heartfelt apology. Previously, the villagers acted with disrespect and have caused offense. I hope, esteemed sir, that you will show magnanimity. Having expressed my apologies, I now extend my gratitude. We are immensely grateful for your enlightenment. Otherwise, we would have remained oblivious to the potential tragedies that might have befallen many at their hands. Although the saintess is a deceiver, she did utter one truth. Your family's merits are indeed profound. After a brief moment, the individuals from Tianshu Pavilion finally extricated the saintess from the crowd. At that time, she bore little resemblance to her earlier ethereal appearance, reduced instead to a state of utter disarray, with even remnants of decayed vegetable leaves clinging to her crown. Chapter 74. Exoneration. Su Xian is the last surviving heir of the Dekong dynasty. The revelations extracted from the Holy Maiden by the Tianshu Pavilion were truly unexpected. To think that remnants of the Dekong still lingered, Wei Yunlan found it astonishing. After all, that dynasty had been extinguished for nearly 80 years. This insinuated that the members of the Holy Moon sect were indeed remnants of the fallen dynasty. It was no wonder they supported the Liu family and vigorously promoted the illicit sale of iron mines, not to mention cultivating numerous spies, strategically placing them within the residences of the powerful. In truth, most were merely their followers gathered over the years. The only ones possessing true royal blood from the former dynasty were the sect leader and the Holy Maiden. Chisu rode alongside the carriage, peering through the parted curtains. Addressing Wei Yunlan, his tone remained as usual, yet his heart bore a weight of unease. It was only upon departing the capital that he realized the extent of the turbulent undercurrents hidden beneath the seemingly tranquil surface of Dion. With a sigh, Chisu continued, "The Holy Moon sect has been established for over 20 years. Excluding ordinary adherents, their number exceeds 1,000. They possess their own intricate intelligence network, with greater control over information in Xingzhou than the authorities themselves." Chisu speculated, "You must have caught their attention when delivering the letter of appeal in Suaning. The other day, the Holy Maiden appeared to be attempting to win over our family." Wei Yunlan pondered for a moment before inquiring, "What is the reason for this?" As a former imperial censor with a reputable name, and given the Wei family's connections with the Celestial Master's office, they would likely be inclined to believe in such esoteric matters. This was not merely Chi Su's conjecture, but derived from what he had gleaned from Su Xian. They sought to recruit Wei Darin as a member of their sect, capitalizing on his demotion and exile to further incite public sentiment. The remainder of his speculation was that since Wei Darin hailed from the Duke of Su's residence, he possessed considerable connections in the capital. They perhaps aimed to take advantage of this opportunity to infiltrate the city with their spies. Indeed, he had surmised correctly. The Holy Moon sect harbored ambitions to infiltrate the power dynamics of the capital. In the latter years of his past life, they had indeed succeeded, though it remained unclear whose machinations facilitated their rise. Suppressing his inner reflections, Wei Yunlan cast a curious glance at Qi Su and asked, "Mr. Xiao, is it appropriate for you to share the information gleaned by the Tianshu Pavilion in such a manner with me? It is of no consequence. Miss Wei has aided the Tianshu Pavilion greatly, and we consider this exchange a token of our gratitude." Qi Su paused momentarily before adding, "Moreover, there is one more matter that I must trouble Wei Darin with." While speaking, Qi Su leaned slightly towards the carriage, as if sharing a secret. Wei Yunlan also inclined her head closer to the window, creating the illusion that one was within the carriage while the other was outside, whispering to one another. Riding behind, Pei Hu leaned closer to Feng Ping and whispered, "Do you not find that our master shares an unusual rapport with Miss Wei?" Their master, known for his aloof demeanor, rarely engaged in lengthy conversations with anyone. Rarely seen, often questioned, Feng Ping replied with a sidelong glance at Pei Hu. "Miss Wei is hardly an ordinary person. She has helped our master evade several calamities." As the Wei family's entourage traversed Xingzhou and Qingzhou, approaching the majestic Yindu Gorge, news reached the capital from Wei Maolin's memorial. This document, having taken a route through the Duke of Su's channels, was presented directly in the court. When the details of the remnants of the previous dynasty establishing a heretical sect in Xingzhou were read aloud, a wave of uproar swept through the court. "It is utterly intolerable that the remnants of Dakin are propagating a heretical cult within our great Yong territory, Your Majesty," exclaimed an elderly minister. Although Xingzhou was impoverished, it spanned a vast area and held a strategically significant location, equidistant from the northern pass and Shiliang. Should the heretical sect be allowed to flourish, it could conspire with the northern barbarians or Shiliang, leading to catastrophic consequences. Yet, with the current military pressures in the west and the frequent incursions by barbarians in the north, where could the court possibly find sufficient manpower to dispatch to Xingzhou? Queried Minister Luo. "That cannot be left unchecked. Have you not seen in Lord Wei's memorial how many lives the sect has claimed in its quest for followers?" The court was abuzz with voices, transforming the once solemn hall into a cacophony akin to a bustling market. Emperor Xiaoming felt a buzz in his ears, wearied. He rubbed his temples and asked, "In light of your opinions, whom do you suggest I send to Xingzhou?" The previously lively hall fell into an immediate hush. This was no enviable task. Xingzhou's barrenness offered little profit, and given the sect's long-standing entrenchment there, it was certain to have colluded with local officials. If the contingent was insufficient, not only would they fail to eradicate the cult, but they might also risk their lives. "I'm willing to go." The first elder with a white beard stepped forward. "Minister Luo, you are advanced in years and may not withstand the rigors of travel. Please recommend another," the emperor said, wary of sending a senior statesman into perilous circumstances. The ministers debated. Ultimately, it was Minister Luo who recommended the second son of the Marquis of Wooding, formerly a member of the Imperial Guard, now idling at home. He also bore the title of the former Crown Prince's companion during His Highness Prince Yu's time in the Ministry of Rights. With this appointment as inspector, the hot potato was finally handed off, and both the ministers, fearful of being named, and the emperor on the dragon throne collectively sighed in relief. At that moment, the left deputy censor you approached, Your Majesty. It is indeed fortuitous, had it not been for the upheaval of the Earth Dragon causing Wei Maolin's detachment from his unit. He would not have had the opportunity to enter Xingzhou and uncover the misdeeds of the remnants of the previous dynasty. It is evident that despite bearing a guilty title, Wei Maolin remains devoted to the court, never forgetting to contribute to the Great Yong. Considering his efforts, I beseech you to show leniency regarding his desertion. Emperor Xiaoming furrowed his brow. He had already perused the petitions sent from Suaning. The upheaval and separation of the troops did not seem significant to him. After all, Wei Yunlan had no intention of escaping, and had not only written to clarify his location, but also assured that he would arrive at the northern pass within the stipulated time set by the court. Yet, his beloved consort's persistent reminders of the impropriety weighed on him, leading him to contemplate a stern punishment. However, the decree to punish Wei Yunlan had yet to be issued when the incident in Xingzhou occurred. In comparison to the significant achievement of uncovering remnants from the previous dynasty, the minor infraction of departing from the ranks due to unforeseen circumstances is hardly worthy of mention. The merits and demerits balance each other out. Indeed, it is Wei Yunlan who finds himself at a disadvantage. Contemplating this, Emperor Xiaoming nodded in agreement, stating that in light of these circumstances, he would not pursue the matter of Wei's unauthorized departure. He granted permission for his family to be exempt from forced labor at the Northern Pass, allowing them the freedom to move about as they wished. Chapter 75. The starting point. The second son of the Duke of Wuding, Xue Linglong, was appointed as the inspector of Xingzhou, leading 100 soldiers from the Divine Pivot Camp out of the capital. On that day, the wife of Duke Xue and the wife of the heir apparent submitted a petition to the palace. The virtuous consort received the two women in Yongfu Palace, dismissing the palace maids, and inquired, "Is everything proceeding smoothly? I have heard that His Majesty has lifted the punishment on your cousin." "Indeed, is smooth," replied the wife of Duke Xue. The timely arrival of this memorial from Yunlan could not have been more fortuitous. A day earlier or later would not have had the same effect. His merits are considerable. Not only has His Majesty absolved him of punishment, but he has also relieved the Wei family's kin from the burdens of labor at the Northern Pass. As long as they do not leave the Northern Pass, His Majesty has granted them the freedom to act as they please. "That is splendid news," the virtuous consort remarked, a relieved smile gracing her face. "Not long ago, I heard from concubine Ling that your cousin had recklessly escaped from the exiled group, facing dire consequences, which greatly alarmed her." She recounted concubine Ling's words to the wife of Duke Xue and the heir apparent, both of whom were equally taken aback. The wife of Duke Xue, with a hint of trepidation, patted her chest, exclaiming, "What a close call." Had this memorial not arrived in time, once His Majesty issued a decree regarding Yunlan, it would have been too late to rectify anything. After all, a sovereign's word is law. Once a command for severe punishment is given, it cannot be rescinded. As for Yunlan, as long as he could reach the Northern Pass safely, there was little to worry about for the time being. Compared to her nephew, the wife of Duke Xue was far more concerned for her daughter. "Are you well within the palace? You seem to have lost quite a bit of weight lately." The virtuous consort raised her hand to touch her cheek, as if acknowledging her slight gauntness. Even the palace maid who styled her hair this morning remarked that the consort's complexion did not seem well these days. "What troubles are brewing in the palace?" The wife of Duke Xue inquired in a hushed tone. "Is it that one from Qianghua Palace who is causing you distress?" Qianghua Palace was presided over by the favored concubine Ling, who, though not an empress, wielded more authority than even the former empress within the harem of Emperor Xiaoming. "It is not her." The virtuous consort shook her head, her voice faint and tinged with weakness. Seeing this, the wife of the heir apparent expressed her concern. "Is there news from Chongming?" The virtuous consort's complexion paled. Her lips, now devoid of color, quivered slightly. Even without a response, both the wife of the heir apparent and the wife of Duke Xue could see that their fears were confirmed. "What has happened in Chongming?" the wife of Duke Xue asked anxiously. The virtuous consort clutched the armrests of her chair tightly, closing her eyes for a moment before reopening them with a deep sigh, despair evident in her voice. "Chongming has lost a child." "What?" The wife of Duke Xue and the heir apparent gasped in unison, their astonishment quickly transforming into profound sympathy. The virtuous consort's eldest daughter, Princess Chongming, had been sent to marry the northern barbarians 4 years prior by Emperor Xiaoming. At that time, she had just reached the age of maturity, wed to a leader of the northern barbarians who was nearly 40. Shortly thereafter, news of her pregnancy had reached the capital. During a moment of intoxication, Emperor Xiaoming jestingly remarked in the palace about his intentions to support the offspring of Chongming to ascend to power. thereby firmly securing the northern barbarians within the grasp of Daeong. Regrettably, that child, barely 3 months into gestation, met with an unforeseen demise. The letter that was returned indicated that the child was lost due to a slip and an accidental fall. Emperor Xiaoming merely muttered a word of ill fortune. Concubine Ling, with a sardonic tone, pointed out that they couldn't even safeguard a child. Only the virtuous consort suspected that the child's loss might not have been accidental at all. Now, 3.5 years later, news has resurfaced that bears an uncanny resemblance to the past, deepening the virtuous consort's suspicion that this was not a mere coincidence. She conjectured that the northern barbarians had deliberately orchestrated the child's loss, for they had no desire to allow Chongning to bear a child of Daiyong's bloodline. If this were indeed the case, the so-called alliance was far from genuine. It was merely Emperor Xiaoming's desperate bid for temporary tranquility, offered through his daughter and substantial treasures. Should this tranquility be shattered once more, the first to suffer would not be the common folk of Baiguan, but rather Chongning, who dwelled within the encampments of the northern barbarians. Meanwhile, Xue Linglong had donned his official robes and, accompanied by his entourage, departed from the Marquis of Wooding's residence, making his way directly to the northern city gate. Within the adjacent Jinyang Marquis's residence, discussions regarding this matter were also underway. Lady Qin of the Jinyang Marquis's household expressed her discontent, questioning why this task had been entrusted to the second son of the Marquis of Wooding, asserting that their Feng was no less capable than that lad. If entrusted to Feng, he would undoubtedly manage the affairs splendidly and return with some official position. However, the Marquis of Jinyang interjected with growing impatience, reminding her that this was no favorable assignment. Did she not comprehend why the court's cunning old foxes had relegated this task to Xue Linglong? It was precisely because he hailed from the former crown prince's lineage, a ploy to send him to his demise. Lady Qin gasped in realization, acknowledging that it was perhaps fortunate Feng had not been selected. Indeed, did she think that the harsh northern lands were so easily traversed? The Marquis stroked his beard, shaking his head, affirming that their Feng was not of the same ilk as the Wei Yunlan family, and there was no need for him to endure such hardships. In the adjacent courtyard, in Chifeng Courtyard, Shen Feng was also pondering the news he had heard from his father. Nearly a month had passed since he last heard anything regarding the Wei family. Xue Linglong was perusing the ledgers in her hands, and after a considerable time, without Shen Feng responding to her earlier inquiry, she began to feel a tinge of irritation. "Are you even listening to me?" she queried. Shen Feng snapped back to attention, gazing at Xue Linglong, who stood with her arms crossed and a frown etched upon her brow, and he couldn't help but furrow his own brows in response. "What were you just thinking about?" Xue Linglong asked, her gaze scrutinizing Shen Feng. Under her unwavering gaze, he felt a twinge of guilt. Yet, he was not adept at concealing his emotions, and Xue Linglong could easily discern his discomfort. Considering the recent tumultuous discussions circulating in the capital, she quickly deduced, "You were thinking about the Wei family, weren't you? You were thinking about Wei Yunlan?" Shen Feng's frown deepened, but he remained silent, offering no rebuttal. "Oh, you, once promising me a lifetime of companionship, and now you find yourself contemplating your divorced wife?" Xue Linglong, in a fit of anger, slammed the ledger onto the table and pointed at Shen Feng, exclaiming, "Shen Feng, do you have any conscience? Do you truly appreciate the arduous labor I have endured to earn this silver, to provide for your entire family's needs?" Shen Feng's countenance grew increasingly grim. The Ho residence possesses both estates and shops. Even if the treasures in the storeroom were lost, it would not necessitate relying on Xue Linglong for sustenance, as she suggested. The Jinyang Ho family holds a hereditary title, while the Xue family was merely a merchant in times past. Meanwhile, over 1,000 miles away in the northern regions, Wei Yunlan remained unaware that the news from her own family had caused the newlywed couple, whose marriage had barely reached its first month, to part in discord. At this moment, she stood upon a rock outside the Yandu Gorge, gazing towards the narrow pass nestled among the towering peaks. Her clear, bright eyes revealed a glimmer of determination. This road leading to the Northwest Kingdoms marks the beginning of her future journey. Chapter 76. The Stumbleway Yunlan ascended a cluster of large stones, with the topmost one elevating her nearly 2 heads above the ground. Below, Ning Shuang and Ting Xue stood anxiously, cautioning her, "Miss, please be careful." Wei Yunlan nodded and, when descending, carefully retraced her steps along the path she had climbed. As she reached the final step, her foot slipped slightly, causing her to lose her balance. Before Ning Shuang and Ting Xue could rush to her aid, two shadows darted past her, Heiyun and Chi Su. The dog and man each grasped the sleeves of Wei Yunlan's garment, stabilizing her. Once she was secure, Chi Su promptly released his grip. On the other side, Heiyun slowly withdrew his mouth from the sleeve he had been holding, casting a somewhat irritated glance at Chi Su, seemingly upset that he had acted first. "Ah, miss, you frightened me to death." Ting Xue and Ning Shuang hurried over, smoothing out the wrinkles in Wei Yunlan's attire. Concerned, they inquired, "Miss, what were you looking at from such a height?" Upon hearing this, Chi Su also turned with curiosity. The terrain of Yindu Gorge was steep and rugged, with few signs of human presence nearby, making it an uncommon place for anyone to venture. The view of the canyon nestled between the towering cliffs was captivating, yet its destination remained elusive. Ting Xue and Ning Shuang blinked in confusion. Chi Su, deep in thought, followed the direction Wei Yunlan had been gazing, observing the canyon that seemed to stretch endlessly between the steep rock walls. At this moment, Wei Yunlan inquired, "Mr. Xiao, have the people from the Tianshu Pavilion ever ventured to the other end of Yindu Gorge?" "Not all," Chi Su replied. "Beyond Yindu Gorge lies land that does not belong to the Great Yong realm. The Tianshu Pavilion has never set foot outside of it." Upon mentioning Great Yong, his tone carried a hint of an unusual sentiment, prompting Wei Yunlan to glance at him in curiosity. She sensed that this guard, Xiao, was markedly different from the others of the Tianshu Pavilion, leading her to wonder if her earlier assumptions about him were not entirely accurate. Perhaps this guard had a more significant background. Miss Wei seems quite interested in the other side of Yindu Gorge. His clear, deep voice brought her thoughts back to the present. Had it been anyone else asking, she might have hesitated to respond directly. However, collaborating with the Tianshu Pavilion was already part of her plans. Thus, she nodded in acknowledgement, stating, "Indeed, I have come across references in ancient texts indicating that beyond Yindu Gorge, there exist numerous kingdoms, albeit separated from us by perilous obstacles and vast stretches of arid desert." In truth, these insights had not stemmed solely from her readings, but from conversations she had overheard between Xue Linglong and Shen Feng in her previous life. Xue Linglong had mentioned a route known as the Silk Road, often asserting that if the Xinjiang Marquis could establish a Silk Road to trade with the Western nations, substantial wealth could be amassed from transactions involving rare goods from both regions, wealth that could rival nations, soon to be within reach. In fact, Shen Feng had indeed been swayed by Xue Linglong's persuasive words. Utilizing the connections left behind by the late Lord Ho, a large caravan of over 100 individuals was assembled. Regrettably, before the caravan could reach the Western nations, it suffered significant losses at Yindu Gorge, and upon entering the Gobi Desert, it incurred further casualties, leaving a mere handful of 10 or so to return to the capital. As a result of this debacle, the Xinjiang Marquis incurred substantial financial losses, which ultimately compelled them to take desperate measures by engaging in the transfer of military supplies. Initially, Wei Yunlan had never dared to hope that she could achieve what the Xinjiang Marquis could not. It was only after discovering her affinity for animals and the emergence of the dark clouds that she began to entertain such possibilities. Perhaps she could lead others down this path, if she were to discover the fabled Western nations and establish trade routes. Regardless of the upheavals that might occur within Daong, both the Wei family and the Duke of Su's household could secure their positions unscathed. To the east of Yindu Gorge, traversing through the desolate state of Huangzhou, one would eventually reach the northern pass. Upon arriving in Huangzhou, the Wei family soon realized that the desolation they had observed in Xingzhou was but a mere prelude. This region, situated at the northernmost edge of the Daong territory, epitomized the true north. Agricultural yields here were far less bountiful than in the southern regions, and compounded by recent climatic fluctuations leading to drought and water scarcity. The harvest was considerably poorer than in previous years. Meanwhile, the northern front was embroiled in conflict, resulting in escalating grain taxes year after year, rendering the lives of the common folk utterly unbearable. As the Wei family entered Huangzhou, they encountered a group of women and children squatting by the roadside, digging for wild vegetables with bamboo baskets. As the cart approached, the driver, Xue, glanced over in astonishment, remarking that what they were foraging was not wild vegetables, but rather mere weeds. This was the kind of wild grass commonly found near the capital, unfit even for beasts to consume. Yet, for those women crouched by the road, each handful they unearthed was treated as if it were a rare treasure, carefully placed into their baskets. The route taken by the Wei family led them to a more secluded area at the northern edge of Huangzhou, where few travelers passed, let alone a caravan like theirs. Upon hearing the sound of hooves, the children foraging for grass stood up, their curiosity piqued. The women, seeing this, hastily pulled their children close, fearing they might inadvertently disturb the noble passengers in the cart and incur their ire. Wei Yunlan lifted a corner of the cart's curtain. The women and children who had been squatting immediately stood, revealing their gaunt faces, their cheeks sunken and drawn. Cheng Yui, peering out through the opening Wei Yunlan had created, tightened her hold on the infant Jiao Rong and let out a long sigh, taken aback by the dire plight of the northern populace. The cart sped along briskly, soon passing the entrance of the village. At that moment, the leading cart jolted over a pothole, causing its wheel to get lodged in the displaced stones, abruptly halting the procession. From a yard of the first house at the village entrance, a cautious head peeked out, hesitant to approach. The figure glanced twice before hurriedly retreating into the village. In a short while, a man with a square face, clad in a patched tunic, arrived at the village entrance, accompanied by a group of around 20 individuals. Upon noticing two individuals squatting beside a carriage, diligently repairing a wheel, those mounted on horseback or seated within the vehicle displayed no intention of disembarking. This observation brought a profound sense of relief. Seeing the noble figures within the carriage, accompanied by their guards, dispelled any notions of ill intent towards their humble village. As the riders gazed towards the village entrance, a man with a square-shaped face hurriedly urged those behind him to lower their weapons. Embarrassed, he stepped forward and clasped his hands in a gesture of apology towards the members of the Wei family's entourage, explaining that it was all a misunderstanding. They had feared yet another raid for supplies. Though their village had managed to scrape by, they had heard reports of some areas already facing severe shortages. Chapter 77. Bamboo weaving: is the famine in Huangzhou truly this severe? Startled by the news, Dongda and Lu Quan, who were crouched beside a wagon repairing a wheel, exchanged glances. "Surely, you are not from Huangzhou?" remarked a man with a square face, surveying the several wagons behind them. Despite their travel-worn appearance, the vehicles and horses bore a semblance of affluence that surpassed even the local landlords. He kindly advised, "If you intend to head towards Danhe, I suggest you reconsider. That area is precisely where the shortages have been reported, and your caravan would undoubtedly be targeted by thieves. Thank you for your guidance." Wei Yunlan replied as he descended from the wagon, clasping his hands in a gesture of gratitude. "We are indeed from a distant province, newcomers to Huangzhou, and we are grateful for your counsel." "Oh, there is no need for such formality. My lord, the wheel is jammed. It will take at least another half-hour to remove and reassemble," Lu Quan reported, turning back. "In that case, let everyone rest here for the time being." Wei Yunlan instructed Wang, the steward, to inform the following wagons. "If you do not mind, why not come to my home in the village for a short respite? My residence is the third courtyard at the village entrance, just a few steps away." As Wei Yunlan dismounted, she overheard the square-faced man's invitation. A brief exchange of glances between father and daughter ensued, leading Wei Yunlan to respond with a bow. "We would be honored to accept your hospitality." The Wei family followed the square-faced man into the village. It turned out his surname was Han, and he had recently assumed the role of village chief, having taken over from his father, who had tragically perished during a grain robbery a month prior. "Did you not report to the authorities?" Wei Mingxian inquired. "What good would that do? Over a dozen villages nearby have suffered the same fate. The officials are overwhelmed," sighed village chief Han. "Our village falls under the jurisdiction of Xiakou County, and I have heard that, just days ago, even the county granary was raided." The Wei family was taken aback. What audacity! Who dares to rob even the county granary? It appears the situation in the Northern Territories is far more chaotic than we had imagined. Alas, if even the county office cannot apprehend the robbers, how can we common folk expect to know? Village Chief Han lamented. I've been informed that the grain stolen was the tax harvest from this autumn. I fear that, unable to fulfill their obligations, the county will come seeking additional grain from our villages, and then life will become unbearable. Old Han, do not frighten our guests. The county is well aware that our villages have also been plundered. They could not possibly impose another grain tax, forcing everyone to the brink. The village chief's wife emerged, carrying several coarse ceramic bowls filled with tea brewed from bitter leaves. Do not heed my husband's fanciful fears. He has a penchant for overthinking. As she presented the rough ceramic bowls to Wei Yunlan and the others, she continued, we may not have much to offer, but please enjoy this local specialty, bitter leaf tea. I wonder if it suits your palate? I picked up a bowl and took a sip. The bitterness was tempered with a subtle sweetness. After a couple of gulps, her throat felt considerably soothed. This tea is quite delightful, praised Dr. Yu, having tasted it as well. The village chief's wife introduced. This is made from the leaves of the bitter leaf tree, which we dry and steep. There's a grove of these trees to the west of our village. If you're interested, I can have the village children guide you there to gather some. Once dried, you can brew it for tea. Old Dr. Yu immediately expressed his desire to see the trees. The village chief's wife waved to two curious children peering from a gate, instructing them to lead the visitors to the bitter leaf trees. Along with old Dr. Yu, Wei Yunlan and Wei Mingxian also followed. The courtyard, once bustling, now felt half empty, while some children in the kitchen were puzzled, glancing up at the village chief's wife. Mother, when did you become so generous? One of them asked. Oh, so you think I am usually stingy? The village chief's wife replied, lightly tapping the child's head. It wasn't that she was miserly. It was simply that life had been harsh, necessitating careful budgeting. This time, her willingness to share was not out of generosity. If the leaves of the bitter leaf tree weren't so unbearably bitter when eaten raw, she wouldn't have allowed others to gather them. She hoped that these amiable visitors from another region, after enjoying the village's bitter leaf tea, might reciprocate with something of value to them. The tree with elongated leaves ahead is the bitter leaf tree. Its leaves are quite bitter when consumed raw. However, adults prefer to brew them for tea. The guiding child explained, grimacing as he pointed towards the grove to the west of the village. As Wei Yunlan walked at the back, she noticed many villagers from Han family village sitting outside their homes, weaving bamboo strips. The crafts they created appeared intricate, some formed into baskets, others into curtains, and some into decorative animal shapes. Are the people in your village skilled in handicrafts? Wei Yunlan casually inquired. The child leading the way initially did not grasp her question, but upon following her gaze, he understood and nodded. Those can be sold for money. My grandmother says a woven basket can fetch 5 copper coins. If you make 10, you can buy a piece of pork. Mingxian, you go with old Dr. Yu to see the bitter leaf trees. I will explore the village, Wei Yunlan declared, clearly more intrigued by the bamboo crafts than the trees or tea. Sister, be careful. Sueha, make sure to look after your sister. Don't worry, young Master Mingxian. Sueha replied, and beside Wei Yunlan, the black dog, Heiyun, barked in agreement. Wei Mingxian affectionately ruffled Heiyun's fur, saying, yes, you must protect your sister too. In truth, there is little to protect against in Han family village, a relatively tranquil place. Wei Yunlan led Sueha and Heiyun towards the villagers, who paused their tasks, curiously observing them. Sir, how much do you sell that bamboo dog for? She asked an elderly man sitting on a stool. Huh? The elder, startled, raised the half-finished piece in his hand. Young lady, you mean this? Wei Yunlan nodded, while Heiyun sniffed the bamboo dog in the old man's hands. The old man gazed at the elegantly attired Wei Yunlan, hesitating for a moment before truthfully responding. These are sold for 8 when each in the town, merely 3 when more than the bamboo baskets. Although the quantity of paper strips required is less than that for weaving baskets, the craftsmanship involved is significantly more intricate. The reason they do not command a higher price is that few in the town are willing to spend such money on an item that serves little practical purpose. Wei Yunlan cast a glance at the baskets beside the old man, which contained approximately 8 or 9 of these intricately woven small dogs, rabbits, or birds. Chapter 78. Who are these people? Please tell me all of these. As she spoke, Wei Yunlan retrieved a small piece of silver from her purse. The old man shook his head repeatedly. My dear girl, this simply won't do. These are hardly worth a single coin. You could either pay less, or wait until I weave a few more. Each piece is priced at 8 won, and the bamboo crafts in this basket amount to only 60 or 71, which falls short of a full coin. It is evident that the old man is quite stubborn in his beliefs. Those from his village nearby, upon hearing this, grew anxious. Some had just accompanied village Chief Han to the village entrance and knew that Wei Yunlan and her companions were merely passing through, having halted momentarily due to a broken cart. If the cart were to be repaired shortly, they would leave, and the opportunity for this lucrative transaction would be lost. Beside the old man sat his nephew, who promptly fetched a bamboo ball from his own basket. Miss, do take a look at these bamboo balls. They can also be sold in town for 8 won each. If you find some you fancy, we could gather 12 in total along with those from my uncle's side and present them to you. Would that be agreeable? Very well, Wei Yunlan replied, selecting 4 bamboo balls from the basket and handing over the piece of silver. The old man, seeing this, hurriedly lifted his basket of bamboo crafts and said, My dear girl, technically, I still owe you a few won. You may take this basket as well. Ah, Yunlan, where did you acquire these toys? In the courtyard. Chang Yue, upon seeing Wei Yunlan enter with a basket of bamboo toys, scrutinized them and exclaimed in surprise, They are quite exquisitely made. They are crafted by the villagers themselves, Wei Yunlan explained, inviting Jayan to come over and choose one to play with, while also presenting a small dog that had long been eyed by Heiyan. Sister-in-law, can you guess the value of this bamboo toy? 1 coin? Cheng Yui ventured a conservative estimate, though she had previously seen similar toys in a shop in the capital, which, albeit more colorful, sold for 2 to 3 coins apiece. You are not mistaken. Wei Yunlan pointed to her basket. The total here amounts to 1 coin, which translates to 100 won. Cheng Yui's eyes widened in astonishment. Even without counting meticulously, it was evident that there were more than 10 toys in the basket. So, each one is worth only a few won? The disparity in prices between the north and the capital is indeed vast. She lamented. What a pity that it is so far away. If only the people of Hanjiakan could thrive with such skills near the capital. Jing Yue sighed. As for the idea of taking the bamboo crafts to the capital to sell, she had not entertained it. Despite the low pricing, the labor involved in creating them was considerable, and when combined with the travel expenses, it offered little profit. Moreover, one could surmise that such bamboo toys would hardly fetch a high price in the bustling markets of the capital. Contemplating this, Cheng Yue felt increasingly perplexed. Yunlan, what are your intentions? Her sister-in-law had not been one to act without purpose lately. Sister-in-law, I wish to have the villagers help me weave a batch of fragrant lanterns, adorned with silk ribbons and tassels, and hung with wooden plaques for blessings. Wei Yunlan articulated her plans. Furthermore, it would be quite advantageous to craft some exquisite bamboo-woven boxes for storing porcelain, as they are both delicate and resistant to damage. Lining them with soft silk would enhance their elegance, making them appealing for sale. Hanjiakan, situated not far from Baiguan and adjacent to Yindu Gorge, boasts simple and honest villagers. Should collaboration be possible, it would indeed be a commendable choice. However, other matters are secondary. The bamboo incense lanterns can be prioritized, as they require little effort and are perfect for utilizing the leftover scraps of silk from the handwarmer production. Wei Yunlan did not trouble anyone, but directly approached the village chief's wife, expressing her desire to order a batch of small bamboo incense lanterns, approximately 1 to 2,000 in quantity. Upon hearing her description, the chief's wife's eyes sparkled with excitement. This task is quite manageable. Nearly everyone in our village, except for children under 6, possesses some skill in weaving bamboo strips. This endeavor is something we can all contribute to. Even someone as inexperienced as myself could craft several within an hour. With so many hands in the village, it would not be an exaggeration to say that if we worked diligently, we could produce a considerable quantity by tonight. As the sun began to set, Wei Maolin had initially intended to stay overnight in the village. After hearing Wei Yunlan's plans, He promptly conferred with Chief Han and arranged to borrow 2 rooms from his family and another 2 from the neighboring household for their overnight stay. The price for the small lanterns was settled at 3 won each, and the quantity produced tonight would be determined by how much could be woven. Additionally, Wei Yunlan sought out the elderly man who sold her bamboo toys in the evening and separately ordered some bamboo toys in the shape of tigers, agreeing to send someone to collect them in half a month. As night fell, Wei Yunlan, along with Gao Shi and Cheng Yu-yi, lay on the Kong in one of the rooms with 2 children. Cheng Yu-yi and the children had already drifted off to sleep. Suddenly, Gao Shi opened her eyes and softly remarked, "Yunlan, it seems to me that you are orchestrating a grand strategy." Wei Yunlan, still awake, was at a loss for how to respond to her mother's tender observation. It was not that she wished to play a game of strategy, but rather that she aimed to accumulate sufficient wealth and strength to ensure her family's safety amid the impending chaos. "Do you recall what old doctor you said when you fell ill after coming down from the mine? He advised you to worry less and not to bear all burdens alone," Gao Shi gently continued. "There are matters you need not disclose to others. Yet the aspirations you hold can be shared, allowing us all to contribute and not merely wait for the fruits of your labor." Wei Yunlan felt a pang of emotion, her eyes misting over, yet she remained silent, fully aware that her mother had already perceived everything. "Mother, it is my oversight that has caused you concern," she finally admitted. After some contemplation, she proposed, "You saw the hand warmers I had my sister-in-law sew earlier. I plan to find a way to procure a substantial amount of silk and cotton soon. Do you think it would be possible to find someone to hastily produce a batch before winter sets in, so we can sell them then?" Gao Shi pondered for a moment, carefully considering her response. Having managed the household's affairs for many years, she had numerous connections with shops, farms, and workers. In this regard, she was more adept than Wei Yunlan. Upon arriving in Baiguan, they would be new and unfamiliar, making it unwise to attract suspicion with overt actions. Thus, it would be prudent to prepare for their endeavors before reaching Baiguan. The desolate region of Huangzhou lies adjacent to the northern pass. We could acquire a manor there and procure individuals of utility, arranging all matters in this vicinity. Wei Yunlan's eyes sparkled with delight. Indeed, her mother's approach was astute. Purchasing a manor in Huangzhou and establishing all the enterprises she envisioned in this locale would undoubtedly prove far superior to doing so at the northern pass. The mother and daughter spoke in hushed tones, when suddenly an imposing voice thundered from outside. "Who goes there?" Chapter 79. Grain. The voice was somewhat hoarse and rough, reminiscent of the guard Feng, who often accompanied Xiao. Wei Yunlan abruptly turned and sat up, donning her outer robe before stepping outside. Heian followed closely at her side, while Gao also quickly wrapped herself in clothing and emerged. As the mother and daughter entered the courtyard, they beheld a subordinate of guard Feng restraining an individual. The person wore tattered, dark coarse cloth garments, their face concealed by a scarf, and their arms bound behind their back, struggling desperately. Unfortunately, their strength paled in comparison to that of guard Feng, rendering their efforts futile. A thief? Gao furrowed her brow, her first instinct being that their family had fallen victim to a villager's scheme. However, before guard Feng could respond, the apprehended thief shouted in protest, "I am not a thief, not a thief, yet dressed in such a manner at the dead of night, infiltrating someone's courtyard." Feng tightened his grip, urging the individual to behave. "I truly did not steal anything. You can believe me," he began, only to fall silent as pain shot through him. Wei Yunlan followed his gaze and noticed a slight opening in the kitchen door, through which a bulging sack was faintly visible, piled against the wall. At that moment, Ning Shuang approached with an oil lamp. Wei Yunlan took the lamp and illuminated the sack within, revealing it to be a bulging bag of grain. During times of famine, it was rare for households to leave their grain out in the open, especially considering they had not seen such a large bag when borrowing water from the kitchen the previous day. The only plausible explanation was that this sack of grain had only just appeared. Casting a glance at the shouting thief, Wei Yunlan spoke. He might truly not have stolen anything. As her words fell, several figures descended into the courtyard. It was Chi Su and Pei Hu, each escorting a masked individual, with the last two holding a bag in each hand. The commotion had roused all those in slumber. and the village head Han and the rest of the Wei family gathered in the courtyard. Upon seeing the 6 additional masked men, Han felt a wave of relief wash over him, grateful that a family passing through had chosen to spend the night in the village. Otherwise, they might never have discovered the intruders. "Who are you, and why have you infiltrated our village at this hour?" Han inquired, furrowing his brow. Their village was already impoverished. How could it attract the attention of thieves? "It is a misunderstanding, merely a misunderstanding," one of the masked men explained. "With the evidence of their crime in plain sight, how could there be any misunderstanding?" Han glared at the man who had spoken. Just as his words echoed, Chi Su pointed to the bags in the courtyard, suggesting that there might indeed be a misunderstanding. Miss Wei was correct. These individuals are not thieves. They have not come to steal, but rather to deliver goods to your village. What? Han was taken aback, unable to comprehend the situation. Seeing Chi Su bend down to examine the large bags, he exclaimed, "Grain? Are you saying these masked individuals arrived in the dead of night to deliver grain to us? These are not thieves. They are akin to the Bodhisattva descending from the heavens." Old Han, the village chief's wife, exhibited a greater composure than her husband, calling out to him, "Look at these grain sacks. Do they not resemble the taxed grains?" Upon hearing this, the village chief's expression shifted dramatically. Borrowing the oil lamp from Wei Yunlan, he crouched down to inspect each sack meticulously, then glanced at the large bag of grain that had mysteriously appeared in their kitchen. With a grim countenance, he pointed accusingly at the masked figures. "Ah, so it is you. You are the very thieves who pilfered from the county granary, are you not? And it seems you have also stolen the grain from our village, concealing these sacks in the dead of night. Do you intend to frame our Han family village for your crime, forcing us to bear the blame?" The village chief was both furious and anxious. However, the masked men, recently freed, were even more incensed. The leader, filled with indignation, shouted, "What nonsense are you spouting? Who would frame your Han family village? As long as you keep silent, who would know that extra grain has surfaced in your village? You are truly ungrateful. If we were not concerned about your village suffering from hunger, would we have bothered to make this arduous journey in the middle of the night? Damn it, had we known your village was so ungrateful, we would have gone straight to do family village instead." The masked figures unleashed a torrent of insults toward the village chief and his wife. In the midst of their fervent tirade, one of the men, overcome with emotion, inadvertently dropped the cloth covering his face. Upon seeing his revealed visage, the village chief's wife gasped, I cannot be mistaken. You are Binzi from Lu Samwa's family, are you not?" The village chief, astonished, turned to his wife. "Isn't Lu Samwa from your maternal village?" The unmasked Lu Bin lowered his head, while the remaining masked men shot him a look of exasperation before tearing off their own coverings. Aside from Lu Bin, 3 others appeared familiar to the village chief and his wife, though they were not from Han family village. They had crossed paths at markets or elsewhere, all hailing from the vicinity of Xiaoko County. What is the meaning of this? The village chief exchanged glances with his wife. "I am Tang Hai from Tang family village," one of the 6, evidently the spokesperson, replied. "The village chief should recognize me. My cousin married into your village, and I accompanied the wedding procession last year." He then cast a glance at the wide-open courtyard door, surveying the numerous skilled individuals present. "Please, close the courtyard door. We have no intention of fleeing, so let us not alarm more people." The village chief looked questioningly at the Wei family, as these individuals had been apprehended by them. "Close the door," Wei Yunlan affirmed. At this point, she had discerned that despite the earlier heated exchanges, the 6 individuals bore no ill will towards Han family village. As the courtyard fell into silence, the village chief invited everyone into the main hall. The members of Tianshu Pavilion, along with Lu Quan and Donda from the Wei family, remained stationed outside. Tang Hai glanced outside, abandoning any thoughts of escape, and confessed, "Indeed, we were the ones who stole from the county granary." "So it was you." The village chief Han widened his eyes in disbelief. "So the grain in our village is also. You claim that your village possesses grain from other villages, but we did not seize it." Tang Hai hurriedly interrupted him and lowered his voice. "The grain theft from various villages was orchestrated by none other than Magistrate Liu of our county. Otherwise, do you think the granary at the county office, overflowing with grain, was filled by mere chance? Is it truly the magistrate behind this? The village chief Han and his wife gasped, their minds racing. They had speculated about the identity of those responsible for the grain theft, yet they never imagined it would be agents of the government. Is this not pushing people into a corner, rendering them desperate? Chapter 80. The county magistrate. How audacious could a county magistrate be? Upon hearing this, Wei Yunlan felt an irresistible urge to grasp his pen once more. Might you elaborate further on this matter? Tang Hai regarded Wei Yunlan with a hint of caution, instinctively sensing a resemblance between this man and the corrupt officials of Xiakou County, albeit with a notable distinction. He exuded a greater aura. Reluctant to answer Wei Yunlan's inquiry, he was compelled to respond, as the vigilant guards outside, armed with long swords, loomed ominously. I am aware that those outside are your people. I can divulge everything I know, but can you assure me that you will not retaliate against our Xiaoyunjai or inform the authorities of our activities? As long as your actions do not jeopardize the interests of Daong or its citizens, I shall remain silent, Wei Yunlan asserted. Very well, listen closely. Tang Hai began to explain. This year, taxes have been increased, and the grain harvest is not as bountiful as in previous years. Our people have gathered information from the county office revealing that this year's grain yield is insufficient to meet obligations. Pressured from above, the county magistrate devised a scheme to collect the stored grain from each village, ensuring his political performance remains unscathed. And then, Wei Yunlan interjected. Did the magistrate cease to care for the lives of the villagers under his jurisdiction? He could not care less, Tang Hai retorted, unable to suppress a crude expletive. Magistrate Lu's term is set to conclude this year. It is rumored he has already secured connections for a transfer from Xiakou County in the near future. The grain being seized is this year's new harvest. Each household undoubtedly has some reserves, so they will not starve immediately. By the time actual starvation claims lives, Xiakou County will no longer fall under Magistrate Lu's authority. He plays a fine game indeed. What a wicked scheme. Wei Yunlan could not help but echo the sentiment with a curse of his own. Tang Hai shot him a surprised glance. This man, imbued with an official demeanor, was quite unlike the county's corrupt officials and displayed a semblance of authenticity. Indeed, it is wicked, Tang Hai spat, puffing out his chest. Thus, our Xiaoyunjai seized the grain store before the corrupt officials could transport away, redistributing it to the villages, acting in accordance with justice. And then, Wei Yunlan interrupted his self-satisfaction. Have you considered whether a handful of villages with hundreds or even thousands of mouths to feed can keep this secret? He then stated solemnly, if even one person fails to uphold this secret, your newly established mountain stronghold will face a crackdown from the authorities. You mentioned that this grain is crucial to Magistrate Lu's prospects for promotion. Should he fail to ascend, remaining in his post, he will undoubtedly launch a thorough investigation into the whereabouts of this grain. Do you believe you can withstand the scrutiny of Magistrate Lu and the government? The expressions of Tang Hai and his companions froze momentarily. There is another possibility, Wei Yunlan interjected, as the astonished gazes of Tang Hai and the others fell upon her. She continued, perhaps the villagers have concealed your Xiaoyunjai's actions well, but with such an excess of grain in the village, it will inevitably raise suspicions. Upon discovering this, Magistrate Lu may directly attribute the theft of the granary to the villagers themselves. In due time, he would no longer need to covertly recruit others to seize grain. He could simply accuse the villagers of stealing from the granary to claim the harvest. Tang Hai wiped the cold sweat from his brow and asked, what do you think we should do now, miss? First, we must conceal the grain. At least until the storm has passed, we should not handle this batch. Alternatively, we could devise a way to provide this grain with a different origin, perhaps claiming it was acquired from traveling merchants. When the time comes to distribute it to our fellow villagers, even if the county office harbors suspicions, they would have no means to act against us. Tang Hai furrowed his brow in contemplation. Wei Yunlan posed a question. How many people are there in your Xiaoyun village? Are they all villagers from nearby? There are a total of 43 individuals, all from nearby villages, Tang Hai replied, slapping his forehead and pointing to the smallest among their group. Oh, except for Xiao Xuan. His family is from Xiakou County. The success of the granary theft was largely thanks to Xiao Xuan. His father, having offended the county magistrate, was killed before he could fulfill his duty of guarding the granary. Before Wei Yunlan could inquire further, Tang Hai continued, "I am the second in command of the village. The chief is my elder brother, Tang Chuan. He is currently guarding the remaining grain, awaiting our return." He then looked at Wei Yunlan with hopeful eyes. "Miss, do you have a way to resolve our current predicament, perhaps involving those traveling merchants you just mentioned?" "Yes, but we must not act in haste. First, conceal that batch of grain well. At dawn tomorrow, you and the chief should come to meet me in Han Village." "Thank you for your concern, miss." As Tang Hai and his companions departed, they covered their faces once more and slipped into the bitterleaf woods to the west of the village, disappearing into the night. The people from Tianshu Pavilion did not intervene, but dispatched 2 individuals to quietly follow them. The courtyard fell silent again, yet no one could return to sleep. Village Chief Han and his wife were still reeling from the earlier shock, astonished at the audacity of the youth from their villages to dare rob the county office. They wondered if any of the 43 included youths from their own village. "I've noticed the children from Old Zheng S family and my second Uncle S household have been absent from home lately," murmured Village Chief Han. His wife lamented, "If it weren't for such dire circumstances, the youths would never resort to such banditry. Alas, a mountain stronghold must have a stronghold to be considered a bandit-s lair. I wonder where they have established their base nearby." While the couple pondered this, Wei Yunlan had already discovered the answer. Xiaoyin village was situated 3 miles within the mouth of Yendu Gorge, where they had utilized the unique geographical features of the gorge to carve out several abandoned caves as their stronghold. After Chi Su spoke, a look of confusion crossed his face. "Miss Wei intends to use the people from Xiaoyin village? 43 individuals, neither a small nor large number, and they are all untrained. They cannot compare to those from Tianshu Pavilion." Wei Yunlan perceived the meaning behind Chi Su's gaze and nodded. "Indeed, that is my intention." The relationship between the Tianshu Pavilion and the Wei family ultimately revolved around the mere sum of 25,000 taels of silver. She cannot perpetually rely on the power of the Tianshu Pavilion. It is imperative that she begins to establish her own foundation before entering the Northern Pass. Those 43 valiant heroes of the Xiaoyun Zhai, who fear not the might of authority and possess a profound sense of righteousness, are indeed the perfect candidates. Fortuitously, she possesses a means to render their grain supplies justifiable, rather than continuing as mountain bandits. It would be far more advantageous for these 43 to assist her in forming a trade caravan traversing between the Northern Pass and the Yendu Gorge. Chapter 81. The Gorge Cloud Village. The following morning, Tang Chuan and Tang Hai arrived early at Han Family Village. Wei Yunlan and her maids were busy counting the small lanterns crafted by the villagers overnight. To their surprise, the number exceeded their initial expectations, nearly reaching 2,000. Calculating at 3 when each, Wei Yunlan counted out 6 taels of silver and additionally provided the old man with 3 taels as a deposit for a subsequent batch of bamboo-crafted toys. Tang Chuan and Tang Hai patiently waited nearby, listening to the entire conversation. They couldn't help but feel relieved that their people had been detained at the village entrance last night, as the villagers had scarcely slept, fearing that the affairs of the Gorge Cloud Village and the grain would soon be exposed. The 2 brothers exchanged glances, finding humor in their predicament. Perhaps it was fortunate that they had been caught so early. Master Tang, Wei Yunlan approached the brothers, prompting them to stand up straight instinctively. The 2 bore a resemblance to each other, though Tang Chuan was slightly slimmer and appeared more astute compared to the simple-hearted Tang Hai. "You may call us Tang Da and Tang Er," Tang Chuan replied, adopting a scholarly demeanor and politely clasping his hands. "I hear you have a clever plan to manage our grain?" "Indeed. May I inquire, what was your original intention in establishing the Gorge Cloud Village?" Wei Yunlan asked candidly. "Was it merely to amass wealth and indulge in luxurious living?" "How could that be?" Tang Chuan's earlier composure faltered, indignation creeping into his voice. "We founded the Gorge Cloud Village to secure a livelihood for the common folk in the nearby villages." "You have truly misunderstood us," Tang Hai hastily added. "Though our mountain stronghold is relatively new, aside from this grain storage issue, we have also intercepted refugees fleeing from the Dan River and apprehended a human trafficker." Wei Yunlan began to grasp the situation. While these individuals had established a mountain stronghold, it was more akin to a self-formed militia of the able-bodied from nearby villages. I have two proposals. Wei Yunlan raised a finger. Firstly, you sell this batch of grain to me, and once the commotion subsides, you can exchange the silver for more grain. She extended another finger. Secondly, I would hire you to leave Xiaoko County and travel between Baiguan and Yindu Gorge to assist me. In addition to your remuneration, I will also take care of the matter regarding the grain theft. Privately, Wei Yunlan hoped they would opt for the latter. However, even if they chose the former, it would not be a loss for her, as she intended to stockpile more grain in her space. Allow us to contemplate. Take your time. You may discuss among yourselves. Wei Yunlan glanced at the sky. However, I shall not wait for too long. Our party will depart before noon. Leaving the brothers to deliberate, Wei Yunlan led Ning Shuang and Ting Xue out of the courtyard, where the Wei family was already preparing to load the carts. The wheels had been repaired yesterday, and this morning, they had replenished fresh water in the village and prepared ample provisions using the stove from the Han family, while the others busied themselves in the village. Mrs. Gao took the opportunity to escort Wei Mingxian to Xiaoko County. They set off early in the morning and returned before noon, not only to gather information, but also with the carriage laden with various items purchased in the county. However, they did not acquire any grain. Most of the purchases consisted of spices and condiments previously listed by Wei Yunlan. Upon their return, Mrs. Gao remarked, "The current grain prices in Xiaoko County are nearly comparable to what we observed in Suijiang." Wei Mingxian added, "Each person is allowed to buy a maximum of 1 dough, as mandated by the county office. By the way, the county is also investigating the theft of grain from the granaries. I heard that someone secretly transported grain out of the city that night using a cart. Indeed, every action leaves traces. Unless County Magistrate Lu ceases to pursue the matter, it is only a matter of time before the investigation leads to Tang Chuan, Tang Hai, and their enclave in Zhao Yunzai." Tang Chuan and Tang Hai felt their last shred of hesitation dissipate. "Miss, we choose the second option. Our parents passed away long ago, so being captured would not be a significant loss. However, Zhao Yunzai still has many brothers whose families live in the village. If they become entangled in this matter, it would be disastrous. We implore you to assist us." Shortly after noon, the Wei family's caravan departed from Han family village. Unlike their arrival, the departure saw nearly 20 more individuals joining the ranks, brothers willing to leave Xiaoko County for work, led by Tang Chuan and Tang Hai. The former Zhao Yunzai had undergone a transformation. It was no longer a stronghold, but had become a caravan formed by local youth seeking employment. The address for Wei Yunlan had shifted from Miss Wei to Boss. "Boss, will County Magistrate Lu truly refrain from causing us or the village any trouble?" During a brief rest, Tang Hai leaped down from a cart filled with goods, anxiously inquiring of Wei Yunlan. "Rest assured, he is currently," Wei Yunlan replied, casting a glance toward the direction of Xiaoko County, "preoccupied and unlikely to trouble you." This proved accurate. Barely half a day after the Wei family left the confines of Xiaoko County, County Magistrate Lu, who was still fretting over how to replenish the remaining grain, was taken away by an official from the inspection division. It turned out that his scheme to seize grain from the villages under his jurisdiction had been exposed. He could not fathom how such a minor issue in his county had reached the ears of Qin, the inspector overseeing the criminal affairs of the 3 provinces of Huang. Qin and Xing. Even more baffling was why the inspection division had sent someone to intervene. Did they not usually turn a blind eye as long as the grain required by the Northern Army was collected? Their fear lay in a petition that could bring affairs of the North to the capital. Wei Maolin stroked his beard and sighed to his children. "Our sovereign has become increasingly capricious." Wei Mingxian, with concern, asked, "Could the local inspector resort to underhanded tactics against you for fear of being reported?" "No." Wei Maolin shook his head. "We are not far from the Northern Pass now. After the St. Moon sect incident, the court has countless eyes watching. No one dares to target us at this time. However, being under scrutiny by the court brings both advantages and disadvantages. Regardless of one's aspirations, convenience is seldom at hand." After a moment's reflection, Wei Maolin continued, "Only 3 to 5 days of journey remain. Once dawn breaks tomorrow, I shall set forth with Steward Wang and others. If you, Lan'er, wish to pursue any endeavors, Feel free to do so during these days, as long as you arrive at Baiguan within 10 days. Wei Yunlan's eyes sparkled with delight upon hearing this. Her father truly understood her intentions. She had been concerned about not having the opportunity to bring forth the items from her space. Chapter 82. Fortuitous star. The territory of Huangzhou, situated within the borders of Daong, resembles an inverted gourd. To the north, towering mountains rise majestically, while to the south lies Dan Lake, the largest lake in northern Daong. The Dan River, frequently mentioned by the residents of Han Village, flows from north to south, merging into Dan Lake, and is conveniently located in the center of this inverted gourd. Your father and his companions set off early, riding swiftly. By now, they should have arrived at the Dan River. It remains uncertain whether the famine there will affect their journey. Mother, there are still so many people accompanying us, Wei Yunlan reassured, and since they are traveling at such speed, even if the destitute wish to obstruct them, they would find it impossible. Early in the morning, Wei Maolin departed with Steward Wang and Dong Da. In addition to these two, half of the guards from the Tianshu Pavilion accompanied them. Wei Yunlan remarked, "Once father successfully reaches the northern pass, we will receive word from Guard Pei. The red-footed falcon, under the control of Yu Qi and Pei Hu, flies swiftly. Considering the travel time, we should have news by the latest before nightfall the day after tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Gao Shi's expression eased somewhat as she nodded and said, "By that time, we should also be approaching the Dan River, just as your father will have learned about the situation at the northern pass. We can also make early preparations before reaching it." Perhaps due to the absence of their carts, the group appeared to have diminished by nearly 10 people. Yet the overall appearance remained largely unchanged. In addition to the 5 carts originally belonging to the Wei family, they procured another 5 from Xiakou County, laden not only with goods acquired from Han Village in Xiakou County, but also with 4 full carts of grain. Before reaching the Dan River, Wei Yunlan made the decision to pause in Lishui County. Cheng Yue remained behind with the 2 children in the caravan, while Gao Shi took Wei Mingxian to inquire about the recent market conditions in Huangzhou. Wei Yunlan, accompanied by her 3 maidservants and Tang Chuan and Tang Hai, drove the 4 carts of grain into the city. They rented a courtyard near the city gate, situated at the corner of an alley, and instructed Tang Chuan and Tang Hai to assist the brothers in transporting the grain inside. This batch of grain, valued at 80 shurs, would have been impossible to sell in Xiakou County, yet Lishui County lies only about 100 miles away. Tang Chuan furrowed his brow, expressing concern. "Master, will selling grain here raise suspicions among buyers, or might some ill-intentioned individuals connected to the batch discarded in Xiakou County?" "It will not," Wei Yunlan replied with certainty, "for I am indeed that buyer." For this batch of grain, Wei Yunlan intended to pay Tang Chuan and his companions 160 taels of silver, instructing them to return to Yindu Gorge after making their acquaintance at the northern pass and deliver the remaining grain. When the grain is unloaded here, they can then transport the goods to the northern pass. Understood. Tang Chuan and Tang Hai diligently noted Wei Yunlan's instructions, treating the matter with utmost seriousness. Although the master had not explicitly revealed her background, she certainly did not appear to be an ordinary individual. Just observing the guards, who seemed capable of soaring through the skies, instilled a sense of caution in them. After dismissing the Tang brothers, they proceeded. Wei Yunlan instructed her maids to wait outside, and with a graceful wave of her sleeve, she gathered all the bags of grain into her spatial realm. Glancing at the piles of silk and porcelain nearby, she initially considered seizing this opportunity to retrieve some of these treasures. However, upon reflection, she realized that there remained nearly half a month until the Tang brothers would deliver their next shipment. The value of silk and porcelain was considerable. Without someone to guard them, their safety could not be assured. As she pondered this, she felt a moist nudge from the nose of He Yun, who stood beside her. Looking down, she saw He Yun take 2 steps forward, stopping in the center of the room, where it let out a couple of low barks directed at the empty space before it. At first, Wei Yunlan was perplexed by the dog's behavior, but then she noticed a faint mist enveloping 2 flawed pieces of silk tucked away in the corner of her spatial realm. In a flash, it dawned on her what He Yun was suggesting. It wanted her to retrieve those 2 pieces of silk. As soon as this thought crossed her mind, She witnessed those silks materialize on the ground before Yun. Wei Yunlan's eyes widened in astonishment as an extraordinary, yet somehow logical realization took root in her mind. To confirm her suspicion, she instructed Yun to remain there while she stepped outside to test the theory. Hastily exiting the room and closing the door behind her, she stood outside, under the curious gazes of Ning Shuang and Ting Xue. Once she was far enough away, she delved into her spatial realm and contemplated bringing forth a wooden box filled with porcelain. With a focused thought, the box indeed vanished from her sight. Elated, Wei Yunlan hurried back inside, where she found the very box she had summoned prominently placed in the center of the room, with Yun eagerly wagging his tail beside it. The excitement did not end there. When Wei Yunlan inquired whether Yun could also retrieve items from the outside world, the dog placed its right front paw on the wooden box, making it disappear before her eyes and return to the spatial realm. Astonished, Wei Yunlan and the dog spent a considerable time experimenting within the room. After numerous trials, she confirmed that Yun could return items that already existed within the spatial realm. However, whether retrieving or placing new items into the space, these objects would be shrouded in a layer of mist and would only vanish or appear once she affirmed their presence in her mind. Regardless, this was a delightful surprise. The ability to access the spatial realm through Yun would undoubtedly alleviate many troubles. Just moments ago, she had been contemplating how to find time to separate the silk and porcelain from the group for safekeeping, but now that concern had evaporated entirely. Yun, you truly are my lucky star, Wei Yunlan mused as she affectionately cradled the dog's head. Meanwhile, those left behind at the caravan, including several members of the Tianshu Pavilion, received a confidential message from the west. Upon reading its contents, Feng Ping's expression shifted dramatically. Steering clear of others, he lowered his voice in indignation, saying, "My lord, you've already relinquished that position and left the capital, yet they still refuse to let you go. To reach Tanzhou, one must traverse a stretch of waterway." The confidential message alluded to the unfortunate sinking of the very vessel that King Yu had embarked upon just 2 days prior. Such misfortunes are rarely mere coincidences. One could surmise with a mere thought that foul play was afoot. Fortunately, the incident was discovered in a timely manner, averting a potential disaster. Moreover, it is a stroke of luck that our master had already altered his appearance and was not aboard that ill-fated ship. However, had it not been for the encounter with Miss Wei and her party in Suzhou, they would likely have rejoined the convoy bound for Tanzhou by now. Reflecting on this, Feng Ping expressed his gratitude. "We owe our fortune to your decision to accompany Miss Wei on this journey to the Northern Pass. She truly is a fortuitous star for you and our Tianshu Pavilion." Chapter 83. Buying people. In contrast to Feng Ping's indignation, Chi Su maintained an air of tranquility. As long as he was alive, the mother and son would find no solace. Indeed, it was not only them. Even the compassionate Emperor Xiaoming, who had harbored a shred of sympathy on the day Chi Su voluntarily renounced his title, would likely never truly lower his guard. They had never shared a father-son bond. In the eyes of that individual, Chi Su was merely an obstacle to his secure reign on the dragon throne. "Master, shall we merely let them go this time?" "Certainly not." Chi Su's gaze darkened. Since they wished for his demise, he would ensure that the news of his grievous injury and unconscious state reached them, while also instructing the officials of the Jihe River to present evidence back in the capital. It was time for that person to witness how intolerant his beloved was towards any other of his bloodline. Though there was little paternal affection, Chi Su prided himself on having garnered sufficient insight into Emperor Xiaoming over the years. That man was certainly not one to be underestimated. He could turn against his own kin, yet would never allow anyone else to do so. It was not merely a matter of parental instinct, but rather a reflection of his suspicions. Would he not fear that one day he too could be treated with such ruthlessness? Emperor Xiaoming was indeed a man consumed by suspicion, yet utterly impotent. As the courtyard door was locked, Wei Yunlan led Ning Shuang and the others to the pawn shop, where they met with the Gao family and Wei Mingxian. The modest courtyard they had rented was now purchased under her name, at a price that was even less than half of the grain she had previously collected. "Madam, Miss, we have recently acquired a batch of individuals who have signed death contracts. Would you care to examine them and perhaps select a few?" The prices are quite reasonable. An attendant, noticing that Wei Yunlan and her companions had completed the transaction, approached with a beaming smile. She gestured for the individuals to be brought forth. The first group consisted of 4 relatively well-dressed young women and 2 slightly older matrons. All were seasoned servants who had previously served in affluent households. Besides attending to their masters, they were skilled in needlework and culinary tasks. Each of the young women was priced at 9 taels of silver, while the matrons cost only 7, a bargain indeed. Under more prosperous circumstances, such prices would be unimaginable. Wei Yunlan had developed some acumen in selecting servants. Although she had not chosen many herself, her years observing the dynamics among the maids and matrons in the Marquis's residence had equipped her with insights into their true natures. The current group of young women appeared acceptable, yet the 2 matrons exhibited shifty eyes, their gazes betraying a level of scrutiny they thought well concealed. At a mere glance, Wei Yunlan discerned that such servants were absolutely unsuitable. As for the 4 young women, while they seemed less calculating, their physique and delicate hands revealed that they had likely never engaged in strenuous labor or endured hardship. In ordinary times, they might suffice. But given their family's upcoming journey to the northern frontier, it was imprudent to surround themselves with those unaccustomed to adversity. Gao cast a fleeting glance, his expression mirroring that of Wei Yunlan, clearly disinterested in the group of maids and servants before him. Meanwhile, Wei Mingxian stood beside Wang Gui, his gaze never once straying towards the attendants. Observing this, the matron understood that her current selection had failed to impress, and hastily signaled for a new batch to be brought forth. This time, 3 families arrived. 2 were couples accompanied by a girl just over 10 years of age, while the third consisted of 3 generations, totaling 6 individuals. The matron introduced, "Do not be fooled by the old man's age. He is quite literate, and his grandson has also learned to read, making him suitable to serve as a scholar's attendant." Upon hearing this, Wang Gui straightened his posture, asserting that the young master required no assistance beyond what he could provide. Having grown up alongside the young master, he doubted that an outsider could serve him better. The matron paused, poised to continue her introduction, only to be interrupted by Gao's dismissive wave of his hand. "That will be sufficient for today. We do not require any servants at the moment," he declared, turning to exit. Business had been lackluster near Donher recently, and realizing that a valuable guest was about to depart, the matron hurried after them, urging Gao and Wei Yunlan to reconsider, while signaling for more individuals to be brought forward. "Madam, those you dismissed earlier were not suitable, but perhaps these young ones might catch your eye. They are quite young. With proper training, they will surely prove to be adept in the future." As Gao and Wei Yunlan reached the courtyard entrance, just as they were about to gesture for the matron to step aside, Wei Mingxian suddenly exclaimed in surprise. "What?" Wei Yunlan halted, turning back to see Wei Mingxian staring wide-eyed at the newly presented group. Following his gaze, she noticed a small girl of about 10 years, her face covered in dirt, dressed in tattered clothing, standing numbly among them. Through the grime, her delicate features could barely be discerned. Was this not the same by Sea Girl from the earlier exile caravan? Before Wei Mingxian could utter a word, Wei Yunlan swiftly grasped his sleeve, using a glance to stifle his exclamation. Then, feigning indifference, she surveyed the young girls before her and remarked, "They are far too young. How much strength can they possibly possess for labor? They would need several more years before they could be of any use." "Oh, miss, young ones are easier to train. Moreover, those whom you nurture yourself will be the most loyal, won't they?" The matron, seeing Wei Yunlan's continued reluctance, bit her lip and unveiled her trump card. "Most importantly, these girls require far less gold. Each only costs 4 taels. Those 2 over there, though slightly injured, are merely 3 taels. No, 2.5 will suffice." Among the 2 she indicated, one was indeed by sea. Wei Yunlan furrowed her brow. "Will their injuries significantly affect their future work?" "They will recover in 10 to 15 days, rest assured," the matron replied, concealing her unease with a broad smile. "Very well, we shall take these 2 pieces, amounting to 4 taels of silver." Wei Yunlan signaled discreetly, and Wei Mingxian promptly retrieved 2 pieces of broken silver from his pouch, precisely enough to total 4 taels. With not a single coin to spare. "That will suffice, after all," It is our first transaction with the esteemed lady and young miss, so a slight concession is acceptable. The toothless old woman accepted the silver with a pained expression, but once Wei Yunlan and her companions led the two young maids out of the courtyard, her face broke into a radiant smile. Weighing the silver in her hand, she exclaimed, "I was beginning to think these two would become a financial burden." Upon exiting the pawn shop, Wei Yunlan and her entourage did not linger in the county, but made their way directly to the carriage. Once inside the carriage, Wei Yunlan grasped the hand of Miss Bai Si with great tenderness and inquired with deep concern, "Ah Ji, what has transpired?" Chapter 84. A struggle for possession. In response to Wei Yunlan, there was only an endless silence. Once vibrant and lively, akin to a valiant little tiger, the figure before her now appeared vacant, its eyes devoid of life, resembling a lifeless wooden doll. "Eiji," Wei Yunlan called out again, but still received no reply. One of the other maidens who had climbed into the carriage alongside Miss Bai Si, shivering with her shoulders hunched, spoke in a hushed tone. She's been injured here," indicating a spot near her temple. A wave of dismay surged through Wei Yunlan's mind, igniting a flicker of anger within her. What could possibly warrant such a grievous injury to the head? Moreover, given Miss Bai Si's tender age and virtuous character, what transgressions could she have committed? Suppressing her fury, Wei Yunlan urgently instructed Ning Shuang, "Hurry and summon old Master Yu." Old Dr. Yu soon arrived, carrying his medical kit. After taking the pulse, he parted Bai Si's hair, which was as desolate as withered weeds, and indeed discovered a dried blood stain the size of a fingernail, situated an inch above her temple. Thankfully, the injury was here. Had it been any lower, her life might not have been spared. Leaning closer, Wei Yunlan observed that the wound had already scabbed over, indicating it had been inflicted some time ago. A cold sweat formed in her palms as she inquired, "Is this injury treatable?" Old Dr. Yu hesitated to respond, furrowing his brow before stating, "External wounds can be healed, but whether her consciousness can be restored is uncertain." Wei Yunlan had anticipated this lack of immediate assurance. She sighed softly, "Old master, I implore you to do your utmost. If any medicinal ingredients are lacking, please inform me. I shall first administer acupuncture to Miss Bai Si," the old doctor declared. "She appears severely fatigued, likely having gone several days without proper rest." "Very well, I appreciate your assistance," Wei Yunlan replied, directing her attendants to clear some space within the carriage. The maiden who had been purchased alongside Bai Si also dismounted the carriage upon seeing this. As her gaze fell upon her, Wei Yunlan noticed a long tear in her sleeve, and the mud-stained arm revealed numerous injuries. Wei Yunlan extended her hand, but the young girl instinctively recoiled, hiding her arm behind her back. Her frail frame trembled visibly, even more so than Bai Si's. Meeting the wary gaze of the girl, Wei Yunlan softened her tone, "You're injured as well. Allow me to see your wounds." Their eyes locked, and Wei Yunlan's expression bore no trace of disdain or judgment. The girl hesitated momentarily before cautiously extending her arm. Gently, Wei Yunlan peeled away the sticky cloth clinging to the girl's arm. Upon revealing the gruesome sight beneath, a wound several fingers long, nearly rotting, she could not suppress a gasp. Ning Shuang and Ting Xue, standing nearby, exhibited shock and compassion. "Ning Shuang, shall I fetch some water to clean her wounds?" Wei Yunlan asked gently. Ning Shuang nodded. "I will clean around the injury first. We will let old Master Yu tend to the wound afterwards." After issuing her instructions, Wei Yunlan turned to the petite girl, whose height barely reached her chin, and inquired, "What's your name?" My parents call me Sanya." Sanya gazed at the enchanting young lady before her, whose beauty resembled that of a fairy from a painting. Summoning her courage, she spoke in a timid voice, suggesting she was quite young, perhaps even 2 or 3 years younger than Bai Si, estimating her age to be around 10. At such a tender age, she could still be considered a mere child, yet she bore a burden of profound suffering. How cruel fate can be! Wei Yunlan sighed for the umpteenth time that day and gently inquired, "Sanya, do you know where you are from and why you were sold to the human traffickers?" I am from Xiangshui village. There's a famine in the village, and everyone is starving. My uncle thought of exchanging us for grain with the neighboring village." Sanya cast her gaze downward, her voice faltering. Grandfather disagreed. He said the people in the neighboring village are a bunch of beasts. There would be no way to survive there. So he carried us on his back and sold us to the traffickers. Though Sanya's explanation was unclear, Wei Yunlan could vaguely grasp the situation. Certain areas of Huangzhou were suffering from severe famine, reaching a point where people, in their extreme hunger that threatened their very lives, could commit unspeakable acts. The neighboring village Sanya mentioned had likely already tasted human blood. Even if they had not resorted to cannibalism, they were not far from it. One could easily imagine the fate that awaited girls of Sanya's tender age sent to such places in exchange for grain. Compared to that, being sold to the traffickers seemed a relatively less dreadful outcome. Do you have sisters who were also sold to the traffickers? Daya and Adia. Sanya lifted her head briefly before lowering it again, answering with trepidation, They're no longer here. Wei Yunlan wished to further inquire about the injuries Sanya bore and the circumstances surrounding Bai Si's wounds. However, it was evident that Sanya was fatigued and exceedingly timid. Just then, Dr. Yu pulled aside the curtain of the carriage and emerged, revealing that Bai Si had already fallen asleep. Once she awakens, I will administer another injection, he said. Thank you, Dr. Yu. Wei Yunlan gestured towards Sanya beside her. Could you also take a look at this girl? She is quite injured as well. After instructing Ning Shuang and Ting Xue to attend to Sanya, Wei Yunlan boarded the carriage. Indeed, Bai Si was sound asleep, yet even with her eyes closed, her brow remained tightly furrowed. One could only wonder what misfortune she had endured during the brief span of a month and a half apart. The Wei family's convoy did not linger at the gates of Lishui County. After a short while on the road, Ning Shuang approached from the rear carriage. Miss, I inquired about some details from Sanya. It turned out that Xiangshui village, as mentioned by Sanya, was located in the Danhe region, currently the hardest hit area by famine in all of Huangzhou. The three sisters from Sanya's family had originally been sold together to the traffickers. Their worth in Danhe was significantly lower than in Lishui County, with such girls fetching only half a tael to 1 tael of silver. Altogether, the three sisters were sold for a mere 2.5 taels. According to the market conditions in Huangzhou, people had little value, and the traffickers intended to transport them to another state for resale. However, upon reaching the eastern bank of the Danhe River, they were intercepted by a group of masked men while meeting with another team of traffickers. The group of masked individuals, each wielding weapons, paid no heed to the pleas of the townsfolk and swiftly resorted to violence, abducting over 20 young women from their grasp. Among the captives were Daya, Arya, and the kin of Bai Si. Sanya recounted that it was during this tumultuous event that she first laid eyes on Bai Si. Ning Shuang inhaled deeply and continued. Recounting, Bai Si had seized a knife from one of the assailants, nearly taking a life in the process. The injury upon her head was inflicted by that very band of masked marauders. Chapter 85. Dialect. Just listening to Ning Shuang's description sent a shiver down Wei Yunlan's spine. She could vividly imagine the scene of Miss Bai Si wielding a knife to confront her enemies, utterly alone and defenseless. Regardless of the martial skills she had honed since childhood, she remained merely a young girl on the cusp of womanhood. How could she possibly contend against a group of burly men, armed and harboring ill intentions? The mere fact that Miss Bai Si could reach such a level of bravery was commendable in itself. Were there others from a Bai family who had been captured? Upon meeting Ning Shuang's bewildered gaze, Wei Yunlan discerned that this question bore no answer. Sanya and Miss Bai Si had only encountered one another during the meeting of two factions at the tooth shop. Sanya was unfamiliar with the other members of the Bai family. To unravel this mystery, they would have to wait for Miss Bai Si to regain her senses. After relaying the circumstances surrounding Miss Bai Si, Gao Shi sighed as well. Alas, the Bai family truly faced a series of misfortunes. With relatives wrongfully slain and exiled to the frontier, their plight was already unbearable. Now, they had to endure this additional calamity on their journey. Sanya remarked that the group responsible was also headed eastward. Wei Yunlan spoke softly. The abduction of women is a grave matter indeed. We should inquire along the way to see if we can uncover any leads. Even if we cannot assist Miss Bai Si in recovering her family, it would be prudent to inform the rest of the Bai family of the events that transpired here once we reach Baiguan. They ought to know the circumstances surrounding Miss Bai Si's injury and how to pursue the trail to find their abducted kin. Miss Bai Si is having a nightmare, reported Xue hurriedly as she ran over. The caravan had just found a patch of open ground to halt and rest. Wei Yunlan and Gao Shi rushed over to find Miss Bai Si half reclined on the carriage seat, eyes closed in slumber, showing no signs of awakening. Yet, she was breaking out in cold sweat, her brows tightly knitted, her body trembling as if haunted by some terrifying vision. As Wei Yunlan prepared to take out a handkerchief to wipe her forehead, she suddenly heard Miss Bai Si cry out, "Elder sister." The voice was piercing, laden with an unfathomable despair. Wei Yunlan quickly glanced at her face, noting that her eyes remained shut, devoid of any sign of consciousness. Gao Shi stayed by the carriage, while Wei Yunlan sought out the esteemed Dr. Yu. Regardless of whether one is asleep or awake, the ability to speak is a positive sign. After checking Miss Bai Si's pulse once more, Dr. Yu stated, since earlier, she has been trembling continuously, and her brow is furrowing tighter by the moment. Gao Shi frowned, pondering if there were any means to alleviate her nightmares. This incessant trembling cannot continue. It is truly distressing to witness. The capacity to dream signifies that her mind is awakening. She requires this constant stimulation. We cannot stifle it, Dr. Yu replied, shaking his head. It appears the situation is somewhat less severe than I had anticipated. Once she awakens, I shall administer another acupuncture treatment. Perhaps it will allow her to regain consciousness, even if only briefly. A fleeting moment of clarity would indeed be beneficial. It would provide an opportunity to inquire about the events that transpired during the incident, thereby aiding in the retrieval of those who had been taken. As dusk settled, the carriage had already traveled a considerable distance from Lishui County. As they pressed onward, they were drawing closer to the Dan River. As twilight descends, the prospect of crossing the river becomes increasingly unlikely. To ensure their safety, the Wei family chooses not to proceed further, instead opting to rest in a secluded patch of land by the roadside. Just as the group settles down, Miss Bai awakens from her slumber. Upon opening her eyes, she reverts to a dazed expression, her gaze vacant. After preparing the medicine, the elder physician hands it to Madame Wang for decoction and begins to administer acupuncture to her. Throughout the procedure, although Miss Bai is awake, she remains completely still, showing no reaction even when the silver needles pierce her hands and head. Gao and Wei Yunlan watch intently, their hearts racing at the sight of her head adorned with needles. Suddenly, a faint sound escapes Miss Bai's lips. Wei Yunlan quickly turns to her, and for the first time that day, a flicker of emotion appears in her eyes. Unlike her previous fearless optimism, this expression is laced with panic, resembling a deer startled in the woods. "Eiji, it's me, your sister from the Wei family." Miss Bai's gaze finally fixes on Wei Yunlan, momentarily stunned before hoarsely uttering Wei. "Sister?" "Yes, it is I." Wei Yunlan gently takes Miss Bai's hand that is free from needles, reassuring her. "Do not move just yet. The physician is still treating you. We will speak once he removes the needles from your head." "All right." The elder physician works swiftly, and after extracting the silver needles, he cautions, "If there is anything to say, make it brief. There is still some residual blood clotted in her head, and she may revert to her previous state before long." A hint of confusion flickers in Miss Bai's eyes. Wei Yunlan succinctly recounts how she acquired her from the hands of the toothless man, then adds, "Senya has already informed us of the events that transpired that day." "Eiji, I heard you call out for your elder sister in your nightmares. Is it possible that among the women taken by those masked men, one of them is her?" Upon hearing the mention of masked men and her elder sister, Miss Bai instantly snaps to attention, gripping Wei Yunlan's hand tightly as she exclaims, "Sister Wei, my elder sister has been taken by them." Miss Bai's elder sister is the only biological sibling among the Bai family's daughters. Wei Yunlan has a vivid impression of her, for she is the sole gentle spirit among the otherwise formidable women of the Bai clan, known for her soft nature. It is said that on the day disaster struck the Bai family, she returned, abandoned by her husband while pregnant. Miss Bai previously lashed out at a young man from the Feng family due to bullying her elder sister's niece. Both having been cast out from their husbands' families and returned to their maternal homes, Wei Yunlan cannot help but feel a deeper concern. She recalls a woman of extraordinary beauty, possessing a hint of the grace typical of Jiangnan women, despite having been raised in the capital. The thought of such a gentle and lovely woman falling into the hands of a group of marauding masked men is too harrowing to contemplate. 4 days have passed since your encounter with the masked men. They must have long departed the borders of Huangzhou. Eiji, do you still remember any characteristics of those individuals? Miss Bai endures the throbbing pain in her head, striving to recall the details of that fateful day. Suddenly, she widened her eyes and exclaimed, Sister Wei, it has come to me. That group spoke with a dialect from beyond the northern borders. Are you certain? The fourth Miss Bai nodded emphatically, her expression resolute. Indeed, before my father served in the Northwest Army, he spent several years stationed at the Northern Pass, where he taught us the dialect from beyond the borders. I cannot be mistaken. Upon hearing this, Wei Yunlan's countenance abruptly turned grave. If that group hails from beyond the borders, then the situation is indeed dire. Chapter 86. On the water's surface, while her mind was still relatively clear, Miss Bai Si recounted everything she could remember. It turned out that she and her elder sister became separated from their family on the day of the upheaval in the land. At that time, the situation in Shen Feng County was chaotic, and they were unable to locate the exiled convoy. While inquiring about the whereabouts of their grandmother and others, they were misled in the wrong direction. By the time they returned to search, the exile group had long since departed from Shen Feng County. Neither I nor my sister had any money, and it was only because my sister pawned Tong Tong's gold lock that we managed to acquire 2 swift horses. Miss Bai Si continued. They had intended to ride northward swiftly to catch up with the exiled group, but before they could even leave the borders of Yangzhou, they encountered a group of refugees from Suizhou. Had it not been for Bai Dajia's quick decision to abandon 1 horse, they might not have escaped those refugees. It was my fault for provoking a conflict with them. Otherwise, my sister would not have fallen ill from the stress of the encounter, giving others the opportunity to take advantage of her condition. Wei Yunlan learned from Miss Bai Si that the sisters fell ill after passing Lianzhou with Bai Dajia, who was initially weaker, suffering from a high fever for 3 days before showing signs of recovery, only for Miss Bai Si to then fall ill as well. During their weakest moments, they were drugged and abducted. When they awoke, they found themselves at the border of Huangzhou and Hanzhou. Although Bai Dajia had born children, her beauty and figure were exceptional, and she had already been promised to a buyer. However, on the way to deliver her to the buyer, they were ambushed by masked men. Ultimately, their efforts were in vain, leaving only a few younger and injured girls who were overlooked by the assailants. Fortunately, this led to the remaining individuals being sold cheaply to a local broker in Huangzhou. It was this very misfortune that allowed Wei Yunlan the chance to encounter Miss Bai Si. Since you mentioned that those masked men headed north, and you also said they spoke with an accent from outside the borders, it seems they indeed sought the north, Wei Yunlan reassured her. We are already heading north, and if we inquire along the way, we may very well discover news of your sister. A glimmer of hope finally shone in Miss Bai Si's misty eyes. Sister Wei, are you going to Beiguan? Yes, our destination is also Beiguan. Wei Yunlan was fully aware of Miss Bai Si's anticipation. My father has already gone ahead to Beiguan. Perhaps in a couple of days, news will reach us, and I can help you inquire about your family situation. That will be wonderful. The once dim spark in Miss Bai Si's eyes began to resemble her former lively spirit. She expressed her gratitude profusely. Sister Wei, I cannot thank you enough. You have saved me and are helping me search for my family. Despite being just over 10 years old, even the strongest of children could not help but well up with tears at that moment. Wei Yunlan gently patted the back of her hand. Let us save these words for later. Your immediate priority is to regain your health. Otherwise, we cannot know how your grandmother will feel when we reach Beiguan. As they spoke, Ning Shuang brought over the prepared medicine. In this medicinal concoction, 2 calming herbs were added. Not long after consuming it, Miss Bai, the 4th daughter, began to yawn once more. Wei Yunlan tucked in her blanket and entrusted her care to Ning Shuang, while she proceeded to the carriage where the Gao family and Wei Mingxian were situated. Upon entering the carriage, she heard them inquire, "How is Miss Bai faring? She has just fallen asleep." Old master, you mentioned that there is still some congealed blood in her head, suggesting that her earlier condition might recur several times. However, since she has regained consciousness once, it indicates a chance for recovery. A sigh of relief escaped Wei Mingxuan's lips, as long as there is hope for healing. Earlier, at the dental house, he had been thoroughly frightened. It was his first time witnessing that lively girl appear so lifeless. Ahead lay the Dan River. Departing at dawn and nearing noon, the shimmering surface of the river became visible in the sunlight. The flow of the Dan River was not particularly rapid, but its expanse was quite broad, necessitating a boat for crossing. This morning, Lu Quan had already set off ahead with the main contingent, securing a vessel. "Madam Miss," Lu Quan called out, "over here." He had arranged a large ship capable of accommodating everyone in the group, along with the horses and carriages. Typically, such merchant vessels did not engage in individual business, but in light of the increasing chaos around the Dan River, few merchant caravans were willing to traverse this route. Thus, it was fortunate to have business, and the boatmen could not afford to be choosy. As the passengers disembarked from the carriage, it became evident that many were women, prompting the boatmen and crew to cast furtive glances in their direction. However, they were soon met with the sight of robust men emerging from the rear carriages. Several agile figures, resembling skilled bodyguards, were also dismounting nearby, exuding an air that suggested they were not to be trifled with. Upon observing this, the boatman immediately shot a warning glance at the crew. Such individuals were not ones they could provoke. The carriages and horses were unloaded in the cargo hold and on the deck, while Wei Yunlan and her companions were invited into the cabin by the boatman. This vessel primarily served for transporting goods, and the space available for resting was limited. After settling her mother, sister-in-law, and Miss Bai in the cabin, Wei Yunlan led the others onto the deck. As the ship sailed, one could clearly observe the marks of the receding waterline from the riverbanks. The distance from the highest point of the marks to the current water level was nearly a person's height. Wei Yunlan could not help but exclaim at the significant drop in the river's water level. Hearing her lament, the boatman sighed in response, attributing the situation to the new water official appointed last year who had implemented misguided measures. "What do you mean by that?" Wei Yunlan inquired. "Look over there." The boatman pointed towards the riverbank, indicating the newly excavated channels. These were dug last year to divert water for irrigating the barren lands along the banks to enhance grain yields. However, after several heavy rains, the banks were entirely flooded, particularly those fields that had been irrigated. Otherwise, how could the Dan River region be facing such severe famine, given our proximity to the Dan River and Dan Lake? Wei Yunlan understood the gravity of the situation. No wonder the conditions in the Dan River area were even more dire than those near the Yindu Gorge. This was the underlying reason. When Brother Wei Mingyi was reassigned to Tanzhou, he was tasked with overseeing river management affairs, a matter that Wei Yunlan took special interest in. Logically speaking, the Ministry of Works had established protocols for the excavation of waterways and irrigation, making such significant errors improbable. The astonishment in Wei Yunlan's eyes was palpable, prompting the boatman to scoff and remark, "Who knows which connections that Lord Chao has cultivated? He seldom visits the riverbank. It can often be found in the flower houses of Danyan City. However, my dear lady, consider this a mere casual conversation and do refrain from spreading it further." Chapter 87. The Neighbor's Brother, Why Are You So Tight-Lipped? The man who had just returned from inspecting the stern of the boat overheard the last two remarks and swiftly interrupted the boatman from continuing his discourse. The boatman, however, shrugged nonchalantly, proclaiming, "I am not the only one speaking," which family along the shore isn't secretly cursing those corrupt officials. "Brother, come to the stern and take a look. There's a slight damage on our deck. After today's trip, we ought to find time to repair it." After the boatman was dismissed, Wei Yunlan followed the direction he had indicated, and even from a distance, she could vaguely discern the land on both sides of the waterway that had been ravaged. The sight was bleak and desolate. Had it not been for the changes in the waterway, the crops along the banks of the Dan River would not have been devastated. Even with the erratic weather of this year, it should not have resulted in total loss. The cause of this dire situation was uncertain, whether it stemmed from natural calamity or human folly. Retracting her gaze, Wei Yunlan suddenly noticed a shadow by her feet. Turning her head slightly, she saw Xiao the bodyguard standing not far from her, gazing intently in the direction she had just been observing, his brow furrowed with palpable sorrow. Wei Yunlan felt as though she could comprehend this sorrow, reminiscent of her own expression upon hearing of her relative's passing at the Jinyang Marca residence. Yet, while her grief was for family and kin, what was the source of Xiao's pain? Could it be that he regarded this ravaged land as his home? As the boat docked, the Wei family reharnessed their horse-drawn carriage and set off once more. Su and Feng Ping rode at the rear, having just received news from the Hawks concerning Tanzhou and the capital. The transport official, Dong Lin, had already presented the prepared evidence from Tianshu Pavilion to the court. Dong Lin, who had received favors from the esteemed Luo Xian of 2 dynasties in his youth, was a covert ally of the Eastern Palace, though publicly unknown. Now the court had learned of the calamity that befell King Yu on the ship, leaving him in a state of unconsciousness. The suspicions that had arisen in the mind of Emperor Xiaoming a few days prior were now being overshadowed by a rare paternal affection. Within a day, the evidence provided by Dong Lin would reach the Emperor's desk, revealing the true nature of his most cherished companion and beloved son. Su eagerly anticipated the Emperor's reaction upon discovering the truth. As the Hawks departed, they circled around Wei Yunlan's carriage, until a dark cloud peeked out menacingly and let out a couple of threatening barks before soaring into the distance. Watching the 2 black dots quickly vanish into the sky, Wei Yunlan recalled the little red-footed falcon. Her father should be nearing the northern pass by now. Her estimations were accurate. At that moment, Wei Maolin, accompanied by Steward Wang and Dongda, had just arrived at the imposing walls of the northern pass. Though merely a checkpoint, the northern pass boasted a scale surpassing many provincial capitals. As the most crucial defensive barrier and strategic location on the border of Daong, excluding the station troops, the workers who built the walls, along with the families of soldiers and local civilians, numbered over 30,000, effectively transforming it into a bustling small city. The city is divided into the southern and northern sections, with the northern area predominantly inhabited by military officers' families and the residences of officials stationed at the checkpoints. In contrast, the southern section is where common folk and exiles reside, leading to the adage of nobility in the north, commoners in the south. News of Wei Maolin's solitary journey to the northern checkpoint had long since circulated from the capital. However, no one anticipated his arrival would be so imminent. Nearly half a month ahead of the court's stipulated deadline, the esteemed Governor Gong Shishan of the northern border personally came forth to greet him. This gentleman had previously served as a martial officer in the northern military, but due to injury, he had withdrawn from the front lines and transitioned to a civil role overseeing border affairs, land management, and the populace. With a soldier's forthrightness, he exchanged pleasantries with Wei Maolin and, upon ushering him into the city administration office, gestured towards an open map. Ordinarily, we would allocate accommodations for the exiled officials and their families near the labor offices in the southern city for their convenience in daily work. However, as you, Sir Wei, have been granted a special pardon from His Majesty, you need not be confined to that area. He pointed to the circled sections on the map, stating, "These locations are currently vacant and belong to the city administration. Since you have arrived early, feel free to choose your residence, as you will be staying for an extended period. Selecting a place you favor will surely make your stay more comfortable." Surprise was evident in Wei Maolin's eyes at such a fortunate opportunity. Gong Shishan, feeling somewhat awkward, chuckled sheepishly and remarked that some silver would be required, as these residences were not simply bestowed upon the administration. Upon hearing this, Wei Maolin felt a sense of relief and inquired, "What is the price for these houses?" Noticing Wei Maolin's genuine interest, Gong Shishan perked up and explained the residences in the southern city are relatively affordable. For instance, those independent courtyards near the labor offices, comprising 3 to 4 rooms, only require an annual payment of 5 to 6 taels of silver to the city administration. The larger homes closer to the city gate are priced around 10 taels. The northern residences, while more expensive, offer greater tranquility, surrounded by reputable families. The largest vacant courtyard, with 3 entrances and exits and in a prime location, would require an annual fee of 200 taels to the city administration. As he spoke, Gong Xishan dared not meet Wei Maolin's gaze, feeling as though he were an old matron recommending girls from brothel. Yet, if the city administration were not in dire need of funds, he would not personally be engaged in such a task. 200 taels would suffice for a quarter's expenses for the officials. With this in mind, Gong Xishan became even more enthusiastic in his recommendations. The neighboring household, Sir Wei, is one you are familiar with, fortuitously aligning with your family. It would indeed facilitate visits, given your shared presence in the northern checkpoint. Wei Maolin had no intention of securing such an ostentatious residence. However, curiosity compelled him to inquire, which household? That would be the Liang family, who journeyed north alongside you. Gong Xishan replied. Governor Liang encountered great misfortune on the road. However, thanks to the Empress Dowager's intercession, the Emperor has relieved him of his laborious duties, allowing him to recuperate. His family has already secured their residence, while the adjacent one has only recently become available, presenting an opportunity for your two families to be neighbors. Is that not a remarkable coincidence? Gong Xishan harbored no ulterior motives, his thoughts solely fixated on the fact that both families hailed from the capital, each possessing formidable connections that could potentially solicit favor from influential figures within the court. It was plausible that they might spend a few years at the frontier, after which they could be recalled to the capital. Given their financial affluence, it would be prudent for them to contribute to the city administration, thus alleviating its pressing needs. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that, while having neighbors of any kind could be tolerable, being neighbors with the Liang family was something the Wei clan vehemently opposed. Wei Maolin had no intention of selecting that particular courtyard, and upon hearing this, his resolve was further solidified. Casting a glance at the unfolded blueprint, he pointed towards a relatively larger courtyard situated away from the Liang family and not far from the southern city gate, stating, I appreciate your kind intentions, Master Gong. However, although we have relatives to support us since our exile from the capital, our resources are limited. Let's choose this one instead. Chapter 88. Indignation before the sun dipped below the horizon. Wei Yunlan finally spotted the red-footed kestrel soaring from the east. Having perused the contents of the letter, her anxious heart found solace. Her father had safely arrived at Baiguan. The situation was even better than anticipated. Lord Gong, the border commander of Baiguan, exhibited a remarkably amiable demeanor. In mere moments, her father secured accommodation and a clerical position within the city administration. Upon hearing Wei Yunlan recount the letter's contents, the Gao family exhaled a deep sigh of relief. This was far preferable to arduous labor or wall repairs. They were fortunate to have heeded the earlier counsel from Guard Xiao, who had urged them to dispatch the memorial exposed